Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2853 to Chapter 2896. Sweet Dream. Upon hearing this answer, the wise sovereign froze for a moment. Why was it another sweet dream? Angor was already interested in Sweet Dream, and now Adonis mentioned it again. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Adonis knew about Sweet Dream for a long time, but she never mentioned it for countless years. Now that Angor showed up, the two must have something to do with each other. There were only two possibilities. First, Adonis learned about his interest in Sweet Dream from somewhere and took it away to annoy him. Second, Angor and Adonis conspired together, and Adonis took Angor's advice and borrowed Sweet Dream from him. Before this, the wise ruler would most likely believe that Adonis was trying to annoy Angor. But now that Angor was still alive and didn't leave the room, the wise ruler had another idea. Maybe Angor and Adonis reached some kind of agreement? Did Adonis accept Angor's offer to borrow Sweet Dream in order to make up for what she did to Angor's group? It sounded a bit far-fetched. Would Adonis be willing to make peace with Angor? Unlikely. But maybe it was because of his intuition, the wise ruler was more inclined to this idea. And if this was the case, there was something else he could uncover. The wise ruler had already discussed many things about Sweet Dream with Angor, and he also agreed to lend the book to Angor. However, the condition was that Angor had to come out of the room alive and tell the wise ruler about the current situation in the room as well as what happened in there. The request did not sound excessive at all, so Angor agreed without hesitation. But now, if Angor asked Adonis to borrow Sweet Dream, it meant that he didn't want to use the same method as before, which meant he didn't want to tell the wise ruler about what happened in the room. This was what the Sovereign of Wisdom was concerned about. What happened in the room? Why didn't Angor tell the wise ruler about it, or did something unexpected happen in the Chamber of Poetry, and he couldn't tell anyone about it, so he had to ask Adonis to use Sweet Dreams as an excuse? Not only because the matter was too important to be mentioned, but also because he had signed some kind of contract that prevented him from talking about it, so he had to resort to this strategy. However, the wise sovereign wasn't able to determine which type it was. Sweet Dreams. If it was a day ago and Her Majesty Goddess wanted to borrow it, I wouldn't have hesitated. But now, that might not be possible. I've already promised someone to lend it to him. The Sovereign of the Wise had a vexed look on his face. Adonis asked, "Who did you promise?" The wise ruler looked at Adonis' cold eyes and said with a smile, "Your Holiness, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Adonis snorted coldly. Her expression was disdainful, but she did not say anything. But in the eyes of the Sovereign of Intellect, he couldn't help but say to himself, his thoughts are far too easy to guess. If Adonis openly admitted that she was Angor and threatened the wise overseer, it would mean that she was planning to use Sweet Dream to annoy Angor. But now, Adonis didn't say anything, which meant she knew who the wise ruler wanted to lend the Sweet Dreams to. She pretended not to know and didn't lose her temper. Instead, she revealed the truth by showing a cold face. She did conspire with Angor. She was persuaded by Angor to borrow Sweet Dreams. This meant the wise ruler's guess was correct. The only thing he didn't know was whether something major happened in the chamber, which prevented him from telling Adonis about it, or whether he signed some kind of contract with Adonis that forbade him from telling others about what happened in the chamber. Or both, since Adonis wanted to pretend not to know, he might as well break the ice. Whether you know it or not, I can't lend Sweet Dreams to you right now. After all, I already promised Angor that I would lend him Sweet Dreams. The wise ruler noticed that Adonis' expression didn't change at all when he mentioned Angor's name, which meant Adonis already knew Angor's real name. Angor revealing his real name was also a sign of their cooperation. Before Angor's group let down their guard, they all called each other Black, Gold, and Red. Angor only revealed his real name after they agreed to work together. You really won't lend it to me? I don't want to break my promise. What if I hand over part of the access to the magic array to borrow your Sweet Dreams? Will you lend it to me? The wise ruler pondered for a moment and said, no. Adonis's offer was tempting, but it was exactly because of this that the wise ruler couldn't lend it to Angor. As far as he knew, Adonis would never voluntarily hand over the access to the magic array. She wanted nothing more than to have complete control over the underground sewer magic array. How could she possibly return the authority she had already obtained to the sage? If Adonis really did give up on the magic array, it could only mean one thing: something big had happened to Fairsky Poetry Room. Adonis had most likely given up on Fairsky Poetry Room and the underground waterway. In other words, she was planning to leave. She would only give up the access to the magic array if she decided to leave. There was also one more thing to consider. She would never leave alone, which meant that Olio would follow her. This, however, caused the Sovereign of Wisdom to be stunned. He had high hopes for this anomaly, hoping that Angor could bring a change to the stale Moonlight Poetry Room. However, as far as he was concerned, change couldn't happen overnight. Even if Angor had a long time to accumulate, it would still take some time for a qualitative change to happen. Therefore, he didn't expect Angor to change the Fairsky Poetry Room right away. But now, Adonis was giving him a feeling that the Fairsky Poetry Room was already undergoing a drastic change. The wise ruler was puzzled. What the hell did they do? More importantly, how did Angor manage to get Olio to leave as well? Given Adonis' strength, she could have left long ago. Although Adonis had never admitted to this, the wise ruler could more or less come to this conclusion from Hidden Slave, One-Eyed Debao, and Air Bao. The only reason why Adonis chose to stay was because of Olio. Adonis was born after Augustine left, so Augustine's contract didn't bind her. The Fairsky Poetry Room was the only contract that could bind her. Olio, on the other hand, had to bear both the responsibility of guarding the Fairsky Poetry Room and Augustine's contract for him. The nature of the contract was the same, but when combined, the effects of the two contracts were far greater than Adonis. Even the wise ruler couldn't break this contract when he was at his peak. Moreover, Olio was bound tightly by the contract, and even his room for improvement was restricted. He couldn't break the contract either. So what was going on? Was Olio's contract broken? Was that why Adonis was willing to leave, or was Olio's contract unbreakable, and Adonis wanted to find a way to break it? That was unlikely. If Adonis really wanted to break the contract, she wouldn't have stayed here for tens of thousands of years. The wise ruler preferred the first possibility. Since Olio's contract was broken, Adonis was willing to leave with Angor. At the same time, Adonis's attitude toward Angor softened. She was even willing to use sweet dreams for Angor. Now that he thought about it, Angor played a bigger role than he thought. He could even break Olio's contract. The wise ruler had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't show any of them on his face. He still looked like he was going to keep his promise. Considering Angor's current situation, the wise ruler could help Angor by lending sweet dreams to Adonis for now. However, the wise ruler was still curious about what Angor did. How did Angor get rid of Olio's contract? More importantly, the wise ruler was also testing Angor and Adonis' bottom line. If he insisted on not lending sweet dreams to Adonis, would Angor be forced to show up? Or perhaps, Adonis would offer a higher price in exchange for it. While the wise ruler was pondering, Adonis was getting annoyed. I'm going to lend it to you. You can state your conditions now. The wise ruler considered for a moment. Will you take Hidden Slave with you when you leave? That's none of your. Adonis suddenly realized something and changed her expression. I don't know what you're talking about. She waited for a long time, but she didn't hear any response. He lowered his head and looked through the mirror, only to see the wise sovereign staring at him with a meaningful look in his eyes. Adonis couldn't be more familiar with that look. Whenever the wise ruler saw through someone's plan, and the person refused to admit it, the wise ruler would stare at them with the same kind of caring for the retarded look. Adonis had seen the wise ruler looking at her like this before. She would just turn around and leave without saying anything to the self-righteous wise ruler. But this time, she resisted the urge to leave. Instead, she took a deep breath and asked, "How did you know?" The wise ruler curled his lips and didn't answer. "I told you?" Adonis cursed. She hated people who didn't say much and had their thoughts wandered thousands of miles away. It wouldn't be a big deal if the wise ruler took the wrong path. Since you've guessed a small part of the truth, you should also know who sent me here. Adonis decided to go all out and said bluntly. So it's Angor who sent you here. The wise ruler nodded. Adonis, don't pretend, how could you not know? The wise ruler chuckled but didn't explain. He did know that Angor was the source of all this. However, it was Angor who asked Adonis to come. Or was it Adonis who heard that Angor promised to tell the wise ruler and came on her own? He didn't have a clear answer yet. These were two different concepts. If Adonis came on her own, then the wise ruler could be sure that Angor was bound by a contract and couldn't tell anyone about what happened in Moonlight Chamber. Since Angor was interested in sweet dreams, Adonis came to borrow something from the wise ruler in order to make up for Angor's loss. If it was Angor who asked Adonis to come, then something must have happened in Moonlight Chamber that was beyond Angor's expectation. Even without the contract, he couldn't tell anyone about it. It sounded the same, but it was actually very different. Especially when it came to the process. If Angor was bound by the contract, then the changes in Moonlight Chamber would be unpredictable. But if Angor wasn't bound by the contract and still didn't want to tell anyone, then the situation in Moonlight Chamber would change drastically. So much so that Angor didn't dare to tell anyone. Thus, Adonis' words of self-abandonment had provided the wise sovereign with even more information. I want to know. Is it because Angor can't come to see me, or because he won't? Adonis snickered. So, you think there are only two answers? The wise sovereign, are there other answers? Of course there are. He will come to see you. And soon, you will meet each other. The wise ruler was surprised. If Angor was willing to see him, why did he ask Adonis to come and talk about sweet dreams? While the wise ruler was puzzled, he heard footsteps coming from outside the hall. The wise overseer looked back and saw that Angor's group had already left the chamber and returned to the main hall. Angor even waved at the wise ruler with a smile as if he wasn't an outsider at all. When did you get here? Adonis spoke again before Angor could answer. They already left Moonlight Chamber when I came here. What? You didn't expect that, wise ruler? When Adonis mentioned wise ruler, her sarcastic tone almost overflowed from the mirror. What I hated the most in the past was to encounter variables, because variables represent uncertainty, and uncertainty is the biggest enemy of order. But after 10,000 years of peace, I changed my mind. Perhaps a variable will appear in the underground sewers to break the stagnant water. So, Angor's arrival is not a coincidence, but an inevitable one. As a variable, everything he did and the influence it would have, perhaps even he himself couldn't have predicted it. How could I have predicted it? With that, the wise ruler stood up from the warm blanket and walked toward Angor. This was the second time Angor came to the Sage Hall. Last time, in order to avoid being spied on by Adonis, they had talked in a secret room. This time, however, they were seated directly within the sovereign's palace, conversing with him. Adonis, who had been avoided by everyone before, was also present. She didn't take a seat. Instead, she hid behind a mirror on the wall and looked down at them. The candles on the gilded table were making hissing noises. The air was filled with the fragrance of candles. The ruler of wisdom's eyes never left Angor's body. It was as if time had stopped for him. After a long time, Adonis' image in the mirror snorted in annoyance. The Sage Hall chuckled. Is this the effect you want? What do you mean? Angor asked innocently. I'm sure you already know. The wise ruler glanced at Adonis and smiled at Angor. Angor still looked harmless on the surface, but his mind was as clear as a mirror, just as the Sage Hall said. He used the condition of whispering in Olaf's ear in the future to get Adonis to do something for him, and it was a very simple thing. It was to say one sentence to the wise ruler, borrow a sweet dream. As for whether Adonis could borrow sweet dreams, Angor didn't think too much about it. Of course, it would be best if she could. But it didn't matter if she couldn't. It seemed that Angor's request was pointless. But that wasn't the case. The Sage Hall's expression indicated that everything was going according to plan. He didn't want Adonis to borrow Sweet Dream. Instead, he wanted Adonis to use Sweet Dream to inform the wise overseer about what happened inside the Chamber of Poetry. However, this information didn't appear on the surface. It required the wise ruler to infer for himself. Judging from the current situation, the wise overseer was doing exactly what Angor wanted. Angor didn't know how far the Sage Hall could go, but he was sure the Sage Hall could tell that he was working together with Adonis. Once the Sage Hall thought about this, he would naturally wonder why Angor asked Adonis to borrow Sweet Dreams. He already promised Angor that he would lend Sweet Dreams to him. Why did he suddenly change his mind? As for the answer to this question, if one thought about it carefully, there were actually two possibilities. Either Angor was forced to change his mind, or he took the initiative to do so. Forced? For what reason? For what reason? For what reason, the Sage Hall's analytical ability could easily figure out the answer. But the answer wasn't important. No matter which direction Angor looked at it, they all pointed to one thing: something big happened in the Chamber of Poetry. This was what he wanted to tell the Sage Hall's mind. If everything in the chamber was normal, or if there were only minor changes, he could tell the wise overseer about what happened in there without any problem. But now, something big happened to the Chamber of Poetry, which meant his agreement with the Sage Hall had to be changed. Before this, Angor had an agreement with the Sage Hall. If he wanted to borrow sweet dreams, he had to tell the sage everything that happened in the Chamber of Poetry. But now, the Chamber of Poetry had changed so much that Angor couldn't decide if he should tell the Sage Hall or not. But Angor didn't want to give up on sweet dreams. So, he had to find a way to make the Sage Hall accept some changes. For example, he asked Adonis to come to the Sage Hall in advance to give the Sage Hall a warning. Another example was to raise the Sage Hall's expectations for the Chamber of Poetry. Then, Angor came to find a way out. As promised, he would tell the Sage Hall about what happened in the Chamber of Poetry. However, he couldn't go into details, so he could only give a general summary. That was the whole process. To put it simply, it was to raise the threshold and lower the expectations. Then, he would express his true intentions. What I can say is limited. I hope the wise ruler can accept this. It was a bit roundabout, but if Angor told the Sage Hall that he couldn't tell the sage everything that happened in the Chamber of Poetry, the Sage Hall wouldn't accept it. After all, they already had an agreement. Angor didn't want to lose the chance to borrow sweet dreams, which was why he used a roundabout way to tell the Sage Hall. Angor knew that he was being a jerk by trying to get something for free without fulfilling his promise. But reality forced him to do this. There were some things he couldn't tell the Sage Hall, such as Augustine's arrival. Before this, they did not know whether Augustine was still alive or not, so they could talk about him as they pleased. They did not even use honorifics and could use the excuse of "don't blame those who don't know." But now, Augustine really showed up, and his strength was still a mystery. Even if he wasn't a legendary yet, his great achievement of creating the Mirror of Truth was enough to make him a miracle. Besides, was Augustine really not a miracle wizard? It was hard to say. Even if he was only a legendary wizard, they still couldn't talk about him like they did before. This was a form of respect for someone with a higher position. Otherwise, if you angered someone with a higher position, they could easily turn you into ashes with a single thought. It was similar to how a wizard treated an apprentice. An apprentice had to show respect to all wizards, even if they were from hostile forces. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Of course, Y and Dorcas were exceptions. One had someone to rely on, while the other didn't mind. Besides, they were close friends. Their deep friendship allowed them to ignore such rules. However, Angor and Augustine weren't as close as Y and Dorcas. Augustine might think highly of Angor, but that didn't mean he would allow Angor to be disrespectful to him. Revealing information about Augustine without his permission would be disrespectful to Augustine. Therefore, Angor couldn't tell the Sage Hall about Augustine's arrival. And this was the source of the great change in the Chamber of Poetry. If the Sage Hall wanted to ask about it, he couldn't avoid it. Therefore, Angor had to find a way to convince the Sage Hall to take a step back. However, Angor still wanted to express his goodwill to the Sage Hall. Angor couldn't go into details, but if the Sage Hall already guessed Augustine's arrival, Angor wouldn't blame him. Was there a way for the Sage Hall to figure it out himself? There was. The key was Adonis. Adonis's appearance in the Sage Hall wasn't just the cause of everything. She could also indirectly become a witness to what Angor could and couldn't say. Based on what the Sage Hall knew about Adonis, as long as she spoke, the Sage Hall would be able to guess something even if she didn't say it in detail. Therefore, Adonis wasn't just a witness. She was also a way for Angor to express his goodwill. Of course, Adonis didn't know about it. Angor couldn't tell if the Sage Hall knew about it. Angor believed that the Sage Hall should be able to tell that he was trying to be friendly. But even if the Sage Hall did, Angor couldn't guarantee that the Sage Hall wouldn't cooperate. If the Sage Hall didn't accept his proposal, Angor would have to give up on sweet dreams. Anyway, Angor believed that he had already done enough. At the very least, he couldn't find any fault in his actions when it came to morality. He had an agreement with the Sage Hall, but it wasn't a contract. Of course, the Sage Hall also had the right to refuse to lend sweet dreams to Angor. Both Angor and the wise overseer knew what they were talking about, but they didn't say it out loud. Angor had already stated his bottom line and attitude. Now, it was up to the Sage Hall to take a small step back. The Sage Hall pondered for a moment and asked, "How's Alao doing?" Angor glanced at Adonis and signaled the Sage Hall with his eyes. "You shouldn't be asking me. Ask Adonis." The wise sovereign continued to ask, "How was Alao's contract broken?" The Sage Hall skipped the question of whether Alao's contract was broken or not, as if he was sure that Alao's contract had already been broken. Angor's response was to show a troubled expression, as if he wanted to say something. His meaning was clear. Whether or not he would answer this question would depend on whether the Sovereign of Wisdom was willing to back down, as well as whether or not Adonis was willing to let him speak. "So, you're not going to tell us anything about what happened in the chamber?" The Sage Hall narrowed his eyes at Angor. "Didn't the wise lord already know a lot?" Angor glanced at Adonis. The Sage Hall gave Angor a thoughtful look. He knew that Angor wouldn't talk about sweet dreams until he made it clear. The air suddenly became quiet, as if both sides were thinking about something. However, the quiet atmosphere did not last for long before it was broken by the other people on the field. This time, it wasn't Adonis. It was Dorcas. "Ugh." Dorcas let out a long sigh and yawned. He yawned and said to Wade, "Do you think it's tiring for them to talk like that?" Will rolled his eyes and mouthed a warning to Dorcas, "Don't drag me into this." Dorcas pursed his lips and looked at Cal. "What do you think?" Cal didn't dare to interrupt. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Dorcas wasn't angry at all. He didn't really want Cal to answer. He only wanted to break the silence. Count Black, who had been quiet all this time, spoke up. "Whether they're tired or not depends on what they think. You won't get an answer even if you ask someone else. But there are many times when you have to do something even if you don't want to. You're at the bottom of society, and you can't resist the orders that come and go. Most of the time, you have no choice but to accept them. Even I am no exception." At this point, the black girl looked at Dorcas. "So, the true freedom that you want is not something that can be obtained so easily." As soon as the black girl finished speaking, Wai whispered into Dorcas's ear, "I actually feel that true freedom is very good. As long as you become the lowest form of dust, no one will be able to restrain you. Why don't you give it a try?" Dorcas was ridiculed again because of his freedom. This time, he didn't bother to respond. Instead, he looked at Angor and waited for the conversation to turn around. Angor was talking to the wise ruler, but he still heard the conversation between Dorcas and Count Black. He felt tired as well, but just as Count Black said, he couldn't help himself most of the time. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the wise ruler. Besides, he still had the wood spirit with him, so he couldn't afford to offend the wise ruler. Therefore, he had to keep changing his mind and find the best path to take. Time slowly passed. Several minutes later, the wise ruler looked up at Angor. "As promised, I'll lend you Sweet Dream. But do you want to tell me, or do I have to ask you?" Angor didn't show any signs of surprise on his face, but he secretly sighed in relief. Maybe it was because of Count Dark's words, or maybe it was because the wise ruler saw Angor's goodwill. The wise ruler didn't say it out loud, but his words implied that the wise ruler accepted Angor's request and took a step back. Angor didn't try to hide anything. "If you want to know, wise ruler, feel free to ask. I'll try my best to tell you everything I can." Angor looked at Adonis, who was standing on the wall. "Lady Adonis, if you think there's something you can't say, please tell me in advance. I'll be careful." Adonis nodded. Her expression was still cold, but for the first time, she looked at Angor with a satisfied look. Clearly, Angor valued her opinion more than the wise overseer. She was glad to hear that. Unbeknownst to Adonis, Angor and the wise overseer exchanged glances at each other. Most of the time, silence could be taken as tacit consent. Then, why couldn't stopping him be taken as an answer? What do you think, wise ruler? The wise ruler chuckled. Very well. After he finished speaking, the stagnant atmosphere at the round table finally began to ease. Should I use the tome of truth? Angor asked. The wise ruler waved a hand. No need. Since the wood spirit is willing to follow you, as its teacher, I'm willing to trust you as well. Angor didn't change his expression, but he was speechless inside. Do you really believe me now? If you trust me because of the wood spirit, why did you use the tome of truth before going to the chamber of poetry? You may ask now, Sir Wise Ruler. Instead of asking about Alao, the sage began to ask about what happened to Angor's group. The first thing he asked about was the strange energy wave he sensed in the hallway. Angor glanced at Adonis and saw no reaction from her. The monster we ran into in that hallway is a flower-holding cherub from another world. Angor then explained the cherub's appearance and abilities in detail. The sage was also surprised when he heard about the abilities of Web and Red Wax. One could absorb energy, while the other could drive people insane. Both of them targeted one's mind space and spirit sea instead of physical objects. Just from the name alone, one could tell that they were not easy to deal with. How did you deal with the cherub? The sage asked curiously. Nothing. Angor scratched his head and put on a lucky look. It was quite obedient. It didn't do anything to us. It didn't do anything to Angor's group, the sage believed Angor. According to his observation, Angor and Black Count's progress was completely unhindered until they reached the entrance of the poetry room. But was the truth really as Angor claimed? Was he going to brush it off with such an understatement? He couldn't help but look at Adonis again, trying to find some clues from her eyes. After all, Adonis was the one who sent the cherub out. She must know something. Maybe the cherub wasn't obedient at all. Something happened in the poetry room that prevented Adonis from taking care of the cherub. Cherubs were creatures with low intelligence. Without Adonis' order, they probably wouldn't let Angor's group go just like that. Facing the sage's questioning gaze, Adonis remained silent for a moment. He's telling the truth. With that, Adonis lowered her eyes and didn't say anything else. The sage was sure that Adonis wasn't lying. However, he was also certain that there was more to this story. Also, judging from Adonis' silence and her attempt to avoid Angor's gaze, the sage had a bold idea. Could it be that Adonis didn't know what was going on either? Maybe it was just as Angor said. The flower cherub did not do anything strange. This was also what Adonis had seen, so it was not a problem for her to say that this was the truth. However, the truth was sometimes like a small pinhole in a wetland. It didn't seem like a big deal on the surface, and it could even be overlooked if one didn't pay attention. But inside, there might be a huge underground insect kingdom. Was he referring to the pinhole hole that connected the insect kingdom to the outside world? He only described the small hole on the surface, but the entangled roots, the crisscrossed paths, and the layers of the underground kingdom of insects that were hidden deep below the hole were all whitewashed by his eloquence. Even Adonis didn't know the exact reason. As soon as this conjecture came out, it quickly occupied the intellectual high ground. Actually, this conjecture was very bold. With the wisdom of the wise, they would not suddenly take such a big step and directly think about such a complicated situation. But he knew Adonis too well. Adonis's expression was like a writing board. Even if she always maintained a cold expression, her thoughts were completely reflected on the board. Adonis was also confused, but she didn't want to show it in front of the sage. So, she followed Angor's words and only told the superficial truth. This was why the sage dared to make such a bold conjecture. However, even if the sage already had a conjecture, he did not ask further. From all the signs, it was clear that Angor would not tell him the truth. Otherwise, why would Adonis look so doubtful? The wise man believed that he was closer to Angor than Adonis, but it was also because of this that he had to consider Angor's opinion. He didn't want to become Angor's enemy. In the future, he still hoped to use the wood spirits to establish a good relationship with Angor and Brute Cavern. With this in mind, the sage naturally wouldn't push Angor's bottom line. Besides, Angor was already full of mysteries. Adding a little more to the puzzle wouldn't be a big deal. With this in mind, the sage changed the subject and asked a new question. As far as I know, the Chamber of Poetry only allows Noah's descendants to enter. Why did all of you go in? This question had something to do with Augustine, but Angor wouldn't mention Augustine's name. Of course, Olao did have some say in this matter, so Angor's answer was mainly about Olao. However, Angor's answer also raised another question in the sage's mind. The sage had been wondering about this for a long time. Why did Olao value you so much? Or should I say, you? Angor's answer was still superficial. He briefly told the story of how he first met Olao in the arena and emphasized that he didn't know Olao's identity at that time. This meant that Olao already valued him back then. However, Angor didn't explain why Olao valued him. The wise overseer knew that Angor's answer would contain some secrets. What the wise overseer needed to do now was to figure out the hidden truth from Angor's answer. And Angor was quite cooperative when it came to guessing. Of course, as long as Angor wasn't involved. Because of this, the sage began to figure out something from Angor's answers. Angor was the one who changed the Chamber of Poetry, but he wasn't the only one. There was another key person involved. This key person wasn't someone who was present. Rather, it was a mystery person who only showed up in the Chamber of Poetry. As for who this mystery person was, the sage kept asking questions and trying to figure out his identity. The entire question and answer process lasted for about 20 minutes. The time taken to answer the question and answer might not exceed 5 minutes. Most of the time, the ruler of wisdom would be pondering. In the beginning, Angor would answer most of the questions asked by the sage. Even if most of the questions were nonsense, he would at least answer them. However, as the wise overseer found out more about the mystery person and asked more questions, Angor began to avoid the topic. While Angor was avoiding the questions, Adonis also kept interrupting, saying that she couldn't answer most of the questions. In the latter part of the process, Angor simply chose to remain silent. The sage knew that this was his limit. The wise overseer stopped and thanked Angor in a soft voice. He wasn't just thanking Angor for his answers, but also for inviting Adonis into this trap. Angor's kindness was the reason why Adonis got involved. Every time Adonis tried to stop Angor, she would provide the sage with a lot of useful information. Even though the wise ruler was still unable to reconstruct the situation in the Clear Sky Poetry Room, and there were still many puzzle pieces that had yet to be solved, he already had a general idea of what was going on. This was especially true after Adonis joined them. Many of the sovereigns didn't even dare to think about their own ideas. Because of Adonis' expression, gaze, and tone of voice, the sovereigns became bolder and bolder. Furthermore, the logic that they couldn't piece together at first slowly became more and more consistent. Angor didn't dare to reveal the identity of the mystery person, but he did give the sage a lot of information. With Adonis' help, Angor already had a general idea. Angor's kindness didn't go to waste. Even if his answers were limited, the result was still satisfactory. Therefore, the sage didn't hesitate to thank Angor. After the short session, the sage stopped thinking about the mystery person and asked Angor, "Sweet dream is in my secret chamber. Do you want to borrow it now or later?" Since he promised to let Angor have a look at Sweet Dream, he wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, it wasn't a trade, so the sage wouldn't feel bad about it. "Let's do it now," Angor said without hesitation. The reason he wanted to use Sweet Dream was simple. He wanted to see if Sweet Dream could be affected by the dream whelk. If it could, Sweet Dream might become the first mystery item to be pulled into the dream wasteland. Since the experiment was going to be quick, he did not need to do too much preparation, so he did not plan to drag it out. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could get rid of one of his worries. Very well. The sage stood up. "Please follow me." While the others remained in the hall, Angor followed the wise lord into the secret chamber they used to stay in. Or rather, the resting room. He thought the wise wizard would ask more questions when no one was around, but he didn't. But the sage didn't do that. He was still talking, but he wasn't talking about the Chamber of Poetry. Instead, he was talking about Sweet Dream. Earlier, the wise lord had told him many things about Sweet Dream, including how it came to be and how it came to be in the hands of the wise lord. The only thing he didn't mention was where Sweet Dream was now, and what the real effect of Sweet Dream was. Now, the sage was telling Angor about the effect of Sweet Dream. You've already guessed the negative effects of sweet dreams. You're right. Once you fall into sweet dreams, you won't be able to wake up without someone waking you up. However, the negative effects of sweet dreams don't stop there. Angor frowned. There are other effects? The sage nodded. Sweet dream is a sweet dream. Normally, it's easy to wake up from a sweet dream, but it's difficult to wake up from a sweet dream. Because of this, there are 3 kinds of negative effects. The first one is what you said. You need someone to wake you up. You can't wake up on your own. The second is that if you sleep in sweet dream for more than a day, you won't be able to wake up even if someone tries to wake you up. However, this negative effect is just my personal judgment. I tried everything I could think of, but I couldn't wake up witches after sleeping for more than a day. I don't know if you or anyone else has a way to wake someone up. In other words, this negative effect was still questionable. Perhaps there were other ways to wake someone up, but the sage didn't know what they were. Regardless of whether there was a way to wake someone up, this negative effect alone was a test of human nature. To use sweet dream, one had to find someone to wake them up. And if that person had the slightest evil intention, they might end up falling into eternal sleep. Besides, even if they were trustworthy, they might not actually be trustworthy. People were fickle. This was just like the lonely wooden house. If a person who was trapped in this wooden house wanted to leave, they could only convince others to accompany the wooden house in their place. And who would be the easiest to fool? Friends, of course. The closer a friend was, the easier it was to be tricked. In the lonely log cabin, at least one could stay awake and witness everything. But Sweet Dream wasn't the same. Once you fell asleep, you wouldn't know what was going on in reality. Even if your friends betrayed you, you wouldn't know. Therefore, the second negative effect of Sweet Dream was quite a test of human nature. However, while there was a way to deal with the second negative effect, the third negative effect was even worse. The third negative effect is addiction. Sweet Dream was like a poison. It would make you forget all your troubles and only allow you to indulge in it. If you became addicted because of this, even if you knew that sweet dreams were poison, you would still be willing to chase after them like a flock of ducks. You would rather sink into them than wake up. Sweet Dream, on the other hand, was very addictive. Normal people would get addicted after using it once or twice, the sage said. As for supernaturals, it depends on your self-control. The stronger your self-control, the stronger your resistance, and the more times you can use Sweet Dream. How many times have you used it so far, sage? The wise sovereign, about 30 or so times. I haven't become addicted to it yet, but every time I use it, it becomes more and more enticing. Maybe I'll get addicted after 100 times. Or maybe I won't be able to hold on after 100 times. But once you're addicted, you'll walk down a path of no return. Even if someone watches you every day, you'll still sleep for more than a day. Addiction means eternal sleep. The sage saw Angor's serious expression and patted his shoulder. But don't worry too much. You won't get addicted after using it once or twice. Angor nodded with a smile. He did not say anything about it. He didn't need to worry about the negative effects since he wasn't planning to use Sweet Dream anyway. He wasn't thinking about how the negative effects would affect him. Instead, he was trying to calculate the Huppa coefficient of Sweet Dream. The 3 negative effects announced by the wise overseer were like arsenic mixed with honey. It was extremely unpleasant. However, the so-called negative effects were only defined by wizards. Looking at it from a dialectical perspective, whether it was the so-called positive or negative effects, it was the nature of Sweet Dream as a mystery item. As long as he knew the properties of the mystery item, combined with Quolo's Huppa coefficient calculation method, he could estimate the Huppa coefficient of Sweet Dream. The Huppa coefficient was usually determined by the frequency of the disorder, the intensity of the disorder, and the overall range of the disorder. As for Sweet Dreams, based on the 3 negative effects, it was definitely lower than 40. The higher the Huppa coefficient, the more dangerous and unsolvable the condition was. On the other hand, the lower the coefficient, the safer and more stable the condition was. Generally speaking, the HUPA coefficient could be divided into three categories. Between 0 to 39, it was controllable. Between 40 to 69, it was half out of control. Above 70, it was completely out of control. Above 100, it was basically unsolvable. Sweet dream could be stored for a long time without actively affecting the environment, which meant it was mostly controllable. In that case, its HUPA coefficient would definitely not be high. It would definitely be below 40. After figuring out the general range, Angor began to analyze it one by one. The first negative effect was that someone would have to wake you up when you were drowning in sweet dream. This effect was not too big. It was similar to the effect of a mystery item he saw in Quolo's notebook. Mystery item, worryless fluid HUPA coefficient, 5 owner, an unknown carabit effect. When lying on the fluid, one's mind will be peaceful and all worries will be removed. However, as one's body falls into the fluid, one will eventually be devoured by the fluid and disappear in an unknown place. Note 1, if you are alone, don't use this thing. Note 2, the whereabouts of living beings devoured by the worryless fluid is unknown. Similar to the germinal organization, life signs could not be determined. It could be dead or alive. Note 3, there's an interesting story behind this mysterious item, but it's hard to tell if it's true or not. The above was Quolo's record of this mysterious object. Its negative effects were somewhat similar to sweet dream. Once one was in a state of tranquility, they would forget all their worries. At the same time, they would become lazy and unwilling to move. Tranquility could stop extreme emotions. However, if it was too peaceful, it would be swallowed by the fluid and disappear without a trace. Therefore, when using the fluid, there had to be at least 2 people with him. One person was using the fluid, and the other was ready to pull him out at any time. This was to prevent himself from falling into the fluid unknowingly. Although Quolo's note 3 about this mysterious item was not recorded in the original book, it was recorded in the supplement. It was said that the worryless fluid first appeared in an auction, and it was bought by a carabit. The reason why the carabit bought the worryless fluid made people dumbfounded. He bought the worryless fluid because he had done a lot of biological experiments. Many biological materials were difficult to process, and he could not just throw them away because there were traces of his experiments on these useless biological materials. If an outsider saw them, they might be able to reverse engineer his research topic. If he took a step further and his enemies saw them, it would be even more damaging to him. Although it could also be thrown into the exile space, the exile space was actually connected to the void. Even though the void was huge and there were countless layers of space, making it difficult for people to lock onto it, if there was an alchemy tool or even a location-type mysterious item, it was not impossible to find it. Therefore, the reason he bought the worryless fluid was to perfectly process these useless biological materials. As long as the biological materials were placed on the worryless fluid, they would disappear without a trace as the fluid slowly swallowed them. However, no one could lock onto the whereabouts of these biological materials. Just like until now, no one could lock onto the whereabouts of the people swallowed by the germinal organization. In other words, this carabit treated the worryless fluid as a trash can. This was one of the anecdotes that Quolo noted. Apart from these anecdotes, the solution to the negative effect of the worryless fluid was quite similar to sweet dream. One required someone to pull the victim out of the fluid to prevent the victim from being swallowed. The other required someone to wake the victim up to prevent the victim from falling into eternal sleep. The worryless fluid's HUPA coefficient was very clear. It was only 5. In other words, the first negative effect of sweet dream should also have a coefficient of 5. The second negative effect tested both one's character and willpower. In a way, it was similar to the lonely log cabin. However, the lonely log cabin had a wider range of influence. It could move randomly between several worlds and change its shape, making it impossible for people to identify its real body. Sweet dream, on the other hand, would not expand its range of influence. It was an extremely stable mysterious item. The lonely log cabin's coefficient was 14. Based on the second negative effect, sweet dream's coefficient should be lower than the lonely log cabin's. According to his calculations, the answer was about 6.873, which was about 7. This was in line with his estimation. However, with the addition of the first negative effect, the Hoopa coefficient of sweet dreams would be around 13. The third negative effect of sweet dream was the most serious one. It could lead to madness, and the only thing missing in between was addiction. Excessive use of sweet dream would lead to an addiction, which would directly change one's personality. The second negative effect would also put the user in an irrecoverable state. Angor did not find any similar mystery item in Quolo's notes. Still, the lack of evidence did not stop him from calculating the Hoopa coefficient. The answer he came up with was 11.7, which was about 12. With this, the Hoopa coefficients of the three negative effects were calculated, which added up to about 25. However, this did not mean Sweet Dream's Hoopa coefficient was 25. Normally, it would be lower than 25 because the three negative effects overlapped. The Hoopa coefficients of the overlapped areas were shared and could not be directly added together. As for which areas overlapped, it would depend on the overall effect. In other words, the positive effect of Sweet Dream also had to be considered. Coincidentally, the ruler of wisdom was also talking about the positive effect of Sweet Dream. Now that we're done talking about the negative effects, let's talk about the positive effects. The ruler of wisdom said, the positive effects are not that bad for wizards. Once you enter Sweet Dream, you will recover all your stamina, energy, and stamina in a very short time. Also, this recovery is not limited by the environment, the situation you're in, or the type of energy you're using. In other words, even in an energy vacuum environment, even if your energy was sealed, you could still break through the restrictions and recover your energy. For example, when Gluz's avatar was trapped in the pure white secret room by the Dalmatian, he had a tool like Sweet Dream, so he wasn't afraid of the energy seal of the pure white secret room at all. More importantly, Sweet Dream's recovery was not limited to any type of energy. In other words, wizards could recover their mana, psychics could recover their telekinesis, demons could recover their abyssal energy, barbarians could recover their blood energy, demons could recover their demon energy, and so on. This meant that Sweet Dream had a wide range of applications. Also, Angor heard that some supernatural races in this world possessed very powerful energy. However, their energy was fixed at birth and would disappear when they used it up. Could Sweet Dream also restore energy like that? Angor asked. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't hesitate at all. He said with certainty, yes. After pausing for a moment, the wise sovereign continued, although I haven't tested it yet, if you use Sweet Dream once, you will understand that its energy recovery effects are simply unreasonable. This was why Sweet Dream was called a mystery item. If it was just recovering energy, there were actually many ways to do it. However, Sweet Dream's energy recovery exceeded logic, law, and rules. It was completely unreasonable. Of course, using Sweet Dream to recover one's mana was a bit of a luxury. Sweet Dream had fallen into the hands of the Sovereign of Wisdom. Although it couldn't be considered mysterious and dusty, it still wasn't able to unleash its full potential. Even if Angor used Sweet Dream, it would not be much different from the Ruler of Wisdom. However, since both Angor and the Ruler of Wisdom had many ways to recover their energy, it would be easier for them to get rid of Sweet Dream's temptation. If a special race who could not recover their energy by themselves got Sweet Dream, even if they could fully utilize it, their entire race would eventually fall into eternal slumber due to overuse. There was always a trade-off. Generally speaking, Sweet Dream's positive effect was quite good. Moreover, it had a wide range of applications. It was a mystery item that could be used by anyone. Unlike the Dream Whelk, Angor was the only one who could use it. No one else would be able to use it. This kind of mystery item was also quite valuable. Even if it had very strong negative effects, it would not affect its strategic value. For this reason, Angor never considered buying Sweet Dream from the Ruler of Wisdom. He might not be able to afford it, and even if he could, the Ruler of Wisdom would not sell it to him. Generally speaking, Sweet Dream's positive effect would affect the Huppert coefficient. In other words, the Huppert coefficient of Sweet Dream was more than 25. However, Angor did not know how much. Unless he used the item himself, he would not be able to make a judgment. However, because Sweet Dream could be controlled, its Huppert coefficient range had been determined, which was between 25 and 39. Generally speaking, the Huppert coefficient did not affect the value of a mystery item. However, the closer the Hubbard coefficient was to 39, and the closer the Hubbard coefficient was to 69, the higher its public rating would be. The reason was simple. Many wizards devoted themselves to studying disorder, and some even actively tried to make mystery items lose their order. A Hubbard coefficient of 39 was only one step away from semi-disorder, while a Hubbard coefficient of 69 was also one step away from absolute disorder. Therefore, they had higher research value. But according to Quolo, the Hubbard coefficient was not a fixed value. If a mystery item was truly out of order, it would not change from 39 to 40. It would probably fluctuate even more. In fact, it was not impossible for a mystery item's Hubbard coefficient to jump from 0 to 70 or above. Therefore, the Hubbard coefficient of 39 and 69 were just superstitions. While Angor's mind was racing, the sage tapped on the wall. The wall rippled, and a hole that looked like a dog hole appeared on it. Angor's thoughts were interrupted by the noise. He looked back and saw the hole. Which one of the three treasures is this? Angor asked out of curiosity. Before the sage could answer, a familiar voice came from the hole. Thank you for keeping your promise, mister. I'm Debeo. Ah, it's you, Gungue. It's Debeo. Gungue, Angor said in a serious tone. The voice remained silent for a moment before sighing. All right, Gungue. Angor smiled and looked at the sage. Gungue, what are you doing here? The Sovereign of Wisdom sat off to the side, beaming as he said, Little Treasure told you before that sweet dream doesn't actually have a fixed form. It is sealed within a special mirror dimension, and I can enter it from any mirror. Angor nodded. He did remember such a thing. When the Lord of Wisdom mentioned Sweet Dream is in the secret chamber, Angor assumed that the Lord of Wisdom wanted to talk to him in private instead of really thinking that Sweet Dream was in the secret chamber. Xiaobao was wrong. I only have the key to that special mirror space. Gungue or Air Bao are the ones who can take me there. Sweet Dream was sealed by Laplace. She divided the key into two parts, one real and one illusory. I had the real key, while I gave the mirror key to Gungue. Only when the real and illusory keys are combined can the mirror space be opened. In other words, to find Sweet Dream, Angor needed the sage's permission and Gungue or Air Bao's help. The so-called Gungue can enter from any mirror space meant that either Gungue or Air Bao could pull the sage inside from any mirror space. After pausing for a moment, the wise sovereign took out an earring. The earring consisted of 4 silver ornaments with geometric shapes, 2 rectangles, 1 triangle, and 1 circle. The triangle was the outermost shape, while the 2 rectangles were intertwined inside the triangle. The circle was inside the rectangle, which slowly rotated with the wind. This earring is the real key, the sage said. I'll give it to you now, and Gungue will take you to the mirror space. Do you want to go now? The wise lord asked after handing the key to Angor. However, the wise overseer waited for a long time without receiving any response. He looked back and saw Angor standing there with his eyebrows furrowed. It seemed Angor was lost in thought. The wise lord was confused. Was there something wrong with what he just said? It was just a simple statement. Why did Angor freeze like that? The wise sovereign glanced at the dog hole next to him, wanting to ask Gungue for his opinion. Gungue seemed to understand the wise sovereign's intentions. He lowered his voice and said, when the Lord Ruler mentioned that Sweet Dream was stored in the mirror space, he suddenly became like this. Mirror space. I see. The wise lord chuckled as he realized something. On the other hand, Angor took a long time to recover from his thoughts. However, even though he had regained his senses, his tightly knitted brows still did not loosen. The wise lord chuckled. What's wrong? Are you worried about entering the mirror space? It sounded like the wise lord was sure that Angor was worried about entering the mirror space. After all, the mirror space was located in the realm of mirrors, and the realm of mirrors was extremely unstable for any living being or object in the material world. It was very likely that the mirror space would collapse soon after a living being entered. In the end, they would either get lost in the boundless realm of mirrors, or be trapped in the realm of mirrors and become a hollow being. The wise lord put a hand on Angor's shoulder. Don't worry. The mirror space is the outermost part of the realm of mirrors, and it's very stable. You'll be fine. Moreover, with Gung Gue leading the way, even if there's a problem, he can bring you back to reality smoothly. I'll make sure you're safe, mister. The wise ruler, or are you saying that you are worried about Gung Gue? Angor quickly waved his hands. Of course I trust him. Angor paused a little. I was just wondering if it's possible to bring my sweet dream into reality. No. The wise lord shook his head. Or rather, I don't have the ability to do that. I told you before that sweet dream doesn't have a physical form. It was Laplace's ability to find and seal it. Once it's released from the mirror space, it may directly disperse, and it will be very difficult to find and seal it again. At least, I can't do it. Angor frowned even harder after hearing the sage's words. If the Sovereign of Wisdom couldn't do it, then they probably couldn't either. This also meant that the sweet dream could not be brought into reality. That's a problem, Angor mumbled to himself. Why? The wise ruler looked at Angor with a puzzled look. Angor sighed. I was thinking that if I could bring it to the real world, I could use some lab equipment to study it. But if it's in the mirror domain, it's probably going to be hard for me to study it in depth. The sage was wondering why Angor was still frowning when he told him that the mirror space was safe. Now that he heard Angor's explanation, he was relieved. The wise lord was an alchemist as well as a scholar who loved to study any subject. He understood Angor's desire to study Sweet Dream all too well. If he were in Angor's shoes, he would also worry about not being able to conduct his research in the mirror domain. Besides, Angor once touched upon a mystery plane. It was understandable that he was eager to break through. The wise lord chuckled. Don't worry about it. Just go. You can bring your lab equipment inside. With Laplace's help, the mirror space is very stable. You won't be able to do any ordinary research. I've done some research on Sweet Dream before, and all my lab equipment is working fine. If you have any research ideas that need to cause a big commotion, you can tell Gung Gue. It will help you determine if the mirror space can handle your research. Angor considered for a moment. Thank you, wise lord, and Gung Gue. But even if I can study it in the mirror space, the laws of the mirror domain are different from the real world. It won't be easy to find anything. The wise lord nodded. You're right about that. However, the research itself is a process of overcoming difficulties. If you can overcome them, you'll find something useful. If you can't, it means Sweet Dream isn't compatible with you. How about you find another mystery item to study? The wise lord's last sentence sounded like a joke. However, Angor couldn't bring himself to laugh. Angor said he was worried about his research, but that was just a facade. His so-called research didn't exist at all. What he meant by trouble was something else. He was planning to see if he could pull Sweet Dream into the dream wasteland. That was what he meant by research. However, the premise of all this was that the Sweet Dream had to be in reality. Even if the dream whelk could affect Sweet Dream outside of the real world, Angor still couldn't figure out how to do it. He had to determine whether Sweet Dream could enter the dream wasteland or not. The dream wasteland was attached to the southern wizarding region. Only objects from the southern wizarding region could be pulled into the dream wasteland by the dream whelk. If Sweet Dream was in the mirror domain, it would be in another world outside of the southern wizarding region. Even the dream whelk wouldn't be able to pull Sweet Dream into the dream wasteland. Wasn't this a waste of effort? This was the real reason for Angor's frown. What's wrong? Anything else? The wise lord asked when he saw Angor's serious expression. Angor forced a smile. Nah. I'm just thinking about how I should get used to the mirror world and study Sweet Dream. Angor gave the wise lord an apologetic look. Before this, I said that I could do it right away. But I can't keep up with the changes. Now, maybe I'll have to wait a bit. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't seem to mind. Shrugging, he said, fine. If you are willing, you can spend a month here thinking. I've given you the key anyway. A month? That won't take that long. Let me think for a bit. That's right, said Angor. Sure. I'll wait for you here. The wise lord didn't mind. He sat down and began to think as well. For a moment, the lounge fell into a long silence. Both Angor and the wise overseer were thinking about different things. The wise lord used this time to think about the identity of the mystery man. Angor, on the other hand, was wondering if there were any other solutions. Time passed by slowly. Half an hour later, Angor was the first one to wake up. However, it didn't mean he had an idea. He had already activated his super calculator mode and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't come up with a perfect solution. He did have some more detailed and long-term ideas in his mind, but it was a little difficult to piece these ideas together at the moment. Since he couldn't come up with any new ideas, Angor decided to end his meditation. He didn't have a solution yet, but he wasn't going to give up. This was a rare opportunity, and it would be a waste to give it up. He planned to take it one step at a time. Maybe everything would be fine when he reached the end of the bridge. Not long after, the wise lord also woke up from his meditation. The wise lord looked a little absent-minded. He wanted to ask Angor about what he was thinking, but if the mystery man really was that mystery man, the wise lord's question might cause trouble for Angor. Thinking up to this point, the wise sovereign hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided not to ask. The wise overseer calmed himself down and smiled at Angor. "So, what do you think now?" Angor sighed. "I have some ideas. But there's a huge gap between ideas and reality. It's like making a dream come true. It's impossible. There's an abyss in between, and it's hard to cross." The wise god raised an eyebrow. "You're not as confident as you used to be." Angor didn't answer. Confidence? He just wanted to finish the test as soon as possible so that he could leave. But who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? Seeing Angor's hesitant look, the wise god tried to comfort him. "If you need my help, just tell me." "It's fine. I'm still." Angor was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, I know. I do have something I need your help with." The wise lord gestured for Angor to continue. "Can you get in touch with Laplace for me, Lord Sage?" The sovereign of wisdom hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you looking for Laplace so that she can cooperate with your research?" "Sort of." Angor shrugged. "I don't have any other ideas. I have to start from the source to see if I can find a solution." As for Laplace, not only did she discover the sweet dream, but she was also the one who gathered and sealed the sweet dream. She definitely had a deep understanding of the sweet dream. "So, I'm thinking that if she can help me with my research, I might be able to find a new solution." "I understand that you think that way. I can help you get in touch with Laplace," the wise sovereign said. "However, whether or not Laplace is willing to meet you is not up to me." As a matter of fact, Laplace wouldn't refuse if the wise ruler demanded to see Angor. However, the wise lord didn't intend to do that. It was true that he valued Angor, but Laplace was also important to him. The mirror world was a place he wanted to set up, and Laplace was one of the most important things he wanted to do. He could help Angor deliver the message, but it was up to Laplace whether she wanted to come or not. "I understand." Angor nodded. If Laplace was willing to come, he had some ideas. If she didn't, he would have to take things one step at a time. "Wait a moment." The wise lord looked at Gung Gue. "You heard our conversation, right? Go find Bao and tell him to tell Laplace if she wants to come." Gung Gue replied, "Okay." Then, the dog hole slowly closed and disappeared in a short while. Silence returned to the room after Gung Gue's departure. However, neither Angor nor the wise overseer thought about it. They simply looked at each other. Angor decided to break the awkward silence first. "By the way, I have some questions for you, wise lord. Can you help me?" The wise overseer didn't want the atmosphere to get tense. "What kind of question is it?" "About your training?" Angor shook his head. "No. It's about the truth of history." The wise lord narrowed his eyes. "You want to know about Nether City?" Angor quickly waved his hands. He didn't want to get involved in Nether City's affairs, especially after he learned something from Augustine. "It's not about Nether City. It's about something that happened before the origin world was separated from the southern wizardry region. Maybe it's about the general plane, or the truth of history." The wise lord was a little disappointed, but he didn't refuse. Go ahead. I'll see if I know anything. Without hesitation, he asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. His doubts were actually related to some of the unanswered questions he had during his conversation with Laplace. For example, the truth about the Panic Realm. When was the Panic Realm discovered? What about the terrifying scenes that Laplace saw in the empty mirror ocean? Awakened demons could awaken for the second time. Also, where did the huge mega city that was slowly rising in the Panic World come from? Since there were sorcerer cities in the Panic World during the Age of Meteoric Gold, it meant that the Panic World had the resources that the sorcerers wanted. But why was the rumor that the Panic World was barren and far away from the southern region, so there was no value in exploring it? Angor planned to ask Tree Spirit about these questions. But he didn't have anything else to do now, and the wise lord was an old antique who lived in that era. Maybe he knew something about the Panic Realm. About the Panic Realm. The wise overseer glanced at Angor's shadow. He knew why Angor asked about the Panic Realm. It must have something to do with the demon's second awakening. Actually, I don't pay much attention to the Panic World. This is the first time I've heard of the situation you've mentioned. But I have an old friend who likes to study different high-energy worlds. If there really was a wizard city in the Age of Meteorite, she should know something about it. Old friend? Do you mean Xianxia? The wise lord saw through Angor's thoughts and shook his head. Not Xianxia. You don't know her. Well, I don't think so. After all, she wasn't very famous 10,000 years ago. Yes. Just like me, she was left behind after the great changes in Nether City 10,000 years ago. But she wasn't strong enough to break through the bottleneck of Truthfinder, which limited her lifespan. Her body died 1,000 years ago. But her soul is still resting inside the Requiem Stone. She didn't enter Khazadar world. End of chapter. Wait a moment. I'll go wake her up. After saying this, the Sovereign of Wisdom stood up and walked out of the lounge. The door wasn't closed, so Angor could see that the wise man wasn't heading to the hall. Instead, the wise man went deeper into the hall, which was his bedroom. This was where the wise man rested in his true form, the three-eyed blue devil. Half a minute later, Angor heard the wise lord's footsteps returning. When the sage returned to his room, Angor noticed that there was a palm-sized statue in his hand. Perhaps the wise lord noticed Angor's gaze, because he put the statue on the table and smiled. This is where my old friend lives. I made this statue according to her appearance. The color of the statue was a thick white with a hint of beige. The light wasn't too harsh. It looked like milk that had been purified of impurities, smooth and smooth. The white color wasn't something that was added later. It was the original color of the material. This was very strange. One had to know that the material used for this statue was soul calming stone. Soul calming stone was usually gray or black. As for white requiem stones, they were extremely rare. However, the color of the stone didn't affect its effect. However, the more extreme the black and white requiem stone was, the longer it would last. Among them, the white requiem stone lasted about twice as long as the black requiem stone. In other words, a soul placed in a black requiem stone could be kept safe for 500 years. A white requiem stone could keep the soul safe for 1,000 years. Depending on the purity of the color, the number could be even higher. Judging from the quality of the white requiem stone, Angor estimated that the soul inside it wouldn't show any signs of corruption for at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. Of course, that was only if the soul was in a peaceful state, or in a dormant state. If the soul was already awake, and the soul's self-consciousness was more extreme, it could still become an undead creature inside the requiem stone. Of course, the chances of that happening would be much lower than outside. A white requiem stone could last longer, but its effect was similar to that of a black requiem stone. Angor could always use a black requiem stone until it ran out of energy and replaced it with a new one. This kind of price-performance ratio was actually the highest. However, the wise sovereign didn't choose to do so. Instead, he placed his old friend in the white requiem stone. On one hand, it showed how much he valued his friend. On the other hand, it was probably because he wasn't confident in his own lifespan. Putting aside the material, the carving technique of this statue was very exquisite. The tranquil young girl sat quietly on a large rock. The hood of her cloak naturally fell down, revealing her coiled hair. He had grasped the details and charm of the sculpture. From the sculpture, he could tell that the girl had a quiet and gentle personality. This meant that the sovereign of the Wise's sculpting skills were excellent. This kind of carving technique was obviously from an academic school. It was very orderly and not messy at all. Most likely, the wise sovereign had also studied at an art school established by mortals. The carvings of the academic faction were usually all exquisite, and the overall level was definitely better than those of the liberal faction. However, there were fewer top-notch carvings than there were in the liberal faction. Angor also belonged to the academic faction when it came to carving. Fortunately, his academic faction combined the characteristics of the wizarding civilization and Earth civilization, which allowed him to stand on the shoulders of giants and create better works. However, he still didn't have a top-notch sculpture that he could create on his own. Still, compared to other alchemists in the wizarding world, Angor still had an advantage in this regard. At least, he believed that his own sculpture would be better than the one done by the wise sovereign. The wise sovereign saw Angor staring at the sculpture and couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Do you know my old friend?" "Huh?" Angor was a little taken aback when he realized that the wise sovereign misunderstood him. Angor cleared his throat to cover it up. "No, I don't. It's my first time seeing a white requiem stone, so I'm a little surprised." "I thought you knew my old friend," the wise sovereign said, "but I won't be surprised if you do know her. After all, your arrival itself is filled with the flavor of a legendary story. You can tell me you know the Lord of Nether City, and I'll gladly accept it." Angor didn't know what to say. Was this a compliment or a joke? Or was he trying to sound me out? Angor didn't want to think too much about it, so he just took it as a compliment. "The wise ruler, I've already called out to this old friend of mine. She should be waking up soon. Before she wakes up, let me tell you about her situation. Before the wise sovereign could finish, a high-pitched female voice echoed in the room and drowned out the wise sovereign's words. "Ah." The wise sovereign covered his ears and kept yelling, "Stop. Stop." The wise sovereign didn't know how many times he had to yell before the high-pitched voice finally stopped. Before the sovereign of the wise could say anything, a wave of curses came crashing down on the sovereign of the wise. The female voice didn't repeat the same curse words. After a long while, the wise sovereign finally calmed down when his eyes turned red. "Unlucky, too unlucky. Why is it that when I wake up, I still see a stinky old man like you pretending to be young? Where is hell? Where's Nether City? Didn't you tell me to wait for Nether City to come? Where is Nether City now? Tell me, where is Nether City? Don't tell me this little wizard is Nether City?" The female voice paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't tell me he's a descendant of Nether City?" It took the wise sovereign a while to recover from his stupor. "Can't you be a little more reserved, Carolyn?" The female voice had already slowed down, but upon hearing the wise sovereign's words, her voice rose once more. "What did you say? Reserved and reserved? I don't have that kind of thing." Fine, fine, fine. You don't, the wise sovereign said. "Calm down then. At least let me finish. What are you trying to say?" "I won't listen to any explanation." The wise sovereign didn't know what to say. Carolyn said, "Now, tell me, who is this little wizard? Is he a descendant of Nether City?" The wise sovereign. "Didn't you refuse to listen to any explanations?" "Well, except for this one." The wise sovereign resisted the urge to curse. He kept saying in his heart, "This is a dead person, this is a dead person, she's already dead. I have to treat her calmly." Yes, calmly. After suppressing the restlessness in his heart, the wise sovereign said, "Don't worry, he's not a descendant of Nether City. However, 10,000 years have passed. I believe Nether City should have descendants." "Shut up." Carolyn said, "I won't allow you to slander my Lord Nether City." He was clearly speaking the truth. There was no slander. The wise sovereign wanted to cry but had no tears. However, in front of Nether City's #1 fan, the flower of Nether City, Carolyn, he could only endure. "As long as you're happy. However, can you really bear to see your Lord Nether City remain single for 10,000 years? Carolyn snorted coldly. Women are the most poisonous poison. My Lord Nether City definitely can't and definitely won't be contaminated by women. Aren't you a woman? I'm a woman, so I'm also a poison. But my poison won't harm Lord Nether City. It will only harm other men, especially those who pretend to be young and innocent like you. The wise ruler sighed helplessly in his heart. What he couldn't deal with the most was a woman like Carolyn who was unreasonable in the eyes of others, but whose own logic was self-consistent. Also, he hadn't argued with Carolyn for a long time. Carolyn's insults were still as fierce as ever, while he had become much weaker. As expected, it would be better to let Carolyn out from time to time. She could bring some excitement to the quiet underground sewer. While the wise sovereign and Carolyn were arguing, Angor quietly watched them from the side. At the same time, he re-evaluated the wise sovereign's sculpting skills. Earlier, he thought the wise sovereign was an academician who perfectly displayed the character of the sculptor. But now, it seemed he misunderstood. The wise sovereign wasn't an academician or a liberal. He was a dreamer. Forcefully turning a woman with an open personality into a quiet and peaceful woman, this was simply a great ideologue. Angor sighed in his mind. He now looked at the wise lord with more respect. The wise sovereign also noticed Angor's expression. He didn't know why Angor was looking at him like that, but he didn't forget his business. By the way, Carolyn, let me introduce you to, I don't want to talk to someone unrelated to me. Don't bother me. I'm going back to sleep. This time, I won't wake up until Lord Nether comes. Hold on. Even if you don't care about me, you should at least care about the Elder of Books, right? The air around them turned silent. After a short while, Caroline said, Elder of Books? What's his relationship with the Elder of Books? He's from Brute Cavern, and he's a good friend of the Elder of Books. Didn't the Elder of Books help you before? You can't just leave for the sake of the Elder of Books, can you? Humph. Even if he's from Brute Cavern, it doesn't mean he's a good friend of the Elder of Books. Hey, little wizard. You're a good friend of the Elder of Books, aren't you? Caroline asked. I don't know what you mean by good. If you're talking about getting along well, then I'm fine with the Elder of Books. If you're talking about close friends, then, no. Angor was telling the truth. However, both the wise sovereign and Carolyn remained silent. You met the Elder of Books? Carolyn asked after a while. Yes, said Angor. Alone? Carolyn asked again. Yes. Angor nodded. The air around them fell silent again. But this time, the silence was quickly broken by a flash of light. The statue on the table emitted a faint light. Then, a human-shaped soul slowly floated out of the statue and sat down next to the wise sovereign. And this soul was Carolyn. Before this, Carolyn had been talking inside the Requiem stone statue. She didn't show herself until she heard that Angor had met with the Elder of Books. The wise sovereign statue was a dreamer. He even imagined Carolyn's temperament as a quiet woman. However, when it came to facial features, the wise sovereign didn't let his imagination run wild. Carolyn looked exactly the same as the statue. The only difference was that her body was enlarged. Her temperament was very similar to her shrewdness when she spoke. Even though she no longer had a physical body, one could still feel her willful aura just by looking at her soul. This is my old friend, Carolyn, the Flower of Hell. The wise dominator gave Angor a thoughtful look before introducing her to Angor. He paused for a moment before adding, Flower of Hell means a flower in Hell City. Oh right, she changed this nickname after Nero left. Carolyn rolled her eyes at the wise sovereign. No one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Angor smiled but didn't say anything. However, he immediately changed his nickname after Nero left. This operation was strangely familiar. Isabella from Dark Castle did the same thing. However, Isabella was much better than Carolyn. As Isabella's apprentice, Isabella immediately changed her name to Isabella. At the same time, she changed her nickname to Twilight Queen. Isabel's nickname was the Twilight King. Half of the wizarding world was shocked by what she had done. For several years, the Queen of Dusk of Dark Castle was the talk of the town. Thus, when the wise ruler said that Carolyn had changed her title, he wasn't very surprised. At the very least, the flower of hell could be explained as a flower in Hell City. As for the Twilight Queen and the Twilight King, the connection between the titles was inseparable. The wise sovereign didn't mind Carolyn's attitude. This is Angor. As I said, he's from Brute Cavern. I don't think you want to know anything else about him. But he helped me a lot when he showed up in the underground sewer. He's an anomaly. The first anomaly to appear in the underground sewer in 10,000 years. Carolyn asked, and then? What does that have to do with me? The wise sovereign said, he had some questions about the general planes that I couldn't answer, so I recommended you to him. Carolyn frowned. So, you woke me up for such a small matter? The wise sovereign nodded. Carolyn rolled her eyes again and looked away. She didn't want to talk to the wise sovereign at all. However, Caroline's attitude toward Angor was much gentler than before. Since you're from Brute Cavern, you can ask the Elder of Books if you have any questions. Like you said, Miss Carolyn, these are all trivial matters. If I ask the Elder of Books about these things, he'll probably kick me out. That's true. Caroline changed her posture and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I met the Elder of Books once, and he answered some of my questions. I respect the Elder of Books a lot. Since you're in contact with the Elder of Books, I'll listen to your questions. End of chapter. Panic Realm? Carolyn frowned. Why are you interested in this gray world? Carolyn suddenly thought of something. It's fine if you don't want to answer. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. I just didn't expect someone to be interested in this world when Moonfrost Union already told us that it's a barren one. Carolyn was no longer as crazy as before. Her tone also became gentler and more considerate. It's fine. It's not a secret, and the wise overseer knows about it. It's because I'm raising a demon. As Angor spoke, the shadows on the ground began to move. Soon, a leopard-shaped shadow with a blue lantern on its head appeared and stopped beside Angor. Huh? Is that an awakened demon? Yes. It's called Elmi. When Carolyn saw Elmi at first, she was a bit surprised and cautious. But when she saw Elmi standing beside Angor obediently, she showed great interest in her new friend. A demon dweller who has only awakened once actually listens to you? Are you related to those liberators? Liberators? This was the first time Angor heard this name. I don't know what a liberator is. Elmi listened to me for other reasons. But I can't tell you why. Since Angor didn't want to tell her the reason, Carolyn didn't ask. However, she was still looking at Elmi in amazement. You were actually able to accomplish something that so many magi were unable to do in the past. Carolyn said, it seems that you are not an ordinary magus without a story. There's a short story that isn't very interesting. But I'm still an ordinary wizard. The wise overseer spoke in a soft voice. Ordinary wizards can reach the mystery plane? Or is it common practice in the outside world to be humble? That's not a good habit. Being humble once in a while is etiquette. Excessive humility is hypocrisy. The wise overseer was obviously joking. Angor considered for a moment and replied in a serious tone, humility isn't the norm. But recently, a lot of big shots in Brute Cavern like to call themselves newbies. As he spoke, he recalled the conversation he heard in the trees. Ever since the Shukun development team released a beta version, this version allowed players to customize their names, which also meant that they could disguise their identities. Therefore, many big shots pretended to be newbies. Among them, Tree Spirit was the happiest. Tree Spirit especially liked to comment on the published research topics in the Tree Group's forum. Even if there were no major problems with the topic itself, he liked to pick out the thorns and argue. And his usual trick was to pretend to be a newbie, pretend to worship, provoke a dispute, attract a crowd, then throw out the flaws of the other party, and finally reveal his identity to make a two-level reversal. Tree Spirit was very familiar with the whole process and routine. Did Tree Spirit hear about the story of Mito from John? How did he find the inspiration for such a cliché face-slapping? Well, the culture of Brute Cavern is quite interesting. The wise overseer was going to say vulgar, but when he remembered that Brute Cavern still had 3 ancestor souls, he swallowed his words. Angor only smiled. He touched mystery level? You're saying that he's the mysterious alchemist? Carolyn suddenly asked the wise ruler in a hesitant tone. Not yet. But I can't say for sure in the future. Caroline remained silent for a moment before she muttered. So he's not an ordinary wizard. Forget it. I don't care if your story is interesting or not, short or long, it doesn't matter. I might ask more questions when I was alive, but now that I'm dead, I don't have time to care about the lives of the living. Caroline paused and looked at Angor. Back to your question. You said you want to know the truth about the Panic Realm? Angor nodded. That's too vague a question. It's a classic scolding question. I don't know how you define the truth, nor what kind of truth you want to know. So, you better make it clear, or I won't know how to answer it. Carolyn, besides, I've never been to the Panic World, so my understanding of the Panic World is definitely one-sided. If you want the truth from me, I can't answer such a heavy question. Caroline looked at Angor with concern in her eyes. She didn't say it out loud, but her intense gaze revealed her thoughts. If you ask such a scolding question again, don't blame me for not respecting the elder books. Angor considered for a moment. Can an awakened demon awaken again? What do you mean? Moonfrost Union said the Panic Realm is a barren place. Is that true? And, Caroline cut him off. Stop. One question at a time. Since I'm awake, I won't go back to sleep so soon. You don't have to tell me everything. Tell me, what do you want to know the most right now? Angor considered for a moment. Can an awakened demon awaken again? What's the condition for awakening again? Carolyn said, you can awaken again. As for the condition, I don't know. Or should I say, no one knows. Every awakened demon has a different condition. It's like the awakening of a demon. Maybe you can wake up after drinking a little wine? Transcendence? Carolyn said, the so-called transcendence is the second awakening you speak of. A successful awakened demon will shed its demon appearance and regain its human form. Also, its madness and rebelliousness will be suppressed. It means they regained their wisdom and conscience. This type of awakened devil cultivator is known as a transcendent. I know you're wondering, what's the relationship between transcendence and transcendence? Angor nodded. She was right. When he heard the word transcendence, he thought of the transcendence that Caroline mentioned earlier. Transcendents are the same as transcendence. Carolyn said, transcendent is what devil dwellers who have awakened twice call themselves, liberated is what wizards, unawakened devil dwellers, and the ordinary people of the Panic World call these devil dwellers who have awakened twice. Transcendence and transcendence are both saying goodbye to the past. One is pretending to be free and easy, while the other is forced to say goodbye. Caroline paused. Speaking of which, no one knows the condition for awakened demons to transcend. But awakened demons know it themselves. Or should I say, they subconsciously know what to do in order to transcend. However, it's also because the awakened devils themselves understand how to awaken for the second time that the Panic World is even darker. Caroline mentioned the darkness of the Panic Realm again. This was her general impression of the Panic Realm. For example, Loft's world was a world of madness that terrified people. In Caroline's opinion, the Panic Realm was a world of darkness. A darkness of sorrow that surrounds the Panic Realm. They call it transcendence, liberation, or transcendence, but they're still trapped in it, and they're sinking deeper and deeper. The reason why Carolyn said that was because the appearance of the awakened devil race was a tragedy in itself. Demons were born to protect ordinary people. But once awakened, they would become the enemy of ordinary people, and they would even eat ordinary people as food. And the awakened demon had a vague idea of the direction of their evolution, transcendence. Awakened demons would keep moving toward transcendence. When they truly transcended, their conscience would be restored. How would they feel when they looked back at all the things they did after awakening? This was definitely a test for the human heart, and it was also a tragedy for human relationships. While lamenting, Caroline couldn't help but look at Elmi again. Elmi was still under Angor's control and didn't know what was going on. But what would happen if it awakened again and became a liberated being, and its conscience recovered? Normally speaking, once awakened, a demon would attack its family and friends first. Suppose Elmi was the same. After transcendence, it realized that it had killed or even eaten its family and friends during its awakening. Would Elmi go crazy? Could it really transcend and be liberated? Normal people, fiendish demons with fiendish demon blood, awakened fiendish demons, and liberated people. This entire closed loop was like a meticulously planned tragedy. It was precisely because of this that Carolyn kept emphasizing that the panic realm was a gloomy world. Carolyn's explanation basically told him the truth he was looking for. What Angor wanted to know the most was whether Elmi's awakening would be a good or bad thing for him. Would it become even crazier? Angor already had the answer. Whether it was good or bad, he had to think about it. If Elmi awakened again, it would become a liberator. The liberator would regain his conscience, which meant he would become a normal person again. As for whether the liberator would become cold-blooded again, it would depend on how tough the liberator was. Now that he knew the answer to Elmi's question, Angor was even more curious about the panic realm. Just as Carolyn had said, everything in the panic world was like a well-designed tragedy. And it was a tragedy for human relationships that was inevitable. If the stage of this tragedy was the entire panic realm, then who was the audience? Who was the one who designed such a script? Caroline shook her head. Maybe the audience is us, or maybe it's an outsider. But I don't know who designed this tragedy. Maybe it's the consciousness of the panic realm, or maybe it's an even more powerful supernatural creature. Carolyn sighed softly. This was once the truth that I wanted to find out. Unfortunately, I'm no longer able to do so. The universe was filled with endless mysteries, but a person's life was limited. Carolyn's self-pity caused the atmosphere to turn a little sorrowful. Angor remained silent for a moment. Existence is reasonable. So is the existence of a soul. Since the consciousness is still alive and exists in this world, we shouldn't stop searching for the end. Carolyn paused for a moment before she giggled. Pfft. Her laughter broke the silence and dispelled the faint sadness in the air. Am I being comforted by a little wizard? Caroline said, your words are too idealistic. But, thank you. Angor, right? I'll remember your name. You're much more likable than that old wise overseer. Angor remained serious. It's not an idealism. It's a fact. I've seen people who fused their bodies with items, but still waited for the flame to reignite. Caroline asked, are you talking about Xianxia? I'm not like her. I've seen people who were trapped in one place for 10,000 years, but still hoped for hope. Carolyn asked, you mean the wise ruler? Don't use him as an example. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he continued, I've seen people who lost their bodies and souls, but still didn't give up searching for knowledge. I've seen people who died when they were still young and turned into souls. They stayed alone among the undead, waiting for the light. I've also seen people whose souls fell into the abyss. Only their consciousness survived, but they still didn't give up searching for the future. Even people like that are still searching for the end. Why do you think you can't find the path ahead, Lady Caroline? Angor lowered his eyebrows. Maybe my view is shallow. I think Castel World exists for a reason. If I'm in your shoes, I'll try to find a way to explore the end of Castel World and find the meaning of souls. As soul wizards always say, death isn't the end. It's the beginning of another journey. Carolyn's smile disappeared. She seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the wise overseer was looking at Angor with a surprised look. Angor's words didn't sound very convincing. 1,000 years ago, after Caroline's death, the wise overseer also said something similar, but Caroline didn't take it seriously. Maybe it was because Angor was a stranger she just met. Humans were often willing to confide in strangers, and they were more willing to listen to strangers. If Caroline listened to Angor this time, the wise overseer would really thank Angor. Caroline didn't think for long. She quickly regained her composure and even had the mood to crack a joke. I'm going to change my name to Angor's Flower. Is it too late? Angor didn't know what to say. Caroline saw Angor's speechless expression and laughed even louder. However, she was probably the only one who knew what was going on in her mind. Let's talk about something else later. Do you have anything else you want to know? Angor quickly nodded. Yes. You know about Moonfrost Union, Lady Caroline? Is it true that the panic realm is barren? By the time Caroline died, the Moonfrost Union had already begun its planar expeditions for hundreds of years, the wise ruler explained. The wise ruler replied on Caroline's behalf, although we won't leave the underground sewers, we will still collect information from the outside world regularly. So Caroline knew about the Moonfrost Union. I rarely paid attention to the southern wizarding region when I was alive. But from the journals the wise ruler gave me, I learned a lot about the foolish things the southern wizarding region did in the past 10,000 years. Stupid? What a strange topic. Caroline said, there are no less than 100 stupid things that I can sort out that will have a major impact on the course of history. Among them, the establishment of the Moon-Frost Alliance is at least in the top 50 stupidity rankings. Why? Angor didn't really like the Moonfrost Union, but he had to admit that the Union brought a lot of benefits to the southern wizarding region during planar expeditions. Everyone knew that capturing a descendant of a demon god would have a huge impact on the demon god, but all the major organizations still followed him to the abyss. To a large extent, it was because the Moon-Frost Union had given the major organizations a lot of benefits. Of course, there were also magi like Rhine and the Black Earl, who stood at the peak of the southern region. They helped Monchi because they wanted to see if Monchi's path was right. But they were few and far between. Most of them cared about the benefits the Moonfrost Union brought them. Whether it was the rewards from planar expeditions or the outposts in the Abyss Plain, they all helped the southern wizarding region a lot. Sunder's experience was a good example. When Sunders was an apprentice, he didn't spend most of his time in Brood Cavern. Instead, he followed the Moonfrost Union's expeditions to explore different worlds. Even after becoming a wizard, Sunders still helped the Union from time to time. For example, Sunders used a sorcerer's garden to help the Moonfrost Union smuggle in some otherworldly creatures, or to guard a foothold city in Abyss Plain. Sunders didn't always want to do those things. He didn't refuse them because he could get something out of them. Besides, he used to follow the Moonfrost Union's expeditions, which gave him a lot of benefits. Even though he didn't like Moonfrost Union, he still saw its value as an organization. He didn't think it was a stupid thing to do. Caroline said, I know what you're thinking. The Moonfrost Union's planar expeditions did inject new power into the southern wizarding world. However, you can't judge a book by its cover. Would you not go on expeditions without the Alliance? Also, the Moonfrost Alliance is essentially a group of abandoned children. The abandoned child's report for warmth? There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind this statement. Angor looked at Caroline in confusion and waited for an answer. However, Caroline said indifferently, abandoned pawns mean that they were once brought to the table. And who can bring them to the table? A stronger organization? Caroline said, that's right. However, this even stronger organization doesn't exist in the Southern Territory, but in the Origin world. To put it bluntly, the wizard organizations in the Moon-Frost Alliance are all pawns of some forces in the Source world. In their own words, they are called agents. Most of the organizations in an alliance are chess pieces of the past, abandoned pieces of the present. It sounds interesting, but think about it carefully and you'll see a lot of potential problems. Caroline continued, since they're pawns, they can't all be the same. In other words, when these organizations were still agents, there were enemies among them. In fact, most of them were enemies. Because the passage between the Southern Territory and the Origin world was cut off, these pawns became abandoned. Now, they're forced to form an alliance. It looks like they're doing well, but how long can they last? As long as the forces behind them return, the Moonfrost Union will definitely erupt. If that's not stupid, then what is? Also, take a closer look. After the Moonfrost Union was established, they offered a lot of benefits in the hope that more wizard organizations would join them. But have you seen any large wizard organizations join them? Angor thought about it carefully and didn't think so. Most of them were small or medium-sized organizations. However, when these organizations worked together with Monkey's power, even a super-organization like Brood Cavern would have to stay away. Why didn't the large organizations join the Moonfrost Union? The reason is simple. Large adept organizations have their own power and influence. Their existence is not some sort of agent. Like the Temple of Prophets behind Starliege Church? Angor nodded again. Caroline nodded with a smile. You know quite a lot. Yes, the Temple of Prophets is behind Starliege Church. Not just Starliege Church. Brute Cavern might look like it's only based in the southern region, but there are many wizards from Brute Cavern in the Origin World, and many of them have established their own organizations. If you go to the Origin World right now, just tell them that you're from Brute Cavern, and you'll have a bright future. You don't have enough resources to become an agent. Why do you need to join the Moonfrost Union if you have enough resources? This was the first time Angor heard that the Moonfrost Union used to belong to different organizations. No wonder Carolyn called the creation of the Moonfrost Union stupid. Why did agents exist? For war, for resources. But now, these agents were working together. Once the organizations behind them returned to the southern region, there would be a lot of trouble waiting for them. Of course, it wasn't impossible to avoid such trouble. It all depended on Monkey's wisdom. Angor wanted to ask more questions about the Panic Realm after learning the truth about the Moonfrost Union. But when he thought about Carolyn's ranking of stupid things, he couldn't help but ask, "What's the number one stupid thing in your mind, Lady Carolyn?" Cutting off the passage between the Origin World and the southern region, of course, Carolyn replied. "Humph. Those idiots think they can let the southern region develop by themselves by cutting off the portal. They'll only marginalize themselves. People from the Origin World have other ways to get to the southern region, even if they don't use the portal. But if they want to go to the Origin World, they won't be able to do so." Who did that hurt? In the end, he still hurt himself. Just look at how many legends the southern region gave birth to after the passage was cut off. If Count Dark was here, he would probably feel the same way. He wanted to go to the Origin World, but he couldn't. If the portal still existed, Count Dark wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Angor didn't care too much about this matter. The main reason was that he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Origin World, and he had a way to go there. However, he also understood why Carolyn would put this matter at the top of the list of stupid things. From a macro perspective, this was indeed a stupid thing that neither harmed others nor benefited oneself. Although Angor wanted to ask more about other stupid things on the list, he thought about it and decided not to. Gossip once was enough. Now was not the time to chat leisurely. Since the Moonfrost Union has a force from the Origin World behind them, then, is the description of the Panic Realm in the expedition log also instructed by this force? Or is the Panic Realm really as barren as described by the Moonfrost Union? Carolyn, I don't know if it's instructed by the force behind them. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be. There must be a deviation in the dissemination of the information. However, whether it's a deviation caused by a misunderstanding or really instructed by a force behind them, it doesn't matter. Because if it's me, I'll also agree with the Moonfrost Union's description. The Panic Realm isn't barren, but the materials there all carry a very deep world brand. The so-called world brand, to put it simply, was local characteristics. Just like the same kind of plant, due to the different environment and climate, there would be two completely different varieties. This variant was the so-called local characteristics of the place. If it was expanded to the world level, it could also be understood like this. If the local characteristics of the materials were heavy, then it would be very difficult to transplant them. If the local characteristics were not so heavy, that was, if the world brand was not too deep, it could be improved and planted in other worlds. There was a very extreme example, glowing velvet. Glowing velvet was the main material of glowing velvet potion. It was not a native magic plant in the wizarding world, but it could take root and sprout in the wizarding world without any improvement. In other words, glowing velvet did not have the symptoms of acclimatization at all. This was a typical representative of a weak world brand. How heavy is the world brand in the Panic Realm? Once the materials there leave the Panic Realm, the supernatural power in them will be lost at an extremely fast speed. In other words, if you don't want those materials to be too affected, you have to spend time in the Panic Realm and process the materials before you can take them away. The so-called process was like alchemists, refining the materials into semi-finished products and directly eliminating the world brand from the root. In this way, taking away these semi-finished alchemy products would not be affected. Carolyn, in order to make more efficient use of these materials in the Panic Realm, some wizard forces in the Origin World tried to build cities in the Panic Realm. At this point, Angor recalled the scene described by Laplace. Sorcerer cities rose up in the sky above the Panic Realm. A large number of sorcerers flew towards the sorcerer city in the light. The whole scene could be said to be full of historical poetry. These cities were probably what Carolyn said, cities built by the wizards in the origin world to use the materials in the Panic Realm. Carolyn, but do you know what happened to these wizard cities? Angor. Something went wrong? Based on Carolyn's way of asking, Angor did not need to think too much to know that these wizard cities must have encountered some problems. Either it had encountered a major accident, or it had simply crashed. As expected, Carolyn nodded, all of them crashed, and countless magi died or were injured. Among them, no less than 10 legendary wizards died. Both Angor and the wise overseer were taken aback by his words. There were many wizards in the origin world, but legendary wizards were still very rare. 10 of them died at once. This was definitely a great tragedy. Moreover, the legendary rank included wizards from level 4 to level 6. If there were level 6 wizards among them, they were already comparable to some of the ancient ones in the abyss. If legendary wizards were to be compared to demon gods, 10 demon gods had fallen in this battle. In the southern wizarding world, there was no need for 10 demon gods. Even one demon god would encounter a crisis similar to the end of the world. One could imagine how terrible this tragedy in the Panic Realm was. Why did they die? Who did it? The wise ruler couldn't help but ask. According to the information I obtained from some sources, it was the 3 liberators who besieged the mega city, Carolyn said. 3 liberators? Only 3? The wise ruler frowned. If we compare the strength of a liberator to the wizarding cultivation system, how strong can they be? Carolyn, liberator is just a title. It doesn't quantify their strength. As far as I know, the strongest of the liberators can reach the level of a miracle, while the weaker ones can only reach the level of a truth finder. The 3 liberators didn't reach the level of a miracle. They could cause such great damage because they naturally have the ability to control awakened demons. They controlled countless awakened demons to attack the sorcerer's cities. There were many legendary level awakened demons among them, and there were also many powerful demons among them. Because of this, the wizards were defeated in the end. Angor, what happened after that? The origin world didn't do anything to the Panic Realm? Carolyn, I don't know what happened next. But according to the rumors, the origin world did react, but nothing happened in the end. The reason for that is... Angor shook his head. Carolyn shook her head. I don't know, but there are only a few reasons. My personal guess is that the Panic Realm isn't inferior to the origin world in terms of energy level. There are also miracles, which creates an environment of mutual checks and balances. But the Panic Realm is the home of the liberators. It's not so easy for wizards to attack. Also, the Panic Realm has always been shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Maybe there really is a more powerful controller behind it. The wizards of the origin world might also be afraid of this and don't dare to act rashly. The above was only Carolyn's guess. She couldn't guarantee whether it was true or not. However, no matter what the truth was, one thing was certain, the Panic Realm was very dangerous. It was already so dangerous for the wizards of the origin world, let alone the wizards of the southern region. That was why Carolyn said that she would support the Moonfrost Alliance's slander of the Panic World. Most wizards wouldn't do anything without benefits. They knew that the Panic World was barren, so naturally, they wouldn't go there. This way, they wouldn't encounter any danger. By now, Carolyn had finished describing the general structure of the Panic Realm. Most of the information was based on Carolyn's speculations, but Angor already knew the answers to some of his biggest concerns. For example, when Carolyn saw Elmi for the first time, she thought that the Liberator gave Angor the control of Elmi. Angor did not know the reason back then, but now he knew why. Liberators were born with the ability to control awakened demons, and some of them could even control demons. This was why Carolyn had her suspicions when she saw Elmi sitting obediently beside Angor. The information of liberators controlling awakened magics could also be used to explain the mural that Kale had seen. In the mural, the butterfly-winged person of the Panic Realm and the awakened devil person got along harmoniously. Perhaps it was not really harmoniously. It was very likely that the butterfly-winged person was a second awakened one. It controlled the awakened devil person, which was why it could ride on its body so easily. It looked very peaceful and harmonious. Of course, it was also possible that the liberator gave the awakened demon to the butterfly-winged being. Angor didn't know which one it was, but it didn't matter. Apart from that, he also found answers to his questions such as whether the Panic Realm was barren, the internal conflicts of Moonfrost Union, and the organization behind it. However, the more you know, the more you have doubts. This theory was very suitable for this situation. Angor had a lot of questions in his mind after hearing so much information. For example, what was the Liberator's stance? The Liberator's stance would determine the general tone of the Panic Realm, as well as the wizard's attitude toward it. More importantly, it would also determine how Angor should deal with Elmi in the future. Carolyn pondered for a moment and shrugged. What's the Unraveler's position? I can't give you a clear answer. Just like the wizarding world, everyone has their own opinions and stances. Carolyn pointed at the wise sovereign. Just like the current situation, the wise sovereign has his own standpoint. What he cares about is the reappearance of Nether City's glory. Carolyn pointed at herself. I have my own stance as well. I care about the return of Nether City's heroes. The wise lord and I don't share the same stance, but when it comes to accomplishing our goals, we always have the same opinion. Also, opinions can change, and stances can change. Carolyn looked at Angor with a smile. If you capture my heart, maybe I'll give up my title of Flower of Hell and wait for you instead of Nether City. Angor remained calm despite being teased and flirted with. He even maintained a polite smile. However, his tense skin showed how nervous he was. Carolyn laughed even louder when she saw Angor's serious expression while his skin was actually tensing up. Still, she continued, Carolyn's stance, you can't just look at your stance. Of course, there's no way to look at it from all sides. Who can say that there is absolutely no mistake in their position? At this point, Carolyn added another proviso. Carolyn's tone suddenly changed. However, what I can be sure of is that when they were attacking the mega cities, they were definitely following the world will of the Panic Realm. Because only the will of a world will be more hostile to intruders, especially those who want to steal resources. In the eyes of the will of the Panic Realm, wizards from the origin world are the biggest invaders. Otherwise, the Liberators wouldn't have attacked the wizard cities. The Liberators need resources too, right? Maybe they're worried that the wizards will steal their resources? Angor asked. Carolyn said, perhaps there are such considerations. But I don't think the Liberators have such a long-term view. There were all kinds of factions among wizards, such as organizations, families, guilds, cities, and even countries. Therefore, it was relatively easy to unify the will of wizards. Besides, wizards also had a scholarly side. When considering problems, some would think about themselves, some would think about their organizations, and some would think about long-term development. Under such a cultural background, wizards understood the meaning of long-term planning. As for the Liberators, even if they became stronger, it was very difficult for them to have a long-term view like wizards in terms of cultural heritage. Unless the Liberators could unite and form a huge force like a wizard organization with a clear division of labor, then discuss, debate, and become clearer. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to understand the wizards' plan in the Panic Realm. For example, the wizards did not have the mentality of colonizing the Panic Realm at all. Their attitude was very gentle. Moreover, the wizards actually had a good relationship with the local natives in the Panic Realm. This was actually not difficult to understand. Even though the wizards coveted the resources of the Panic Realm, these resources were naturally separated from the natives. The natives were basically ordinary people. The resources they cared about would not be supernatural resources at all. Instead, they would be the most ordinary resources that could allow them to survive. Supernatural materials could even be poison to ordinary people. Therefore, ordinary natives did not feel anything when supernatural resources were coveted and plundered. And what could the appearance of wizards bring to the natives? Food and safety. These were the survival resources that the natives were most concerned about. Once the safety of their lives could be guaranteed and food was endless, they could maintain the continuous development of the population. And the explosion of the population could also drive the other activities of the society. Most importantly, wizards were not like demons. Demons were in danger of awakening at any time, and wizards would not have such an abnormal change. Thus, from the perspective of the natives, magi brought many benefits, and there were almost no disadvantages. Or rather, they could not see the hidden dangers buried in the distant future. Even if they did, they probably would not take it to heart. The lifespan of ordinary people was only 100 years. After 100 years, who would care about floods? Even if there were long-lived races in the Panic Realm, they were still in the minority. Moreover, most of the long-lived races had flesh and blood that were more delicious than ordinary races. It was easier for them to be targeted by awakened demons. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer long-lived races. They were also very confused about the road ahead and would not have more knowledge than ordinary people. Therefore, the benefits in front of them were what the natives of the Panic Realm were most concerned about. And wizards did indeed bring benefits in front of them. Naturally, their relationship with wizards became more harmonious. The same principle could be used in the abyss. When wizards went to the abyss, they had a good relationship with the natives there. The reason was more or less the same. Wizards' enemies were demons, and so were the natives of the abyss. Wizards could bring abundant resources to the abyss, and the natives of the abyss lacked the most. Since they had the same goal and could get more resources, the natives would not reject wizards too much. Of course, in the long run, wizards' plundering would definitely bring harm to the world. But when you could not even fill your stomach, what did the world's harm have to do with you? For this reason, the natives would not have too much of a conflict of interest with wizards. The only thing that really conflicted with wizards was the world's consciousness. Therefore, Angor agreed with Caroline when she said that the liberators attacked the wizard cities because they were following the world's consciousness. However, the world's consciousness was not an intelligent entity. It would not order an attack on a wizard city. Therefore, there might be a faction similar to the supreme cult behind the Panic Realm's consciousness. The reason why they were fighting back was because the world's consciousness gave Li Hui a chance. With that in mind, Angor thought of another question. If the liberators who underwent their second awakening can regain their conscience and control the awakened demons, why didn't they control the awakened demons? Why didn't they control the awakened demons so that they would not harass the natives of the Panic Realm? Wouldn't that solve the problem of the awakened demons? Caroline chuckled. Regaining their conscience doesn't mean they will help the natives. At the same time, it can't cover up the wrongdoings they did in the past. As you know, the guardians of the world are all heretics in the eyes of the natives. Everyone fears them and hates them. What about the liberators? Before the demonic dwellers awaken, they are the true guardians. Like knights, they abide by one rule: they will never point their weapons at the natives. The liberator has really pointed his gun at the natives, and even his closest friends. What do you think the natives will think of him? Tolerance and acceptance? That's impossible. The human mind is complicated. I'm only explaining the surface of the problem. There are many deeper problems. Therefore, the liberators can't really help the natives. However, the fact that the natives were not completely devoured by the monsters is also a key reason why the natives are still alive. Only by looking at the problem dialectically can you see the hidden logic in the fog. She looked at Angor and said, "You know what you're asking, so I won't waste time explaining it. Do you have any other questions?" Angor shook his head. He still had some questions, but they were not important for the big picture. It was more about his own curiosity, not something that needed to be solved immediately. Angor stopped asking. Instead, it was Caroline who asked, "You asked me about the Panic Realm because you want Elmi to undergo its second awakening?" Angor did not deny it. "Sort of." Caroline asked, "Sort of? You sound like you're forcing yourself?" "It's more like I don't have a choice." Angor sighed. It was not a matter of whether he wanted Elmi to awaken or not. Instead, Elmi seemed to be showing signs of a second awakening. Before this, Elmi had shown some emotional traits. This trait should not have appeared under the control of the distorted seed. Laplace's words also proved that Elmi was indeed walking in the direction of a second awakening. Laplace also pointed out the reflection in Elmi's heart. Elmi's subconsciousness had found the key to the second awakening. The flame of chaos. According to Angor's speculation, the flame of chaos should be directed at boiling gentlemen. Angor began to hesitate after realizing what was going on. Should he help Elmi with the second awakening? If Elmi awakened and became a liberator, would the distorted seed still be able to control him? Or would someone like Angor still try to control Elmi? This was only the most superficial question. There were many other options that Angor needed to consider and make a serious decision. For example, he had to consider Elmi's position. Elmi saved his life many times. If there was a chance, Angor would be willing to help Elmi break through. But if Elmi became a liberator, he would have to consider his own position. And this was only a small part of the many problems. Elmi's problem, Boiling Gentleman's problem, Nightmare Realm's problem, all of them could affect the whole situation. This was why Angor felt a headache whenever he thought about Elmi's second awakening. At the same time, he felt helpless. I don't know why you feel so helpless. But whether Elmi can become a liberator is a hypothetical question. Besides, to awaken the second awakening, he probably has to go to the Nightmare Realm. It's still too early for you to go to the Nightmare Realm with your current strength. So, for the time being, you can actually put these worries aside for the time being. Caroline was trying to comfort Angor by thinking normally. But what she did not know was that Angor already had a clue about Elmi's second awakening. What troubled him was whether he should do it or not. And what would happen if he really did it, but Angor could not say these things out loud. He had to keep them in his mind. Caroline suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I really want to know. If you really have a way to reach this step in the future and make Elmi become a liberated being, will you really do it?" Angor was speechless. This was not a question for him to consider in the future. He was thinking about it right now. Because he had already started thinking about it, he felt helpless and conflicted. Caroline was not annoyed by Angor's silence. She lowered her voice and said, "You don't need to answer my question. I only asked because I want you to think about it in advance." Angor remained silent for a moment before he asked, "What would you do if you were me, Lady Caroline?" Caroline covered her mouth and giggled. "You're quite a sly one. Always going with the flow. However, seeing that I like you quite a bit, I can tell you my choice." After pausing for a moment, Caroline said, "I mentioned at the very beginning that the Panic Realm is a gloomy world to me. It's filled with sadness. Even a liberator cannot escape from such a gray color. A liberator is called a liberator, but it's still just a hope. So, if it's me, I'd rather let it remain an awakened demon. Madness, cruelty, coldness, at least, it's one of the extreme colors in a gray world. If it's heartless, then it's better to be heartless to the end." If Caroline only told Angor about her choice, it would not be a big deal. However, the latter part of the sentence was beginning to have the tendency of a violent argument. Being completely heartless meant going to the other extreme, a world of darkness. A gray world was more about sadness, while a dark world was about losing one's life. But Angor could understand why Caroline would think like this. Just like the wise overseer did not help Angor because he wanted to gain something from Angor. Instead, he hoped that Angor, an anomaly, could break the deadlock of the underground waterway that had lasted for 10,000 years. To some extent, Caroline's words were the same as the wise overseer's idea. Instead of letting the gray world continue to be shrouded in darkness, the wise overseer might as well create a more complete darkness in the gray world and see if he could become a variable that could change the current state of the Nightmare Realm. If it were Angor, he wouldn't choose to keep Elmi as an awakened demon instead of becoming a liberator for the same reason as Caroline. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with my decision?" Seeing Angor frowning from time to time, Caroline couldn't help but ask. Angor shook his head. "No. I'm just thinking about your question, Lady Caroline." Caroline asked, "Do you have an answer?" "Unfortunately, not yet. I need to weigh the pros and cons before making a decision on whether to awaken Elmi a second time. But I don't know how to do that yet." Caroline chuckled at Angor's serious answer. "I'm just asking a question so you can think about it. I didn't think you'd actually take it seriously." As far as Caroline was concerned, Angor wouldn't be able to awaken Elmi a second time in a short time, so he didn't need to worry so much. He only needed to keep these considerations in his heart to avoid such a day in the future where he would be caught off guard and make a choice that would cause him to regret. Angor chuckled but didn't explain further. Instead, he asked another question. If Elmi awakens a second time now, how much stronger will he become? You're not only thinking about it, but you're also dreaming. Not much, Caroline teased. But she still gave an answer. Not much. Transcendence is a kind of transformation for an awakened demon. The transformation itself doesn't give him much power. It only extends his or her potential. Using a bucket as an example, the transformation meant that the water in the bucket remained the same, but the bucket's capacity increased. How far the awakened demon could go in the future would depend on himself or herself. It won't increase his or her power by much, but the second awakening will still give him or her some abilities. For example, he or she will be able to control some awakened demons, or gain some special talents, etc., but if Elmi succeeds now, he'll still be a threat to you. I don't know how you control him, but if he succeeds and escapes from your control, have you thought about the consequences? Also, the value of an awakened demon is completely different from the value of an awakened one. There's always a theory in the origin world that the awakened ones have something to do with the secrets of the Panic Realm. That's why many wizards want to capture them for research purposes. But the awakened ones won't leave the Panic Realm for no reason, and even wizards can't deal with them while they're there. So, if Elmi really becomes an awakened one and someone finds out about it, your life will be in danger. So, you don't have to worry about Elmi's second awakening now. Wait until you're strong enough to explore the Panic Realm alone. Angor nodded. I understand. He could feel that Carolyn was sincerely advising him, so even if he had other thoughts, he wouldn't ignore Carolyn's warning. While they were talking, a rustling noise suddenly came from a nearby wall. Carolyn turned around in confusion and immediately noticed that a dog hole had appeared in the wall. Caroline's eyes lit up. Is it Little Treasure? Xiao Bao, it's been a long time. Come out and let me hug you. After a moment of silence, an awkward voice came from the dog hole. Lady Caroline, it's me, Gung, Big Baby. So it's Big Bao. Carolyn sighed with disappointment. Where's Little Bao? Where did he go? Baby Poppy is with Mother, Gung Gue replied. Carolyn frowned. She didn't really like Underworld Slave, because she knew that Underworld Slave didn't really listen to the wise overlord, but Adonis. However, although Carolyn did not like Slaveu, she would not show it in front of her child. What about Air Bao? Baby Poppy said he's coming with me. But for some reason, he suddenly said he's not coming, Gung Gue mumbled. Not coming? Caroline narrowed her eyes, which glinted dangerously. She considered for a moment and asked, why did you come here? Did you need something from the wise overseer? Baby Poppy didn't know whether he should answer or not. The wise overseer chimed in, yes, he did come for us. What is it? Caroline looked at the wise overseer. Nothing important. Angor wants to borrow my sweet dream for research. He needs Baby Poppy to take him to the mirror domain. Sweet dream. Carolyn nodded. She wasn't surprised since she knew that Angor was an alchemist who came into contact with a mystery plane before. Do you want to come with us? Caroline shook her head. I was interested in hearing about alchemy when I was alive. But now, not interested. She stood up and walked to the wise overseer. By the way, you can sense Baby Poppy through the magic array, right? Tell me where Baby Poppy is, and I'll go find him. It's been a long time since I last saw him. I really miss him. While speaking, Caroline paced back and forth. At first, he didn't know what Caroline was trying to do. It wasn't until he heard the pitiful voice behind her that he realized what she was trying to do. You're in my way, Lady Caroline, Gung Gue complained. Caroline snorted coldly. Shut up. I'm blocking you so that you won't talk. But. Baby Poppy said he needs to train in seclusion. He won't be able to. Caroline turned around and shouted, I told you to shut up. Didn't you understand? Gung Gue was startled and quickly shut up. Caroline looked at the wise overseer again. Where's Baby Poppy? The wise overseer hesitated for a moment before answering under Caroline's threatening glare. He's in the Twin Towers at the eastern plaza of the Stairs of Hanging Prison. Tell me the exact location. Sage ruler, on the top floor of the clock tower, behind the hour hand of the third clock from left to right. Caroline sneered. If I remember correctly, the clock hand was black as well. It's really hard to find a hole in it. I have to say, Baby Poppy is really good at hiding. It's been a while since I played with those witch's eyes. I might as well go and have some fun while I'm looking for Poppy. She glanced at Angor and said, if you have any questions, just tell Big Bow to tell me. I'm going out for a walk. My bones feel loose after sleeping for so long, Caroline said as she floated toward the door. Angor watched as Caroline left. It's fine if you want to take a walk, but why does it sound like you're going to kill me? Also, can a soul feel the looseness of bones? Does the soul have phantom pain too? The atmosphere was silent for a long while. Only then did the wise ruler awkwardly chuckle and say, Caroline is still the same as before. Very energetic, hee hee. Yes. But do you have a grudge against Bow, Miss Caroline? Why does it look like Baby Poppy is avoiding her? The wise overseer shook his head. No. It's just that Baby Poppy isn't used to Caroline's love. The wise overseer sighed and told Angor about Caroline's history with the One-Eye clan. Angor didn't know if Caroline's sense of beauty was affected by staying in the sewers for too long, or if she simply had a unique sense of beauty. Either way, ever since the birth of the One-Eye clan, Caroline had always paid attention to them and expressed her love for them passionately. This included Poppy. Even though she seemed to be ignoring DeBeo now, Caroline was actually quite fond of him when he was first born. However, as time went by, Poppy's personality became more and more stable, and he looked more and more like a sluggish version of the wise overseer. However, she didn't vent her anger on Poppy. Instead, she believed that it was all the wise overseer's fault. Therefore, after Baby Poppy and Baby Poppy were born, Caroline began her nurturing plan. She basically took care of Baby Poppy and Baby Poppy's education. In a way, Baby Poppy and Baby Poppy respected Caroline more than the wise overseer did. 1,000 years ago, when Caroline died, Bow even shed tears. This was what Little Bow said, and it was evident from this. However, even though Caroline personally taught Baby Poppy and Baby Poppy, the final outcome still made her depressed. Baby Poppy was still alright. He was naive, naughty, and clingy. Caroline liked Baby Poppy the most. Baby Poppy, on the other hand, had got a little astray. He was more like the wise overseer than Baby Poppy. Moreover, his thoughts and shrewdness were so deep that even the wise overseer didn't know what Baby Poppy was thinking. Therefore, every time Caroline saw Baby Poppy, she would feel heartbroken. However, Caroline didn't give up on Baby Poppy like how she gave up on Baby Poppy. She felt that there must be something wrong with her education, causing Baby Poppy to go down the evil path. Therefore, not only did she not relax her teaching of Baby Poppy, but she also became more attentive as Baby Poppy grew up. Every time she saw Baby Poppy, she would grab him and teach him earnestly. This teaching could last from 1 to 2 days to 2 to 3 months, or even half a year. Baby Poppy didn't dare to sneak away, much less attack Caroline. Therefore, Baby Poppy only had one reaction when he saw Caroline now: take a detour. It could be said that Caroline had a deterrence that even the wise overseer couldn't achieve when facing the single-eyed family. Sometimes, Baby Poppy wouldn't be too attentive when facing the wise overseer. However, it was different when facing Caroline. As long as he was caught, he didn't dare to be distracted at all because Caroline would test him at any time. What did I say just now? Do you understand? What is your opinion? You don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you again. As long as Baby Poppy answered wrongly, Caroline would blame herself even more, and the result of that was a huge increase in the teaching time. Therefore, Baby Poppy was trembling with fear when facing Caroline. He had to be on high alert every second. As a result, Baby Poppy would run away the moment he sensed Caroline's aura. It was the same this time. Baby Poppy was supposed to come with Baby Poppy because Baby Poppy was the only one who could successfully lock onto Laplace's body in the empty mirror sea. So Baby Poppy went to the empty mirror sea with Baby Poppy. After getting Laplace's answer, Baby Poppy came back together with Baby Poppy. However, when Baby Poppy sensed that Caroline was awake and in the resting room, he immediately said that he was going to train in seclusion and left Baby Poppy behind. Caroline wasn't stupid. She heard Baby Poppy's words and realized that Baby Poppy was hiding from her. This behavior made Caroline very angry. She rarely woke up, and she just wanted to see you too. How dare you run away? After making sure that Angor didn't have any other problems, Caroline left without hesitation and went to catch Baby Poppy. I thought Baby Poppy was the only one who could deal with Baby Poppy. So it's afraid of someone else too. Angor sighed. The wise overseer said, it's more like it's in awe rather than fear. Angor was about to say something when the upper half of a person's body suddenly appeared from the wall of the resting room. It was Caroline, who just left and came back in a hurry. She no longer looked as domineering as when she left. Instead, she looked confused. Why is Adonis out there? Also, where did that group of people outside come from? Why is Adonis sitting with them? More importantly, she didn't get angry? The wise overseer said, ahem, about that. It's a long story. But it has something to do with Angor. I'll tell you the details later if you're interested. The wise overseer paused. You're going to find Baby Poppy, right? Baby Poppy knows the general situation. You can ask Baby Poppy if you want. Alright, I'll go ask Baby Poppy. Caroline still couldn't believe what she just heard. She left through the wall again and disappeared. 2 minutes later, the wise overseer made sure that Caroline was really gone. Let's put Caroline's matter aside for now. Just as she said, if you have any questions, you can ask her later. I don't think she'll go back to sleep anytime soon. The wise overseer put away the requiem stone on the table and looked at Gungue. Back to the main topic. Did you get Laplace's answer? I didn't enter the Sea of Mirrors. Baby Poppy did. But Baby Poppy came out and told me that Laplace agreed to your request, Mr. Angor. Baby Poppy said that once you enter the mirror domain, Baby Poppy will follow your aura and find you. Angor was glad to hear this. Previously, Laplace had left very decisively. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Laplace had shown an indifferent expression. Angor wasn't sure if Laplace would agree. Now that he got a definite answer, Angor felt a little relieved. As for the problem of sweet dreams, he did not have a good solution at the moment. However, he did have an idea. Whether it could take shape or improve on it, he would have to wait and see. Moreover, this idea required a deeper understanding of the mirror domain. Laplace might be able to help in this regard. Since Laplace is willing to help you, do you plan on entering the mirror realm now, or do you plan on waiting a bit longer? The sovereign asked. Angor considered. Let's wait. I don't know how long the meeting will last. I'll go talk to the others first. The wise overseer nodded. Very well. I'll have Gungue follow you. When you enter the mirror domain, just call his name. The wise overseer's eyes slowly lost focus as if he was about to fall into deep thought. Angor was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. It's just me and Lord Wise Overseer. Don't you have any questions, Lord Wise Overseer? Silence. Angor thought the wise overseer wasn't going to say anything, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But before he stepped out of the door, the wise overseer whispered, did he mention hell? Who was he? The wise overseer didn't mention his name. However, Angor knew that the sage had already guessed who it was. Augustine, the man whom he never mentioned before. He did. Angor didn't hide it this time. The wise overseer's eyes lit up. Angor could clearly see the wise man's trembling lips and hand trembling despite his calm expression. It was clear that the wise man was very agitated. After a while, the wise overseer finally gathered enough courage to ask, how's hell doing? Angor remained silent for a moment. Are you sure you want to ask? Even if the answer isn't what you want. Angor didn't give an answer, but he did give the wise overseer some information. Of course, the wise overseer understood what Angor was hinting at. The wise sovereign hesitated for a moment and then closed his eyes. After some time, he made up his mind and asked, is he still alive? I'm alive. Will he come back? I don't know. Maybe. But even if he comes back, I don't know if he's still the hell you've been waiting for. The wise ruler, did he say that? Angor nodded. Yes. The wise overseer lowered his head. I see. Angor gave the wise ruler a meaningful look and left the room without saying anything else. After Angor left, Gungue looked at the sage worriedly from the hole in the wall. Sir, should I ask Little Treasure to come here? The sage waved a hand. No need. I need to think on my own. Go with Angor and let me have some time alone. Gungue wanted to say something else, but since the sage already asked him to leave, he had no choice but to leave. The sage watched as the hole in the wall slowly disappeared. Soon, no one else was left in the room. The sage closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After an unknown period of time, the wise sovereign finally let out a soft sigh. Sigh, hell, oh hell, the sage shook his head with a bitter expression. 10,000 years was too long. Even the sage himself had changed from a conservative to a reformist. How could hell not change at all? Nero had seen the scenery of the outside world. His thoughts must be constantly changing. Of course, the sage had considered this as well. However, he always believed that as long as hell didn't change his mind about the fallen city, everything would be fine. But would hell really not change his mind? In the past, the wise ruler felt that he understood hell and believed that he was a very responsible person. Even if he took a wrong path in his path, he would correct it in time and always maintain his original heart. It was also because of this that the wise sovereign was willing to stubbornly cling to his will. In the pitch-black underground, he silently waited for the return of hell. But now, Augustine's words made the wise ruler unsure of what to do. Was hell still the same hell as before? Would the situation of the outside world really destroy the original intention of Nirvana? But Angor also said that hell would come back. If hell had changed his mind, why did he come back? Did he want to kill his obsession and eliminate it? The sage shook his head and calmed himself down. I still believe that you will return with glory. The sage looked into the void and muttered, I hope you won't let my wait go to waste. Don't disappoint my friends, and Caroline's love. No one responded. The only thing left in the air was his sigh. On the other hand, Angor left the sage hall after explaining the situation to everyone. Several minutes later, Angor stood in front of the door of Cloud Sky Poetry Room. He was about to push the door open when he heard Adani's voice. Next to the door of the chamber was a mirror, through which Adonis was looking at him. You can enter, but it can't. She pointed a finger at the side of Angor's body. Gungue's voice came from the hole, Lady Goddess. Gungue greeted Adonis respectfully. However, Adonis ignored Gungue and continued, the rules of the Clear Sky Poetry Room state that it cannot enter. Are there any rules in the Chamber of Solitude? Angor suddenly interrupted her. Are there any rules? Adonis was silent for a moment. As long as I haven't left, the rules of the Clear Sky Poetry Room cannot be broken. Angor didn't want to argue with Adonis, so he took a step back. If it enters the mirror and I bring it into the room, will that count as breaking the rules? Yes. But the mirror must be sealed in one direction, so it cannot see what's inside the room. Angor did not argue with him. So be it. He didn't have any other choice. The only place in the underground sewer that was safe from the magic array was the Clear Sky Poetry Room. If Angor's research worked, he would need to use the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast as the last step. Once the mystery aura leaked out, the wise overseer would be able to figure out the truth behind the whelk and Angor's plan. The dream whelk would be exposed to the public in the future, but that was an unknown future. At least, Angor didn't plan to reveal it yet. Angor looked at Gungue, who seemed to know what Angor meant. Without saying anything, the hole on the wall slowly shrank until it completely disappeared. When Gungue completely disappeared from the wall, a round black glass appeared in the air. It wasn't a perfect circle, but it still looked like one. There was a pair of bright triangular eyes on the glass, which kept blinking. Angor looked at the familiar figure and sensed the familiar aura. Come, open your mouth. Black Glaze's eyes widened as a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Adonis also looked at Angor with a puzzled look. As the master of Phantom Slave, Adonis knew what the three treasures of the Cyclops family looked like. The black glass was one of Big Bao's true forms. She didn't expect Big Bao to show up in its true form. But Angor's words made Adonis even more confused. Why did he ask Big Bao to open its mouth? Big Bao didn't know what was going on, but it didn't say anything. Angor nodded while observing. He even rubbed his chin and pretended to understand something. Alright, it's done. Big Bao still didn't know what Angor meant, but it still obeyed and closed its mouth. Angor reached out a hand and tapped on the black glass. A faint gray mist immediately appeared around it. At this moment, the black glass looked like a black sun that was faintly discernible in the chaotic fog. Angor pulled his hand back and looked at Adonis. Should do it now? I've set up a mist illusion around it. The illusion will move with it, and it won't be able to see anything outside. After a moment of silence, Adonis nodded and approved of this sealing method. With Adonis's approval, Angor snapped his fingers. Black Glaze, who was still lost in the fog, subconsciously looked towards the source of the snapping sound. Big Bao didn't see the source of the sound, but it saw a faint glow coming from the mist. Under Debao's gaze, the shimmering fog constantly surged, gathered, and condensed from its chaotic state. Finally, it turned into a glowing, directional arrow. Follow the arrow, Angor said. Only then did Debao realize that this directional arrow was to lead the way for it. It immediately responded with an N to show that it understood. Angor then looked at Adonis. I'll go in now. I'll stay in the secret room for a while. The longest is a few days, the shortest is a few hours. Angor already told her that he wanted to study Sweet Dream in a safe, quiet place without being disturbed by anyone. Angor decided to use the secret room in Cloud Sky Poetry Room. Adonis accepted his request as well. She didn't try to stop Angor from doing so. Angor was about to enter the room when he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and looked back at Adonis. Hey, do you want me to leave Olau with you? Angor only said those words to make a good impression on him. Olau would come to him no matter where it ended up. Besides, if Olau woke up and saw Adonis, he would probably be in a good mood. There was no need to mention Adonis. Her feelings for Olau were obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Angor was trying to make a good impression on both Olau and Adonis. The result wouldn't change anyway. As expected, Adonis's cold expression softened a little after hearing Angor's words. Adonis wanted to say yes, but she shook her head in the end. No need. You can keep it. Since Adonis was determined to change Olau's impression of him, Angor had to make up his mind right now. Angor shrugged. Sure. There's still a long way to go. I'm not in a hurry. Adonis gave Angor a thoughtful look. Without a doubt, Angor's words just tickled her heart. Yes, there's still a long way to go, Adonis replied in a soft voice. Angor waved at Adonis with a smile. I'll be going then. See you later. While speaking, Angor controlled the arrow of the mist around the black glass. Let's go, Ghosty. Okay. First, huh? Mister, I'm called Gung Gue, right? Well, you mirror creatures have 3 different names anyway. Ghost, 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 and Ghost Gung. I'll give you all the names. Gung Gue, no, Ghosty Debao said, but I can't split into 2 bodies. It's fine. Just think of it as different names for different forms. Ghosty still didn't understand. Angor, on the other hand, strode into the chamber of poetry with a satisfied look on his face. Earlier, Angor asked Debao to open its mouth so that he could confirm whether the black glass form had a mouth or not. When Debao opened its mouth, Angor was sure that it had returned to its ghosty form. Since it was a ghosty, it had to have a lot of poisonous gas around it. Without wasting any time, he quickly added more mist to Black Glaze. It wasn't the same as the poisonous gas, but at least it looked similar. Angor looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. On the other hand, Debao was still thinking about the names Ghosty, Ghosty, and Gung Gue. At first, Debao couldn't accept it, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that these names were better than Debao. Besides, he couldn't split into 2 bodies, but he still had 2 younger brothers. He could call himself Gung Gue from now on. He could leave Ghosty to Air Bao, and Ghosty to Little Bao. Wasn't that a good idea? More importantly, the Lord of Wisdom didn't object to Angor's decision. He even followed Angor's lead and called him Gung Gue. Did this mean the Lord of Wisdom agreed with Angor's choice of names? While Debeo was still thinking, Angor had already taken him deeper into the chamber of poetry. Angor finally stopped when they arrived at the secret meeting room. After making sure no one was watching them, Angor took out the geometric lock from his bracelet. After enlarging the lock to a suitable size, Angor took Ghosty inside. Angor closed the lock and snapped his fingers. Ghosty immediately sensed that his vision was gone. But why was the mist still around him? Ghosty didn't care about that. He looked around curiously. The cramped space was filled with geometrical figures. It seemed to be a house made entirely of geometrical figures. Is this the inside of the chamber of poetry? Ghosty asked. No. It's the inside of an alchemy item. Angor briefly explained the geometric lock. I promised Lady Adonis that I wouldn't let anyone see what's inside. So, I'll have to trouble you to stay here with me for a while. Ghosty shook his head. It's nothing. Are you going to the mirror domain now, sir? Angor nodded. Yes. Take me to Sweet Dream. He took out the key given to him by the wise overseer. Very well. Please wait a moment, sir. Ghosty closed his eyes and activated the energy inside his body. As the energy continued to rise, the black glass, which was originally only the size of a palm, quickly stretched and became a vertical mirror. The mirror surface and frame were both black, but the frame had a frosted texture and could not reflect light. The mirror surface was polished very smooth. Even though the mirror was pitch black, one could still see the reflection of the person in the mirror if there was enough light. Please take the key and enter, sir. Ghosty's voice came. Yes, Gungue. Angor nodded. Why am I called Gungue again? Wasn't it Ghosty before? Debeo was going to ask, but he decided against it. Gungue and Gulsi were all Angor's names, so Angor had no control over the situation. Don't worry, sir. The mirror space I connected to is relatively stable. As long as you don't use anything stronger than wizard level, the space will be safe. Angor nodded and did not question Debeo's words. Can I bring my space storage inside? If he couldn't bring his space bracelet inside, it would be difficult for him to complete his plan. Yes, sir. It won't affect anything. He then pointed at Dangros, who was sitting quietly on his shoulder. What about him? Can he go in? Dangros immediately stood at attention. The eye in his palm stared at Ghost in the air. Ghosty nodded again. Yes. Elemental creatures and Elmi can go in. But you can't use anything stronger than wizard level in the mirror space I created. But you won't have to worry about that when you reach Sweet Dream. Mr. Laplace created the space there, so it's very stable. What's your plan? Are you coming with me, or are you going to rest in the bracelet? Angor looked at Dankros. Phantom said the space is stable, but the mirror realm is another world. Who can say for sure that it's safe? So, here's my suggestion. Before Angor could finish, Dankros cut him off. I'm coming with you. Dankros paused for a moment and looked at Angor, who was looking at him from the corner of his eye. It was frightened again and stuttered, I just want to see more of the world. You, didn't you promise me? More importantly, we're going together, aren't we? Dankros was trying to say, we can be partners. In Angor's mind, Dankros was trying to say, didn't you promise Magoo to protect me? Angor looked at Dankros' stubborn expression and shrugged. Fine, I'll go with you. He then looked at Gungue. Can we go now? Gungue, sure. Angor nodded and slowly reached his hand toward the mirror. As he touched it with his finger, ripples appeared on the dark and glossy surface of the mirror. Angor kept moving forward. He felt a little bit of resistance, but it was like a layer of soft sand that did not cause him any discomfort. He was about to enter the mirror realm and unlock a new world. Angor looked calm on the outside, but he was actually feeling a little nervous. He had been to the mirror dimension created by Mirror Grudge before, but it was only created by Mirror Grudge's power, not the mirror realm. This was the first time Angor stepped into the mirror realm. He slowly walked into the mirror with a slightly uneasy feeling. Just like before, he felt as if he was being covered in sand. He felt something pressing against his body and suffocating him. It didn't last for long. About 20 seconds. When the discomfort subsided, Angor found himself in an unfamiliar space filled with light. Without a doubt, this was the mirror realm. Or rather, the outer area of the mirror realm. Instead of paying attention to his surroundings, he closed his eyes and began to sense his own condition. Last time, when he went to the abyss plane, he sensed that the mana pool in his mind space became stagnant, and he could not use his mana properly. But this time, it was very normal. There was no problem with the mana whirlpool's operation, and the surrounding space was still filled with primal mana. However, he also noticed that there were other types of primal mana in this place. Angor could sense dozens of different types of energy in the air. Among them, Angor recognized the power of void, abyssal energy, telekinesis, and demon energy. Void energy and abyssal energy were just general names given by Angor. There were many different types of energy involved in them. For example, the power of the abyss included the power of the demon god, the power of the demons, the aura of the ancient ones, the aura of the abyss, and so on. Telekinesis and demon energy referred to different types of energy. Telekinesis referred to the psychics of the haunt world. He had never fought against a psychic before, but he did see telekinesis items in the research department. Demon energy, on the other hand, referred to the energy contained in Elmi's body. Judging from this, the mirror domain seemed to be a hodgepodge of different types of energy. Angor considered and realized that he could understand. The mirror domain was a special world that covered all the worlds within the mirror domain, so it was normal for it to contain different types of energy. However, more than 60% of the energy in the mirror domain belonged to a type of energy whose name Angor did not know. This energy felt familiar to him. He sensed something similar from Mirror Lady, Adonis, Olio, and even Mirror Grudge. But they were not exactly the same. For example, there were different types of demon energy. Fire servants were good at setting fires, winter trolls were good at freezing, shadow demons were good at hiding, and so on. Even if it was the same type of demon power, there were differences: fire servant demons, flame relay demons, young flame demons, and lava trolls. This series of fire-type demons actually controlled different types of fire demon power. Therefore, Angor assumed that the main source of energy in the mirror domain was related to mirrors. The branches of this energy should be very complicated. The Mirror Lady and Mirror's Grudge he was familiar with were obviously two different types of mirror energy. Khazadar world was similar to the mirror domain. The soul energy in Khazadar world was the main source of energy, about 80% of it. But according to Ness, there were other types of energy in Khazadar world as well. This was probably a unique characteristic of a special world where the main type of energy coexisted with other types of energy. Speaking of which, the Nightmare Realm was also a special world. But according to Sunder's Nightmare Research Report, more than 90% of the Nightmare Realm's energy came from the Nightmare Realm, which was the main source of energy. Many places only had the Nightmare Realm's energy. This was a bit different. Angor did not know the specific reason. However, since the Nightmare Realm was different from other special worlds, not many wizards dared to venture into it. This was the same for Origin worlds as well. There were many research reports about the Nightmare Realm, but most of them were based on very little information. Almost none of them actually ventured into the Nightmare Realm. There was another important reason for Angor to close his eyes, to sense the dream wasteland. At first, Angor thought that the mirror domain could not sense the dream wasteland like the abyss plane. But the result was a little different from what he expected. He could sense the dream wasteland, but the effect was not as good as he expected. For example, when he was in the southern wizarding region, he could easily sense the dream wasteland. It was as if there was a door in front of him, and he just had to open it to reach the dream wasteland. But here, he could faintly sense the dream wasteland, but it was no longer a door. Instead, it felt like a strand of hair. Through this hair, Angor could tell that the dream wasteland was still there and was not destroyed. But that was all he could find out. Trying to enter the dream wasteland through the hair? Impossible. The tree of authority in his mind space was also very dim at this time. Only the tree of authority itself was emitting an extremely faint light. The radiance condensed from the other authorities had dimmed to the point of being extinguished. Angor could still sense the dream wasteland through the tree of authority. But now, there was nothing he could do. In other words, he could still sense the dream wasteland, but it was no different from not being able to sense it at all. However, there was something else that was worth studying. Why couldn't he sense the dream wasteland in the abyss plane, but in the mirror domain? Was it because the mirror domain was a special world that received special treatment? Or was it because the Tree of Authority allowed him to vaguely sense the dream wasteland even when he was not in the wizarding world? Angor could not come up with a conclusion based on what he knew so far. However, this was a topic worth researching. Angor closed his eyes and remained silent after arriving at the mirror domain. Neither Dangros nor Gungue tried to disturb him. When Angor opened his eyes, Gungue said, "Mr. Angor, this is the mirror domain." Angor looked at the floating black orb in front of him. "Is this your true form in the mirror domain, Ghostface?" "That's not important, is it?" Gungue asked. "It's not important. But different forms need different names, Ghostface. I can change into any shape." Gungue began to grow arms and legs. "I see. Then give me a pair of ears and a pair of red eyes. Your arms are too long. Make them shorter. You don't need strong muscles. Just make them round and chubby. And a few tufts of hair on your head. Perfect. Good job, Gungue." Angor looked at Big Bao's new appearance and called out to Gungue. "Thank you?" Gungue was going to thank Angor out of instinct, but he quickly realized why he should thank Angor. He was just helping Angor with his performance. While Gungue doubted himself, Angor began to check his surroundings. He was in a relatively bright space. The space was about 100 square meters in size. Instead of walls, the edges of the space were covered by a thin layer of mist. The same went for the floating mist above his head. It was worth mentioning that he was not standing on mist. Instead, he was standing on solid bricks. The bricks were cut into irregular shapes, and the effect of the arrangement was quite a bit of beauty. Apart from the brick floor, there were two other things worth paying attention to: the street lamps and the unknown staircase. The street lamps were on the brick road, and they were rows of street lamps. There was nothing special about the structure of the lamps. They were made of black metal poles with a semi-closed glass lamp cover. Outside the cover, there was a white grid. The only thing that surprised Angor was that the lamps were actually gas lamps. The metal poles served as both the lamp posts and the pipes for the gas. The sound of airflow coming from inside the lamp posts, as well as the sound of liquid hitting each other, indicated that the lamps were working. This was why the space was so bright. All the lamps were working. Even the white mist above his head did not confuse him at all. Everything was as bright as day. However, the seemingly normal scene made him curious. Where did the gas come from, underground? Or was there a special gas source in the mirror domain? Angor did not think that was possible. Gungue noticed Angor's confusion and explained, "Everything here is a reflection of a certain city in the outside world. When it's reflecting, the light will be on. When it's reproducing, it will also be on, until the space completely collapses, then the light will be extinguished. Now that you mention it, it does sound like the nightmare realm." However, the nightmare realm was not only a reflection of reality, but also something higher than it. Angor pointed at the staircase at the end of the street lamp. "This staircase is also a reflection of the outside world?" Gungue nodded. "Yes. But with Airbao's help, I modified the staircase a little." "Modified?" Gungue said, "Yes. Sir, you can go and see for yourself later. If you want to go to Sweet Dreams, you will need to climb this staircase." Angor did not say anything and asked Gungue to lead the way. Gungue nodded and gave Angor a brief explanation of the mirror space. Angor also took the chance to ask about the unique energy source in the mirror domain. Gungue told Angor the name of the energy source that dominated the mirror domain. Convergence energy. It was not a common name for all living creatures in the mirror domain. Some of the creatures in the mirror domain referred to it as ether condensation or ether condensation. The unique nature of this energy was that it relied on the laws of the mirror domain to control reality. To put it simply, it was the ability to control and transform between reality and illusion. However, most of the creatures in the mirror domain were not interested in the real world. They were more interested in the living environment inside the mirror than the outside world. However, the environment inside the mirror domain was so harsh that it was as easy as drinking water for them. Thus, the mirror creature used the properties of convergence energy in controlling reality and illusion to condense and reflect the mirror's surface. By controlling convergence energy, the creatures in the mirror domain could fix the area reflected from the outside world inside the mirror. For example, the space Angor was in right now was a mirror space created by Gungue using convergence energy. After continuous reinforcement, Gungue's space was quite stable. As long as there were no accidents, it could last for more than 10 years. 10 years was not a long time for supernatural creatures. However, in the mirror domain where space was constantly being created and destroyed, it was not a bad thing to have a space that could last for 10 years. Also, Gungue would not feel bad if something happened to the space, for example, the tidal wave disaster in the mirror domain, which caused the space to collapse. In other words, convergence energy was tailor-made for the creatures in the mirror domain. In order to survive, and in order to survive for a longer time, the mirror creature would continue to absorb and gather energy, find a suitable mirror surface to reflect, and solidify space. Angor rubbed his chin after listening to Gungue's explanation. Now I understand why people always talk about life and death when they talk about the mirror domain. It was because there were so many mirror spaces being solidified that there were so many life and death situations. Furthermore, many of the mirror creatures weren't strong themselves. The solidified space might not even be able to hold a small object in the real world, which led to the birth and death of the mirror realm. No wonder such extreme situations were so common in the mirror domain, which was rare in other worlds. Soon, Angor arrived at the bottom of the stairs. The stairs weren't too high. There were only 3 levels, about 6 meters in total. The stairs were made of steel and glass, while the railings were decorated with colorful paintings. It was a typical church style. This spiral staircase also came along with the solidification of the reflected space. Originally, it should be connected to a church in reality, but the mirror's reflection range is limited, so it doesn't reflect the church. It's a waste to just leave the stairs here, so Bao and I modified them a little. As he spoke, Gungue walked up the stairs. Without hesitation, Angor followed the old man. When they reached the 3rd floor, the stairs no longer went up. Instead, there was a small path that extended parallel to the floor. This small path extended all the way into the fog. Angor couldn't see the end of the path from where he was standing. This is part of the modification of the staircase. Turn this staircase into an extended corridor. It can pass through the boundary of the mirror space and finally reach the special space where the sweet dream is. You'll see more later, Mr. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Ahead of us is the Void of Solitude. Void of Solitude? Angor was surprised. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. Void was used as a suffix, so it was a type of void. Before Angor could ask, Gungue had already walked into the mist. He looked at the floating mist and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he decided to follow them. As soon as he entered the mist, Angor once again felt the familiar pressure of being submerged in quicksand. The discomfort lasted for half a minute. When the pressure disappeared, Angor had already left the mirror space and arrived at a strange place. This strange place was extremely vast. No matter which direction he looked, he couldn't see the end of it, including the sky and the ground. Angor had only experienced such a feeling in the void before. However, if one were to insist that this was the void, it would be a little different. The void was pitch black, so much so that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Traveling in the void often meant enduring endless darkness and loneliness. The biggest difference between this place and the void was that it wasn't dark. Above them was a dark sky whose peak could not be seen. Below them, although they could not see the bottom, it was extremely bright. Moreover, this kind of light was not like the sun and moon in the real world, where there was a clear and single source of light. Everything that Angor could see from below was covered by the endless light. It was as if every inch of the void below was emitting light without any blind spots. On the other hand, the darkness above seemed to be supported by the giant light source. The corridor he was in happened to be right in the middle of the black and white line, so he couldn't feel any darkness here. This is the solitary void you spoke of? Can this be considered a void? His first question was directed at Gungue, but his next question was directed at the brightly lit area below. Gungui nodded, yes, this is the solitary void. It was also the place where one had to pass through the various mirror spaces of the mirror domain. In a general sense, the concept of the solitary void is similar to that of the void. Gungui gave an example. This place was like an ocean, while the mirror spaces were fixed islands on the ocean. To reach the islands, one had to travel through the ocean. Did you come up with this yourself? Gungui scratched the tuft of hair on his head and said, no, it's the Lord Ruler. I'm just repeating what Lord Ruler said. Angor chuckled and pointed at the glowing space below. What about that place? Is that the solitary void as well? Yes, that place is also considered the solitary void, but it is the most special place in the solitary void. It's called the Empty Mirror Sea. Angor was surprised to hear the name Empty Mirror Sea for 2 seconds. He had heard about the Empty Mirror Sea from Laplace, Adonis, and the Wise Overseer, but he always felt that the Empty Mirror Sea was something he knew but couldn't verify. It was like an origin world. He knew it existed, but he wouldn't be able to reach it anytime soon. When he learned that this was the famous Void Mirror Sea, he felt as if he had lost his sense of time and space. He thought the Empty Mirror Sea was still far away from him, but he didn't expect to see it so soon. Gungui saw Angor looking at the Empty Mirror Sea and thought that Angor was worried about the danger. Don't worry, Mr. Gung. The Empty Mirror Sea is also in the solitary void, but it's far away from us. It won't affect us here. Besides, we're at the edge of the mirror domain. The Empty Mirror Sea isn't active here, and its tides are relatively calm. It won't reach our corridor. Angor wasn't frightened by the Empty Mirror Sea. After all, he didn't know how scary it was until he experienced it himself. However, he was curious about some of the details Gungui mentioned. According to what you're saying, where the Empty Mirror Sea is active, the tide will be very high. Gungui nodded. Yes, if a large area of the Empty Mirror Sea appears in a certain area of the Empty Mirror Sea, it will cause a tidal wave disaster. If the tidal wave disaster erupts fully, it can even spread to the highest level of the Void of Solitude. But we're at the edge of the mirror domain, where the law of the mirror domain is the strongest. There's no need to worry about a strong tide disaster. Despite that, Angor was still a little worried when he heard about a disaster that could reach the entire solitary void. It was no wonder that when the wise ruler had introduced the Empty Mirror Sea, he had said that the Empty Mirror Sea was the most terrifying place in the mirror world. Gungui continued to introduce the Empty Mirror Sea to them as they traveled. The reason why the Empty Mirror Sea emitted a bright light was because there were a large number of mirrors in the Empty Mirror Sea, and these reflected scenes of reality were mostly in the daytime. After all, there were very few things that could be reflected at night. Because of this, a large number of daytime images floated in the empty mirror ocean. They glowed on their own, turning the empty mirror ocean into a source of light. After explaining the Empty Mirror Sea, Gungui moved on to the sky corridor. Gungui continued, we can travel through the solitary void without getting lost, so there's no need for a corridor like this. However, for the sake of the Lord Ruler's safety, Bao and I still discussed and built this corridor in the sky. During the construction process, Bao and I were worried that the mirror creatures would attack us, but in the end, they didn't. I think it's because we're at the edge of the mirror domain. Mirror creatures don't like to come to the edge of the mirror domain? Isn't the space here stable? Angor had been on high alert ever since he stepped into the solitary void. According to the information he received, the mirror domain was constantly experiencing the birth and death of dimensions. The birth and death of a dimension would not only cause destruction to the space inside, but also to the surroundings. If there was a hidden mirror space nearby that was in a state of birth and death, one could easily be torn apart by the birth and death of the dimension if one was unlucky. For this reason, Angor had to be extra careful. However, what surprised him was that nothing unexpected happened even after he had walked more than half of the corridor in the sky. Accidents were called accidents because the chances of them happening were small. Therefore, he was not surprised that nothing went wrong this time. What really surprised him was that the corridor was completely untouched. According to Gungui, the corridor was built hundreds of years ago. Angor assumed that there would be several accidents that would cause the corridor to be damaged or even destroyed. But strangely enough, none of them happened. Did this mean the corridor was safer than he thought? With this thought in mind, Angor released his spirit feelers to check the space around him. The results of his investigation were not unexpected. The space around him was indeed very stable. It didn't look like it had been born or destroyed before. If this area was stable, then according to Laplace, the creatures in the mirror should have swarmed over like a flock of ducks. But the reality was that Angor did not encounter any mirror creatures along the way. Since the corridor was still intact, Angor was almost certain that this place was a rare utopia in the mirror domain. Why wouldn't the mirror creatures, who pursued survival, come here? Gungue gave a clear answer to this question. Because the convergence force here is very, very weak. Gungue paused for a moment. Lord Ruler once said that the concentration of convergence force is related to how active the mirror sea is. The mirror sea outside the mirror domain isn't very active, so the convergence force here isn't strong. Mirror creatures rely heavily on convergence force. Even if they know the outside of the mirror domain is safe, they won't come here unless it's absolutely necessary. Then why is your space solidified outside the mirror domain? Is it to make it easier for the wise ruler to come and go? Gungue shook his head. No. My little treasures and airbow spaces are all outside because we don't rely on convergence force. We can also absorb primal mana to train in the real world. Mother, on the other hand, needs convergence force much more than we do. But with Her Majesty's help, she can stay outside for a long time without having to worry about anything. Angor nodded. When Laplace talked about the Cyclops clan, he mentioned that they had both the characteristics of mirror creatures and the properties of the material world. This allowed them to travel between the mirror domain and the real world to maximize their benefits. However, the Cyclops clan's advantages weren't all that great. For example, the Cyclops clan could absorb primal mana to train, but they still relied on convergence force, which meant they had to come to the mirror domain to achieve their breakthroughs. Also, the Cyclops clan had the properties of the material world, which gave them an advantage in the real world. At the same time, they also lost the unique ability of mirror creatures, time clone. They could solidify their images, memories, and spaces, but they couldn't use them to create a time clone. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. Perhaps this was also a special kind of check and balance. After walking for about half a minute, the sky corridor encountered a fork in the road. Angor was a little surprised. He thought this corridor would lead him to Sweet Dream, but he didn't expect there to be a fork in the corridor. Gungue said, "This fork leads to Little Treasure's territory." Angor suddenly realized that this corridor could be used as a guide to visit other people's houses. Did that mean Airbow and Phantom Slave also had branches in this corridor? Gungue shook his head. Mother used to solidify a space that connected to the sky corridor. But recently, her space was about to collapse because it took in too much filth from the underground sewer. In order not to affect the sky corridor, they took the initiative to cut off the sky corridor. As for Little Treasure, its space changed frequently. Normally, it could last for years, but now it only changes it once every month or two. According to Little Treasure, it's to train its convergence force. Since it changed so many times, it didn't connect to the sky corridor. Angor could understand Phantom Slave's situation. However, the situation with the One Eye and Airbow was a little unique. But Angor didn't want to think about it. Both Laplace and the wise overseer had the same opinion about Airbow. They thought Airbow was cunning, shrewd, and had unknown abilities. This kind of guy who liked to make himself mysterious, either he had real skills or he was just faking it. Airbow was obviously the former. Angor would always be cautious when dealing with people with real abilities. Since Airbow had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to get into a conflict with it. As for how to avoid conflict? It was very simple. Just ignore them. Then this corridor in the sky only has 3 ways to go? They were Big Treasure, Little Treasure's solidified space, and the special space where Sweet Dream was hidden. Angor's question implied that if there were only 3 paths, was it worth spending so much time to create a corridor like this? Gungue shook his head. No. Apart from these 3, there's another fork. Angor was about to ask where it led to when he saw a new fork in the corridor. And this fork in the road extended diagonally downwards. It was too bright down there, so he couldn't see where the path led to. But when he looked down, he saw the fork gradually turning into a black dot, which meant it went down very deep. As if it led straight to the empty mirror sea. This fork in the road is the fork in the road I was talking about. It is also the main reason why we want to build this corridor in the sky. If you like super-dimensional warlocks, please bookmark, Super-dimensional warlock girl classmate web updates the fastest. This path leads to the empty mirror ocean. The reason why we built this road is because we want to salvage the Hollow Man. Gungui's explanation helped Angor understand the reason behind this. Normally speaking, the empty mirror sea's tidal disaster would appear out of nowhere. No one knew when it would appear, where it would appear, or which direction it would go. However, since there were normal situations, there would also be special situations. The empty mirror sea at the edge of the mirror realm was the most unique place for a tidal disaster. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that no matter where the tidal disaster occurred at the edge of the mirror domain, it would all flow in the same direction, the inner area of the mirror domain. This fork in the road led to the only way to the inner area of the mirror realm. Whenever Adonis dealt with the Noah clan, she would always throw them to the outer area of the mirror sea at random locations. However, all the hollow men would eventually pass through here. In the past, although they were able to fish out the hollow men, it took a long time because they had to search for them. Even if they knew that this was the only way for the hollow men, they still had to retreat when the tidal disaster appeared. They would only come back after the tidal disaster subsided. At that time, they couldn't tell whether the hollow men were at the outer area of the mirror realm or had been pushed into the inner area by the tidal disaster. Later on, under Airbau's suggestion, this fork in the road was created. Moreover, special eyes created by the wise dominator were installed at various points along the fork in the road. Once the hollow men appeared, the eyes would lock onto them. This way, they wouldn't have to look for the hollow men. As long as the eyes gave them a hint, they would immediately enter the mirror realm. Even if the tidal disaster prevented them from entering the mirror realm, the eyes could still lock onto the hollow men for a certain amount of time and prevent them from completely disappearing. Of course, the ruler of wisdom didn't make the eyes specifically for the hollow men. The ruler of wisdom arranged a place for each hollow man to go, but he didn't consider it a big deal. The main function of the eyes was to record, analyze, and search. The records and analysis were easier to understand. Overall, it was the sage's research on the sea of empty mirrors. As for searching, it was because the sovereign of wisdom wished to use his eyes to search for something special within the empty mirror sea. This kind of thing could be a void heart, an item from the real world, or a secret treasure that was born in the empty mirror sea. Putting aside the hollow man for now, the other two types, whether it was an item that flowed in from the real world or a secret treasure in the empty mirror ocean, as long as it existed in the empty mirror ocean, it was definitely not simple. To put it bluntly, he was just waiting for the rabbit to show up. It wasn't difficult to construct this path, and the rewards would be bountiful. This was why Airbao had suggested it, and why the wise sovereign had agreed to it. After listening to Gungui's explanation, Angor wanted to go down as well. However, he wasn't here to study the mirror sea, nor was he here to pick up scraps. He simply wanted to see the eye that the wise sovereign had refined. The eye that the sovereign of wise had created was capable of sensing even across worlds. How had it been accomplished? Also, the eye was able to lock on to the hollow dwellers for a certain period of time during the tidal disaster at Mirror Hollow Sea. What was this eye made of? Could it be Uldsher? Angor was curious, but he didn't ask about it. After all, Gungui couldn't make the decision to study the eye. He still needed the wise sovereign's approval. Besides, compared to the eye, Angor was more interested in Sweet Dream. They kept moving forward. There were no other forks in the path. Soon, they saw the end of the corridor in the sky. Angor expected to see another mirror space shrouded in mist. But to his surprise, there was an arched door made of vines and blooming flowers at the end of the corridor. There was no door on the door, but there was a hanging green curtain. Behind the door, there was nothing but emptiness. However, when looking through the curtain, Angor could see a bright light. This light was softer than the gas lamps in Gungui's space, and it wasn't dazzling either. It looked like real natural light. The light shone through the curtain and cast a green shadow on the corridor. As Angor approached the arched door, he could smell the fragrance of the flowers on the vines. Together with the swaying shadows on the ground, it was quite a pleasant scene. However, although they could see the bright light behind the curtains, they couldn't see what it was like inside. However, from these known details, it was basically certain that there was a space behind the wooden arch. It had to be the special space where Sweet Dream was kept. Gungui stopped and said to Angor, "That's Paradise Lost, where Sweet Dream is located." Paradise Lost? Did the wise sovereign give it that name? Gungui was about to answer when he heard a calm voice coming from behind the door. "No, I named it Paradise Lost." As the voice faded, a figure floated out of the arched door. Yes, the figure floated out. Angor didn't know why. But judging from the figure's long silver hair, which was longer than his height, Angor guessed that the figure was trying to avoid dragging his hair on the ground. "We meet again." The cold voice came from the figure. Angor looked at the silver-haired girl and bowed slightly. "Yes. I didn't think we'd meet again so soon, Lady Laplace." It was Laplace who gave them a message not long ago. Gungui told Angor that Laplace would follow Angor's scent and come to him. Angor thought Laplace would wait for a while. He didn't expect that Laplace would arrive earlier than him and even enter Paradise Lost. Laplace floated in the air and looked down at Angor without showing any emotion. "Paradise Lost is a name I found in the memory of a mirror." "Do you have a problem with the name?" "No, I don't." When he heard the name Paradise Lost, he subconsciously felt that it didn't seem like the style of the wise ruler, which was why he asked. He didn't mean anything else. However, Laplace seemed to be quite interested in the name of Paradise Lost. "Have you heard of Paradise Lost?" Angor nodded. Angor glanced at Laplace in confusion. Was there some other secret about this place? "No. This is the first time I've heard of it." Laplace stared at Angor for a few seconds and slowly lowered his eyebrows. He didn't mention Paradise Lost again. "Shall we go in now, mister?" Gungui asked. Angor was about to answer when he noticed Gungui's strange expression. Gungui was still chatting with him, but now, Gungui was lowering his head and trying to hide behind him. It seemed Gungui was afraid of Laplace. Even when he asked Angor if he wanted to enter Paradise Lost, he acted as if he was in a hurry to complete the quest, which was completely different from his previous unhurried attitude. Did Laplace do something to Gungui before? Was that why it was so afraid of Laplace? Angor didn't ask the question, but when he saw Gungui's head almost reaching its chest, he couldn't help but say, "All right, let's go in." "Yes, mister. Just give me the key, and I'll..." Before Gungui could finish, Laplace cut him off. "No need. I'll take him in." Since Laplace was the one who fixed Paradise Lost, Gungui didn't need the key to enter. Gungui, but, Laplace looked at Gungui and whispered, "You can come with us if you want." Gungui quickly waved his hands and stepped back. "I'll just wait outside. I'll pass." Angor was sure Gungui was afraid of Laplace. Well, afraid wasn't the right word. If Gungui was really afraid of Laplace, the wise sovereign wouldn't have sent him to Laplace in the first place. It was more like fear and respect. Angor wasn't sure why Gungui was afraid of Laplace. Was it because of Laplace's special identity, or was it because Gungui was a child of mirror? Regardless of the reason, Angor couldn't ask Gungui in front of Laplace. So he had to give up. He nodded to Gungui and bowed to Laplace. "Thank you, Lady Laplace." Laplace didn't say anything and simply controlled a strand of silver hair. She tied one end of the strand to Angor's arm. Next, Angor felt something pulling the strand. He did not resist. Instead, he leaped into the wooden door and entered it. As soon as he entered the door, Laplace's silver hair automatically turned into a shining silver barrier to protect Angor from the oppressive spatial energy. The silver barrier lasted for about 10 seconds. When it disappeared, Angor found himself in a dreamy garden filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. The reason why he called it a dream was because everything in front of him was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Here, the wind had different colors. The dense green wind blew with vitality. Everywhere it went, all trees would be rejuvenated. Fresh flowers bloomed on the ground, bringing with them the fragrance of the rising sun. The purple wind blew in a dazzling manner. As long as there were flowers in its path, the petals would be like angry Buddha lotuses. Each petal was carried into the wind by the purple wind and drifted along with it. A gust of purple wind blew in front of him, which brought countless petals to the ground like rain. The petals sank into the ground as soon as they touched the ground. When the green wind came again, they would break out of the ground again. The dark green wind and the dark purple wind were like a cycle of life and death. But it didn't look cruel at all. Instead, it looked like a fairy tale that had been painted over. Apart from these, there were also other winds with different colors. The milky white wind carried raindrops, the beige wind was a flying carpet for birds, and the pink wind was a hotbed for giant trees. It was Angor's first time seeing such colorful and dreamy winds. However, were these colored winds really wind? There should be other forces mixed within them, right? Angor wanted to sense them, but he didn't want to because Laplace was right beside him. He considered for a moment and looked at Laplace. "Miss Laplace, I have a favor to ask." Laplace still hadn't landed on the ground. However, her silver hair seemed to weave into a throne, allowing her to float in the air in a sitting position. "You asked Air Bao to bring me here to ask for my help, right? No matter what you want me to do for you, since I'm already here, you might as well tell me. No need to be so tactful. I don't like humans." It seemed that Laplace was willing to help Angor. But Angor believed that Laplace wouldn't help him for free. Did she have other intentions? Did she want to get the other answers to her previous question from him? Laplace saw Angor's expression and understood what he meant. "You're right. I can't help you for free, but I'm not going to do it for free. But I don't know what I want you to do in return. After all, I don't even know what you're going to do. I will keep your every question and request in mind. The accumulation of them will determine what you need in return. At the same time, if I have any questions or requests during this process, and you answer my questions and respond to my requests, I will also remember it in my heart. Including the questions you answered me outside, I've also remembered them in my heart. If I judge that your contribution is greater than mine, I'll compensate you instead of asking for something in return." To put it simply, it was an equal trade. However, he couldn't tell what he needed in return yet. Both of them had their own questions and requests. Still, with this deal in mind, Angor felt a lot more confident. Now that he knew what to do, he wasn't worried anymore. "Miss Laplace, you should know that I have a wind creature as a follower. It's now inside my bracelet, and I want to let it out. Can I?" Of course, he was talking about Speedy. The wind here was strange, and Angor was curious about it. However, it would take him a lot of time to figure it out on his own. However, it was a different story if it was the speed spirit. It was a wind elemental creature, so it should be able to figure out the truth of the wind here much faster than him. "Okay." Laplace didn't say anything else and nodded in agreement. However, Angor didn't release Speedy right away. Instead, he looked at Laplace to see if Laplace had any other questions or requests. Laplace shook her head. "You don't have to ask me something that doesn't matter. Since the wise lord let you in and allowed you to bring that thing with you." Laplace pointed at Dangros, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder. "That means he agreed to let you bring an elemental creature here. Of course, I can't refuse. That won't be part of your request. And even if it is, I don't have anything to ask you right now. You don't have to ask for an answer." "Got it." Despite that, Angor still had some doubts in his mind. But he didn't express them right now. Angor waved a hand and released Speed Spirit from his bracelet. Speed Spirit was still wearing the heavy shell of an alchemy puppet, which caused dust to rise from the ground as soon as it appeared. When the dust settled, Angor quickly asked Speed Spirit to come out of the alchemy puppet. But this time, Speed Spirit didn't respond to Angor's telepathy several times. It wasn't until Angor put away the alchemy puppet and let Speed Spirit turn into a gust of wind that Speed Spirit finally came back to its senses. "What's wrong?" Angor asked. Speed Spirit hesitated for a moment and gave an answer. It felt that the wind here was a little strange. Angor wasn't surprised. He let Speed Spirit out because he wanted the spirit to study the wind here. Now, Speed Spirit was willing to talk about the wind here before Angor asked. This was a good thing. He then told Su Ling about his purpose. Without any hesitation, Su Ling gave an affirmative answer. Angor also reminded Speed Spirit in his mind, I don't feel any danger from the wind here, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous for you. You still have to be careful when you study it. Speed Spirit nodded. Under Angor's gaze, it turned into a gust of wind and merged with the green wind. Through the bond, he checked Soren carefully and made sure that Soren's emotions were stable. Only then did he feel relieved. That's the follower you mentioned? Laplace, who was floating in the air, asked. Angor nodded. Yes. Laplace remained silent for a moment. Then I still owe you a word of advice. Earlier, Laplace gave Angor a gift to all intelligent creatures, including Dankros, the Wood Spirit, and Elmi, to show his gratitude. Speed Spirit was the only one who didn't. It wasn't that Laplace forgot about Speed Spirit. Back then, Speed Spirit was assigned to protect two apprentices. Laplace didn't know that Speed Spirit was Angor's follower, so he didn't give Speed Spirit any advice. When Angor mentioned that he had another wind elemental creature in his space, she thought it was an unknown one. She didn't expect to see a familiar face. As for the unknown wind elemental creature, Laplace could use the excuse that you did not release it at that time as an excuse to not fulfill the promise, but Swift Spirit was right beside them at that time, so Laplace could not use this excuse. Laplace was not a man who liked to take advantage of others. Since he did not give Angor a compliment, he owed Angor a compliment. Don't worry about it. Words are just a reflection of one's mind. If I say something too good, I'm afraid it'll become arrogant. If I say something too bad, I'm afraid it won't want to improve itself. Well, I'm more interested to know what's going on with the wind. Why do they have different colors? Laplace said, a special phenomenon in a special place. Huh? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. Laplace explained, I don't know what's going on with the wind. When I solidified this space, I also reflected the wind. I studied it for a while, but I couldn't find anything. What I told you just now was the wise ruler's comment about the wind. I can't guarantee that it's true. So the wise ruler said the wind was a special phenomenon in a special place? Angor understood the meaning of the word. It was probably referring to an unexplainable phenomenon that happened in a special place. Just like the frigid ruin he found in the abyss, this place was also a special place. However, there was an unexplainable phenomenon here. Occasionally, someone would hear someone calling for him, and no matter how hard they tried, he would simply disappear and never come back. No one could explain why such a thing happened in the frigid ruin. Some wizards had even been killed because of it. However, the frigid ruin was a rare place in the abyss plane that not even demons dared to approach. Therefore, the Moonfrost Union would always use the frigid ruin as a route for emergency transportation. As for those who disappeared, well, there was nothing they could do about it. This was what people meant by a special phenomenon in a special place. However, the wise ruler's explanation was still too general. There were many special places in this world, and many unexplainable phenomena. Still, the wise ruler's words were not completely useless. At least Angor now knew that this special space was a reflection of a special place. And this special place was most likely the Paradise Lost that Laplace had mentioned. He knew that too much curiosity was not a good thing, so he held back his curiosity. Instead, he asked about Speed Spirit's condition. The wind isn't dangerous, is it? It's not dangerous to living creatures. But I don't know if it's dangerous to elemental creatures without bodies. Angor considered for a moment and contacted Speed Spirit. How are you? Are you in danger? Speed Spirit's response was complicated. It sounded like he was describing the sensation of the wind, but Angor couldn't understand it. The only thing he understood was that Speed Spirit meant no danger. Angor sighed in relief since Speed Spirit was not in danger. Still, he made up his mind that he would find a teacher for So Ling to learn how to speak properly once he was done with this. Speed Spirit was a quiet and uncommunicative elemental creature, so Angor had to change it for the better. Telepathy was convenient, but in complicated situations, such as this, Speed Spirit had to express itself separately, which made it difficult for Angor to understand what it was trying to say. They would be together for a few decades in the future. For his own sake, and also for the sake of Quickling's growth, it was imperative to find a teacher for it to practice its language expression. What does your elemental creature think about the different colors of the wind? Laplace's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor and Speed Spirit did not talk verbally, but Laplace could still tell that they were talking through their minds. However, Laplace didn't know what exactly they were talking about, which was why he asked this question. Angor didn't know how to answer Laplace's question. For one thing, he didn't know how to describe Speed Spirit's response. It was too abstract, and he couldn't understand it. But if he didn't say anything, he would lose face as Speed Spirit's master. For another thing, Angor noticed that Laplace was very curious about this place. In fact, Laplace was even more curious about how Angor could resist her mind's reflection. Why? What was so special about Paradise Lost that attracted Laplace's attention? More importantly, why would Laplace ask him about it? Angor didn't hear about Paradise Lost, nor did he see it. Why did Laplace always ask him about Paradise Lost? Did Laplace think Angor knew something about it? Suling didn't say anything. Angor considered. Is that so? Laplace gave Angor a doubtful look. Angor hesitated. It did say something. But it's an elemental creature I tamed in the wild not long ago. It doesn't know much about human civilization, so it can't express itself well. In other words, it's just a bumpkin. I don't understand what it said. Laplace looked at Angor for a few seconds and nodded. I see. Laplace believed Angor's explanation. Her question didn't involve any secrets, and Angor didn't need to hide them. Besides, Angor still needed her help. Even if he did find something, he wouldn't choose to keep it a secret. Do you have any ideas about the wind, Ms. Laplace? Angor turned to Laplace. Laplace shook his head. I once had some ideas, but after the verification of the wise men, they were all wrong. She meant that she didn't have any ideas yet. However, this sentence also revealed a piece of information. Laplace was indeed very concerned about this world that she had solidified. Or maybe she was more interested in the real world of Paradise Lost? Otherwise, Laplace wouldn't have handed over this space to the wise sage so easily. Too bad I'm not a wind-type wizard. Or I could study it too. Angor sighed and changed the topic. By the way, Ms. Laplace, may I know where Sweet Dream is? Angor was going to ask about Paradise Lost, but he decided against it. If Laplace asked for something related to Paradise Lost, he wouldn't know what to do. For now, it was better to solve the most important problem at hand, Sweet Dreams, before anything else. It's on top of the tree. Laplace pointed at a big tree in the distance. In this dreamy garden, not only was there a strange wind and gorgeous flowers, there was also a very tall tree that was impossible to ignore. The tree was located at the center of the garden, as if it was trying to show that it was the main character here. The tree was about 80 meters tall. Judging from the bright green on the top and the dark green on the bottom, it looked like a cinnabar eucalyptus. Cinnabar eucalyptus was a kind of tree that could be found in almost every continent. Such a tall tree could only be found in a highly competitive environment like the forest. However, in addition to the obvious green layering of the branches and leaves, the other characteristic of the eucalyptus was that it was slender and straight. In the forest where the average height was only 30 meters, it was like a proud crane. In order to compete for the sunlight, it kept climbing, which created its slender body. But this tree was different. It was not only tall, but also very thick. Cinnabar eucalyptus usually had leaves at the top of the upper layer, and there were almost no branches at the bottom. This tree, on the other hand, began to extend its branches from the bottom. This was a typical feature of a prairie tree. Moreover, it was blooming brilliantly from the bottom all the way to the top. More importantly, its trunk was not straight. Instead, it was curved upward, which was the characteristic of an ancient tree in a deep hole. Angor had never seen this kind of tree before. The first thing that came to his mind was the elven tree described in some fairy tales he saw on his hologram tablet. The lush tree reminded him of an elven tree. There were also all kinds of beautiful sceneries around it, as well as falling petals. There was also a pink wind blowing at the top of the tree. Angor wouldn't be surprised if an elf really flew out of the tree. Angor looked at the top of the tree, where the pink wind was blowing. It was the only wind that didn't move around. It only circled around the top of the tree, as if it was protecting Sweet Dream. Angor didn't know if it could protect Sweet Dream, but he didn't sense any mystery energy yet. If the pink wind could hide mystery energy, it would be as effective as geometric lock. With that in mind, Angor walked toward the tree. Laplace didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Angor to the tree. On the way to the big tree, Laplace finally changed the topic from Paradise Lost to the main topic. According to Bao, you want me to cooperate with you to study sweet dreams? How do you want me to do that? Will you believe me if I tell you that I don't know the answer yet? Laplace said, I do. The sovereign of the wise has also researched sweet dream before, and he's asked me to cooperate with him. However, every time he comes, he always ends up returning empty-handed. His research is often done on a whim. That's why I believe you when you say that you don't know where to begin. But I don't believe that you asked the wise ruler to invite me when you don't have a plan. For example, when a graduate student was writing a graduation report, he or she had to have a topic, a goal, and a general idea before asking his or her teacher to comment on it. Laplace didn't like to compare himself to his teachers, nor did he think highly of himself. But this was his way of dealing with people. Considering Angor's situation, if he really wanted to study Sweet Dream, he should at least have a general idea about it. Even if he didn't have one, he should at least have a first impression. But Angor invited him to study Sweet Dream without any of that. Something was wrong. I do have some ideas. But they're all bits and pieces. I don't know how to put them together. Angor looked at Laplace. Speaking of which, Miss Laplace, I'm curious. Since you know that I invited you in the first place, why did you still come? End of chapter. Laplace remained silent for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. I wasn't planning to come. Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. If Laplace didn't plan to come, why did he come now? What changed Laplace's mind? Laplace quickly gave Angor the answer, but it still confused him. Bao went to see Gleipnir. Gleipnir wasn't going to accept. But when she was about to refuse, Luigi seized the opportunity and made her lose. So she accepted Bao's request. Since Gleipnir agreed, of course, I wouldn't refuse. Not only did Laplace's answer not help him, but he also felt more and more question marks on his head. He was about to become a hat with a question mark on it. Gleipnir was playing chess with Luigi? She wasn't planning to come, but she lost and agreed? Why, did Luigi make a bet with Gleipnir? If you lose, you'll accept Bao's request? It couldn't be that careless, could it? You know what Gleipnir's class is, don't you? Asked Laplace in a plain tone. An astrologer, Angor replied. Laplace nodded. Gleipnir's body contained the memories of a prophet, a star seer, an astrologer, a Giselle shaman, and so on. These pseudo-prophets from different worlds created Gleipnir's overly sensitive personality. She would interpret any feedback from the outside world to the best of her ability. Just as I said before, at that time, Gleipnir was playing star chess with Luigi. Generally speaking, Gleipnir wouldn't lose to Luigi. But when she was about to refuse Bao's request, she lost. She thought it might be an omen, which meant there was a change in the situation. Since it was a change, she couldn't judge it based on common sense. So, she accepted Bao's request. Angor didn't know what to say. Now he understood that Laplace was overinterpreting the situation. He originally thought that Laplace had something to ask of him, which was why he had made a special trip here. He didn't expect the real reason to be so subtle. One had to know that there was no limit to overinterpretation as long as one's imagination was big enough. As long as you wanted to interpret it, the wind blowing, the leaves falling, the clouds moving, and even the wrinkles on your clothes could be used to make an issue out of it. Angor almost lost his composure when he heard the truth. If you know Gleipnir is too sensitive, why do you still listen to her? Angor asked. Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. Not because of the question itself, but because Angor would ask such a question at all. Is that all you can ask? Even though Laplace did not say it out loud, his eyes conveyed the message. Of course, he couldn't respond to Laplace's stare. Dorcas was right. She's a slut. After expressing his doubts with his eyes, Laplace said indifferently, the reason is very simple. Because I am her, and she is me. What I meant was that her sensitivity was my sensitivity. Her overinterpretation was also my interpretation. It sounded right. Laplace, Glepner, and Luigi were all her. They just belonged to different times. But that only sounds right. Take a look at your own words. Which of your words were referring to Glepner as yourself? He was describing Glepner's thoughts from a neutral perspective. Or rather, from a third party's point of view. Subconsciously, he began to see Glepner and Laplace as separate entities. As a result, Laplace now looked at him disdainfully and said in a perfunctory tone, "I am she, her deeds are my deeds, her thoughts are my thoughts." Angor really didn't know how to respond to this. He didn't want to argue with the slut anymore. He put on an enlightened expression and said, "I see. I get it now. Speaking of which, how do we start the sweet dream?" Angor changed the topic abruptly. "Go through the pink wind, and you'll enter sweet dream. Do you want to experience it first?" Angor shook his head. "No. I don't want to do it before I set up a research plan." Sweet dream had serious side effects. Angor only wanted to see if he could pull Sweet Dream into the dream wasteland. He didn't want to get himself involved. John had taught him to avoid becoming a drug addict ever since he was young. Even if it was an addiction to Sweet Dream, Angor didn't want to overdo it. Even if he only experienced it once, he might get addicted. As long as he did not touch anything, he would be fine. He would not try to experience the sweet dream. "If you don't want to experience sweet dream, how do you plan to study it?" Laplace asked. "I'll take it one step at a time. I'll try to sense the mystery item first. Maybe I'll have an idea." The inspiration of a magus often comes from this kind of inadvertent observation. Laplace nodded and flew to the top of the tree with Angor. Angor was curious about the tree species, but he did not pay too much attention to it. As far as he was concerned, the tree was just an ordinary tree with a special type. Even if it had supernatural properties, it would be an internal type, which was not strong enough to threaten Angor's sense of danger. However, as Angor flew to the top of the tree, he noticed some details that he didn't notice before. What surprised him the most was that there were too many man-made marks on the sturdy trunk hidden under the branches and leaves. First of all, the trunk itself was wide and meandering. Also, it was much flatter than he expected. It looked like a winding path going up the tree. Even mortals could walk on it easily. He also noticed that there were handrails that looked like railings on the sides of some of the trees. It looked like a path made of tree trunks. Angor wouldn't be surprised if it was just a trunk road. Tree spirits could turn their trunks into roads, their leaves into squares, and their branches into buses. He was already used to this kind of tree-shaped transformation. He kept looking at the tree because he saw many tree holes. Some of them even had doors attached to them to show that they were man-made. On one of the doors, Angor saw a row of words carved on it. The words were a bit distorted, but he could still see them. "You know these words?" Laplace followed Angor's gaze. Angor considered. "No. But I think it's a variant of Abyss language." These supernatural characters were very difficult to decipher using spells. Besides, there weren't many of them, so Angor couldn't deduce their meaning through examples. "You don't know them either?" Laplace sounded a bit disappointed. "You think I should know these words, Ms. Laplace? I trust Gleipner's judgment. She must have a reason for sending me here." Laplace didn't answer Angor's question, but her intention was clear. To put it simply, Laplace believed that Angor would bring her a surprise or something. Laplace believed that the surprise might have something to do with this special space. Since it had something to do with this place, he should be able to recognize the words and murals left behind here. But Angor already saw the words, which clearly indicated that he didn't know them. As for the murals, well, they were also full of words. "Not even the wise lord?" Angor asked curiously. Laplace shook her head. "Just as you said, he only recognized the words as a variant of Abyss language, but he couldn't figure out their meaning. Even the Sovereign of Wisdom doesn't know." That was rather interesting. It had to be known that the wise sovereign was a figure from 10,000 years ago. Back then, news had spread quite quickly. Wizards explored all the different planes of the Abyss plane. Even if they didn't go too deep, they at least managed to decipher most of the Abyss plane. But now, there was a variant of Abyss language that even the wise lord didn't know about, Angor pondered. There's a guard outside the stairs of Hanging Prison. Isn't it a demon soul? Does it know about it? The wise lord asked about it. It doesn't know. Angor shrugged. Then I can't help you. I'm not good at reading abyss language. Laplace was a little disappointed, but she still nodded without saying anything. So this reflecting space came from the abyss plane? Laplace nodded. Yes. It should be located in a special area of the abyss plane. The source of the reflection is the vision of a dying creature, which flowed into the sea of empty mirrors through the tears in its eye sockets. Angor hesitated for a while before he asked, "Why do you think this place is special? Is it because of the different colors of the wind?" Laplace shook her head. No. I have my own way of finding out. This reflecting space is at least one of the top 3 special spaces I've seen in my life. Laplace didn't tell Angor what method she used. Angor guessed that it was probably her talent or hidden ability. But what he didn't understand was, what good would it do Laplace if he could tell that this was a special space, or rather, why did Laplace care so much about this special space? Laplace didn't try to hide anything from Angor. Reflecting a special space can increase the limit of my power. However, Laplace didn't care too much about it. She had already done it, and the effect of this special space was already done. The reason why Laplace cared so much about this special space was that she had acquired a special ability. I've reflected many special spaces, but only when reflecting this special space did I gain some abilities. You can call it a talent, which is perfect for me. Gleipnir once said that the real world corresponding to this special space might have a medium that can allow me to advance to another level. Angor didn't know what to say about Gleipnir again. To put it bluntly, Laplace had a feeling that this special place would be helpful to him, or rather, he had a feeling that it would be helpful to him. I see. Too bad I don't understand the language, Angor muttered. It's fine. Laplace shook her head. Angor considered. If I have a chance to go to the abyss plane, I can ask around for you. I know a lot of abyss plane friends who have lived for a long time. Maybe they can find the source of this language. Laplace didn't think Angor could do it, but she still nodded. Thank you. Angor quickly thought about some abyss plane characters, Odurklas, Fafnir, Grievous, Wardle, and Resurrection witch Balalaika. They were all famous figures in the abyss plane, so they might know the source of this language. According to Laplace, there were murals in some of the tree holes, which Angor wanted to take a look at. However, Sweet Dream was much more attractive than the murals. According to Laplace, there was also a mural at the top of the tree where Sweet Dream was located. Even though it wasn't the largest mural, there should be a special meaning behind it being placed at the top of the tree. Therefore, Angor decided to go to the top of the tree first. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the pink wind. Previously, when he looked from afar, he only saw the pink wind swirling around the top of the tree. Now that he was here, he realized that it wasn't swirling at all. Instead, it was the pink wind that surrounded Sweet Dream. The pink wind turned into a pink ball of wind, and Sweet Dream was in this ball. The mural at the top of the tree, as Laplace mentioned, was right below the pink ball of wind. Since the pink ball of wind covered a large area, Angor could only see the outline of the mural, but not what it looked like. However, the mural wasn't important right now. The pink ball of wind was more important. Laplace had said before that the different colors of the wind here were all reflected in the space when it was reflecting the space. Then why was the pink wind circling around Sweet Dream? Angor asked the question. Laplace said, I can control these winds. This is also an ability I obtained from this special projection space. So, you created this ball of wind? Angor didn't want to ask about the specific ability since it was inappropriate for him to do so. Laplace nodded. The pink wind can calm the heart and magnify the positive side of one's mind. This kind of wind is extremely compatible with sweet dreams. Because of this, when it's around Sweet Dream, the positive side of the wind resonates with Sweet Dream. Not only can it bind Sweet Dream, but it can also conceal the mysterious aura of Sweet Dream. That's great, Angor muttered to himself. To use Sweet Dream, one had to go through the pink wind first. The pink wind could soothe one's mind and remove the burden from one's mind. With such a soothing mood, Angor could fall asleep again. Sweet Dream was still a pleasant dream. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this series of critical strikes of positive energy. The benefits were naturally great. Their abilities were compatible and complementary, which meant that they complemented each other. But there was also a downside. It would make it easier to get addicted. Take a look. Let me know if you have any ideas. Laplace's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor looked back and saw Laplace sitting on a branch outside the tree. Her long silver hair was fluttering in the wind. She was looking into the distance quietly. Angor wondered what she was thinking. Since he was already outside Sweet Dream, he might as well take a look around first. Angor gently landed on the platform on top of the tree. He was about 20 meters away from Sweet Dream. He walked forward step by step. When he was 10 meters away, he already felt some changes in his emotions. His restless heart was slowly calming down. This change in mood could be clearly felt, but strangely, it didn't feel out of place at all. It was the pink wind's ability, no doubt. Angor stopped and tried to sense it. As he did, his expression became more and more strange. The pink wind wasn't very effective. Angor could easily get rid of the effect. But, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the reason why the pink wind could calm people down. The pink wind worked directly on one's emotions, but there was no trace of it at all. It was as if Angor was adjusting his or her own mood instead of being affected by the outside world. Others might not think much of it, but Angor's beyond her perception still couldn't find any trace of it. It was quite strange. The most important thing was that the pink wind was only reflected, and it was impossible for it to be perfectly restored during the reflection process. Angor believed that the pink wind's real body was even more mysterious. If the pink wind was already so strange, the special place in the real world must be even more mysterious. Did you feel anything when you were here? Angor asked Dangros. Dangros thought for a moment and replied, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel very calm. It seemed that this pink wind was not only effective on living people, but also on elemental creatures. If that was the case, would it affect spirit and the awakened demons under the control of the distorted seed? He considered and asked the same question to Wood Spirit and Elmi. However, the Wood Spirit did not answer. It only curled up even tighter in fear, which almost caused Angor's arm to bleed. He couldn't count on the Wood Spirits anymore. Even if the pink wind was calming, it wouldn't be able to suppress their natural instincts. As for Elmi, the feedback he received was the same as usual. From the looks of it, the distorted seed seemed to be of a higher level than the pink wind. Come to think of it, the main material of the distorted seed was Chaos Source, and Chaos Source was something that even Ku Lori was afraid of. He did not think too much and kept moving forward. When he was about 5 meters away from the pink wind, Angor finally sensed a trace of mystery energy. But just as he was about to probe further, Laplace's voice rang in his ear, What's the matter? If you don't want to fall asleep, don't go any further. The setting I set for these pink winds is that they will automatically open up a path for people to enter once they are within 5 meters of them. Once the pink wind is activated and the path is opened, you'll automatically walk inside under the influence of Sweet Dream. When that happens, you'll have to sleep even if you don't want to. Unless you can resist the mystery energy. Resist the mystery energy? Angor decided against it. If he could resist the mystery energy, the Germinal sect would not have developed so well. Since Laplace said so, Angor decided to step back. He retreated to 10 meters away from Laplace. He could not study Sweet Dream at close range for now. Besides, studying was not his main focus. So he decided to leave for now. However, before leaving the pink wind, he did not forget about the mural on top of the tree. He saw the mural as soon as he landed on the wooden platform he was standing on. He was too focused on Sweet Dream to notice it. Now, he could take a closer look. Angor walked around the platform for a while. After getting a general idea of what the mural looked like, he left the platform. After leaving the platform, he pointed a finger in the air and created an illusion of a plane. It was the same mural he saw before. Usually, murals were used to record hymns, disasters, or myths and history. In other words, murals were mostly related to gods and beliefs. In order to express themselves more clearly, most of the murals were very straightforward. There wouldn't be too obscure or ambiguous interpretations. This mural, however, was completely different. It was full of meaningless lines. If not for the alternating light and dark, Angor would think it was some kind of unknown rune. Angor studied the mural carefully and still could not understand it. There were some words on the side that seemed to be introducing the mural, but they were all variants of Abyss language. Angor still could not understand them. Is it because I can't understand it with normal logic? Angor muttered to himself. He then looked at Dangros. Come here and have a look. Can you understand it? Dangros was very excited at first. But when he heard Angor's question, his face turned sour. You're the one who's not normal. I don't understand it either. Dangros was not trying to defy Angor. He really could not understand the mural. Angor then looked at Elmi. Elmi sent back a confused message. Clearly, Elmi did not understand what Angor was doing. Maybe it's not a painting? Dangros asked. Since Laplace said it's a painting, then let's see it as one. If Angor considered the mural as a painting, he would consider it as an abstract painting. Abstract painting? Angor muttered. Was this really an abstract painting? Angor learned how to appreciate abstract paintings when he was young. But it was not John who taught him. John's understanding of abstract paintings was that if you could not understand them, you should praise them as much as you can. Then, you should talk about your life experiences and the principles of the world. Anyway, other people probably could not understand abstract paintings anyway. Angor felt that this was a little too perfunctory, so he seriously studied abstract paintings. He learned it from Abstract Art Appreciation on his hologram tablet. After learning it, Angor learned a lot. He felt that John was right. Just like how there were 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, abstract paintings followed the path of idealism. If you said you understood the philosophy of life, no one could refute it. You could say anything you wanted. Even if the author of the painting was standing in front of you and you said you understood life because of the painting, the author could not refute it. This was similar to Gleipnir's situation. The author had the right to interpret the painting normally. But if you overinterpreted it, you would not understand anything even if you were the author. John's opinion was not wrong. But then again, appreciation of abstract painting art didn't completely advocate for everyone to freely understand. It also had its own content. Color, the whole, and finally, the human heart. The combination of colors was very important in abstract paintings. Many connoisseurs judged abstract paintings based on color. If this mural was an abstract painting, would he learn something from the color? With this thought in mind, Angor looked at the mural on the ground again. The mural on the ground was carved. It did not have traditional colors. But if the light and shadow were colors, Angor looked at the light and shadow on the mural and pondered. Time ticked away. Angor did not move until he heard footsteps beside him. He slowly looked up. The footsteps were undoubtedly from Laplace. Laplace saw Angor staying silent for a long time and the illusion of the mural floating in front of him, so he came to check. Angor looked up, but Laplace noticed that Angor was not looking at him. Instead, he was looking at the sky. Laplace also looked up in confusion. Is there something wrong with the sky? A moment later, Angor spoke again. Is there no night here? Laplace nodded. Yes. Whatever the outside world looks like when it's reflected, it's the same inside. If it's night, the reflected space will always be night until it's destroyed. If it's daytime, it will always be daytime. There will be no change. There's no light of dawn or sunset. Don't you think it's boring? No. I can't see the light of dawn here, but I can see it in another space. There's no starlight here. I can solidify another space with starlight. Angor scratched his head. You're right. You can use your power to solidify the space and keep the best time. The best time? Laplace opened his mouth to argue, but he did not say anything in the end. What was good was only seen in the eyes of outsiders. Those who lived in this place would only try their best to survive. You've been studying this mural for a long time. Do you have any ideas? Laplace looked at the floating illusion again. Yes, I do. But I don't think it'll help. Tell me about it, said Laplace. Angor did not refuse. He pointed at the illusion again. Take a look. Laplace looked at the illusion again, but this time, he was stunned. Before this, the illusion was still. But now, it was moving. No, it was more accurate to say that Angor added some external force to the illusion instead of saying that the illusion moved. This external force was called day and night. Or rather, it was the change of time. The morning light of the rising sun illuminated the mural carved on the wooden platform. As the sun rose higher, the light and shadow on the protruding parts of the mural were lengthened, while the sunken parts became less visible. When noon came, the light and shadow changed again. In the end, the morning light painted the mural with a thin layer of red. At first glance, the mural did not change much. Only the light and shadow changed a little. However, as soon as he accelerated time, day and night were replaced in 1 second, and the shadow on the mural turned into a completely different picture that had nothing to do with the original one. It was still abstract, but it looked more like a painting than the first one. If one looked carefully, they could even see some vaguely familiar things. Do you see anything? Angor asked. Laplace's heterochromatic pupils carefully observed the accelerated illusion of the mural. Various things flashed through his mind, trying to correspond with it. But, he still could not. Even if there was a qualitative breakthrough in the murals, Laplace still couldn't understand the pictures drawn by shadows. I think so, but I don't know. Laplace shook his head and looked at Angor in a praising tone. But your discovery is indeed groundbreaking. I never thought about it before. Where's the sage? He should have noticed it, right? Laplace shook his head again. He didn't tell us. Laplace didn't say that the wise lord didn't know about it, but that didn't mean the wise lord didn't know about it. If Angor could figure it out himself, the sage should have as well. After all, wizards had seen a lot of light and shadow cantrips. The mural had deep gouges and protrusions. It could be considered artistic, but when Angor thought about it carefully, he could see that the mural was showing light and shadow. So the sage did notice it but did not say anything, or would they say that even though the sovereign of wisdom had discovered it, he hadn't been able to analyze it, just like now, he noticed that the change of light and shadow would change the patterns on the murals, but he still couldn't understand what they meant. If the previous murals were abstract paintings, then the murals after days and nights of precipitation were still abstract paintings. However, they were considered light. At the very least, the outlines and shapes could be seen. Since you noticed it, you must have some ideas, right? Laplace looked at Angor expectantly. Angor pondered for a moment. I think it looks like Matryoshka dolls. Matryoshka dolls? Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. What was that? Angor explained, a toy that looks like a roly-poly toy. You can take it apart from the middle, and there will be a smaller one inside. Seeing Laplace's puzzled look, Angor thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He didn't think too much about it and directly said, swaddling clothes. Like a baby's swaddling clothes. There was no such thing as swaddling clothes in the mirror realm. Perhaps there were swaddling clothes in other mirror realms, but not in this one. However, this didn't mean Laplace didn't know about swaddling clothes. There were too many images floating in the mirror sea, including scenes from ordinary people's homes. Swaddling clothes weren't a rare sight. Laplace looked at the murals in the changing light and shadow seriously and pondered for a long time. At first, she didn't think Angor was referring to swaddling clothes. But as time went by, the concept of swaddling clothes became more and more clear in her mind. When she looked at the painting again, she really did see the outline of swaddling clothes. It was like reading a constellation. Ordinary people couldn't make any complicated connections even if they knew several coordinates of a certain constellation. But when an astrologer explained it to you seriously and connected the dots in your mind, the constellation's image would immediately become solid. The same was true for the light in front of her eyes. Before being pointed out, she didn't think anything of it. However, when the concept of swaddling clothes appeared in his mind, he could no longer see any other images when he looked at the light and shadow. No matter where she looked, no matter what time she looked at it, it was still swaddling clothes. Laplace didn't think it was because of her mind's shackles. Since she could only see swaddling clothes in her mind, maybe Angor was right. But why was there a painting of swaddling clothes at the top of the tree? Laplace thought for a while but couldn't figure it out. She could only look at Angor with hope. Angor scratched the wood spirit on his arm to make it loosen up a bit. I'm just saying. I can't be sure if it's swaddling clothes or not. But if it's swaddling clothes, it can also mean birth. Maybe this place was once the birthplace of some creatures. Angor couldn't help but think about the elven tree recorded in the hologram tablet on Earth. He didn't know what kind of influence the authors on Earth were under. Many authors would describe the birth of elves as asexual reproduction, or simply as elves born from the fruit of the elven tree. Once the elven tree showed signs of withering, the number of elves would start to decline. If this tree was really an elven tree, and there used to be elves living here, this might be the place where those elves were born. Or perhaps, it was the place where one was baptized after being born. Of course, this was just his imagination. He could not tell anything from the mural alone. More importantly, he did not think that his deciphering of swaddling cloth was correct. Laplace, on the other hand, was serious about what he said. She did not trust Angor that much. She trusted herself and Gleipnir's interpretation. Gleipnir was her, and she was Gleipnir. Gleipnir did not react to the swaddling clothes, and Laplace's mind was also filled with swaddling clothes. This was not normal. It felt a little like inspiration or an omen. Since that was the case, Laplace was certain that it was the swaddling cloth. Birthplace. Makes sense. But I still need more information. Are you interested in seeing the other murals? Laplace looked at Angor and asked, what do you think? As far as Laplace was concerned, if Angor could uncover the truth of the murals, the other murals might be able to help him as well. Of course I'm interested. Speaking of which, I have some questions for you, Ms. Laplace. What questions? Nothing to do with the murals. Laplace asked, then, is it related to sweet dreams? Did you find a solution to your research project? Angor hesitated. Yes, it's related to sweet dream. But I still need to see how it goes. I just need to ask some questions. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. There's no need to rush. We can talk about it while we walk, said Angor. Laplace nodded noncommittally, turned around, and flew to the edge of the branch. Seeing this, Angor followed without hesitation. Laplace looked back at Angor and cancelled his flying spell. He began to fall to the ground in a free-falling manner. Angor followed her without hesitation. Several seconds later, they returned to the bottom of the tree. This time, they didn't fly up like before. Instead, they followed the winding tree trunk like a small path and slowly walked up. Laplace finally landed on the ground. Her silver hair touched the trunk of the tree, creating a beautiful trail of light as she moved forward. Looking from afar, Angor could see ancient trees, luxuriant leaves, and mottled shadows. Laplace looked like an elf queen who was about to ascend to her throne. Angor's aura was not as intimidating as Laplace's. Of course, he wasn't planning to compete with Laplace. Besides, he wasn't as strong as Laplace anyway, so it was only natural that Laplace's aura was stronger than him. Angor quickly walked in front of Laplace until he was half a body's length away from her. It was not that he looked like Laplace's follower. It was just that he did not want to step on Laplace's long hair. You're not going to ask? Laplace looked at Angor. I'm going to ask a personal question. Do you dream, Ms. Laplace? Laplace asked, are you trying to ask me if I'm affected by sweet dreams? Angor waved a hand. No. I'm just curious. I'm just curious whether a creature born in a mirror like Laplace can sleep and dream. Laplace didn't know why Angor asked such a question, but he still answered in a serious manner, I can sleep. As for dreams. Apart from sweet dreams, I've only experienced them a long, long time ago. A long time ago? Maybe 2,000 years ago, or 3,000 years ago. I don't really care about such trivial things. Did you never sleep again after that? Or did you sleep but not dream? Angor was a little confused. Laplace said, my main body is still hibernating. In other words, Laplace could sleep, but she never dreamed again. Is this an isolated case or a common one? Angor pondered for a moment. Lapras was puzzled. What do you mean? In your dreams. Are you the only one who hasn't dreamt for a long time, Ms. Laplace? Or are all the creatures in this mirror region not dreaming for a long time? I don't know. Only a few creatures can come to the mirror sea. Even if they do, I'm not interested in their dreams. After a moment of silence, Laplace asked, why? Are you interested in this? Yes. Angor nodded. Laplace, can you tell me why? Does it have anything to do with your research on Sweet Dream? We'll see if it matters or not, said Angor. But even if it does, it won't affect my research too much. Have you ever heard of the dream realm, Miss Laplace? Angor considered for a moment before he decided to reveal the truth to Laplace. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it before. The mirror sea doesn't reflect anything about the dream realm. In other words, even if there was a mirror surface in the dream realm, the things reflected in it wouldn't flow into the mirror domain. Just like the mirror world, the dream realm is a special world. The logic of the mirror world is that as long as there is a mirror surface, it will reflect the space inside the mirror and turn it into a mirror domain. As for the dream realm, as long as there are creatures dreaming, it will become the territory of the dream realm. I've done some research on the dream realm, so I'm going to start from there and see how the dream realm affects the mirror world. Angor added, after all, Sweet Dream is also a dream, and it's located in the mirror domain. The two special worlds intersected because of the Sweet Dream. I'm wondering if I can analyze the Sweet Dream from this perspective. Most of what Angor said was true. However, he didn't mention anything about the research. Laplace pondered for a moment. Your wise alchemist told me a lot of research points, but this is something I've never heard of before. But I think it's interesting. Even if it's not about Sweet Dream, it's still interesting. Yes, the mirror world and the dream realm are special worlds. No one has ever tried to find out whether or not they will meet, and to what extent. Since you know something about the dream realm, maybe you can find a way to answer my question. Laplace paused. I don't know if other mirror creatures are like me, but I can send my time to help you ask. Thank you, said Angor. Laplace waved a hand. Don't worry about it. I'm interested in your research as well. Can you tell me the result if you can? Angor nodded. Sure. Laplace smiled satisfactorily. Then, he stopped and closed his eyes as he started to meditate. A moment later, Laplace opened his eyes again. I've sent my time to different locations in the mirror domain to investigate. Laplace briefly explained the method of investigation, which was a common method of investigating multiple locations, races, and ages. This kind of investigation method was very comprehensive, and it could also make the final investigation result more credible. It was clear that Laplace was interested in Angor's information, which was why he used such a detailed method. However, because this method was more accurate, it took much longer than ordinary investigations. Angor estimated that it would take at least several days. If he was any slower, 10 days to half a month would have passed. He considered for a moment. Since the matter was settled, there was no harm in delaying it a little longer. With that in mind, Angor decided not to worry about the time. Soon, they arrived at the first hole in the tree. There was a knot that looked like a burrow, and the hole happened to be inside it, which turned it into a natural tree house. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a tree house because it had a door. The door wasn't locked, so Angor could easily push it open. The first thing he saw after entering the tree house was a beautiful little room. There was a bed, a table, and a hollowed-out window. All the furniture was exquisitely crafted. There was also a hollowed-out lamp grid carved into the shape of a shell on the wall. However, it was empty. There was neither a wick nor a flame inside. Angor couldn't help but think about the settings of elves again. It seemed that the elves in the tablet were all top-notch craftsmen. It was similar to the furniture and decorations in the room. However, at first glance, although the room was beautiful, there was nothing noteworthy about it. The only thing that seemed to be useful was the picture frame on the wall beside the door. The picture frame was small, and there should be a mini painting inside. However, it was empty now. Judging from the cleanliness of the room, the painting shouldn't have decayed yet. Maybe someone was still living in the room when the picture was taken. But now the painting was gone. Did Laplace take it away? Angor looked at Laplace. Before he asked, Laplace already knew what he was thinking. There wasn't a painting in the frame at first, but there were some energy scratches inside. According to the wise ruler, it's not a normal painting. It's an image created by energy, just like your illusions. Unfortunately, there's no way to restore it now. Angor followed Laplace's words and saw some strange scratches on the ground. He didn't know if they were energy traces, but he trusted the wise ruler's judgment. Even if they were energy scratches, they couldn't tell what the original painting was. There's no painting here? Angor wondered why Laplace brought him here if there was no painting in the frame and nothing else in the room that could carry any information. There is. As Laplace spoke, she walked to the window of the room. She gently waved her hand, and a wisp of beige wind that was wandering outside was summoned in. The cream-colored wind was the royal flying carpet used by many birds in this place. The cream-colored wind was the same. Not only did it come in by itself, it also brought in a small bird with yellow feathers. The bird looked ordinary. Angor assumed it was a snow sparrow, which was about the size of a palm. After the chick entered the room with the beige wind, it didn't do anything out of the ordinary. It remained standing firmly on the wind blanket. Finally, the beige wind was placed in the shell lamp grid on the wall by Laplace. The bird followed the wind into the grid, which was just the right size for the bird. After the bird entered the grid, the originally ordinary bird suddenly emitted a bright yellow light. Angor was surprised by the sudden brightness of the room. He was wondering why there was no wick in the shell lamp. So the wick was the bird flying outside. The bird inside the lamp didn't seem to mind at all. It didn't seem to mind being used as a light source. As the shell-shaped lamp lit up, a hidden door also opened. End of chapter. Angor couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw the door slowly opening. As soon as he entered the treehouse, he used his spirit feelers to check the surroundings and found nothing supernatural. There were no traps or runes either. But now, in front of him, whether it was the self-glowing bird that used itself as a lamp or the hidden door that led to an unknown place, it all showed that this place was not as ordinary as it appeared. But why didn't he notice anything strange about this place? Don't be surprised. The sage didn't find anything when he came here the first time either, Laplace said. Laplace said softly, if I didn't control this space, I wouldn't know where the mechanism is either. Angor hesitated. If even you didn't find it, does that mean the mechanism is moving? Laplace looked at Angor curiously. How did you know it's moving? I couldn't find anything before. Either I wasn't strong enough, or the mechanism wasn't here in the first place, Angor explained. Since the sage didn't find anything when he came here the first time, the latter must be the only answer. This was indeed Angor's reasoning. However, he only thought of this because he saw a moving mechanism when he visited Snooker Base not long ago. If he didn't take over the magic array in the lab, he would have been trapped in there. No matter how dumb he was, he wouldn't forget about it so quickly. Laplace nodded. You're just like the sage when it comes to quick thinking. The sage also found out that the mechanism is moving. After praising him, Laplace said, you're right, the mechanism itself is mobile. The mechanism is hidden in the roots of the tree. When the bird lantern is lit up, the tree will move the mechanism from the root to where the bird lantern is located. Laplace walked toward the hidden door. That's true, but I still don't know how the tree did it. According to the conjecture of the wise man and I, in the end, we agreed that perhaps the tree has spiritual intelligence in reality. Reflecting space can bring in energy and things that haven't gained sentience. However, sentient beings can't be reflected unless they actively pull them in. When I discovered this piece of mirror memory, it had already been floating in the empty mirror sea for some time. There's no way to directly use the mirror's memory to pull living beings into the space. At this point, Laplace sighed regretfully. If the tree really has spiritual intelligence, as long as we can pull it into the projection space, we might be able to learn the secret of this place. Laplace sighed with regret, but if there really was a situation where living creatures could be pulled into the reflected space, it would be equivalent to pulling living creatures into the mirror domain. It wasn't like the dream wasteland, which only allowed one to dream. Instead, it was about dragging a living being from another world into the mirror. This required great strength as a foundation. Also, Laplace had to drag the creatures on his home ground into his mirror domain in an away battle. In terms of strength, he would be weakened by 30%. Angor didn't know how strong the creatures in the special places were, but he was sure that Laplace wouldn't be able to drag them back to the mirror domain. Laplace continued, even if the tree's sentience isn't pulled into the projection space, it still follows certain rules. As long as the bird lantern lights up, the mechanism will open. In other words, it didn't matter if the tree didn't have sentience to control the mechanism. As long as the mechanism worked correctly, it would keep working. Angor followed Laplace into the hidden door. Behind the door was a spiral staircase that led upward. Laplace walked in front and said, "You should have seen it just now. There are actually a lot of tree holes outside. The interiors of these tree holes are probably similar to the rooms we saw earlier. Most of the tree holes have mechanisms. They can be connected to a hall. Here it is." Laplace stopped and looked ahead. Angor followed Laplace's gaze and saw that they had reached the end of the spiral staircase. In front of them was a small path about 5 or 6 meters long, at the end of which was a spacious hall. The hall was still dark, so he could not see clearly. However, he believed that the mural was somewhere in the hall. There are a total of 5 halls like this inside the tree trunk. They're about the same size, and the decorations inside are similar as well. The only difference is the murals inside. You mean there are 6 murals in total, including the one on top of the tree? Laplace nodded. Yes. There are a lot of tree holes outside, but they're all connected to these 5 halls. There are only 6 murals inside. That was great. At least they didn't need to run around and spend too much time looking at the murals. But then again, there should be some meaning behind such an arrangement. Laplace agreed with Angor's idea. The wise man said something similar. He speculated that there might be a certain race living on the tree who shared the same belief. The halls connected to their tree holes were the places where they worshipped. Of course, it's also possible that the halls were used for different purposes, such as worship, trade, communication, or even social gatherings. All in all, the 5 halls were public places for the people living on the tree. However, Angor didn't know what they were used for. With that in mind, he and Laplace entered the first hall. After walking in, Laplace gently waved his hand. Along the stairs that they came from before, there were birds flying in the beige wind. As soon as they came in, they immediately jumped into the shell lamp grids on both sides of the wall and turned into bird lamps. The bird lanterns lit up at the same time and brightened up the hall. As the light was turned on, Angor saw the so-called murals. Unlike what Angor expected, the murals here were only on one wall. There was also a delicate wooden frame attached to the murals, which made them look like ordinary paintings. However, the murals were huge and took up almost 3/4 of the wall. As for the content, it was still abstract and unreadable. But there was one thing worth noting. The murals were still carved, which caused the murals to fluctuate. Similar to the murals on top of the tree, the murals could produce light and shadows. However, the murals on top of the tree relied on light from the sky. The murals here, on the other hand, came from the bird lanterns on the walls. Laplace noticed that Angor was looking at the bird lantern on the wall and asked, "Still light and shadow?" "I don't know." "Let's try." Laplace asked, "How?" Angor considered for a moment and simulated the murals using illusions. At the same time, 12 lanterns were placed around the murals, which corresponded to the bird lanterns in the hall. Angor tried to extinguish some of the lanterns to check the murals. As the lanterns went out one by one, Angor noticed that there were 3 lanterns in each of the 4 directions of the murals. These 3 lanterns only affected 1/4 of the murals. This made it much easier to find the murals. He began to experiment with different combinations. Finally, he came up with the most regular combination of light and shadow. When Angor accelerated time, the light and shadow in the illusion changed rapidly, which allowed the abstract lines to tell a story. When Laplace saw this scene, his eyes flashed with surprise. "This is a throne?" At first glance, the light and shadow did look like a throne. Moreover, this throne was even more obvious than the previous swaddling clothes. It was almost to the point where one could recognize it at a glance. However, there was an obvious shadow outline on the armrest of the throne. Moreover, the appearance of the shadow was deeper, unlike the shadow of the throne itself. "So, there's someone sitting on the throne?" Angor wondered. Laplace looked at it carefully for a moment and nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. But what does it mean? Angor thought about the murals on top of the tree. If the swaddling cloth was indeed depicted in the murals, could it mean that a newborn will eventually become a king? Laplace pondered for a moment. So you're saying the baby grows up and eventually becomes a king? Angor nodded. Laplace said, this logic does make sense. As far as I know, similar stories of legendary growth often appear in murals. But we need to check the other murals to see if it's true. The murals on top of the tree and the one on the bottom of the tree describe the beginning and the end of the story. In that case, the other murals should be about the growing process. I can simulate the murals in other places. Or do you want to see it yourself? Laplace was now sure that the murals were related to the light and shadow. Since Angor already solved the riddle, there was no need for her to look at it. She could just simulate the murals. We're going back anyway. It won't take us too much time to see it with our own eyes. Laplace nodded. Let's go then. They didn't go back the way they came. Instead, Laplace created a hidden door and climbed up the stairs. Soon, they came out of a hole in the tree. After carefully inspecting the tree, Laplace led Angor to another hole in the tree, which was located higher than the others. Just like before, with the bird lantern leading the way, the hidden door was opened, and everyone arrived at the second hall in the big tree. The layout of this hall was almost the same as the first one. The only difference was the placement of the bird lantern. The position of the bird lantern is different. I noticed it before, but I never thought of it as an illusion. Laplace looked at the bird lantern and said in a depressed tone. Angor didn't say anything. He believed that the wise ruler should be able to see this. Perhaps the wise ruler had his own reasons for not telling Laplace about it. Now that he told Laplace the answer, in a way, it broke the wise ruler's plan. Angor wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. Angor decided to pretend that he didn't know anything and just came here to solve the puzzle. He carefully arranged the bird lanterns and tried to find the best way to solve the problem. Since this wasn't his first time doing something like this, he was able to do it easily. Not long after, an image formed by rapidly changing time, light, and shadow appeared in the illusion. Angor couldn't understand it if he only looked at it by himself. But when he thought about the throne, the image became much clearer. A person was walking toward the throne. He couldn't tell if it was a person or not. He could only see the outline of a person. However, the person looked bloated. He seemed to be wearing a suit of armor and holding a spear in his hand. So you're right. A newborn will become a king in the end, Laplace muttered as he looked at the image. They kept moving forward and soon arrived at the third hall. Just like before, Angor was going to use the light to solve the problem. However, Laplace suddenly showed a hesitant look. I have some preliminary information. About the dream you mentioned. Do you want to hear it now? Or should I tell you everything after I'm done with the investigation of my body? Angor frowned. He thought it would take Laplace several days or even months to investigate the dream of the mirror creature. Unexpectedly, in less than half an hour, Laplace already had a preliminary piece of news. This speed was much faster than he had imagined. Angor considered and nodded. Let's do it now. Since Laplace brought it up now, he must have found something. And it was definitely something unusual. Otherwise, Laplace wouldn't be in such a hurry. As expected, Laplace considered for a moment and said, Luigi went to Tooth Fairy Paradise first. It's a special space inside the mirror realm. It's not big, but it's very stable. There are many tiny tooth fairies living there. In the past, he would occasionally sing poems in the Tooth Fairy Paradise. Because of this, the little tooth fairies in the Tooth Fairy Paradise had a good impression of Luigi. They were also happy to answer some of Luigi's questions. According to Luigi, all tooth fairies who were born in the past 1,000 years did sleep, but none of them said that they dreamed. Now, Luigi is going to visit Tooth Fairy Castle under the guidance of a tooth fairy. There's an old tooth fairy and the tooth fairy queen living there for thousands of years. Maybe they'll give different answers. Tooth Fairy, who was born for nearly 1,000 years, never dreamed. Did this mean the connection between the dream realm and the mirror world was getting weaker and weaker? In fact, the connection between the dream realm and the mirror world seemed to be disconnected recently. Do you have any ideas? Laplace asked. Angor didn't try to hide his thoughts. When Laplace heard this, he was puzzled. You mean that not dreaming is related to the separation of the dream realm? You can only dream when you're within the influence of the dream realm? I don't think so. Freud once shared his understanding of dreams with Angor. Dreams were the windows through which the tangible consciousness looked at the intangible consciousness. To put it simply, the essence of a dream was the embodiment of the disordered emotions buried deep in people's hearts. These disordered emotions were born under the effect of the subconscious. When one had self-consciousness, it was very difficult to pry into the true face of these disordered emotions. Dreams, on the other hand, were the channels through which the conscious mind could perceive the disordered emotions. If one were to carefully analyze this explanation, one would find that it contained a solipsistic view. Dreams were born from the heart, and the heart was the self. In this case, dreams had nothing to do with the dream realm, but only with the self. But that wasn't the case. According to Freud's explanation, the dream realm was rather obscure, which was probably due to his strict nature. As a former dream manipulator apprentice, Freud's explanation tended to be more fundamentalist, which was a school of thought that would not allow any deviations from its own research. When outsiders heard it, they would find it vague and obscure, unable to understand. John once read Freud's paper about the dream realm. After reading it, he came up with a conclusion, which was much easier to understand compared to Freud's paper. John described the dream realm as a platform. This platform could be seen as a third-party platform. It was a platform with laws to follow and rules to abide by. The dreams of ordinary people were like design drafts that were uploaded to the platform, which greatly enriched the platform's resources. Then, the platform would integrate these resources into the general plane and enrich the imaginations of more dreamers. Therefore, even if a person's dream was born from the heart, it was still related to the dream realm. One could say that one's dream was a key that led to the dream realm. It was just difficult for ordinary people to grasp the key. Of course, John's platform wasn't very precise, which was why Freud didn't think much of it. Still, Angor agreed with it. It wasn't because John was his teacher. It was because John's platform mechanism was similar to the rules of a special world, but not the real world. For example, the dream realm could be used as a platform, and the same principle could be used in the mirror world. The mirror world's broken memories and reflections were also resources that were uploaded to the mirror world's platform one by one. However, most of the resources that were uploaded to the mirror world were subconsciously uploaded from the water surface, reflections, and mirrors of the outside world, which led to the congestion of the platform's resources. Thus, the enormous garbage collection box that was the empty mirror ocean was created. On the other hand, the tide of the empty mirror ocean was a one-click cleanup of trash. The nightmare realm could also be used as a platform. Nether City, Witch's Town, Mystery Tower, and so on were all uploaded resources from the real world. Because of this, Angor agreed with John's platform theory. Then again, since the dream realm was just a platform, whether a living being dreamed or not was not necessarily affected by the dream realm. So why was the mirror world affected by the dream realm? Angor wouldn't be too concerned if it was just an isolated case. There were plenty of people who could dream, but they didn't. Some of them didn't dream often, so they could only dream once in 1,000 years. But now, the mirror world was showing a wide range of people who didn't dream. This included Little Tooth Fairy and Laplace. They could have dreamed, but they no longer dreamed. What was the reason for this? Angor had an idea, but he wasn't sure if it was correct. What's on your mind? Laplace noticed that Angor remained silent for a while. Angor considered for a moment and told Laplace what he was thinking. Why don't we dream anymore? You said you have a guess. What is it? Laplace paused. If you don't want to tell me, I can understand. I'm asking because I hope you can give me some advice, Miss Laplace. I've never been to another dream realm, so I don't think I can give you any advice. Angor shrugged. It's fine if you don't. Just let me tell you something. Laplace looked at Angor and nodded. All right. My guess is that it's a gap between the two dream realms? Using the word gap might be too anthropomorphic, but I can't find another word to replace it for the time being. I think the mirror world is drifting away from the dream realm because of the influence of the world's consciousness. It's like how two beast kings can't live on the same mountain. the mirror world and the dream realm are both dream realms. The creatures in the mirror world are affected by the dream realm, but the mirror in the dream realm isn't. Wouldn't it be unfair to treat the mirror world as a person? Laplace said, so, you think that the world behind the mirror world intentionally or unintentionally contributed to the current situation? Yes. Angor nodded. Only the world consciousness of the mirror world can do something like that. Laplace considered. You have a point. But it's too far away from my level. I can't give you any advice. It's just an unrealistic idea. It doesn't matter. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, if there's even a tiny chance that my imagination is correct, I think the mirror world is still connected to the dream realm even though it's getting farther and farther away. Because of your sweet dreams? Laplace was smart enough to see through Angor's mind right away. Angor nodded. Since sweet dreams can still be used to dream, it means the dream realm isn't completely separated from the dream realm. Laplace asked, but the sweet dream is a mysterious item. Does that count as evidence? I don't know if it does or not, Angor said. But I think it's strange that a mystery item like sweet dream was born in the mirror world, Angor said in a meaningful tone. The dream realm and the mirror world were clearly separated from each other, but sweet dreams were still born in the mirror world. Wasn't that interesting? Angor looked at Laplace. The sage told me that Lady Laplace witnessed the birth of sweet dreams. Then do you still remember whether the sweet dream was born before or after you stopped dreaming? Laplace said, after I stopped dreaming. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. Laplace looked at Angor. You think sweet dreams are also the result of the world's consciousness? I can't say that, can I? But if the mirror world is doing something, I'm wondering if the dream realm is doing the same. Laplace considered and shook his head. You're making the world's consciousness look too much like a human being. The world's consciousness doesn't have human emotions. That's true. But the world's consciousness should have its own underlying logic, right? Or should I say, rules and regulations? Thanks to his experience in the dream wasteland, he could tell that the willpower did not have sentience or emotions, but it had its own way of operating. For example, Freud wouldn't have been able to control celestial shift so smoothly. Instead, Freud gave the power to the dream wasteland itself, which allowed him to fully utilize celestial shift. This was also the underlying logic of the dream wasteland. Even if the consciousness wasn't intelligent, there would still be mechanisms to make up for it. However, Laplace wasn't convinced by Angor's words. She shook her head again. It's still too far away from us. Let's just keep it as a guess. Maybe there's a way to close the distance? Angor asked. Laplace didn't argue with Angor's stubbornness. She simply looked away and didn't say anything. Angor created a new illusion and slowly simulated the changes of light while mumbling to himself, Sweet Dream was born under Lady Laplace's watch. It's a blessing for me. What do you mean? Laplace narrowed her eyes. Nothing. I just think that if Lady Laplace didn't find Sweet Dream, I wouldn't have the chance to study it. Angor stopped talking and focused on simulating the changes of light in the illusion. Laplace watched Angor in silence for a while before she frowned and came up with a strange idea. Angor, on the other hand, was also thinking about several questions in his mind. Was it really a gap between the world's consciousness? Was Sweet Dream really an echo from the dream realm? And, was it really just a coincidence that Sweet Dream appeared in front of Laplace? Most people wouldn't think too much about it even if they knew about it. But Angor was different. He had appeared in many scenarios on his way here. Some of them might be coincidences, but most of them were due to the influence of the Book of Kale. It was precisely because he had experienced too much that he subconsciously started a conspiracy theory. However, deep down, he still did not believe that this was a trap. After all, if it was as he guessed, it would involve the world's consciousness. If it was really a trap, it would be very difficult to set it up. Angor put these thoughts aside for now and focused on deciphering the painting. The analysis of the third mural took a little more time because the area formed by the shadows was very large. If he wanted to find the logic behind the changes of light and shadow, it would take a longer time. Even so, Angor still managed to finish the analysis in 10 minutes. What's this? Laplace frowned and looked at the floating painting in front of her. Compared to the previous two paintings, which only had a throne and a person, this one was much more complicated. There were a lot of things that needed to be identified. Laplace wasn't a parser, so she couldn't understand the logic behind it. Still, Angor's explanation gave her a general idea of what the painting was about. If Angor had a name for this painting, it would probably be Path of Glory. On the long road, a humanoid figure was slowly walking toward them. He was wearing armor and holding a spear. It was the new king who was about to ascend the throne. On both sides of the road, there were cheering crowds. Or rather, a group of humanoid figures who were cheering. These humanoid figures seemed to be the people who witnessed the arrival of the new king. They were all cheering for the new king. The new king, the Path of Glory. Following Angor's guidance, Laplace also saw the familiar figure in armor. Angor's explanation was very detailed, and Laplace understood everything. However, she still felt that something was wrong when she looked at the new king. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't tell what was wrong. That's all for the third painting. Shall we check the fourth one? Laplace was still hesitant, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she led Angor to the hall where the fourth painting was located. Perhaps, the strange feeling in her heart could be answered in the fourth painting. With the bird lantern leading the way, they arrived at the fourth hall without a hitch. The layout of the hall was the same as before. There were still framed murals and irregularly placed bird lanterns. Angor didn't stop this time. He quickly simulated an illusion in front of the murals and began to analyze them. About 5 minutes later, Angor finished analyzing the fourth painting. When Angor and Laplace saw the fourth painting, they both froze. "This is a steel rope and a person?" Laplace asked. If Angor had to name the painting, he would definitely think of the man walking on steel rope. This was because the composition of the picture was a humanoid creature walking alone on a suspended steel cable. It was the new king they saw earlier. The composition of the painting was simple, and it wasn't difficult to understand its meaning. The reason why Angor and Laplace were so surprised was because of certain details about the person. The armor and the spear. He took off the heavy and bulky armor. He also threw away the spear that looked like it could pierce the sky. While walking on the steel rope, he tossed the armor and the spear into the bottomless abyss. This was why Angor and Laplace were so surprised. Throwing away the armor and the weapon in the bottomless abyss meant that he had given up on the path ahead. But it also meant something else. Angor and Laplace were wrong from the very beginning. End of chapter. If Angor had to name the murals at the bottom of the hall, they would be on the throne, Path of Glory, the man who walked on the wire, and swaddling clothes. Angor's idea was to name the murals based on the content of the murals, while the story in his mind was secondary. But now, he realized that the story he imagined was wrong. He had always believed that the painting on the throne at the bottom of the hall was the ending of the story of the newborn will become king. But the man on the tightrope slapped him in the face. According to Angor's imagination, the man who walked on the wire should be Path of Glory. But in the man who walked on the wire, the main character had already taken off his heavy armor and threw away his spear. So why was he still wearing his armor and holding his weapon in Path of Glory? This wasn't a contradiction in logic. In other words, this logic was completely inverted. The real order should be Path of Glory first, and the man who walked on the wire. In other words, on the throne was not the last painting. It was the beginning of the story. But swaddling clothes, which was painted on the top of a tree, was the real ending of the story. But Angor and Laplace were still confused. A newborn who lived for a long time and became a king. That was how normal people thought. But why was it reversed? Why did the king return to his swaddling clothes? Did it mean something? Or could it be that their current analysis was still wrong? The man who walked on the wire wasn't abandoning his armor. Was he summoning his armor and weapon from the bottomless abyss? Angor didn't believe it himself, but he still couldn't understand what the king returned to his swaddling clothes meant. Both Angor and Laplace were lost in their own thoughts. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke first. "It's too early to think about it. Let's finish looking at all the murals first." Laplace nodded and asked Angor to follow her. Soon, they arrived at the fifth hall. As for the mural there, it would be the final mural they would see. After entering the hall, Laplace hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Luigi has already come out of Tooth Immortal Castle. Gleipnir also has some investigation results. Do you want to hear them now?" Angor considered and shook his head. "Not now. Let's figure out the murals first." Laplace's investigation would not go wrong anyway. As time went by, she would collect more samples, and the results would be more reliable. So there was no need to rush. Let's see what the murals in the fifth hall talked about first, and what they had to do with swaddling clothes. Whether swaddling clothes was the beginning or the end of the story would depend on the fifth murals. As the light and shadow changed and lengthened, the painting slowly revealed half of its true form. Several minutes later, he let out a long sigh. Swaddling looked. A dark abyss, an indescribably huge creature, a tiny man who was moving toward the creature, and an ancient city behind the creature. This was only the overall picture of the murals. If Angor looked at the details, he would see that the creature was huge, like a 10,000-meter-tall mountain in front of him. Moreover, there was more than one of these gigantic creatures whose overall appearance could not be described. It was just that the one at the front occupied the main position. But from the side, Angor could see the outline of a similar creature behind the ancient city floating in the abyss. He couldn't tell how many there were, but there was definitely more than one. Apart from the gigantic creature, there were also details worth mentioning about the tiny person who was walking opposite the gigantic creature. This man was exactly the same as the one and the man on the steel rope. He wasn't wearing any armor or holding any weapon. This meant Angor's speculation was wrong. Path of Glory came first, followed by the man on the steel rope. Another piece of evidence was the details of the ancient city. He couldn't see clearly what was in the ancient city. The only thing he could see was a black silhouette above the ancient city. And this silhouette was exactly the same as the swaddling clothes in the last painting. It could be said that this painting was a foreshadowing of the last painting, Swaddling Clothes. This once again proved that swaddling clothes at the top of the tree was the last painting of the story, and on the throne was the first painting. He still did not know the general idea of the story, but he was sure that the story was not about the newborn will become king. Besides, he did not interpret the first few paintings correctly. If he were to name the first painting from his current perspective, perhaps it would be better to call it the throne. He thought the second painting showed a new king ascending to the throne. But in fact, it showed the king abdicating his throne. Therefore, it was more appropriate to call it the departure of the king. The third painting was also not of the commoners cheering for the new king's ascension to the throne. Instead, it was of the commoners wondering why the king had left. They were lamenting and sending the king off. Therefore, it was better to call it the farewell path. There was no need to change the name of the fourth painting. It was still the man walking the steel rope. The fifth painting, which was the current one, could be called the ancient city and the giant beast. As for the sixth painting, which was the one at the top of the tree, it could still be called Swaddling Clothes in a straightforward way. However, the best name was still to summarize the meaning of the painting. But Angor still did not know what Swaddling Clothes was about. Why would a king abandon his past just to chase after a swaddling clothes? While thinking, Angor and Laplace returned to the top of the tree. Next, he projected the 6 murals in the air using illusions. The mystery of the murals was finally solved. Based on the logic of the murals, it was probably a story about a king who removed his armor and returned to his new life. However, the whole story was filled with a sense of absurdity. Especially when these 6 murals were seen together, it would be even more dramatic. Laplace looked confused. What's the meaning of swaddling clothes? Why do people chase after swaddling clothes? Swaddling clothes can be interpreted as a sleeping place for a baby. A king on a throne turned into a baby in swaddling clothes. Does this mean rebirth? New life? Or reincarnation? Angor asked in a low voice. Rebirth, new life, reincarnation. Laplace murmured as if he had thought of something. His expression gradually turned solemn. On the other hand, Angor sighed. But it's only a guess. The abyss is full of secrets. Where is this ancient city? What are those giant beasts? Why did a king remove his armor and return to his swaddling clothes? These are all unanswered mysteries. No, we can answer them, said Laplace. Angor gave Laplace a puzzled look. Laplace did not say anything. Instead, he reached out a finger and tapped on Angor's illusions. He sensed a new energy being injected into the illusions of the 6 murals. The power was unfamiliar, but it did not carry any malicious intent. It simply flowed into Angor's illusion nodes like water. The power felt gentle, but it wasn't gentle at all. It was trying to take away Angor's control over his illusions. Angor glanced at Laplace but didn't say anything. Instead, he relinquished control of the illusion nodes to Laplace. As soon as he let go, Laplace regained control of the illusion. Next, the illusion began to change. The 6 murals themselves did not change, but beside the murals, there were additional rows of words. They were all mutated versions of Abyss Demon's language. He also saw the words beside the murals, but he didn't know what they were, so he didn't pay attention to them. Now that Laplace was showing them to him, Angor still couldn't read them. If we can translate these words, we'll find the answer to the murals, said Laplace. You don't say. But who can decipher them? Angor looked at Laplace. At the same time, Laplace also looked at Angor, and the two of them looked at each other. Angor saw a hint of hope in Laplace's eyes. Angor hesitated and pointed at himself. You mean, me? Laplace nodded. If you can decipher the murals, you can also decipher the words. Angor's head was full of question marks. What kind of logic was this? If I can decipher the transformations, I can also decipher the words. This was just like the logic that if you stepped on an ant, you would definitely be able to step on an elephant. There was no comparison at all. I didn't want to come this time, but Gleipnir suggested that I come. As it turned out, her hunch was right. Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't know the words. How could he force himself to decipher something he didn't know? Not long ago, I revealed the situation of the murals to Gleipnir. At that time, Gleipnir received a piece of information and was looking for me. Laplace paused for a moment. And this is a sign. Angor finally understood Laplace's logic. Again, he was trying to overinterpret the words. Angor wasn't saying that overinterpreting was wrong. When analyzing inspiration, one needed to do something reasonable. But this time, Laplace's explanation sounded too natural. How was he supposed to decipher these words when he didn't know any of them? Seeing that Laplace was still looking at him expectantly, Angor had no choice but to speak his mind. Laplace considered for a moment. What if this isn't a demon language, but a puzzle similar to the murals? If it's a puzzle, the Lord of Wisdom would have solved it long ago. I don't need to ask. Perhaps the Lord of Wisdom had his own plans. But if Laplace really wanted to ask, Angor believed that the Lord of Wisdom would still tell him the truth. The Lord of Wisdom might have solved the murals, but Angor didn't think that the Lord of Wisdom could solve the murals. Laplace seemed to have something else to say. Angor sighed in his mind. Like I said, I know a lot of friends from the Abyss. Maybe I can find someone to help me decipher these words. But I can't do it right now. Angor considered for a moment. Let's put the murals aside for now. Miss Laplace said that Gleipnir received some information. What is it? He was curious about the murals as well, but he was more interested in his own life than those unknown murals. Laplace was still obsessed with the demon language, but she knew that Angor was telling the truth. Perhaps Angor was right. She would have to wait until she found her friends in the Abyss Plane to get the answer. Gleipnir received the information from Charlie's Palace. Charlie's Palace? Laplace nodded and gave a brief introduction of Charlie Palace. Charlie Palace was a special mirror space. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that it had a basis in reality. The mirror space corresponding to Charlie's Palace was a strategic alchemy item called Mithril Mirror. Laplace didn't know the exact function of the item, but she used it as an analogy. It was similar to the mirror world created by the Lady of Mirrors. Once it was supported by reality, it would become extremely stable. As long as it wasn't disturbed, the mirror space would not break. However, because of this, the convergence energy in Charlie's Palace was extremely thin. Normally, mirror creatures wouldn't want to live in such a place. Take the mirror world of Brute Cavern as an example. Although it was called a mirror world, it was completely dependent on the laws of the wizarding world. There was not even a tiny bit of convergence energy in it. Therefore, the mirror world was no longer part of the realm of mirrors. Charlie's palace, on the other hand, was still within the realm of mirrors. There was a simple reason why there were mirror creatures living in Charlie's palace. They were worshipped by their descendants in the real world. Descendants in the real world? Is it something like the One-Eye clan? Angor wondered. Laplace shook his head. No. The people living in Charlie's palace used to be humans. However, after they died, they became mirrors wrath. After some special transformation, they became the guardian spirits of Charlie's palace. You can say that they're transformed mirror creatures. Because of this, they don't have as strong a control over convergence energy as other mirror creatures. They don't rely on the mirror much either. Anyway, let's get back to the main topic. Charlie's palace is home to Charlie I, Charlie II, and Charlie 13. Some of Charlie's descendants tried to enter the realm of mirrors, but they all failed. Only these three survived. Charlie I and Charlie II spent more time in the realm of mirrors than I did. Charlie 13 is about the same as me. The people living in Charlie's palace were all old-timers from the realm of mirrors. They might not be strong, but they had lived for a long time and learned a lot. This was why Gleipnir went to Charlie's palace. Inside Charlie's palace, Gleipnir learned something interesting from the three mirrors' wrath. They all stopped dreaming at about the same time. Before that, they had been dreaming a lot. End of chapter. The people in Charlie's palace were all people in power in reality, and after those in power tasted the sweetness of power, they seemed to have a commonality. They hoped to live longer, so that they could hold power for longer. It could be said that Charlie I, Charlie II, and Charlie 13 had all become mirrors' resentment because of their desire for power. And the stronger their desire, the harder it was for them to let go. They were always thinking about how to live longer, how to make their descendants in reality not forget to worship, and how to control reality through the mirror of Mithrite. Their dreams reflected their thoughts. Because of this, the frequency of these three people in Charlie's faction dreaming was several times higher than other mirror creatures. Therefore, they could clearly remember when they had stopped dreaming. According to Gleipnir's investigation, Charlie I noticed that the frequency of his dreams started to decrease 3,000 years ago. However, he didn't care at that time. 2,800 years ago, Charlie I's dream frequency decreased further, and Charlie II and Charlie 13 also noticed the problem of their dream frequency decreasing. 2,300 years ago, Charlie I basically stopped dreaming. The last time he dreamed was 100 years ago. Charlie II and Charlie 13 were in the same situation as him. 1,900 years ago, Charlie 13 had his last dream. Since then, they have never dreamed again. Although they still slept occasionally, they no longer had dreams. This was because they were not born in the dream world. Moreover, they were once extraordinaries. Therefore, they were very concerned about the fact that they suddenly stopped dreaming. They even studied it together for a period of time. Therefore, Gleipnir not only obtained the exact time of the dream world and the mirror world from Charlie's palace, but also a lot of research data. The research of Charlie's faction was more comprehensive. Not only did they do research, but they also did world comparisons. According to their data from the mirror realm, the results were very interesting. Most of the creatures in the mirror realm stopped dreaming from 3,000 to 2,000 years ago. Only Charlie 13 was below 2,000 years. If they were to make an anchor target, Charlie XII's 1,900 years ago should be a relatively accurate number. In addition to the research in the mirror domain, Charlie's team also returned to reality and did a comparison. As mirrors' grudges, they had the support of the dense pine stone mirror and the offerings of their descendants. It was relatively easy for them to leave the mirror realm. However, in reality, their strength would constantly be consumed and reduced. If they encountered an accident, they might really encounter an accident. He wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Therefore, they rarely returned to the real world. In order to do this research, all three of them had returned to the real world. It could be seen how curious they were about this research topic. In the end, even if they return to reality, they won't dream in reality. As for their descendants, those humans, they are not affected. They can still dream as they wish. From this, one could conclude that not only were the creatures in the mirror realm unable to dream, but it was also very likely that they had been deprived of the ability to dream. And it seemed that only the mirror worlds could deprive the mirror creatures of their ability to dream. Previously, Laplace believed that Angor's personification of the mirror world and the dream realm wasn't real. But now, Charlie's team's conclusion began to shake Laplace's stubbornness. On the other hand, Angor didn't expect Gleipnir to bring him such important information. One must know that not only did Charlie Imperial Palace provide an investigation, but they also provided a very detailed research report. This report not only had a wide range of data, it even made a comparison between the two worlds. This saved Angor a lot of time. There was no need for him to listen to other reports now. Still, Angor didn't want Luigi to feel like wasting his time. What about Luigi? Did he find anything in Tooth Fairy Castle? Laplace said, the answer given by the old Tooth Fairy in the Tooth Fairy Castle is similar to the result of Charlie's investigation. They probably started having fewer dreams and no dreams around 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. Angor nodded. According to both Tooth Fairy Castle and Charlie's Palace, dreams don't disappear immediately. Instead, they fade away gradually. In other words, the separation of the mirror world and the dream realm isn't immediate. It will take a long time. Laplace didn't deny it. Angor was telling the truth. Angor changed the topic to sweet dreams. Now that I think about it, the timing of sweet dreams is quite interesting. He looked at Laplace. I'm going to tell you a story I made up in my head. Maybe I'll personify the mirror world. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Just think of it as nonsense from a dreamer. Laplace looked at Angor without saying anything. Angor rearranged his words and began to tell a story he made up in his head. As I mentioned before, the mirror world and the dream realm didn't separate at first. At least, they didn't until 3,000 years ago. But why did the mirror world and the dream world start to separate again? My guess is the same as before. The creatures in the mirror world are affected by the dream realm, but the mirror in the dream realm can't reflect the resources the mirror world wants. In other words, it can't reflect the space of the dream realm. Maybe the mirror world thinks this is unfair. Why can you invade me, but I can't reach into your world? So the underlying logic of the mirror world began a new calculation and chose to separate itself from the dream realm. And all of this started about 3,000 years ago. However, the dream realm didn't want to separate itself from the mirror world, but the dream realm's laws couldn't affect the mirror world's laws. The dream realm finally made its move when it saw that the separation was getting closer and closer. And sweet dreams were born in the mirror world. Sweet dreams can bypass all laws and connect to the dream realm. Angor suddenly looked at Laplace. If I were you, I'd probably wonder why the dream realm chose to create sweet dreams in the mirror world. Even if they are born, it doesn't seem to help. After all, sweet dreams can't make all mirror creatures dream. You're right. Laplace nodded. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it's that hard to guess. Have you heard of lotus roots, Miss Laplace? Laplace shook her head. Angor reached out a finger and created an illusion of a lotus root in the air. Lotus roots have a special property. When you break them, they won't break into two. Instead, there are some threads connecting them together. That's the same as sweet dreams. Perhaps the dream realm knows that it's difficult to change the direction of the mirror world. Maybe it can't do that, but it doesn't want to break the mirror world's will either. That's why sweet dreams can connect to the dream realm. Isn't that a way to keep the dream realm together? Laplace, I can understand what you mean, but as you have speculated about me before, this is useless. What's the point of it? Angor changed the topic. Miss Laplace, have you ever wondered why the wise ruler chose to side with us? The wise ruler and Adonis have known each other for a long time. They might be suspicious of each other, but they've never stopped working together. There's nothing in this trip that the wise ruler cares about. So why did he choose to work with us? Laplace knew what happened in the outside world. She asked the wise ruler the same question, and the wise ruler's answer was, to wait for the wind to rise again. The wise ruler's words didn't stop Laplace from understanding the wise ruler's thoughts. The wise ruler was waiting for a variable. And he believed that Angor's group had a variable. Therefore, he chose to side with Angor. Laplace thought about Angor's story again. The birth of sweet dreams couldn't solve the problem of the dream realm being separated from the dream realm. But wasn't it also a story of waiting for the wind to rise again? The existence of sweet dreams was also waiting for a variable to break the connection between the dream realm and the mirror world. Laplace pondered for a moment and said indifferently, although your story seems to make sense, it's just an unwarranted guess. I still don't think the world's consciousness can think like a human. Like I said, it's an anthropomorphic story. The real situation isn't anthropomorphic, Angor said. The core of my story is the conflict of interests. The world's consciousness may not have the ability to think or feel like a human, but it always pursues its own interests. It's just like how every plane fusion in the real world is just a way for the world's consciousness to gather and plunder resources. It's not about thinking. It's about the underlying logic of the world. Or should I say, instinct? Laplace snorted. That's just sophistry. If you really think that sweet dream is the backup plan of the dream realm, waiting for a wind of peace, then where is this wind? Or should I say, where is the variable? Angor clenched his fist and covered his mouth to clear his throat. I think I can be the wind for once. Laplace was stunned for a few seconds before he laughed in front of Angor for the first time. Laplace looked at Angor again. Are you kidding me? If so, I'll accept it. I can't be the wind, but I can try. How do you want to test it? Laplace still didn't believe him and asked with a smile. That's why I'm here, Angor said. You'll know how to do it when the time comes. But before that, I need to make some preparations. Seeing Laplace's disbelief, Angor did not mind. He continued in a self-deprecating tone. If it works, I'll be the wind borrowed by the dream realm. If it doesn't, I'll just pretend I'm a clown in front of Lady Laplace. Maybe I'll become your laughingstock in the future. Laplace didn't deny it. Whatever. I agreed to help you, so I won't back out of it. Angor thanked Laplace. Speaking of which, I'm not done with my story yet. Do you want to hear more, Lady Laplace? Laplace said casually, go ahead. There's no harm in listening. By the way, is the mirror world going to turn a blind eye to the dream realm's sweet dreams? I don't think so. It doesn't matter if the mirror world figured out the dream realm's intention or not. It had to do something to eliminate the risk. And what it did was to let the birth of the sweet dream be witnessed by a certain creature in the mirror. And this creature in the mirror can also seal sweet dreams. If I'm not mistaken, the mirror creature can also throw sweet dreams into the real world so that it won't be a threat anymore. You're talking about me? Laplace quickly understood what Angor was implying. Yes. Angor nodded without pretending to be wise. That's right. According to Angor's story, the mirror world would definitely do something to sweet dreams, and Laplace was the one who did it. However, the mirror world seemed to like Laplace a lot, so it didn't give Laplace any specific instructions. No matter what choice Laplace made, the mirror world would accept it. Laplace's choice was to seal away sweet dream and then gift it to the sovereign of wisdom. Since the ruler of wisdom wanted sweet dreams, she didn't banish sweet dreams to the real world, which meant the separation between the mirror world and the dream realm hadn't been completed yet. I still think of your story as a story, Laplace said. Angor scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, I think of it as a story too. While telling the story, Angor found many flaws in it. For example, he didn't know if the dream realm really wanted to separate from the dream realm, or if it was just pretending. If the dream realm really wanted to separate from the dream realm, it should have cut the Gordian knot as soon as possible. Instead, it dragged on for 1,000 years and made it sound like there was a cooling-off period. Of course, it was also possible that Angor was being too narrow-minded. 1,000 years was just a blink of an eye for the world's consciousness. Angor didn't think that he could really use God's eye to look down on the world's consciousness and tell them what to do. He only wanted to use this story to boost his confidence. He wasn't joking when he said that he might become the wind. Because what he was about to do next might really involve him in the decoupling and counter-decoupling event. Since you said that this is a story, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to try to become the wind again? But the story itself isn't useful, said Laplace as he looked at Angor. A story is a story, and research is research. I do have an idea about sweet dreams. But I need some time to prepare. Do you need me to leave? Angor shook his head. No. Actually, I hope you can help me, Ms. Laplace. How? Laplace looked at Angor. Angor considered for a moment. I want to borrow something. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, she gave Angor a meaningful look. I don't know what it is yet. Laplace was a little confused. He didn't even know what it was? What did he mean? Angor continued. The thing I want to borrow needs to fulfill several conditions. First, it's best if this thing has a physical body. If it's just a conceptual thing, it won't work. Secondly, this item must come from your main body, and it should be able to represent your main body, or rather, it should be something that has witnessed your main body's growth. Third, if possible, it should have something to do with the mirror world's consciousness. Fourthly, if possible, it would be best if this item has extremely powerful offensive capabilities. Laplace didn't mind Angor's conditions at first. But the second one sounded more and more ridiculous to her. Something that came from her body wasn't a big deal. But asking it to represent her body and witness her growth? What kind of ridiculous condition was this? It wasn't that Laplace couldn't find something that fit these conditions. It was just that anything that met these conditions would be classified as top secret to her. She would never lend it to anyone. The second condition was already harsh enough. To Laplace's surprise, Angor's third condition was even harsher. In fact, the third condition was beyond harsh. It was ridiculous. Angor talked about the world's consciousness as if it was a common thing. In fact, a world's consciousness would only be sensed by people when it was related to the fate of a world. For example, the fusion of planes, the collapse of a world, the intervention of an unstoppable force, and so on. Countless consciousnesses would gather together to form a massive world's consciousness through unknown underlying logic. Of course, this did not mean that the will of the world would only appear in times of great calamity. If a creature in this world did something that was in accordance with the laws of the world will, such as building a sorcerer's garden, the world will would also show up. Or, if a creature in this world broke through to a new level, the world will would also bless it. But even so, the will of the world wasn't something you could meet just because you wanted to. Angor wanted to use something related to the mirror world's consciousness? Even if she had it, it would be a top secret among top secrets. How could she possibly lend it out? As for the fourth condition, Laplace didn't feel much of a ripple in his heart. Perhaps the first three conditions were too outrageous, but the fourth condition seemed a little simpler. It was just that, this thing needed to be powerful in attack, and that was enough. Why did they have to add the word extreme in front of it? How powerful did extreme have to be? Laplace asked curiously. As for the first three conditions, she didn't even have the desire to ask because she couldn't do it. On the other hand, she might be able to fulfill the fourth condition, which was why she asked. But to her surprise, Angor's answer once again exceeded her expectations. Angor's eyes lit up. The stronger, the better. Something that can break the sky. Laplace was still wondering if there was anything else that could fulfill the fourth condition. When she heard Angor's completely unreliable answer, her expression instantly turned cold. No. Don't poke a hole in the sky, then. Something like that. Angor thought for a moment and created an illusion. Laplace looked at the illusion and saw that it was the painting from Giant Beast and the City. Angor pointed at the giant beast and asked, "Do you have something that can kill such a giant beast?" No. Laplace shook her head. Angor's eyes dimmed a little. He looked a little disappointed. If he went according to his plan, he might really encounter such a giant beast. If he couldn't kill it, his plan would be in vain. What's the strongest one? Angor hesitated for a moment before asking. Laplace didn't give an answer. Instead, he said indifferently, "Of the conditions you mentioned, I can only satisfy the first one. I can't satisfy the rest." Why is that? Are they too harsh? You don't think they're harsh? Angor considered. If it were me, I'd think so. I'm not strong enough, and I don't know much. But if it's someone like Lady Laplace, I think you can do it, right? Like the second condition, almost every wizard has something that can accompany their growth. And the third condition, something related to the world's consciousness. That shouldn't be too hard, right? When I first joined the organization, I saw my professor creating a sorcerer's garden, and the world's consciousness appeared because of it. Angor mumbled. As far as he was concerned, these things shouldn't be too hard for powerful beings who had lived for a long time. Laplace listened to Angor's explanation and somehow felt that it made sense. Laplace considered for a moment. You're right. One condition isn't enough. But together, it's hard. I see. So you can't do it, Lady Laplace? Even if I have something that fits these conditions, why should I lend it to you? The murals you've uncovered aren't enough to pay the price. You mean there is such a thing? Angor's dim eyes brightened up again. Yes, but I can't lend it to you. Laplace's voice was still calm, but he sounded determined. Then I won't touch it. You have it all along. Can you lend it to me? Laplace didn't know what to say. You won't touch it? You call that borrowing? Well, if you're not going to touch it, what's the point of borrowing it? Laplace asked the question in his mind. Angor didn't try to hide his plan this time. Well, part of his plan. Actually, I have a mystery item with me too. It's similar to Sweet Dream, and it has something to do with the dream realm. That's why I'm interested in Sweet Dream. Because I've been researching my own mystery items in the past, I want to find a mystery item of the same type to do more in-depth research. Laplace wasn't surprised to hear that. She already knew that Angor had touched mysteries before, and it wasn't hard for someone like him to get his hands on a mystery item. However, Laplace was puzzled. What does this have to do with what you want to borrow from me? Yes, it does. And it's very important. Let's get back to the basics of Sweet Dream. Sweet Dream is about forcing living beings into the dream realm. As for the mysterious item that I have, it doesn't have any special effects, but it can force lifeless objects into the dream realm. Laplace paused for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. The mystery item you have is the dream whelk from the Moonlight Coast? You've heard of it? Laplace nodded. In order to create better poems, Luigi used to borrow books from the wise man. He read a lot of journals from the outside world, and the dream whelk from Moonlight Coast was a hot topic for a while. Since the dream whelk wasn't useful at all, it was always a hot topic. Yes, I have a dream whelk. Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. You want to use the dream whelk to pull the thing you borrowed from me into the dream realm? Angor nodded. What's the point of that? Wondered Laplace. Yes. Maybe it can open up a new passage between the dream realm and the mirror world. But Laplace didn't believe him at all. What Laplace told him was only a small part of the plan. It was understandable that Laplace did not understand what Angor was talking about. It's fine if you don't believe me. I'm just following my idea and trying it out. I promise I won't touch your item. I'll only use the dream whelk to pull it into the dream realm. You won't lose anything by doing that. It's just a small experiment, and I don't think it'll change anything right away. Maybe it won't affect you at all. But I'm always doing useless things when I'm doing research. Would you like to take it, Ms. Laplace? Laplace was a little tempted by Angor's words. She wouldn't lose anything by doing that. However, she still hoped that Angor would explain the situation to her first. Also, why did Angor have to list these conditions? I can. But first, I want to know what you're talking about. Laplace looked at Angor. Angor didn't hesitate. I don't think I need to explain the first condition, right? The second and third conditions are actually connected. The reason why I want the items on you is because in my story, Ms. Laplace is not an outsider. You've obtained Sweet Dream, which means you've become the connection point between the two worlds. Also, the consciousness of the dream realm left Sweet Dream in your hands. From an outsider's point of view, it seems that the consciousness trusts you. Since the dream realm values you, you might be the key to the reconciliation between the two worlds. Angor's words were 70% true, and 30% false. He chose Laplace not only because she was a participant in his story. There was another important reason. According to both the wise overseer and Adonis, Laplace was a special existence. If there was a child of destiny in the mirror realm, she might be that person. As for Angor's plan, he was going to create a new dream wasteland. Or rather, a dream wasteland that was attached to the mirror realm. Angor wasn't dreaming. he had tried it before. Not long after he created the dream wasteland, he went to the abyss plane to look for Sunders. It was there that he made his second attempt. Using nightmare illusion, he activated the dream whelk and pulled an item from the abyss plane into his dream. In the end, he found the item in a new area. This new area had the same properties and laws as the dream wasteland. The only difference was that the ground was barren, and the sky was as dark as the abyss. Angor named this new world Dream Wasteland. Dream Wastelands and Dream Wastelands were essentially the same. The only difference was that the former was attached to the wizarding world, while the latter was attached to the abyss plane. Not long after the Dream Wasteland was born, it was attacked by a giant creature from the Dream Realm. Before Angor could explore further, the Dream Wasteland was destroyed. Similarly, when the Dream Wasteland was first born, it was also attacked by huge dream creatures. Fortunately, Shava was there at that time, and she repelled them, which led to the prosperity of the Dream Wasteland today. With these two experiences in mind, Angor came up with several ideas. First, each world should be able to create a dream wasteland of its own. Second, once a dream wasteland was created, it was likely to be attacked by the creatures from the dream realm. This was probably a form of protection. Similar to the supreme cult in the wizarding world, the giant creatures from the dream realm were the cleaners of the dream realm. For an existence like the dream wilderness that had the characteristics of the dream realm but was not controlled by the dream realm, the will of the dream realm would definitely hate it. That was why it would send out dream realm creatures to attack it. Third, only by defeating the cleaners could the dream wasteland be developed. For these reasons, even though Angor already knew that he could create a new dream wasteland, he never tried to do so. He only focused on managing the dream wasteland quietly. He never planned to expand his territory. He didn't think he was strong enough to defeat the cleaners from the dream realm. This time, Angor made this decision because he wanted to walk, observe, listen, and think. First, he was curious whether Sweet Dream could be brought into the dream wasteland. Since the mirror world where Sweet Dream was located couldn't be connected to the dream wasteland in the wizarding world, there was only one option left: to create a new dream wasteland. Second, the dream realm and the mirror world happened to be separated. More importantly, the dream realm didn't seem to want to separate from the mirror world. If Angor created a new dream wasteland, it would serve as a buffer zone between the dream realm, the mirror world, and the nightmare realm. Leaving the nightmare realm aside, no matter where he created a new dream wasteland, it would still be connected to the nightmare realm. Since the dream realm didn't want to separate from the mirror world, Angor's dream wasteland might be recognized by the dream realm. In this case, the dream realm would send out fewer cleaners. In other words, he had both the right time and the right place. Third, apart from the right time and the right place, the right people were also on his side. Laplace was one of the so-called right people. Dealing with the cleaners from the dream realm alone wasn't enough. He still needed to deal with the mirror world. The dream wasteland might be beneficial to the mirror world, but the mirror world wouldn't necessarily support the creation of the dream wasteland. This meant that the dream realm and the mirror world couldn't be completely separated. As for how to deal with this problem, Angor could only think of using Laplace as a break. Maybe it wasn't the right way to describe it. Laplace was indeed a break when the mirror world decided to attack Angor. It seemed that Laplace was favored by the mirror world. If Laplace was willing to help Angor, the success rate of the dream wasteland would be greatly increased. That was Angor's plan. Of course, most of it was just his own guesses. For example, if the dream realm didn't understand Angor and still sent cleaners, Angor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was why he asked Laplace to create something powerful to deal with the cleaners. Also, Angor wasn't sure if Laplace was really favored by the mirror world. That was what Adonis and the wise overseer told him. Even if that was the case, the mirror world's consciousness wasn't a human. It didn't have human emotions and wouldn't compromise on matters of principle. Therefore, Angor's plan was still too idealistic. He wasn't sure if the wasteland would actually take shape. Still, Angor knew that building a new dream wasteland was a sudden decision he made on a whim. Even if it didn't work, he wouldn't lose anything. It was just a test. It was rare for him to have such an opportunity where everything was in his favor. If he didn't try it, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? Besides, it didn't matter even if he failed. Worst case scenario, he could just run away as soon as he sensed something wrong, just like when he was building the dream wasteland in the Abyss Plane. It wasn't embarrassing to run away from the dream realm's cleaners. Angor had already thought of all possible scenarios. The only thing he needed now was Laplace's approval. What else? I'll let you explain your reasons for each condition. I don't agree with the first three, but I'll accept them. What about the last one? Why do you need something extremely powerful? Laplace looked at Angor and continued, since we're only going to drag an inanimate object into the dream realm, what's the point? Having the ability to attack meant that it needed to fight. But Angor didn't mention anything about that at all. Laplace had never been to the dream realm, but she knew that the place was huge and impossible to locate. This was why the dream whelk was considered useless in the dream realm. No one would be able to find it after entering the dream realm. Since any inanimate object would be completely lost once it was pulled into the dream realm, there was no difference between extraordinary items with offensive capabilities and ordinary items without offensive capabilities. Then what was Angor's purpose for attacking something so powerful? Angor tried his best to explain everything to Laplace. But this one, he thought for a while and said, I have my reasons for this condition. I can't explain it yet, but if my research succeeds, I'm sure you'll understand even if I don't. If it doesn't work, it'll be pointless even if you explain it. You just don't want to explain it, Laplace said in a flat tone. What Angor just said was true in any of the previous conditions. But Angor chose to say it now, which meant he didn't want to explain it. Or rather, he couldn't come up with an excuse. Angor didn't respond to Laplace's sarcasm. I'll think about it, and I'll give you an answer. Laplace nodded. Laplace closed her eyes as if telling Angor not to disturb her. Angor assumed that Laplace was going to discuss with his other incarnations. To avoid being disturbed, Angor stepped aside and waited for Laplace to come back. While waiting, Angor was calculating the pros and cons in his mind. He wasn't thinking about the success or failure of his plan. Instead, he was wondering if it was appropriate for Laplace to participate in his plan. When he told Laplace about part of his plan, he already agreed to let Laplace participate in it. However, this was more of a last resort. This was because Laplace was an indispensable part of the plan. Without her participation, it would be difficult for the plan to take shape. Therefore, Angor didn't think too much when he told Laplace about his plan. He simply dragged Laplace into it. Now that he thought about it seriously, he and Laplace had only known each other for a short time. Was it the right choice to include Laplace in the plan? If Laplace wanted to enter the dream wasteland, Angor would agree. In fact, he already wanted to bring Laplace into the dream wasteland the first time they met. However, Laplace left so quickly that Angor didn't even get a chance to talk to him. But this time, he was not asking Laplace to enter the dream wilderness but creating a new dream wilderness with him. Was it really appropriate? He could not come up with a definite answer even after thinking for a while. However, he had figured out one thing. His vision and outlook were still too narrow. If he were to think about whether it was suitable or not, he would just be looking for trouble. He would have to wait for the final result to determine whether it was suitable or not. If Angor succeeded in creating a new dream wasteland, Laplace would definitely be a suitable candidate. After experiencing the destruction of the Abyss Wasteland, Angor knew how difficult it was to create a new dream wasteland. Even if Laplace didn't play a role in Harmony, Angor would consider it as a success. After all, Harmony wasn't always reliable. Angor couldn't ask the mirror world's consciousness whether Laplace influenced it or not. So as long as it worked, Angor would consider it as working. If Angor failed to create a new dream wasteland, then, it wouldn't mean that Laplace wasn't suitable. Angor could only say that everything was normal. The probability of success was low, while the probability of failure was higher. Failure was the normal way to go about it. Failure didn't mean anything. Even if Laplace became suspicious, Angor would just have to lie to her. Since he already failed, he could make up whatever story he wanted. There was no need for him to tell Laplace about the dream wasteland structure, the whole story, and all the other benefits of the dream wasteland. So, there was no such thing as suitable. To put it bluntly, creating a new dream wasteland was a grand plan. But since Angor didn't make proper preparations in advance, such a grand plan lost some of its weight in Angor's mind. Because of this, Angor only cared about trivial gains and losses. But in the grand scheme of history, such trivial matters didn't matter at all. After realizing this, Angor calmed down a lot. Several minutes later, Laplace finally came back to her senses. She glanced at Angor, who wasn't far away. I agree. But I'll tell you a few things. Angor nodded. Go ahead. Laplace, 2 points. First, according to what you said, you can't take the initiative to inspect or touch the items I take out. Sure, Angor said without hesitation. Laplace continued, second, the item I'm giving you is indeed powerful, but it's in an inert state. Without the correct activation method, it won't do anything. Once activated, it won't kill the beasts outside the ancient city, but it should be able to hurt them. This is the best I can do based on your 4 conditions. Laplace might have other methods that could do more damage to the beasts, but they wouldn't meet Angor's requirements. Therefore, she said that she would try her best to fulfill Angor's request by using the most powerful attack. After a pause, Laplace continued, but I won't tell you how to activate it. Angor nodded again. No problem. Laplace said, since you've agreed, I'll have Luigi bring you the items you need. It might take some time. My main body is deep inside the mirror sea. I understand. By the way, I have a small favor to ask of you, Ms. Laplace. Laplace said, like I said before, if you have any questions or requests, you can tell me directly. I'll decide for myself whether I agree or not. I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened here today, Miss Laplace. What happened today, or what will happen in the near future? Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. But you'll have to do it as well. She didn't want to tell anyone about the murals either. I'm afraid I can't. Laplace narrowed her eyes and gave Angor a cold stare. I'll tell some people about my research on Sweet Dream. If I fail, I'll need someone to help me find my mistakes. If I succeed, I'll need someone to help me further optimize my research. But I won't tell you anything else. For example, I won't tell anyone about the murals in this mirror space unless you agree. Laplace gave it some thought and agreed with Angor. Although there were many adepts who would conduct their own research, most of these adepts were experienced, long-lived, and had reached a certain level of strength and knowledge. Angor, on the other hand, was still young. He didn't have enough experience and knowledge, so it was only natural that he would need someone to fill in the gaps. As long as Angor didn't tell anyone about the murals, Laplace agreed. Fine. After the agreement was made, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Luigi wasn't here yet, so they couldn't start their research. They didn't know what to say to each other. Angor considered for a moment and looked away from Laplace to Velaing, who was still standing in the distance. Ever since Su Ling came to this reflective space and saw the colorful wind, he was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He blended into the wind and didn't come back for some reason. Angor didn't pay much attention to Velaing because he was busy trying to decipher the murals. Now, when he followed the power of the contract and looked at Su Ling, he was suddenly stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was because Su Ling's current actions were truly amusing. Velaing wasn't far from him. He was just hanging around the tree's waist. Velaing turned his body into a beige color, which matched the color of the wind around him. Then, he mimicked the wind's trajectory and turned himself into a wind carpet, which seemed to be attracting the birds on the tree branches to him. However, these birds were born together with the beige wind. When combined together, they would become the key to the tree house, while the birds would turn into lanterns to illuminate the hall inside the tree trunk. Velaing couldn't attract the birds even though he mimicked the wind's appearance. After chasing several birds without success, Su Ling was very disheartened. Just then, Angor looked at him. Velaing seemed a little embarrassed. He shook his body, and his beige coat disappeared. Then, he quietly flew back to Angor's side. Angor tried his best to hold back his laughter and wanted to ask what Velaing was doing. But before he could ask, Velaing already looked at the pink wind on top of the tree again. Hey, stop messing around. Other colors are fine, but now you're going after the pink wind? You better stay away from the wind if you don't want to sleep forever, Angor said in a low voice. Following Angor's order, Speed Spirit stopped moving forward. However, Delaing's inner ape didn't stop there. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a request to Angor through the contract. Delaing's request was straightforward. He wanted to experience the pink wind up close. The reason he gave was that the wind here was completely different from his, which could give him some enlightenment. Enlightenment was translated by Angor. Delaing was even worse than Dankros when it came to expressing things. Delaing was trying to say that after fusing with the wind, he obtained many indescribable wind laws, which seemed to be beneficial to him. But that was only seemed. When Angor tried to ask further, Delaing couldn't give him an answer. This was also why he used enlightenment. He did not know if it could be used in real life. He wasn't sure if it would work, but since Speed Spirit rarely asked him for help, he considered and looked at Laplace. After explaining the situation to Laplace, Laplace didn't ask any questions. He waved a hand and summoned a small ball of pink wind from the center of the tree, which then stopped beside Delaing. After getting Angor's permission, Delaing quickly turned into a fish and dived into the pink wind to become one with it. Since they were both wind elemental creatures, Delaing seemed to have disappeared from Angor's sight. Without the power of the contract, Angor wouldn't have been able to tell where Delaing was. Delaing didn't respond after entering the pink wind. After making sure Delaing was safe, Angor left him alone. Time slowly passed, and another hour passed. Laplace, who was deep in thought, suddenly looked up at the sky. Angor followed her line of sight in confusion. In the calm sky, a prismatic crystal suddenly appeared. With the appearance of the crystal, a melodious sound of a zither came from the crystal. Standing in the light, trying to feel the glory, my hands are dirty. Hiding in the night, unwilling to chase after the stars, yet my feet are busy. Rivers, stars, waves, all are magnificent. Homes, lights, they do not shine on me. After the harp, Angor heard an unknown chant. He's here, said Laplace. Angor didn't need to know that he was the wandering poet, Luigi. Should I compliment him for his singing? Angor asked. Laplace gave Angor a strange look. Didn't you notice that his harp doesn't match his chanting? Luigi played the harp, and the melodious sound was like a pastoral hymn. However, his incantation sounded like he was groaning for no reason. Angor wasn't an idiot. He only asked out of politeness since Laplace was around. Yeah, it doesn't sound right, Angor agreed. Laplace glanced at Angor. He is me, and I am him. Are you accusing me? Laplace turned his head and continued to look at the prism in the sky. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Angor didn't know what to say. Angor didn't know what to say either. He wanted to separate Laplace's and Laplace's identities, but Laplace insisted that they were together. Laplace kept saying he, she, it as if their actions had nothing to do with him. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Let's just assume they had multiple personalities. As for whether Laplace would treat them as one person or as three people, Angor would ask Laplace to go to the dream wasteland and see if he could find one or three people. End of chapter. After Luigi played a piece of introductory music, he walked out of the prism in the sky and floated down. Just like last time, Luigi was wearing a grass-green robe, a golden harp in his hand, and an elegant flat hat. The only difference was that Angor couldn't see his face because he was wearing a mask made by stone last time. But this time, without the mask, his true appearance could be seen. Luigi had a handsome face. If one didn't look at his eyes and clothes, one would think he had an aggressive look, just like Dante's disciple, Nereus. In John's words, Luigi's face was as handsome as the sun god. However, his aggressive face was paired with a pair of eyes that were as gentle as water, which made him look slightly out of place. As Angor stared at Luigi's eyes, Luigi had already reached the top of the tree. Oh, Riddler, why are you staring at my eyes? Are you trying to use my eyes to confuse you as well? Luigi sighed at Angor. Angor didn't know why Luigi called him Riddler, but it wasn't hard to guess what he meant. Angor looked away and praised, I just think your eyes are beautiful. Luigi smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. Although I also want to compliment your eyes, it's a pity that all I see is a fog of hypocrisy. Angor didn't know what to say. He only used an illusion to change the color of his eyes. Illusion is illusion. What's with the mist of hypocrisy? At this moment, Laplace said, Luigi, let's cut to the chase. Hand it over. Luigi picked up his harp and plucked it with his fingers. Beautiful notes poured out of the strings. When Angor thought Luigi was going to use the music to bring something to life, Luigi stopped playing and said, all right. So the plucking of strings was just a piece of background music? Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? While Angor was still pondering, Luigi's voice came again, you're right. Let us sing. Let us sing for the arrival of the holy relic. My dearest, most beautiful, and most elegant other me, and this riddler from a faraway land. Let us sing our praises together. This is the fragrance that has been emitted since ancient times. This is a dress that has emerged from the washing of time. This is the light from the moon and stars in the night sky. This is the radiance bestowed by the King of the Mountains. It is a clear spring that is still fresh. After going through a tribulation. It is also a spear that scares countless thieves. It should be praised by the mirror of the sky and enjoy the supreme glory. Before Luigi could finish reciting, Laplace said, okay, that's enough. It's time to shut up. Luigi said aggrievedly, but I've only read the first paragraph. This is an 8-paragraph epic. In the past, you would at least let me read half of it. Laplace was not affected by Luigi's tone. I'll read it again in the future. Now, take out what I want. Although Luigi looked aggrieved, he still stopped chanting. However, he had only stopped chanting. The sound of the zither had not yet ended. It was still lingering in his ears. Laplace sent a voice transmission to Angor, wait for another minute. Luigi will finish the song as soon as possible. Considering his personality, he can stop chanting, but the zither must have a beginning and an end. Angor nodded. Perfection was not always the specialty of obsessive-compulsive patients. For example, if someone told you a story that you were interested in, but suddenly stopped halfway for no reason, anyone would feel bad about it. However, Angor did not understand why Laplace and Luigi were two different people now. Didn't you just say that you are him and he is you? Now you are comforting him as if you were talking about another person. He really couldn't figure out what Laplace's style was. She was neither like Black Earl's clone, who clearly knew where he was and was an extension of himself. She was also not like Hidden Slave's clone, who was a miniature version of herself at different ages. Laplace gave Angor the impression that she had turned herself into 3 people, but she still insisted that all 3 of them were herself. As a matter of fact, he was quite interested in clones, especially since Count Dark promised him that he would share some of his knowledge with Angor once he was done with this mission. Before this, Angor felt that Black Earl's clones were too strange. Even if he wanted to learn something similar in the future, he would not follow Black Earl's path. But now, he realized that the Dark Earl's clone was still him despite how strange it looked. If he really wanted to learn cloning skills, he would need to learn from Black Earl. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, Luigi's music still did not end. Angor couldn't help but think about the poem Luigi just recited. Angor did not know how to appreciate such a poem. There were too many fabricated words. Only third-rate bards would make up fake words. First-rate bards could use the simplest language to recite the most profound praise. However, since Luigi loved to fabricate words, Angor finally understood why Luigi called him Riddler. Perhaps Luigi knew that Angor solved the riddle in the painting, so he gave Angor the title. What could Angor say? At least he did not hear any negative meaning in the poem. Come to think of it, even though Luigi had made up a lot of words, the poem that he sang actually revealed a lot of information. Apart from the fake words, there were only 2 practical words, robe and spear. If Angor was looking for a powerful weapon, a spear was the most likely choice. However, considering the context, spear was probably just a pronoun for weapon. It did not necessarily mean a real spear. It was possible to replace the spear in the poem with a cannon, but it would not rhyme. Apart from the spear, Angor believed that Luigi's item was a robe. But if it was robe? Angor glanced at Laplace's heavy, luxurious clothes. Was it Laplace's clothes? Luigi's first line in his poem already mentioned this is the fragrance of ancient times. So, it was the fragrance of clothes? Clothes that had not been changed since ancient times. Angor frowned at the thought. As Angor pondered, Luigi's plucking finally reached the last stroke. His long, regretful note lingered in the air. When the music stopped, Luigi sighed and reached out his hand to touch the diamond-shaped gem under the harp. Then, a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke dissipated, a transparent bottle appeared in the air. The bottle wasn't big. Laplace waved her hand, and the bottle flew to her and landed on her palm. "This is what you wanted," said Laplace. At the same time, she released another glass cover to cover the bottle. Out of instinct, he tried to use his spirit feelers to check, but the new glass barrier stopped him from doing so. Clearly, Laplace didn't want Angor to study the bottle. According to his agreement with Laplace, he didn't need to study it too much. All he needed to do was to use the dream whelk to pull it into his dream. Although Laplace didn't want Angor to study the bottle, she didn't stop him from doing so. Earlier, he thought Luigi might have brought a robe. But now, it seemed that Luigi wasn't telling the truth. There was a glass bottle in Laplace's palm. To be precise, it was a glass bottle that contained something. It was similar to a ship in a bottle, except that there was a complete ship in the bottle. However, this glass bottle did not contain a ship, but a creature made of countless silver scales. The creature was huge and took up 80% of the space inside the bottle. At first glance, it looked like a whale with silver scales. Its body was wide in front and long in the back, with a round head and a flat tail. If it was really a whale, it was most likely a beluga whale. Angor had to admit that the whale in the bottle had a dreamy beauty to it. It was hard to look away from it. "This is..." Angor looked up at Laplace. "Is this your true form?" Laplace hesitated for a moment as if she didn't want to tell Angor the answer. "It's just the shape of my body. It's hollow inside." "So it really is your true form?" Angor was surprised, but he managed to keep a calm expression. He tried to imagine Laplace's true form, but he didn't expect it to be so dreamy. They were different races, but that didn't affect Angor's sense of beauty. "Is this molting?" Angor asked after a moment of silence. Laplace didn't deny it. "Sort of." Angor nodded. No wonder Luigi said this was a garment that appeared after being washed away by time. For some scaled creatures, molting was a common thing. It was like shedding one's skin to change one's protective layer. It made sense that molting was a garment. Also, the shedding of scales was something that had been with Laplace for a long time. But, molting was supposed to be more useful for defense. Did it really have a way to attack? "This is the first time my true form molted. It received the blessing of the world's consciousness, which granted it great offensive power." Laplace didn't tell Angor what kind of attack it would use or how powerful it would be. Still, Angor was sure that the blessing of the world's consciousness wouldn't be weak. "Since it's here, I can begin my research now. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Laplace?" "Yes, Ms. Laplace," said Angor as he glanced at the molted scale carefully before looking at Laplace again. "Apart from using the dream whelk to pull my molted scale into your dream realm, is there anything else you need me to do?" "Maybe. Let's see how it works first." Laplace didn't know what works Angor meant, but she didn't ask. Instead, she tossed the whale into the air. Laplace then looked at Luigi, who was looking around curiously. "Go back to my true form." Luigi's head, which was originally looking around, immediately paused. His beautiful eyes revealed a hint of grievance. The mountain rain collapses the palace, the storm blows up the broken tiles, and the lightning burns the remains. It seems heartless, but at least the mountain rain carries a warning, the storm cleans away the filth, and even the lightning has a moment of brilliance. And all of this is more sentimental than you. Keep talking and I'll ground you for 10 years. You'll be grounded right here. You're not allowed to go anywhere. The lines that Luigi had already thought of were instantly swallowed back down. Fine, fine, fine. I'll go back. While speaking, Luigi pouted and played a sad song on his zither before he left with the wind. Angor watched Luigi leave and couldn't help but ask, "You can leave him here, right? Aren't you worried that he'll disturb your research?" "He's the only one who isn't allowed to come here when the sage is doing his research." "He's you, isn't he? Just make sure he doesn't talk." Angor thought for a while and spoke again. Laplace gave Angor a strange look. "He's me, but he has his own personality. Why should I keep him quiet?" Angor didn't know what to say. You have your own personality? Angor didn't understand. Angor wanted to ask more about Laplace's time travel strategy, but Laplace already turned around and left the research area to Angor. Angor considered and decided not to ask. He needed to see if he could create a new dream wasteland here. He closed his eyes and tried to get rid of the irrelevant thoughts. When he finally calmed down, he opened his eyes and took out the dream whelk from his bracelet. In the distance, Laplace also saw the dream whelk. She seemed to be very interested in this legendary mysterious object and began to examine it carefully. Angor didn't care about what was going on around him. He slowly raised his hand, held his breath, and activated the dream whelk. As soon as the whelk was activated, a large amount of mystery energy was released. Under his control, the mystery aura turned into a torrent and aimed at the whale in a bottle. Soon, the energy enveloped the whale in a bottle. In less than a second, the energy was gone. Angor also put the whelk back into his bracelet. Nothing happened during the whole process. Laplace was about to ask Angor what happened when she noticed that Angor had already closed his eyes. End of chapter. This was Angor's third time creating the dream wasteland, so he was quite familiar with the process. The first step was to activate the dream whelk with nightmare illusion. The essence of this step was to create an independent space between the nightmare realm and the dream realm. The space was currently in a chaotic state. Angor couldn't tell its exact size, location, or internal structure. To put it simply, the space was the embryo of a nightmare domain. The second step was to pull any object into the dream through the dream whelk. By doing so, Angor would pull the whale in a bottle from the mirror world into the embryo of the nightmare domain. This step would allow the nightmare domain to fully take shape, locate the unknown location of the nightmare domain, and connect the nightmare domain with the mirror world to create a special tunnel using the dream bridge as the foundation. At this point, the nightmare domain had broken away from the chaos and formed a new, stable dream wasteland with the unique laws of each of the three worlds. The third step was Angor's job. He needed to sense the whale in a bottle's location to determine whether the nightmare domain was successfully constructed and whether the nightmare domain's authority was connected. This was what Angor was doing right now. As soon as he closed his eyes, his consciousness crossed the dream bridge and arrived at the dream gate. Using the authority of gatekeeper, he began to sense the whale in a bottle's location. Angor could feel a new space, or rather, a new world, being connected to his dream wasteland. There wasn't the slightest bit of hindrance during the entire process. Soon, Angor sensed that the basic authority of his dream wasteland was working normally again. Ever since Angor came to the mirror world, all of his authorities had been dimmed. Now, the tree of authority was glowing again, which meant, a new world had opened up for him, a new world, a new dream wasteland, and a new setting. There was no doubt that Angor was very excited at the thought of this. But he knew it wasn't the time to be excited yet. Last time, he went through the same thing in the Abyss Plane and created his dream wasteland. However, it ended up in ruins. The most important thing right now was to locate the whale in a bottle. As long as he could find the whale in a bottle, he would be able to bring Laplace into the new nightmare realm. Furthermore, if the dream realm's cleaners really appeared, Laplace's whale in a bottle might be able to intimidate them. As long as they could resist the purgers, the new dream wasteland would be considered a true success. He calmed himself down and began to use the gatekeeper's ability to locate the whale in a bottle. About half a minute later, Angor opened his eyes. Got it, Angor mumbled. What did you find? Laplace didn't know what Angor was doing. It's hard to explain now. Why don't you go and see for yourself, Ms. Laplace? What do you mean? Where? Laplace was silent for a moment. You mean in a dream? Angor nodded. Yes. Please don't refuse. Before she could understand what Angor meant by do not resist, she sensed a strange energy coming from between her eyebrows. Although this energy had no malice or killing intent, it was still an abnormal energy, and Laplace subconsciously wanted to expel it. But Angor's voice came again. Please don't resist. I mean you no harm. There are many things I can't tell you directly, but you can see with your eyes, Ms. Laplace. Your eyes won't deceive you. All the answers are in your dreams. Laplace considered Angor's words. A few seconds later, Laplace finally chose to give up resisting and let the strange energy drill into her forehead. As the energy entered her body, Laplace's eyelids slowly became heavy, and her vision gradually turned dark. Laplace was familiar with this feeling. It was the sweet, dark moment before she fell into a deep slumber. Her previous slumbers were similar. Would Angor bring something new to her this time? With this thought in mind, Laplace's body grew heavier and heavier, and her soul also entered a peaceful state. Only her consciousness slowly woke up from the darkness. When Laplace regained her consciousness, she found herself on a long dream bridge. Laplace looked back. There was only darkness behind him. However, she could vaguely sense the aura of the mirror domain. She followed this aura and looked carefully. The pitch-black field of vision gradually turned transparent, and an open door suddenly appeared in front of her. Through the door, she saw herself sleeping on a branch outside the door, as well as Angor, who was also sleeping not far away. She also saw Dangros, who was moving restlessly on Angor's shoulder. Laplace reached out her hand and tried to touch the door. At the moment of contact, Yizichen was stunned. Laplace suddenly felt something being pulled away from her body. She was familiar with this feeling. Whenever she was about to wake up from her slumber, she would feel this way. In other words, this door is actually the way back to reality? Laplace thought to himself. Laplace pulled back her hand, and the feeling of being pulled away disappeared. Since she was already here, she couldn't just wake up now. Besides, she already found the door, so she didn't have to worry about being trapped in the dream. With this in mind, Laplace glanced at the door again, turned his head, and walked into the depths of the dream bridge. About 10 steps later, she was surrounded by darkness again. There was only a solid path under her feet, which led to an unknown place. Laplace paused for a moment, observed the surrounding void, and attempted to locate the location of the void. She could sense the energy inside her body, but she couldn't use it at all. It was as if the energy inside her had fallen into a deep slumber, which meant she couldn't set up a spatial waymark. As Laplace tried to figure out what was going on, she heard a familiar voice. "Keep going. You'll see a door. Go through the door and you'll find the soil of your dreams. I'll wait for you there. And, please hurry. I'm afraid something might go wrong if I'm too late." It was Angor's voice. Laplace wanted to keep observing her surroundings, but Angor's words forced her to give up. She quickly moved forward. A few steps later, they saw the door Angor mentioned. It emitted a gorgeous rainbow wave, and the closer he got to it, the more he could feel the charm of the rainbow. When she stepped out of the pure darkness, she felt as if she had returned to the real world from the void. The door was ajar, and Laplace approached it slowly, trying to see through the gap. But before she could see anything, she was pulled into the door by an irresistible force. The force disappeared as soon as she entered the door. However, she still couldn't control her body, nor did she know what was around her. She could only feel herself falling from the sky. The feeling of weightlessness lasted for about 5 seconds. When Laplace's feet touched the ground again, she finally regained her vision. The surroundings were still pitch black, and nothing could be seen. However, Laplace could already feel the sky above her and the ground below her. This was completely different from when she was on the dream bridge. It was as if she had really arrived at a new world. Laplace tried to stand up by using her hands. But as soon as her hands touched the ground, she immediately felt something strange. The ground here didn't feel like soil. It felt more like smooth ice. But it wasn't as cold as ice. Where am I? Am I really in the dream realm? But why does it feel so real in a dream? While Laplace was in doubt, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Laplace raised his head and looked at the source of the footsteps. After a while, the footsteps stopped nearby. "Do you need my help?" A familiar male voice came from nearby. Just as he finished speaking, the other party seemed to have thought of something. "Ah, I forgot that there's no sun here. How about this? Can you see it now?" Not long after he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly lit up. Through the light, Laplace saw Angor standing about a meter away from her. Against the light, he bowed slightly and reached out a hand. Laplace knew what Angor meant, but she didn't accept it. "Thank you, but no thanks. After saying that, Laplace gently propped himself up with his hand and stood up from the ground. But as soon as she stood up, she felt her feet slipping. Using the light, Laplace looked down and saw that the ground was made of smooth crystals. The crystal was polished to be even smoother than ice, so even if one stood up, as long as one's center of gravity shifted slightly, the soles of one's feet would slip. On the other side, Angor also noticed Laplace's condition and tried to help her. But before he could reach out his hand, he saw something strange. Laplace's long silver hair began to move despite the lack of wind. A small part of her hair turned into a hand to support her, while another part of her hair coiled around the ground and acted as a support point. That was not the end of it. When Laplace regained her balance, she extended part of her long hair and reinforced the soles of her feet with a layer of silk that looked like anti-slip mats. With everything done, Laplace was able to walk on the crystal ground. Hair can be used like this? Angor touched his own hair. Why couldn't he control it? Not long ago, when Angor first arrived at this place, he didn't know that the ground was made of crystals, so he tripped and fell on his face. If it weren't for the fact that no one saw him, he would probably dig a hole and hide in it forever. Because of this, Angor quickly went to find Laplace as soon as he saw her. He didn't want to embarrass himself by tripping. Still, Laplace was a VIP. She could walk without anyone's help and without any energy in her body. Although Angor could walk or sit normally, he was relying on the power of weather manipulation to control the wind to maintain his center of gravity. As for the power to change the weather, although it could be used in this new dream wilderness, it was not as convenient as the Gate of Dreams and the Gatekeeper. Even if he could use it, he could only control a small part of the elements around him. For example, he could only use the power of wind on himself. Also, he summoned Glimmer, which meant that he had already reached the limit of his power of weather manipulation. It was basically impossible for him to summon wind and rain. Perhaps it was because the nightmare domain had just been created. Even if the power of weather manipulation could be used everywhere, it still didn't have a complete system yet. Similar to the dream wasteland, even if the power of weather manipulation was integrated into the world itself, it still needed some time to get used to the rules and establish the corresponding operating logic. But this was a new world that didn't have a complete set of rules, so it was natural that the power of weather manipulation couldn't be used freely. Angor looked at Laplace's hair and felt a little jealous. He had to maintain both the light and his center of gravity, so he didn't have any extra energy to do anything else. In other words, he was no different from a normal human being. But a normal human being couldn't control his hair, but Laplace could control his hair as if it was his own arm? That was cheating. Under Angor's envious gaze, Laplace asked, "Where is this place?" "Are you sure this is a dream?" Angor replied, "This place has some rules of the dream realm, but they're different. As for where we are, it's a gap between the dream realm and the mirror world." "A gap between the dream realm and the mirror world? What do you mean?" "Literally. It's a space created by a special power. It can last for a short time or a long time. As for how long this place will last, it depends on whether something unexpected will happen." Angor paused. "I don't think this place will last long, but I still gave it a name. The Dream Crystal." Laplace frowned. She didn't care about the uninteresting name. She was more concerned about the ambiguity in Angor's words. "Unforeseen event?" Laplace said, "I remember that you told me to come quickly, or else there would be unforeseen events." Angor nodded. "Yes, I did." Laplace asked, "What do you mean by change?" Angor shook his head. "I don't know yet. Maybe a monster as large as a continent will tear the sky apart and shatter this newly created gap into pieces. Or perhaps, a huge eye will appear in the sky and stare at this sealed courtyard with hostility. Or maybe we're lucky enough to not run into anything unexpected." Angor continued, "We'll have to wait for more details. While we're still safe, I'll take you to retrieve your weapon first." Angor gestured for Laplace to follow him. "Weapon?" Laplace was still confused. "What weapon?" "The one I asked you to prepare, your molt." Angor smiled at Laplace. "Don't worry. I came here earlier than you, but I didn't touch your weapon." "Molt. Why is it here?" "About that. I'll explain later. We're in a hurry, so let's put it aside for now. Oh, right. If something really happens, we'll have to rely on your weapon, Angor said as they walked. If we can get rid of the invaders, we'll both have a bright future. If we can't, don't force yourself. I'll take you back to the mirror world. This was a new dream wasteland, after all. His control over his power was not as precise as before. As a result, even if he placed himself and Laplace near this scale in a bottled location, they would still be a bit off from each other. However, there weren't many deviations. They were all within 200 meters. Soon, Angor and Laplace found the shedding bottle. As Laplace approached, the shedding bottle slowly floated up from the crystal as if it sensed the presence of its master. Through the transparent glass, Angor could clearly see the shedding of a whale-shaped shedding scale. Angor was taken aback by the strange phenomenon. The first thing he did after arriving here was to find the shedding bottle. After making sure the shedding bottle was safe, he went to find Laplace. Back then, the shedding bottle did not react at all. It was as if the shedding bottle was a dead object. But now, Laplace's shedding bottle showed such a strange phenomenon. As expected of Laplace's shedding item. Even though Laplace's consciousness came here, the shedding bottle still recognized the shedding bottle immediately. Can you activate it? Angor asked as he looked at the floating shedding bottle. Laplace glanced at Angor and nodded. Yes. With that, Laplace reached out his hand and chanted some indecipherable syllables. As soon as the syllables were uttered, the glass bottle nearby exploded into countless pieces. The shedding bottle began to release a dazzling silver light. Then, under Angor's shocked gaze, the shedding bottle scattered into tens of thousands of silver sparks, which then formed a silver ribbon that wrapped around Laplace's body. This scene looked familiar to Angor. He saw some cartoons from Earth in his hologram tablet. One of them was from a female perspective. The main theme of the cartoon was about past and present lives, cute pets, female characters, rebellions, schoolyards, and superpowers against criminals. In each episode, there was an essential transformation segment. Only after transforming could the main character gain superhuman strength. In the anime, at the moment of transformation, the main character's body was completely revealed. Unfortunately, any further details were blocked by the holy light. When the ribbon of light wrapped around the main character's body, the main character changed into a new set of clothes. Then, the main character posed in a cute pose, and the transformation was complete. At this moment, countless silver ribbons of light wrapped around Laplace and lifted him into the air. Under the illumination of the holy light, nothing could be seen. This scene was too similar to the transformation in the anime. Angor thought this was enough. But there was more to come. In order to highlight the transformation in anime, the main character's clothes would be changed first, and a part of the changed clothes would be shown in one shot. Only when the main character made a cute pose at the end would the full set of transformed clothes be shown. He didn't know whether Laplace was transforming or not. However, after the ribbon of light surrounded Laplace for a few seconds, it started to disappear bit by bit. The order of disappearing was from the bottom to the top, which was starting from the feet. She used Laplace's hair as a cushion for his feet. Now, the first thing Angor saw was a pair of hooves. Hooves belonging to the order Audiobook. The hooves were split in front and back, which looked like special high heels. The only difference was that the hooves were very sharp and shaped like the feet of a demon. After the hooves were shown, the ribbon of light continued to rise. The transformation was still ongoing. The legs above the hooves were covered by a skirt. Occasionally, Angor could see the smooth legs without any cloth. But now, the legs above the hooves were not only muscular but also covered in silver scales. The whole body was streamlined, which was both elegant and threatening. The ribbon of light quickly went past the scale-covered waist. Just a little bit more and it would be the upper body. The holy light receded, and Angor could finally see the upper body. Laplace's upper body also changed a lot. He didn't transform completely, but he was covered in silver scales and had a pair of giant wings made of silver scales on his back. Before this, Laplace might have to worry about slipping on the ground. But now, he didn't have to worry about that. With the 6-meter-wide wings, Laplace could fly in the air without being restrained by the ground. As for Laplace's head, there was only a small change. There was a circle of silver scales around his hairline. Everything else was the same as before. The color of his hair, the length of his hair, his face, and the way he looked at people remained the same. At this point, the ribbons of light finally disappeared, and Laplace's transformation was complete. Laplace's transformation was different from the one in the anime where he only changed his clothes. Laplace's transformation not only involved changing his clothes, but also his body shape. Before this, the girl was less than 2 meters tall. Now, she was twice as tall as Angor. Its cold temperament, huge body, wide wings, and silver radiance gave off an indescribable sense of deterrence. Before this, Angor didn't feel anything when he saw Laplace. They were all just mortals in this new place. But now, when he looked at Laplace again, he felt as small as a speck of dust. It wasn't just because of the difference in body size. It was also because of the warning radar in his mind. Although Angor didn't know how strong Laplace was after her transformation, he could tell that she was definitely stronger than a wizard-level fighter. This was why Angor, a mortal, felt so inferior. There was a huge gap between them. Even in the wizard-level dream wasteland, only a handful of people had the strength of a wizard. He didn't expect Laplace to reach the level of a wizard by shedding his scales, or even higher, in a new world that was just born. He could use the dream whelp to bring in some powerful weapons or scrolls, but he couldn't use them in his current condition in this new world. Even Truthfinder weapons wouldn't do him any good. But Laplace was different. It was as if she had found her old body. Not only could she control her shedding scales, but she could also use all the power granted by the shedding process. Angor felt jealous, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was a racial talent that couldn't be fixed. How do you feel now? Laplace, who had activated his molting ability, said casually, interesting. I feel like I've returned to the state when I was just born. Laplace paused for a moment. When will the danger you mentioned come? I don't know. I don't know yet. Angor looked at Laplace. Is there a limit to how much you can use your shedding ability? He sensed a hint of urgency in Laplace's question. There are no restrictions, Laplace said calmly. Angor's first instinct was to ask, why do you sound so anxious? But before he could ask, Laplace spoke first. I just want to solve the danger as soon as possible, and then I'll wait for an explanation. Be it the molting, my current state, or this so-called world between the cracks, I need you to give me an explanation for all of it. Laplace had lived for so many years, but this was the first time that he had so much curiosity and so many doubts. If Angor didn't tell him that the most important thing right now was to solve the danger, Laplace would have threatened Angor with violence. I'll explain. But how much I can tell you depends on whether the danger can be solved, Angor said in a low voice. What do you mean? Laplace gave him a cold look. As Laplace's gaze grew colder, Angor felt his skin tightening and prickling. He wouldn't feel this way if he was in the real world. Laplace was much stronger than Angor in this place. It was like a superior talking to an ordinary person. Even the slightest change in tone was enough to frighten an ordinary person. I can't give you an explanation right now. Once the danger is solved, everything will be answered. If we can't solve the problem, then everything I say will be meaningless. As long as the danger could be solved, or at least the danger wouldn't appear, Angor's gamble would be considered a success. Through the conflict between the dream realm and the mirror world, he used Laplace, the favorite child of the dream realm, as a mediator to gain some benefits and create a new dream wasteland. This was a huge gamble that came out of nowhere. If the plan worked, Laplace, as a participant, protector, and witness of the dream wasteland, would have to give her an explanation. If it didn't work, it wouldn't matter whether he told Laplace the truth or not. Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. Glepner once said that you have more secrets than the wise ones. I didn't pay much attention to it, but now I think Glepner was right. By the way, I have a question as well. Oh, I have a question as well. Now, Madame Laplace, before me, can you still say that Glepner, Luigi, is you? Laplace said, you're asking this question because you don't understand the current situation. They're me at all times. Even if I can't sense them now, they're still me. Angor frowned. Even if they have independent consciousnesses now, they're still you? Of course. Laplace nodded. Seeing Laplace nodding, Angor began to wonder if Laplace was telling the truth or not. Earlier, Angor thought that Laplace was telling the truth. But now, it seemed that he misunderstood. What was the difference between Laplace, Yunu, and the doppelganger of the Black Earl? They all had the same body, but they had different expressions. While thinking, he suddenly looked up with a frown. Laplace also noticed Angor's change of expression and looked at him. Angor stared at the sky for a while. "It's here." Laplace asked, "What's coming?" "The cleaners." Although he had been talking to Laplace, he had been observing the space outside the new world with his god's eye view ever since he entered it. The first thing he sensed was the tunnel leading to the nightmare realm. However, just like the dream wasteland, the tunnel only gave off a faint aura of the nightmare realm. There was no sign of any nightmare creatures coming in or out of it. Apart from the nightmare tunnel, the only thing he could see was an endless void. This void was actually the void between the dream world and the mirror world. Normally speaking, no living creatures would show up here. However, if a new, uncontrollable world was born here, and this new world also had some of the laws of the dream realm, the nightmare realm would open its gate. Then, the dream realm would automatically open up a passage, allowing some powerful dream realm creatures to pass by unintentionally. And these dream creatures were the cleaners Angor talked about. Angor had been observing the void ever since he arrived at the new world, looking for any signs of the cleaners. When the dream wasteland was being built in the abyss plane, the cleaners came very quickly. But this time Angor waited for a long time without seeing any cleaners. Just when he thought the dream realm was willing to compromise and maintain its connection with the mirror world, the cleaners showed up. Angor's heart sank when he sensed the surging energy coming from the void. He asked Laplace to carry a weapon, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough to deal with the cleaners. "I'll give it a try anyway," he mumbled as if he had made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Laplace. "The purgers are about to appear. To prevent them from destroying this new world, the only thing we can do now is to stop them." Laplace didn't bother to ask about Angor's strange words. Instead, he went straight to the point. "How?" Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Laplace also looked in the same direction. A crack suddenly appeared in the gray sky, and at the same time, a large number of strange creatures came out of the crack. There were so many of them that they looked like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky. Seeing this scene, Laplace also felt that this was a thorny problem. She already knew what to do without Angor's advice. She had to kill every last one of the invading monsters. However, there were so many monsters. Could they kill them all? Laplace looked back at Angor and wondered how many monsters they had to kill. However, Laplace was stunned by what he saw. She thought Angor would at least put on a serious look when dealing with these monsters, but she didn't expect him to be as worried as she was. But Angor's expression didn't look serious at all. Was this a surprise? Laplace was right. Angor was more surprised than scared. Whether it was in the southern wizarding region or in the abyss plane, Angor had to deal with giant monsters to clear out the dream wasteland. Back in the wizarding world, a monster as large as a continent came. If it weren't for Shava, the dream wasteland in the southern wizarding region wouldn't have come into being. It was the same in the abyss. The purger had only revealed its gigantic eyes, and the dream wasteland had been torn apart, falling into the void. It was easy to tell how big the monster was by looking at its eye. This time, the cleaners weren't the unstoppable beasts he encountered before. Instead, they were smaller monsters. They were as numerous as locusts, but the largest among them was only as big as a small hill, which was still far from the behemoths he encountered before. If so many monsters were allowed to wreak havoc in this new world, they might be able to stop it from developing. However, they wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short time. Compared to the beast-like monsters, the current situation was much milder. If there was no external intervention, the behemoth-like cleaners would tear apart this newly born world in less than a second. But now, even with so many monsters breaking through the barrier, they still couldn't destroy the new world. If Angor could get rid of these monsters, he might be able to create a new dream wasteland, the dream wasteland. With that in mind, Angor was more excited than scared. Still, he didn't let his guard down. There were still a lot of questions waiting for him. Could Laplace really deal with so many demons? Also, were these monsters all the cleaners? Would they send another wave after clearing them out? Angor didn't know what would happen in the end. But he already sensed that the energy ripples in the air had stabilized. So far, this was the only group of cleaners. Angor looked at Laplace and tried to calm down. Can you deal with them? You want me to deal with all of them? Laplace frowned. 8 or 10 of them might still be possible, but there were so many of them, and many of them had extremely obscure auras, so he didn't know how strong they were. Asking her to deal with all of them? What kind of joke was this? If it was her original body in the empty mirror sea, she might be able to deal with these monsters. However, her current strength came entirely from shedding scales. It was absolutely impossible for her to deal with so many monsters. Yes. Angor nodded. Laplace's frown deepened. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I don't have much power here, so I can only rely on you. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'll help you. Laplace almost laughed out of anger. You said yourself that you don't have any power here. What support are you going to give me? But Angor was not joking at all. Molt your scales. I will provide you with a continuous supply of scales. Laplace was briefly stunned. What do you mean? Continuous supply? Literally, Angor said. You can fight without worry. Don't worry if your scales get damaged. This is just a projection in your dream, so it won't affect your shedding in real life. If your scales are damaged in the battle here, I can immediately return to the real world and pull them back to you in perfect condition. By then, your scales will be brand new. Laplace's expression was beyond astonishment. She was terrified by Angor's words. You mean, you can replicate my shedding without limit in real life? You can think of it that way. Laplace asked, what about the others? If it's not molting, what about the others? I can also provide you with some scrolls, as long as you can use them. Laplace asked, even magic scrolls? Yes. I know you have a lot of questions. But the most important thing right now is to kill these monsters. I'll tell you the rest after the battle is over. I promise. Angor looked at the monsters in the sky and sighed helplessly. The first batch of monsters that came out of the space fissure finally realized what was going on. One of them dropped down from the sky and landed not far from them. Both Angor and Laplace saw the monster's shape. It was a woman about 3 meters tall. She was wearing luxurious clothes, a gauze net, and a luxurious folding fan with lace edges in her hand. The fan was open to cover the woman's mouth, but it could not stop her shrill laughter. When the woman slowly moved the fan away from her face, Angor finally noticed that the corners of her mouth had split open all the way to her ears. Her mouth was full of sharp fangs. As she laughed, a long forked tongue slithered out of her mouth, which looked both terrifying and eerie. That's Snake Woman? Laplace asked. You know her? She's a legendary humanoid creature in Grand Plain. But she doesn't exist in the real world. She's just something that parents make up to scare their children. It was just like the grandmother wolf in the story John told to Angor when he was young. It was just a symbol, not a real thing. These are all creatures from the dream realm. Many of them originated from the imaginations of intelligent beings in the real world. Maybe this snake woman was born from a child's dream in Grand Plain. Angor quickly analyzed the situation. So they're just imaginary creatures? Angor nodded. Laplace wanted to ask about the characteristics of these creatures, but when she saw the snake woman ready to kill them, she held her tongue. She knew it was not the time for that. She had to wait until everything was over. If you can keep shedding scales, I'm confident that I can kill these monsters. Are you sure you can? I'm sure. Angor nodded. As soon as Angor finished speaking, Laplace dashed toward the snake woman like a cannonball. Before Angor could react, he heard a huge explosion coming from not far away. Even with the help of the wind, Angor was blown 10 meters away by the shockwave. When the explosion ended, Angor saw a giant crater with a radius of 20 meters, as well as the snake woman's broken body. As for Laplace, after killing the 9-foot snake woman, he flew 10 meters into the air and raised his muscular leg to attack another descending shadow. Following a series of explosions, another devil monster died. After killing 2 monsters in a row, Laplace finally landed on the ground. At this moment, about 1/5 of the scales on Laplace's legs had disappeared. Laplace noticed Angor's gaze and explained, "The best effect of shedding is to make the scales explode. You saw how powerful it is. But I can't regenerate them, so I usually don't use them like this. But since you said you can keep shedding scales, I don't mind." Angor didn't know what to say. "You're right. But that's way too fast." In less than 2 seconds, 1/5 of the scales on the 2 monsters' legs were gone. Did that mean that the scales on his legs would be completely blown off in 10 seconds? Half a minute and all the scales on his body were gone? Even if Laplace could keep shedding scales, he still needed some time to get into the dream wasteland. "Then I'll log off now. I mean, I'll leave this crevice and return to the real world. I'll be ready to give you more shedding scales. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. If anything happens, I'll pull you out of the crevice as soon as possible. Your safety is more important than the crevice." Laplace humped and changed the topic. "You can't have more than 1 shedding scales at the same time?" Angor nodded. "Yes. That's the rule of this world." Laplace looked a little disappointed. She was thinking that she could summon all of her bodies at the same time if she could have more than 1 shedding scale at the same time. Since she could activate her shedding scales at the same time, the 3 of them would be able to clear out the monsters faster. "Off you go then." With that, Laplace flew back to a lower altitude. Several shadows were quickly descending from the sky. Hearing the explosion, Angor shouted as loudly as he could, "Do you need a magic scroll or something else other than molting? Or are other weapons also props?" Laplace said, "We don't need offensive magic scrolls, but we can bring some control-type magic scrolls. As for items that can attract monsters, you can bring them here." "Got it. I'll try my best to bring them to you. I'll keep them within 20 meters. Is that okay?" "Sure." For Laplace, who had already activated her shedding ability, a distance of 20 meters was no big deal. In the next few seconds, Angor saw silver flashes and explosions everywhere. Meanwhile, the shedding scales on Laplace's body were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In such a situation where he did not care about the consumption of energy, the power of molting was completely displayed. More than a dozen monsters were killed in a short time. The biggest one among them was nearly 100 meters long. When Laplace killed this monster, he blasted a crater that was almost 1,000 meters wide on the crystal plane. Furthermore, Laplace had used the silver scale bomb in midair, which showed how powerful the molting skill was. The most important thing was that the silver scale bombs that Laplace had invented were not long-range bombs. Instead, Laplace used them to teleport to the monsters that were trying to kill them and release the bombs right next to them. If the bombs were released from a distance, the monsters would probably notice them and run away. But Laplace did not need to worry about the bombs missing their targets. Besides, the explosions caused by the bombs would not hurt Laplace at all. That was the scariest part. Half a minute later, Angor's heart was already pounding in fear. If Laplace used shedding scales like this in the real world, he could probably wipe out a large wizard family with ease. But now, Laplace used the shedding spells separately. What if he used all the shedding spells at once? This explosion might really injure those huge beasts in the dream realm. Angor even suspected that even a strategic-level defensive magic array would not be able to withstand the full blast of shedding scales. While muttering scary in his mind, Angor returned to the real world. Instead of going back to the dream realm, he used the dream gate to observe Laplace's condition. Whenever a shedding scale was damaged, he would use the dream whelp to send a new one inside. At the same time, he was thinking about what other scrolls and items he could send to the portal apart from shedding scales. There were quite a few control-type scrolls, but he didn't care whether they would be useful or not. As for the item that Laplace needed to attract monsters, Angor had no idea what to use. If it was a specific monster, he could make a specific choice. For example, if the opponent was a sea witch, a gorgon, or a mermaid, he could use the diluted black dolphin glands as a bait to make them gather at the location of the black dolphin glands. There was also the garlic cage eagle catcher. From its name, Angor could guess what kind of monster it would attract. However, there were all kinds of monsters in the dream realm, and Angor had no idea what would attract them. While thinking, Angor kept sending the shedding scales into the dream crystal. After thinking for a while, he sent the shedding scales into the dream crystal again and entered it himself. Angor was blinded by the bright light as soon as he entered the dream crystal. Using God's view, Angor saw that Laplace created a giant explosion in the sky. It was as if the explosion created a small sun in the sky, which brightened up the dark world. Angor also sensed the terrifying energy wave from the explosion. If this happened in the real world, the explosion would probably create a giant hole in the underground sewers. Angor wouldn't be able to survive if the explosion was aimed at him. He glanced around and sighed. When he first came here, the dream crystal was so flat that he could easily walk on it. But now, it was full of bumps and hollows. It wasn't easy to even find a flat spot. Still, Angor didn't feel bad about it. As long as he could eliminate the monsters and incorporate the dream crystal into his territory, he would be able to fix it no matter how bad it was. "What are you doing here?" Laplace spoke to him using voice transmission. "I almost blew you up." He could hear the complaint in Laplace's voice as well as the excitement in her voice. Laplace complained that Angor came in at the wrong time, while she was excited because she could use the shedding skill to kill monsters without stopping. She couldn't experience it in the real world. How could she not be excited when she finally got to experience it? From this, it could be seen that although Laplace was usually indifferent, it did not mean that she was emotionless. Even Laplace couldn't hold herself back in the "explosion is art" crowd. "I'm here to give you a tool. Didn't you say you wanted something to attract monsters? End of chapter. You can gather monsters?" In midair, Laplace's eyes suddenly lit up. She was having a good time, but there was one thing that annoyed her. There were so many monsters, but they were all spread out. She had to move around constantly to kill them one by one. She could at most blow up 10 devil beasts at a time. Compared to the number of devil beasts in the sky, 10 devil beasts were not enough. If she could gather the monsters together and kill hundreds of them at a time, it would probably take her less than a day to clear out all the monsters. With that in mind, Laplace blasted several nearby monsters into pieces. Then, he kicked one that was trying to sneak behind him into 2 halves. Finally, Laplace descended from the sky and entered the safe zone. The safe zone was a special area created by using several mid-level rune scrolls that contained anti-magic, 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 purification, exorcism, recovery, etc., together with a magic array board. It had the appearance of a glowing dome. Under the protection of this dome, even if hundreds of demons attacked together, it would still take a few minutes to break through. The safe zone couldn't be maintained for long, but Angor had unlimited supplies. Destroying a safe zone meant that a new one would appear in the next second. It didn't matter if the safe zone couldn't be maintained for long. The main purpose of the safe zone was to give Laplace a place to rest. Even if she didn't get tired physically, she would be mentally exhausted if she kept attacking monsters. As long as she could enter the safe zone, Laplace would be able to regain her energy in a short time. It could be said that the safe zone was very useful to Laplace. For Angor, the safe zone could prevent him from getting hurt by accident. The only thing he regretted was that even with unlimited supplies, it was still a bit troublesome to set up the safe zone. He had to use several scrolls and a magic array disc. If only he could use the dream whelp to pull the Sunlight Garden or Sunlight Sanctuary into the safe zone. Both places were much more effective than Angor's safe zone. Sadly, the dream whelp couldn't do anything about the mystery energy inside the sanctuary. On the other hand, Laplace felt her tiredness disappear as soon as she returned to the safe zone. She couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Laplace stretched herself and walked to Angor. "How do you plan to do that? How many monsters can you gather?" Angor was about to say something when Laplace stopped him. "Never mind. I don't care how you do it. Just tell me where you're gathering the monsters, so I can go there and wait." "I can't tell the exact location right now." "What do you mean?" "I'll give it a try. I'll see if it works this time." Angor shook his head. Angor looked around and saw a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually piled up by the crystallized soil that Laplace had blasted out. The reason why it could form a small hill so perfectly was that there was a large monster inside that had been blasted into charcoal. Angor pointed at the hill. That's the center. Laplace asked, "Are you saying that I should wait over there?" Angor nodded. Laplace did not ask why, nor did he stay for long. He left the safe zone without hesitation and headed towards the small hill. Next, he closed his eyes and used God's view to determine the location of his target. After making sure everything was correct, he activated several scrolls. Then, with the small hill as the center, the shadow of a huge cage suddenly appeared within a radius of 1,000 meters. The cage was shaped like a bird cage, enveloping around 30 magical creatures, which was the exact number of magical creatures within 1,000 meters. Not long after the cage appeared, thorns began to spread out from the grid of the cage. The thorns began to shrink, and the monsters were also suppressed by the thorns that spread out. Laplace saw this and understood Angor's plan. Shadow of the cage was a spatial magic scroll that was used to seal off space. As for the thorns that appeared later on, they were the Thorny Forest, a control-type magic scroll. The thorns were very tough and difficult to destroy. Furthermore, the thorns were poisonous, and when magical creatures were trapped in them, their speed would be significantly reduced. Meanwhile, Angor used Shadow of Cage to seal the area and Thorn Forest to restrict the movement of the monsters. In the end, the monsters were all gathered together. This was what Angor meant by gathering monsters. This method could work, but it was only effective against monsters that did not have much intelligence. Unintelligent monsters didn't know that if they tried to break through the barrier, they might cause damage to Cage Shadow or Thorny Forest. And these low-intelligence or unintelligent magical creatures would subconsciously move closer to where they thought they were safe. This was their natural instinct to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. But sometimes, seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity would cause them to lose the chance to break out of their cage. Angor was taking advantage of this. The monsters that came from the dream realm were indeed low-intelligence monsters, so this method was just right. Soon, all 30 monsters were gathered together. Laplace used several of his scales to deal with them. When all the monsters were killed, Laplace returned to the safe zone. Laplace shook his head as soon as he saw Angor. No. This method is too slow. It was true that the monster gathering was successful, but the weakness was too obvious. Firstly, it could only deal with monsters with low intelligence. Secondly, the speed of gathering monsters was not fast enough. Putting aside the first point for now, the second point was the most important. Killing 30 monsters at once was a lot, but it would take a long time for the monsters to gather together. Considering Laplace's previous speed, he could easily kill more monsters in such a long time. I understand. But this is just a test. The main course is coming. Next, Angor took out a cloak and handed it to Laplace. Put this on. Laplace looked at the cloak. What's this? Xianxia skin. It can resist the power of space. Angor considered. I'll probably use more space energy to restrict the monsters later. Take Xianxia skin with you. Don't worry about getting hurt by the space energy. Laplace didn't hesitate and put on the cloak. Don't worry about what's coming. Just kill the monsters at your own pace. I'll give you more scales. As for gathering monsters, I'll do it. You'll see. Laplace gave Angor a doubtful look but didn't say anything. He nodded and left the safe zone. Once Laplace was gone, Angor quickly returned to reality. He took out another Cage Shadow from his bracelet. Next, he took out hundreds of array discs of different sizes. This time, he was going to use the array discs to do something big. Instead of entering the dream crystal, he used the dream gate and activated his God's view. Next, he placed more array discs into the dream crystal using the dream whelk. The array discs were all located at different locations in the dream crystal. The furthest one was thousands of kilometers away. When all the array discs were set up, Angor took the last one and the Cage Shadow scroll into the dream crystal. When he opened his eyes, he was still in the safe zone. He measured his position and placed the array disc at the center of the safe zone. As he did so, the other 137 array discs in the dream crystal began to glow in their respective locations. They only had one purpose: to amplify the effect of the core. The core of the array was where Angor was standing. Angor activated the cage shadow and slowly placed it on top of the array disk. In an instant, the shadow of the huge cage appeared in the sky again. Laplace also noticed the shadow of the cage, but this time, to her surprise, she couldn't see the edge of the shadow of the cage at all. Laplace thought of something and sent a voice transmission to Angor. "How big is your cage shadow this time?" 3,000 kilometers, Angor replied. Laplace was stunned for a moment before he muttered in a low voice, "You really made a big move this time." "Forget it, I'll leave you alone for now." Laplace returned to the battlefield while Angor returned to his God's view. The cage shadow wasn't that big. It was less than 1% of the dream crystal size. Angor could make the cage shadow bigger. 5,000 kilometers, 6,000 kilometers, or even 10,000 kilometers. But he didn't need to. Currently, there weren't any monsters that went that far. In other words, the cage shadow could cover all the monsters. Laplace said that using the cage shadow to gather monsters was slow, and Angor had to admit that. He had no way of improving the speed of gathering monsters. The only thing he could do was to increase the range of the shadow of the cage and reduce the area where the monsters could move. Finally, he could keep all the monsters in one area. This was his real plan. "That's fine. I'll go with numbers and kill them all at once." Now that he had the shadow of cage, the next step was to compress the monster space. Previously, he used Thorn Forest to do so, but this time, he planned to modify it a little. Apart from Thorn Forest, he also activated a new scroll, Sea of Electricity. Just like the Thorn Forest, the Sea of Electricity was a control-type magic scroll. However, Sea of Thorns relied on tough thorns and poisonous thorns to reduce the monster's movement area. Sea of Electricity, on the other hand, used the water droplets in the air to act as electric chains to paralyze and trap the monsters. The advantage of Sea of Electricity was that it could spread out quickly and achieve control in the shortest time possible. Its weakness was also obvious. It didn't do enough damage, so its control effect was mediocre. Sea of Electricity, on the other hand, had the strongest effect at the edge of the scroll, while the weakest was at the center. From the edge of the scroll to the center, the effect would decrease gradually. The edge of the scroll was even more effective than Thorn Forest. This characteristic would cause the monsters that were affected by the electric shock to subconsciously move closer to the center where the effect was lower. Coupled with the continuous growth of the thorny forest, it would ensure that the monsters would be trapped in the center. So what if there were more of them? So what if they were bigger? Without enough intelligence, they could only be tortured. With that done, he returned to his humble job of removing scales for the big boss. Time ticked by. Angor didn't know how many times he had shed Laplace's scales. Finally, when Laplace turned the entire area into a smoke-filled area, the air began to condense into mist. This meant that the Sea of Electricity had finally reached the area. As expected, a few seconds later, the hissing sound of electricity filled the air. Electric snakes slithered through the mist, bringing with them the screams of many monsters. The electricity didn't do much damage to the monsters, but it made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Many of them were already gathering together. Laplace noticed this as well. Apart from the time when Angor tried to gather monsters, she could only kill 10 monsters at a time. But now, after the appearance of the Sea of Electricity, she was able to kill more than 10 monsters with each explosion. She could even kill 30 or 40 monsters. This increased the efficiency of her bombing by more than just a little. And this was only the prelude to Angor's large-scale gathering. Laplace was wondering how long it would take to get rid of all the monsters here. Now, it seemed that it would take less than half a day to get rid of all the strange-looking monsters. After seeing the hope of solving the problem completely, Laplace became even more motivated, and his continuous bombardment even caused a small area of space to tremble. Luckily, Laplace was wearing Seamus' skin. Otherwise, the spatial ripples would have hurt her. While Laplace didn't mind the spatial ripples, Angor was terrified. He didn't mind Laplace's attacks because he could use his authority to slowly repair the dream crystal in the future. However, if he kept causing spatial ripples or even space collapses, the newly born dream crystal might not be able to hold on. Angor didn't want his own people to destroy the dream crystal after clearing out all the monsters. To avoid such a situation, Angor quickly asked Laplace to control her attacks. Laplace didn't agree with Angor's suggestion, but she still obeyed and tried to limit her attacks to the weakest points. Seeing this, Angor relaxed a little. However, there was another problem that Angor had to reconsider. Gathering monsters could kill them quickly. But what if the final gathering spot was too weak? If he couldn't get rid of all the monsters after several rounds of shedding scales, would the new space collapse instead? Angor didn't care about the final gathering spot. But now, it seemed that he had to make some preparations. He could either fix the final gathering spot at a place with a stable space, or strengthen the space at the center of the cage. End of chapter. Angor decided to do both at the same time. He began to consciously control the speed at which the thorny forest spread. He moved the thorny forest to a place that was more stable in space, and this place would become the final gathering point of all the demons. In his opinion, the space around the rendezvous point was already stable enough. But no one knew what would happen if Laplace, who had gone berserk, exploded dozens of scales. Therefore, it was better to reinforce the place. With that in mind, Angor logged out of the game again. He returned to the mirror and continued to feed Laplace while trying to figure out a way to stabilize the dimension. He learned a lot about space from Spotted Puppy, and there were many ways to stabilize the dimension. There were more than 10 options available to him. However, after thinking for a moment, he did not make a choice from the spatial knowledge transmitted by the Dalmatian. Instead, he opened his nightmare domain and took out a mushroom with red spots on it. It was the mushroom of prosperity. This was one of the most important items Angor brought back from the land of sinners. It was a strange mushroom cultivated by Nuka, the Minister of Agriculture. It was used to stabilize the dimensional ripples in a demiplane. The nightmare domain was actually a different kind of demiplane. The dream wasteland, the shattered dream wasteland, and the dream crystal that was currently being cleaned up were all variants of the nightmare domain. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the mushroom of reproduction was very suitable for the current situation. It was only theoretically speaking because Angor had never used the mushroom of prosperity in real life. The dream wasteland had been developing for a long time, and the dimension there was no need for the mushroom of prosperity. Besides, the mushroom of prosperity was a living creature, and the dream whelk couldn't pull it into a dream. Angor assumed that he could use Dream Walk to bring the mushroom of prosperity into the dream wasteland. However, there was another problem. Would the mushroom of prosperity still be able to stabilize the dimension ripples? For example, if Angor didn't send Laplace's scales into the dream wasteland, she would have lost all her abilities. Would the mushroom of prosperity become a shell of its own consciousness after entering the dream wasteland and lose its ability to move? He would have to personally test it to know the effects. Regina, the mushroom whom he invited from floating Mech City, arrived at Brood Cavern before him. Regina's first research list included the mushroom. Therefore, he gave up on the idea. After giving the mushroom of reproduction to Regina, he didn't pay much attention to it until Regina announced that she had successfully cultivated a new mushroom of reproduction. That was when he finally took back the first mushroom of reproduction. But he didn't do anything about it. After being studied by Regina for several months, the growth mushroom had become so thin that it looked like its body had been emptied. He didn't want to keep studying the mushroom, so he placed it inside his nightmare domain. Nourished by the nightmare aura, the mushroom slowly came back to life. Not only did she become fatter, but she also became like Miing, popping her head out everywhere. When Angor took the mushroom out of his nightmare domain, it was still sitting on a toy soldier's head as a decoration. Just like Mystic Gem, it also recognized Angor as its master, which was why Angor could easily take it down. Otherwise, Mystic Gem would have no idea where it would run away again. Angor held the mushroom in his hand and tried to communicate with it. Unfortunately, the mushroom was too stupid to understand him. After considering for a while, Angor gave up on the idea and used Dream Walk on the mushroom. Angor waited anxiously for the mushroom of reproduction to fall into his hand. It was still dizzy. Dream Walk. Angor's eyes lit up. Since the mushroom of reproduction could enter a dream, Angor now needed to consider another question. Would the mushroom still be able to stabilize space ripples after entering the dream crystal? Angor believed that if the mushroom of reproduction could find the dream crystal and enter it with its own body, it would definitely be able to stabilize space ripples. But now, the mushroom of reproduction used dream walk to enter the dream crystal. It was hard to say. Still, Angor did not give up hope. If Laplace could turn into a goddess of war by shedding her scales, maybe the mushroom of reproduction could do the same. As for how, Angor could only think of one thing: using nightmare aura. If he could provide enough nightmare aura to the mushroom of reproduction, would it be able to activate its ability in the dream crystal? Angor decided to do it. Angor set the mushroom of reproduction's location in the safe zone. At the same time, he entered the safe zone. The first thing he did was to find the mushroom of reproduction, which was still in a daze. He picked it up from the ground and placed it on his right palm. Through the green runes on his right hand, he continuously injected nightmare aura into the mushroom. In order to create a more suitable environment for the mushroom of reproduction, Angor also used God's view to control the nightmare aura flowing out of the nightmare tunnel in the void and gathered it all inside the safe zone. As the nightmare aura grew stronger, Angor could clearly sense the strange energy inside the mushroom of reproduction. Angor had only sensed this strange energy in the real world before. Did this mean the mushroom of reproduction had regained its ability to stabilize space? Angor decided to give it a try. He placed the mushroom of reproduction on top of a glass container and shouted at Laplace, who was still in the air. Laplace happened to kill a flying fish monster with 6 eyes. She looked back and saw something being thrown to her from below. Since Angor kept shedding scales, Laplace was very sensitive to the sudden appearance of objects around her. When the mushroom of reproduction reached 10 meters in the air, Laplace quickly caught it in her hand. She thought it was some kind of item Angor gave her, but when she looked down, she saw a small mushroom inside a glass container. The strangest thing was that the small mushroom was trembling, as if it was frightened. Is this a living thing? Why did Angor give me a living mushroom? Is it for me to eat? Does it have some kind of special effect? Laplace picked up the mushroom and was about to swallow it like he always did. Don't eat it. I'm experimenting on it. Angor's voice was heard. Experiment? You're still in the mood for an experiment? Laplace frowned and put the mushroom back into the glass container. She tossed a piece of shedding scale at a nearby monster and sent a voice transmission to Angor. What kind of experiment are you going to do with this mushroom? Experiment at a time like this? You want me to do an experiment? Laplace asked 3 questions in a row, showing his dissatisfaction. Angor quickly explained what the mushroom was for. It's called the Mushroom Witch. I don't know if you know her, but she's an alchemist who specializes in mushrooms. She created a special mushroom. It's a living thing, so I can't use the dream whelp to send it in. I can only use dream walk. I've done something to fix it, but I still don't know if it can stabilize space, so I need you to do an experiment. Laplace quickly understood what Angor meant. Angor wanted her to see if the mushroom of multiplication could still stabilize a space. The explosion caused by the molting had indeed caused the space to weaken. It even caused the nearby space to tremble and collapse. Laplace was also worried about this. Of course, Laplace wouldn't refuse the experiment since he knew Angor wasn't asking for trouble. Oh, right. It's strong, but don't break it. You know how to test it from shallow to deep, right? Laplace, I understand. She didn't do any experiments herself, but she saw how the wise ones did similar experiments. She just needed to imitate them. Under Angor's anxious gaze, Laplace tossed the mushroom of reproduction 200 meters away. Then, she tossed the first shedding scale at about 100 meters away. The shedding scales were the shards left on one's hair. The shards alone wouldn't be enough to kill the monsters. However, when Laplace dealt with the monsters, she didn't just use one shard. Instead, there were dozens of them, which made the shedding effect quite impressive. For the sake of her experiment, she decided to use the shedding effect. There was no ripple in space, and the mushroom of reproduction didn't seem to be affected. When Laplace used her shards before, the space around the shedding area would be slightly distorted. But this time, nothing happened. Was the effect of the mushroom of reproduction taking effect? Or was it that she had misjudged him? Laplace tried again. This time, she used 2 shards. Again, there was no ripple in space. 3, 4, 10. Laplace even used 100 shards. The explosion created a giant crater on the ground, but the mushroom of reproduction didn't seem to be affected at all. This was a situation that was absolutely impossible to happen before. Laplace grew excited. Instead of using shards, she used shedding scales. Again, she used 1 shard first, then 10, and then 20. Later, with Angor's help, Laplace used an entire shedding scale to bombard the area. Still, nothing happened. This was close to 1,000 complete molted scales. If placed on a devil monster, it would be enough to kill several thousand of them. Most importantly, because the mushroom of reproduction was a living creature, it also had the ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. When it encountered a large-scale explosion, it would actively hide in space so that it would not be harmed. Laplace spent several minutes on the explosion, but the mushroom of reproduction remained unharmed. Oh no, it's strong enough. Laplace couldn't help but look at Angor. Do you have more of this mushroom? He put the mushroom of reproduction back into the safe zone and made sure it was safe. Yes, but it can't stabilize space in the real world. The mushroom of reproduction could only be used on demiplanes. Maybe it was because it was only used to stabilize demiplanes, which was why the mushroom of reproduction was much more effective than Angor could imagine. None of the other methods Angor could use to strengthen space were as effective as the mushroom of reproduction. But this was only in the nightmare domain. The mushroom of reproduction wouldn't work in the real world. Still, it was enough. Angor didn't think highly of the mushroom of reproduction when he came out of the heart zone. But now, he realized he was wrong. The mushroom of reproduction was much more useful than he expected. The dream crystal was only the beginning. If he planned to expand his territory in other worlds, the mushroom of reproduction would become much more useful. The mushroom of reproduction was already strong enough to withstand Laplace's bombardment. If Angor could cultivate the mushroom of reproduction to its maximum potential, was it possible that even those gigantic dream creatures couldn't tear his demiplane apart? If that was the case, it would be much easier to expand his territory in the future. Angor sighed in relief and got rid of these irrelevant thoughts. He was sure that the mushroom of reproduction could stabilize space under the nourishment of the nightmare aura. What he needed to do next was much easier. He placed the mushroom of reproduction in the final spot where the monsters would gather. When the time came, Laplace would bombard the area and wipe out the cleaners this time. With that in mind, Angor took the mushroom of reproduction offline. When he came back online, the mushroom of reproduction was already placed in the appropriate spot. Now, he just had to wait for the final moment to arrive. Compared to the sea of electricity, the growth of the thorn forest was much slower. However, about 2 hours later, the thorny forest finally spread to the final circle. Following Angor's order, Laplace began to slowly move toward the final destination. Seeing Laplace moving away, the monsters who had almost no intelligence thought that victory was in sight and quickly chased after him. Angor also chose the center of the sea of electricity as the final destination, so the monsters weren't scared away. They all followed Laplace to the final destination. Laplace didn't stay idle either. He continued to bombard the monsters. Now, all he needed to do was to wait for the thorn forest to cover the other areas and leave a gap in the final destination. By then, 99% of the monsters would gather here. As long as he could kill all of them, everything would be over. As for the rest of the monsters, he could take his time to deal with them later. They wouldn't be able to cause any trouble anyway. End of chapter. Half an hour later, the thorny forest finally reached them. It was no longer appropriate to call it a forest. It looked more like a Rubik's Cube made of thorns that extended from the ground all the way to the sky. It looked like a towering wall that was about to topple over the final destination. The densely packed vines completely covered the sky and the sun. Some of the monsters finally realized that something was wrong and tried to break out. However, the countless layers of thorny walls were extremely tough. Ordinary magical creatures had no way of breaking through the thorny walls. Even if there were some that managed to break out, they could either change their form, turn into liquid or mist, or rely on brute force to break out. The former usually wasn't too strong and had a lot of restrictions. Even if they managed to break out of the wall, they would most likely be restrained by the electricity. As for the latter, even if they could break through the wall of thorns with brute force, would they be able to break out of the wall of thorns? Definitely not. They would be punished by art in the end. As for whether or not there were powerful monsters that could break through the wall of thorns? Yes, there were. But there were only a few of them. As far as Angor could tell, there were no more than 100 of them. Even if they managed to break through the wall of thorns and resist the electric shock, they would not be able to move any further. They only needed to spend some time to get rid of these monsters, so they could just ignore them for now. Right now, they needed to focus on the final destination that was less than a kilometer in radius and filled with tens of thousands of monsters. Laplace stopped his bombardment several minutes ago and waited for the monsters to gather. The more monsters there were, the brighter Laplace's eyes became. She could already imagine how great it would be to use a single-scale bomb to kill so many monsters. Since he couldn't do it all in one go, he would do it twice, 3 times, 100 times. Laplace could do things that he couldn't do in the real world without any restraint here, regardless of the cost. When he got tired, he would have a safe zone. When he lost all his scales, someone would send him more scales. Everything was perfect. Laplace was getting more and more excited. When he reached the peak of his excitement, he looked at Angor and said, "I'm going." There were still some scattered monsters trying to break through the wall of thorns. Angor thought that they could wait a little longer. But since Laplace volunteered, Angor wouldn't stop him. The final destination had already taken shape, and the monsters couldn't escape. Laplace could just go all out. Even if they were scattered a little, he could still do it a few more times. With Angor's permission, Laplace rushed forward without hesitation. When Laplace took his place, Angor heard Laplace's laughter for the first time. Although Laplace tried to suppress his laughter, Angor could still sense the arrogance and unscrupulousness in it. Accompanied by a loud laugh, the molting scales exploded. In the next few minutes, Angor witnessed the true meaning of art in the final destination. In terms of sound, the explosions sounded like gongs and drums, which rose and fell one after another. From the perspective of the scene, the intense radiance that was constantly bursting out had all kinds of colors due to various factors. At first glance, it looked like a rainbow had risen from the ground and filled the sky with multicolored light. The light and sound were only the most inconspicuous parts of the feast. But the most shocking part was the final result. Countless severed limbs were blasted into the air, and bloody mists of various colors filled the sky. The corpses of the demons fell like rain. A mountain of monster corpses was piling up and reaching 1,000 meters high. The mushroom of reproduction was now at the bottom of the pile. Before, it had to hide inside a space crack to avoid the explosions. But now, the corpses had become a natural barrier. There was no need for it to hide anymore. All it needed to do was to stay here and enjoy the nourishment provided by the corpses, as well as the nightmare aura sent by its master. Both Laplace and Angor did not mind that the mushroom of growth could enjoy a peaceful life, because it did help them a lot. So far, Laplace's scales had exploded 70 times, which meant Angor also used the dream whelk to shed its scales 70 times. Even in the real world, such a high-intensity explosion would cause the space around them to collapse several times. But now, the space in the final destination was still as stable as a mountain. There was no sign of it collapsing. It was all thanks to the mushroom of reproduction. Angor began to admire the mushroom of reproduction even more. As expected of one of the 5 best mushrooms cultivated by Nuka, Minister of Agriculture. The effect of the mushroom of reproduction was incredible. If the mushroom of reproduction was already this powerful, Amon, omnipotent, white fetus, and shell wouldn't be any weaker. While Angor was admiring the mushroom of reproduction, the mountain of monsters had reached a height of 2,000 meters. Without a doubt, it was the tallest mountain in the Dream Crystal domain. Previously, the number of monsters could be seen densely covering the sky. Now, they could only be seen densely piled up on the mountain of corpses like weeds. There were less than 1,000 monsters left in the sky, and many of them were trying to escape. But it was too late. The thorny forest combined with the sea of electricity made it impossible for them to escape this inescapable trap. Unless they escaped into the void. However, a crack in the void wasn't something that could be opened easily. Countless monsters had to use their energy to create a small opening. Now that most of the monsters were dead, the remaining ones couldn't break through the void even if they worked together. Besides, Angor was still here. Even though Angor couldn't do as he pleased in the dream wasteland, as the prospective owner of the Dream Crystal domain, he could strengthen the barrier around the Dream Crystal domain as much as he could. Under such circumstances, the monsters were like turtles in a jar. There was no way they could escape. In fact, in order to enjoy the last artistic aftertaste, Laplace even slowed down the speed of the bombardment. However, the less than 1,000 monsters still could not withstand the continuous bombardment. In the end, they all turned into pieces of corpses and fell from the sky, adding to the 2,000-meter-tall mountain of corpses. Several minutes later, Laplace gracefully landed on the ground. By now, there were already demon beasts in the sky, and the remaining demon beasts had already fled. It would not be too late to deal with them later. Instead of going to the safe zone, Laplace landed on the mountain of corpses and began inspecting the corpses that were still intact. Seeing that Laplace was still out of danger, Angor logged out of the game. When he came back, he found himself at the corpse mountain not far from Laplace. Angor thought that Laplace was checking the corpses for treasures. After all, the dead monsters didn't lose their energy right away. Even the mushroom of reproduction was absorbing their energy. Possessing energy meant that they might have transcendent organs or transcendent flesh and blood that could carry energy. All of these could be considered treasures. However, Laplace wasn't looking for treasures. Instead, he was looking for intact corpses and using his scales to reflect the skulls of the dead monsters. "What are you doing?" Angor stepped over the corpses and approached Laplace curiously. "I'm looking for their memories." According to Laplace, the scales could be used as mirrors. Everything reflected by the mirrors would become memories and flow into the empty mirror sea. Laplace's scales were even more special. They contained Gleipnir's power. With the right method, Laplace could use astrology to reflect the inner memories of a living being. This was one of the applications of mind reflection. However, to reflect the inner memories of a living being, Angor had to take them from the center of their memory. Normally, the center of a living being's memory was located in the brain. This was why Laplace placed the scales on the skulls of the corpses. She was trying to read the memories of the monsters. "Did you find anything?" Angor asked while helping Laplace with the corpses. Laplace shook his head. "Strange. None of the monsters showed any memory. Maybe they're dead, so you can't read their memories?" Laplace glanced at Angor. "I killed them with my own hands. Of course I know they're dead." He did not say anything else because Angor already knew what he was going to say. Laplace was mocking Angor. If Laplace knew the monsters were dead and still came here to look for their memories, it meant that he could do so even if they were dead. Angor, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. Angor scratched his head. "I mean, there are still some monsters that are still alive and have reached the edge of the prison. Should we capture them alive and see if we can retrieve their memories?" Laplace paused. "That's worth a try." However, Laplace didn't do that right away. Instead, he looked at Angor and said, "We'll deal with the rest later. Speaking of which, we're safe now, right? As promised, you should answer my questions now." Angor was about to say something when his face suddenly turned pale. Under Laplace's doubtful gaze, Angor sat down on the pile of corpses and closed his eyes. Laplace frowned and looked at Angor. She now suspected that Angor was going to go back on his words. Otherwise, why would he start acting when she was about to ask for the truth? Both Laplace and Angor were frowning, and their frowns were getting deeper and deeper. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes under Laplace's doubtful gaze. The first thing he said when he opened his eyes was enough to freeze the atmosphere. "The cleaners are here again." Laplace was also surprised by Angor's words. "You're joking, aren't you? You're just trying to find an excuse to avoid answering my questions?" Angor shook his head. "I'll do what I promised. I don't need to find an excuse for something like this." Seeing Angor's serious expression, Laplace finally realized the importance of this matter. "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes." Angor wasn't lying. This time, all the cleaners that came were smaller in size. Angor was glad about this, but he still felt that something was wrong, which was why he didn't shut off his senses. In fact, his premonition was not wrong. Just as Laplace wiped out all of the demon beasts in one fell swoop, an energy wave appeared in the void not far away from the dream crystal. I don't know what's behind it, but it can't be good. There's a 90% chance that it's the cleaners. Laplace frowned. If it's the cleaners from before, I should be able to deal with them. I'm just worried that the cleaners this time won't be the same ones as before. If it was a gigantic dream realm monster, such as the one that was as large as a continent, they would definitely not be able to deal with it. Even if they had an unlimited supply of scales, they still wouldn't be able to deal with such a monster. Angor's expression was a little gloomy. He thought everything was over, and he could finally expand his territory. He did not expect this to happen at the last moment. Laplace also sensed Angor's gloomy aura. She was now certain that Angor wasn't lying. Who are these cleaners? Why are they coming so often? I don't know, Angor said. But you've heard of the Supreme Cult, right? Laplace nodded. I think the Purgers are the same as the Supreme Cult. They both work for the world's consciousness and work for it. However, the Supreme Sect still had its own plans. There were different factions within the sect, and as long as one had connections, one could still bribe them. The cleaners, on the other hand, were all against outsiders. They wouldn't even give you a chance to explain. There was no way to talk to the cleaners. The only thing they could do was to see who had the bigger fist. Not long ago, the army of the cleaners had pressured the border. Their fists were bigger, so they won. But this time, the new energy fluctuation in the air meant that new cleaners were coming. It was hard to tell who would win this battle. Angor's only hope was that the cleaners would be the same as before. If they were really the cleaners, Angor wouldn't mind even if they were twice as strong. But if they were unstoppable beasts, he would have to run. Silence slowly filled the air. Neither Angor nor Laplace said anything. They didn't have the time to deal with the stragglers. Instead, they looked at the sky and waited for the next wave of cleaners to arrive. They didn't have to wait long before a large fissure appeared in the sky. Angor frowned when he saw the size of the fissure. That was because the spatial tear this time was clearly much larger than the one that had been torn apart by the army of devil beasts. Angor didn't know how many monsters were coming this time, but he estimated that they would be bigger than the previous ones. He just didn't know how much it would be. If the crack continued to spread and even tore the entire sky apart, they would have no choice but to run. He kept his eyes on the crack and carefully observed its expansion. But to his surprise, the crack did not expand any further after it first appeared. Generally speaking, the spatial crack would constantly struggle to expand until all the cleaners had entered it. Only then would it slowly shrink. But now, the fissure was about 200 meters wide, and it just stopped growing. This was much smaller than the 400-meter-long crack that was created by the army of monsters. Angor's worry slowly faded away. It wasn't a gigantic monster, was it? Was it? Could he use God's eye view to see what the cleaners looked like? Angor quickly looked away when he sensed the energy ripples in the air. He was worried that a gigantic monster would notice his gaze and lock onto him, which would give him no chance to escape. For now, he had no idea what the cleaners looked like. However, seeing that the crack in the sky was not that big, did that mean that the cleaners in the void were not that big either? Were they the kind that could be dealt with? It should be fine if he used God's eye view to see what they looked like. With that in mind, Angor closed his eyes and prepared to use the power of Dream Gate. But before he could do that, he saw a long, thin leg reaching out from the fissure. The tip of the leg looked like a sharp blade. In less than a second, the second leg showed up. 2 seconds later, a third, a fourth, and a total of 10 legs reached out from the fissure. From afar, the appendages were slender, sharp, and very long. They were like tentacles, clawing at the curtain-like sky. Although this scene was not as shocking as the huge sky eye in the Abyss Dream Wilderness, the feeling of fear was not small at all. So many legs. Arthropods? Angor muttered. Not long after the voice fell, the 10 legs in the sky began to split up, placing 5 legs on each side of the spatial rift. Under the shocked gazes of both Angor and Laplace, all 5 of its legs exerted force at the same time and tore apart the thin space fissure. Angor was really surprised by this. The monster army had to rely on tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of monsters to create a space fissure that was about 400 meters long. But none of them could tear a space fissure with brute force, let alone with a horizontal one at that. And now, the monster that had appeared had done just that. It meant that this was a monster that could easily tear space apart. It also meant that even if they defeated this monster, they wouldn't be able to kill it. It was able to tear through space and escape. It was like a wizard using a plain passageway to leave the battlefield. It was impossible to do anything about it. Besides, judging from how easily the monster tore a space fissure, they weren't sure if they could defeat it. Angor looked at Laplace. It was up to Laplace to decide whether they should fight, or run. Laplace didn't make a decision right away. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that this monster is different from the others. It's different from the monsters from before? So far, there were only 10 legs sticking out of the ground. He couldn't see anything different from the rest of the creatures. What's different? Was it different in strength? Laplace shook her head and didn't say anything. It was difficult for her to explain it now, but she had killed too many monsters before and was familiar with them. The monsters in the air that hadn't appeared yet gave her a different feeling. While they were talking, the fissure had reached 100 meters long. Through the dark fissure, Angor saw a pair of eerie, pale eyes glowing in the air. There was no white in the eyes. They looked like the eyes of a dead fish. Before Angor could figure out what kind of monster it was, it finally stuck its head out of the fissure. When he saw the monster's head, his expression froze as if it was frozen by ice. He did not say anything for a long time. On the other side, Laplace was also stunned, because this monster's head was really too strange. There was a humongous bump on its head, which was even bigger than its entire head. The bump was round and black, with fine gray patterns on it. It looked like the bump on a flower horn's head. Furthermore, its face was also that of a fish. It had strange, pale fish eyes and constantly opened gills. There were 2 whiskers on its chin, which curled upward like goatees. The head looked like a combination of a flower horn and a goatfish. It was both ridiculous and strange. When the head came out of the fissure, the monster's 10 legs grabbed the air and used it as a wall to push its body and abdomen into the fissure. At this moment, the true face of the monster was finally revealed. Angor fell silent again after seeing the monster's body and abdomen. The monster's body was very similar to a human's. It had shoulders, chest, hands, and even fingers. However, its skin was black, and its body was covered with layers of armor. These layers of armor had curved semicircles, thin, long whiskers, and tough thorns, which looked like the shell of a horseshoe crab. Its abdomen was the largest part of its body. It was a giant oval shape, and all of its legs were under it. Overall, it was a monster made up of all kinds of deformed creatures. But if Angor had to give it a category, he would prefer it to be a spider. Angor once saw a special undead creature called Lady Sheila, who had a human head and a spider body. And this monster, in general, was like a 100-fold version of Lady Sheila. The only difference was that it had a fish head instead of a human head. Therefore, Angor still preferred it to be a spider monster. Angor had never seen such a monster before. The book Where Are Amazing Monsters didn't mention anything about it either. He looked at Laplace and hoped that he could get an answer from the man. Laplace shook her head. I've never seen it either. Angor sighed. That's normal. It's probably another kid's dream. Most of the strange-looking monsters in the dream realm were born from the dreams of other living creatures. Children's dreams, on the other hand, were limited by their knowledge. Often, adults would scare them, causing them to let their imaginations run wild. It was more likely for them to have strange dreams at night. Laplace also heard Angor's comment, but she didn't say anything this time. The reason was the same as before. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. This spider monster gave her a different feeling from the previous cleaners. She even suspected that this spider monster was really a creature from the dream realm. As Laplace wondered, the spider monster in the sky lowered its head and looked at Angor. Its fish-like eyes were glowing with a strange light as they stared at the 2 people on the mountain of corpses. Angor's heart skipped a beat. I'll leave them to you. If you can't handle them, we'll retreat. Angor vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the safe zone in the distance. Angor was going to bring the mushroom of reproduction with him, but since Laplace seemed to want to keep the fight near the mountain of corpses, he decided to leave the mushroom there to keep the space stable. The spider monster in the sky didn't seem to let Angor go. It slowly turned its head around and kept staring at Angor with its cold eyes. Even with the dome of the safe zone protecting them, those eyes still gave Angor a lot of pressure. Angor felt a little intimidated by the stare. Laplace was even more eye-catching than Angor. The energy around her was like a lamp in the night sky. Why did the spider monster keep staring at him? Was it trying to pick on the weak one? Angor felt like crying. Maybe I should go back to the real world and hide for a while, but before he could make up his mind, Laplace already dashed into the sky. If Laplace didn't move, the spider monster would keep staring at Angor. But now that Laplace moved, the spider monster couldn't help but turn its attention to Laplace even if it didn't want to. As soon as Laplace flew into the sky, she unleashed a rain of scales. Although the scales were separated from Laplace's body, she could still control them as if they were part of her body. She waved her hand, and a dozen scales flew toward the spider monster like darts. The spider monster's 10 legs leisurely swayed in the air, trying to use its agility to avoid the shedding of its scales. However, Laplace could control when the scales would explode. As long as the scales got close to the spider monster, Laplace could make them explode even if she didn't touch them. Thus, the spider demon's hopes of dodging the explosion with its agility were dashed. Although the consecutive explosions did not directly hit its body, it was obvious that the spider demon was enraged. Now, the spider monster's cold eyes locked onto Laplace. Laplace also felt a little uncomfortable under the strange gaze. But with the protection of the scales, the discomfort quickly disappeared. The spider monster let out a strange cry. It lifted all 10 legs and aimed at Laplace. Its abdomen also curled up like a bee, and its stinger was also aimed at Laplace. White light flashed. Numerous glowing threads shot toward Laplace from the sharp edges of the legs to the center of the stinger. Laplace's figure was extremely fast. He quickly dodged the first wave, but the threads didn't break and continued to pursue Laplace. During this time, the top of the mountain of corpses was directly shaved off by the silk thread. The thorny forest and the surroundings, which seemed to have a strong defense, could not withstand the sharpness of the silk thread. With a light stroke, the thorny forest was shaved off by more than half. With such terrifying sharpness, if one were to be struck by it, there was no doubt that one would be sliced in half. The most frightening thing was that the silk thread was very strong and very fast. Laplace had to dodge several of them by a hair's breadth. However, Laplace didn't show any weakness. He quickly used the scales to counterattack. These threads were even more tenacious than Laplace had imagined. Even when the scales exploded, the threads did not break. Laplace bombarded the thread with several scales in a row and barely blew it in half. The broken threads didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they turned into light spots and were absorbed by the spider monster again. Angor frowned. So the spider monster wasn't afraid of the explosion? And it could return to its body even if it broke the threads. If that was the case, Laplace's scales wouldn't be as effective as before. The spider monster this time was harder to deal with compared to the previous ones. But he was a bit relieved when he saw that the spatial rift was already closed. It seemed this was the only new target. Furthermore, even though the spider monster was huge, it wasn't strong enough to shatter the dream crystal with a single blow. This gave them enough time to prepare. Laplace spoke to him again, "Put away your thorn forest and get out of here. I'm going to do something big. Prepare to give me more scales." Laplace had to put away his thorn forest because the thorn wall couldn't stop the threads at all. On the other hand, the thorn wall around Laplace was restricting his movements. Therefore, the thorn forest would only harm Laplace in the face of the spider monster. It was necessary to put away the thorn forest. By doing something big, Laplace meant that the spider monster was going to blow up all its scales at once. Angor had seen this before. That mountain of corpses was blown up again and again by something big. In the face of such a bombardment, even a rank 3 magus would have to avoid it in the real world. Angor nodded, told Laplace to be careful, and logged out of the game. Seeing that Angor had left the safe zone, Laplace didn't hesitate to use all the scales on his body to attack the spider monster. The spider monster didn't expect Laplace to use such a self-destructive move, so it didn't try to dodge. The huge explosion caused the sky to be blasted red. Laplace stood near the explosion and looked at the legs and fish head that had been blown away. His eyes flashed with joy. It seemed that bombing wasn't necessary. It needed a large amount of bombs to be effective. As a matter of fact, no matter how powerful the monster looked, it still couldn't withstand the bombardment of molting. Just as Laplace was getting excited, the limbs and fish heads that had been blown up suddenly emitted a strange light and combined together at an extremely fast speed. Under Laplace's bewildered gaze, a new spider demon was miraculously born just like that. The spider demon, whose legs and fish head had been blown off, also recovered its broken limbs under the strange light, as if it had been reborn. In other words, not only did Laplace's bombardment fail to kill the spider demon, but it also created a new one. Facing the pincer attack of the spider demons, Laplace couldn't help but frown. End of chapter. Angor wasn't inside the dream crystal, but he still saw it through the dream gate. Why did two spider demons come out of the explosion? Was it a split or a new growth? Or was it some kind of cloning ability? Still, he didn't forget to use the dream whelp to drag the molted scale into his dream crystal. After Laplace obtained the molted scales, she didn't say anything and used 1/5 of the scales to bombard the newly born spider demons. The reason why he didn't blow up all the scales at once was because he wanted to see how strong this newly born spider demon was. How many scales could it withstand? The newly born spider demon monster was extremely fast, almost on par with the original one. But no matter how fast it was still unable to escape from the inescapable net of bombardment. Along with a huge explosion, the newly born spider demons were directly blasted into the mountain of corpses, sending countless corpses of spider demons into the air. Both Laplace and Angor remained silent when they saw the spider monster's body parts falling to the ground like raindrops. The spider demon was indeed injured, and its body was covered in wounds of various sizes. However, compared to the 1/5 of its scales that Laplace had used, these wounds were far too light. Laplace clenched his teeth, and before the spider demon could react, he blew up the rest of the molted scales. Once again, she aimed for the new spider monster. This time, the explosion was much more powerful than the previous one. The mountain of corpses collapsed for a kilometer. When the smoke dissipated and the dust settled, Laplace finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the spider demon's corpse that had been split into several pieces. At least she could still kill it. After killing the new spider monster, Laplace received another set of scales from Angor. Without hesitation, she turned around and aimed at the spider monster in the air. The spider monster didn't attack Laplace together with the other spider monster. It wasn't because it wanted to let Laplace go. It was because it was trying to weave a web. In the spider monster's eyes, the sky was like a piece of cloth that could be attached to any part of the spider monster's body. In just a few dozen seconds, the threads in the sky had already coiled into circles of cobwebs. Moreover, the spider web was still expanding outwards in circles. Perhaps the spider monster weaved the spider web to back itself up, or perhaps to restrict Laplace's movements. Either way, it showed the tenacity and sharpness of the spider web. Laplace looked at the crisscrossing web in the sky. She didn't doubt that if she accidentally jumped into the web, she would be cut into pieces. Laplace wasn't stupid either. She knew how sharp the web was, so she didn't rush in. Instead, she moved closer and attacked the spider monster. This time, Laplace did not hesitate and used his strongest attack. The spider monster's scales were all blown up. Angor watched the explosion through the dream gate and couldn't help but sigh in awe. Only a handful of people in the wizarding world could survive such an attack. The spider monster's body's going to die. The first thing Angor saw was the broken spider web. But only a small part of it, probably less than 1/20th of it. This showed how sturdy the web was. Next, he saw the spider monster's body. All of its severed limbs were hanging on the web, which made it hard to ignore them. However, he still had a strange feeling when he saw the dead body of the spider monster. Did the cleaners die just like that? Could it really be solved so easily? Didn't there just appear two of them? As he pondered, the spider monster's body moved a little. Several seconds later, when the spider monster's body came back together, and a second spider monster appeared on the web in the sky, Angor wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he felt that this was the right thing to do. Still, Angor didn't hesitate to continue feeding Laplace's scales. Time passed. When Laplace shed its scales for the 6th time, Angor finally learned something about the spider monster. First of all, the spider monster was intelligent. Angor didn't know how to communicate with it, but he could tell that it was quite intelligent from the way it fought. Second, the spider monster's overall attributes were very high, including speed, strength, and defense. Among all the monsters Angor encountered so far, only Leviathan and Skiz could compare with it in terms of defense. Third, when the original spider monster was killed, a new spider monster would appear. Angor didn't know how to deal with this ability, but he was sure that it wasn't splitting. It was more like growing. Splitting meant that the new spider monsters would be much weaker than the original spider monster. However, the spider monster's clones weren't any weaker than the original spider monster. In fact, their overall attributes were almost the same as the original spider monster. The only difference was the following point. Fourth, when a clone was killed, it wouldn't come back to life. However, when the original spider monster was killed, the clones would continue to grow. For example, Laplace only focused on the original spider monster. The original spider monster was killed 4 times in a row, but each time, the original spider monster would come back to life. Meanwhile, 4 clones would appear at the same time. These 4 doppelgangers, together with the main body, were now on the spider web in the sky, eyeing Laplace with hostility. It was a strange and powerful ability, but Angor still couldn't find any weakness in it. It was as if there was no limit to how many clones could appear. When Angor fed Laplace the scales for the 7th time, the spider monster didn't fire again. Instead, it jumped down from the sky and entered the safe zone. He thought Laplace was tired and needed to rest inside the safe zone. However, Laplace didn't come out again. Angor quickly realized that Laplace wanted to talk to him. Maybe Laplace was going to give up? If Angor couldn't find any weakness in the endless clones, he would probably give up as well. Angor sighed in his mind, closed his eyes, and entered the dream crystal. When Angor appeared in the safe zone, he saw Laplace looking at the sky. The spider monster wasn't going after Laplace. Instead, it was using its 4 clones and 1 main body to weave a web. It seemed the spider monster was trying to turn the sky into a web. Still want to fight? Angor asked. He was already prepared for Laplace to give up. He didn't blame the spider monster. The cleaner's abilities were just too strange. It was still too difficult for Angor to break through the cleaner's encirclement with his current strength. Even if there weren't any giant beasts, the spider monster alone was enough to force Angor to back off. Trying to expand the dream wasteland, for the time being, it was better to forget about it. Seeing that Laplace was still looking at the sky without saying anything, Angor spoke in a soft voice, "It's okay. I never thought I could defeat the cleaners. I'm already impressed that you're able to do this. Whether I succeed or not, I'll give you an explanation when we get out of here." "It's not the same." Laplace finally opened his mouth. "Huh?" Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. "What's different?" "It's different from the other monsters." "I'm sure of it." "The spider monster wasn't the same as the other monsters?" Angor remembered Laplace mentioning this before. But Laplace didn't tell him anything about it. Now that she mentioned this topic again, could it be that she had discovered something? "What's different?" Angor asked curiously. Laplace finally looked at Angor. "I don't know if the other monsters were the cleaners. But I believe you when you say they came from the dream realm. But this spider monster is different. It doesn't seem to be from the dream realm." Angor was expecting Laplace to tell him something about the spider monster's strength or intelligence. But to his surprise, Laplace revealed something even more shocking. "This spider monster isn't from the dream realm?" Angor was surprised. If it wasn't the cleaners from the dream realm, could it be a monster from the void? Were they unlucky enough to run into one? How can you be sure that it's not from the dream realm? Their auras, they're different. Laplace glanced at Angor. "Your aura and the sage's aura are the same in my eyes. They're both from the wizarding world. As for those monsters from before, their auras were faint and even a little bit illusory. They were different from all the monsters I've encountered. If you say that they're monsters from the dream realm, I believe you. But this spider devil is different. I've already sensed its aura after killing its main body several times. Laplace continued, it's not from the dream realm or the wizarding world. It's from the mirror world. A monster from the mirror world? Angor took several steps back in shock. A monster from the mirror world? Are you sure? Laplace nodded. Although its scent is a bit unusual, and it is not the scent of a creature in this mirror domain where I am, when it separated, the energy core that it produced was converged energy. I am very sure that my perception is not wrong. Of course, Angor trusted Laplace's judgment. Besides, he also felt that Laplace was telling the truth. The dream wasteland, and the dream crystal were all located in the cracks between different realms. The dream wasteland was the gap between the wizarding world, the dream realm, and the nightmare realm. The dream wasteland was the gap between the abyss realm, the dream realm, and the nightmare realm. The dream crystal was the gap between the mirror world, the dream realm, and the nightmare realm. Since there were tunnels to the dream realm and the nightmare realm, there should also be tunnels to the wizarding world, the abyss realm, and the mirror world. Therefore, it was entirely possible that the cleaners came from all three worlds. However, Angor was a big shot in the nightmare realm, so he didn't have to worry about the cleaners from the nightmare realm. However, it was possible that the cleaners from the other two worlds would show up. When the dream wasteland was first built, the cleaners sent by the dream realm were defeated by Shava. Perhaps the consciousness of the wizarding world realized that it couldn't do anything to Shava, so it gave up and didn't send any cleaners. As for the dream wasteland, the cleaners from the dream realm tore the dream wasteland apart, so the abyss realm didn't need to send any cleaners. However, the dream crystal was different. The cleaners from the dream realm, who were the first cleaners from the dream realm, were eliminated by Laplace. With the cleaners from the dream realm taken care of, the cleaners from the mirror world naturally showed up. The spider monster was sent by the mirror world to eliminate the dream wasteland. Angor couldn't help but sigh when he realized this. The first dream wasteland was built too easily, which caused him to miss a lot of information about the new territory. He didn't know what he would encounter, what would be involved, whether there would be a game of chess, how many cleaners there would be. These were all questions he didn't know. Only this time, by personally creating the dream crystal, could he make up for all the problems that he had missed out on before. Angor felt a little relieved after thinking about it for a while. The construction of the dream crystal this time was too rushed. He had to start from scratch, so he had to accept all the obstacles he encountered. Now, even if the dream crystal failed, he would accept it. At least he now knew how difficult it was to expand his territory, and that the cleaners didn't only come from the dream realm. This information was very useful. When he had the chance to expand his territory again in the future, he would make better preparations. When Angor was about to give up, Laplace gave him a puzzled look. When did I say that? Angor was a little surprised. You're telling me this because you're giving up? Since I'm sure the spider monster is from the mirror world, I have a way to deal with it. But I need you to help me. Angor said that he was going to give up because he had no other choice. If there was a chance to get rid of the cleaners, he wouldn't give it up. Now that Laplace said he had a way to deal with the spider monster, Angor's interest was piqued. How? Laplace said, the avatars you saw are actually a variant of the original body. So? Laplace said, the essence of the time body is actually memory. I killed one of the spider monster's clones before, and I can clearly sense that the dead clone's memory left its body. This memory is almost the same as the one in the empty mirror sea. In other words, the spider monster was also a monster in the empty mirror ocean. However, it might not be in the mirror realm where Laplace was, but in the empty mirror ocean of another mirror realm. The spider monster used the memory of the empty mirror sea to create its original body, which was called clones. I have a very effective way to deal with time incarnations that use memories as their core. What is it? Laplace whispered. The Forest of Memories. End of chapter. The Forest of Memories. Angor frowned. He knew the characters, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Laplace said, when you said you wanted to borrow something from me, you mentioned a condition. I hope this thing has something to do with the will of the mirror world. Angor nodded. That was one of the 4 conditions he mentioned. In the end, Laplace chose to borrow the item he was looking for, the shedding of scales. Actually, when you raised this condition, the first thing that came to mind was the Forest of Memories. Because it's a gift from the mirror world's will. In other words, the Forest of Memories was the embodiment of the mirror world's will. I didn't choose the Forest of Memories because it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. It doesn't meet your fourth condition. The Forest of Memories was an object. She had to choose between the Forest of Memories and the Forest of Memories. But in the end, she chose the Forest of Memories over the Forest of Memories because of the four conditions. Angor gave up on the Forest of Memories. Since he had given up on the Forest of Memories, why would he bring it up again? Also, Laplace said the Forest of Memories didn't have any offensive capabilities. Why did she want to use the Forest of Memories to deal with the spider monster? More importantly, what exactly was the Forest of Memory? Why did Laplace say the Forest of Memories was a gift from the mirror world? The Forest of Memories is an evolution of the world's laws. If you compare it to the power of the world of adepts, you can think of it as a memory garden. Laplace emphasized the word memory garden. You mean sorcerer's garden? Angor hesitated for a second and asked in a surprised tone. A sorcerer's garden was a miraculous product that existed between spells and alchemy. It could create a space, separate it from the world, and put it on some kind of vehicle. The moment the sorcerer's garden took shape, the world's will would inject a basic law into it, which would turn it from an ordinary space storage into a strategic tool for any wizard organization. The only downside was that the law injected into the Garden of Memories was random. The strength of the law depended on the number of fragments of eternity used to construct the sorcerer's garden. Fragments of eternity, on the other hand, would only be produced in small amounts during plane fusion. That was why every major adept organization and adept clan would risk everything to head over whenever a plane fused. They hoped to obtain some shards of eternity while the plane was fusing. Laplace nodded. Yes, it's essentially the same as the sorcerer's garden in the sorcerer's world. However, the law of the Forest of Memories is the law of the mirror world, which is slightly different from the law of the world of adepts. So, you have the Forest of Memories? Laplace frowned. Wasn't this nonsense? Since she had mentioned the Forest of Memories, she must have had a reason to mention it. If she didn't, why would she mention it? Laplace said, when I first entered the Sea of Empty Mirrors, I accidentally obtained a bottle of fragments of eternity and used it to construct the Forest of Memories. Angor was taken aback. Fragments of eternity? One bottle? Linley sounded as if he had picked up hundreds of thousands of magical crystals on the side of the road. Wait. Fragments of eternity were measured by drops in the wizarding world. A bottle of fragments of eternity could easily fetch millions or even tens of millions of magic crystals, and it was something that couldn't be bought on the market. Yes, by chance. But it still took me several days. Laplace nodded. Several days? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had lost his composure. However, this really made him unable to remain calm. She said several days, not several dozen days, several months, or several years. Several days meant less than 10 days, he obtained a bottle of fragments of eternity in less than 10 days. And judging from Laplace's tone, it didn't sound too dangerous. How could Angor stay calm when faced with such a situation? He would work for a year and be given a single drop of fragment of eternity, let alone several days. As expected of Laplace's child of destiny, she obtained such a valuable fragment of eternity so easily. Even the wise overseer would react the same way. The wise man doesn't know about that, Laplace added in a casual tone. Well, the wise man doesn't know about that. Huh? Why? No reason. Laplace continued, like this ugly dream crystal you came up with. Does the wise overseer know about it? Angor scratched his head. You're right. Even the best of friends had their own secrets. Laplace probably had her own reasons for not telling the wise overseer. But what was wrong with the name Dream Crystal? Since it was an expansion of the Dream Wasteland, it had to have a certain style. Since Laplace didn't know about the Dream Wasteland, Angor could understand why Laplace would say that the name of the Dream Crystal was unpleasant to the ears. Once Laplace learned about the Dream Wasteland, she would definitely agree with the name Dream Crystal. Instead of complaining about the name, he carefully asked, "Can I ask how many drops of fragments of eternity you're talking about in a bottle?" I don't mean anything by it. I just want to say that if there are any left, I can, no. I used them all, Laplace said. As for how many drops? I didn't count. Maybe 100? 100? Angor already had an idea, but he was still shocked by Laplace's luck. After all, only 10 drops were needed to make a decent mini garden. 100 drops. The sorcerer's garden he created would be at least a medium or large sorcerer's garden. It might even be a large one. Many wizard organizations did not even have a medium-sized sorcerer's garden. Even Floating Mech City, which was known as the richest organization in the world, only had one garden that could barely reach the level of a large sorcerer's garden. The rest of the sorcerer's gardens were either small or medium ones. Floating Mech City was one of the most influential organizations in the wizarding world. It was also a large organization that had been in business for countless years. Laplace was just a mirror creature, yet she already had a large sorcerer's garden. Anyone who heard about this would be shocked. Angor gulped to soothe his dry throat. So, what's the function of your forest of memories? Angor quickly realized that his question was a bit rude, so he quickly added, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to know how the forest of memories deals with those spider monsters in the sky. Laplace said, the forest of memories. It's filled with items condensed from various memories, including some of the failed products of my past life. Failed incarnations? Angor felt like he just heard something incredible. Anything made from memories, be it an illusion, a sentient object, or an incarnation, can be absorbed by the forest of memories and turned into a tree rooted in the land of memories. And the doppelganger created by this spider demon is the body of the memory. If you can send the forest of memories here, I can find a way to collect all the incarnations of the spider monster. Laplace paused for a moment before he continued, not just the incarnations. The main body of the spider monster also contains a large amount of memories. I think this one is also an incarnation of the spider monster, but with more memories, its abilities have become more strange and outstanding. The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. So it's also a time form? Then where is its real body? I don't know. It's just a guess. I need to find out whether it's true or not. Even if the main body isn't an incarnation, the forest of memories can quickly collect all the scattered memories and suppress the spider monster. At this point, Laplace suddenly asked, you said before that the items you pull into the dream crystal with the dream whelk won't affect the items in the real world, right? Angor nodded. That's right. Laplace said, then it's even easier to deal with the spider demons. Just absorb all the time bodies, including the spider demon, and the problem should be solved. The forest of memories can suppress all the spider monsters, including this one? Yes. Because its main body's abilities also come from its memories. What a coincidence. Angor muttered in a low voice. What do you mean by that? Angor shook his head and didn't explain. There's a light when it's dark, an umbrella when it's raining, and a shield when it's leaking. Laplace glanced at Angor. I'll keep that in mind. Next time, Luigi will use it as inspiration for his poem. Angor didn't know what to say. Laplace asked, by the way, can the forest of memories be sent here? Yes. Angor nodded. There was already a sorcerer's garden in the dream wasteland. It was only a miniature garden created by Rhine, but it still meant that the dream whelk could pull items like the sorcerer's garden into a dream. Since the forest of memories was also a sorcerer's garden, it should be within the dream whelk's range. If you agree to send the forest of memories here, just touch the bottle with your hand and call out to Gleipnir in your mind. She'll hear you and respond, Laplace said. I see, Angor said after a moment of silence. He looked at the 6 spider monsters in the sky and sighed in his mind. As far as he was concerned, the spiders' webs weren't just a prelude to their prey, but also a way to build their nests. And this seemed to coincide with the current situation. Angor shook his head, turned around, and disappeared into the crystal of dreams. Back in the mirror, Angor fell into deep thought. After sorting out this matter a little, one would find that everything was very coincidental. The dream realm sent an army of monsters to Angor without reason. There were so many of them, but they were all within Laplace's control. Angor already had an idea in his mind. Maybe he was right. The dream realm and the mirror world were in a battle of wills. The mirror world didn't want the dream world to invade its territory, so it chased the dream world out. But the dream world didn't let the sweet dream be born in front of Laplace, so the dream world and the mirror world were always connected. However, this wasn't enough. The dream realm's consciousness was waiting for something unexpected to happen. It was at this moment that Angor showed up. His crystal of dreams was located in the gap between the dream realm and the mirror world, which meant that once the crystal of dreams was formed, it would become the middle zone between the two worlds. The dream realm's consciousness didn't want such a place to exist in other places. But in the mirror world, it was willing to create a buffer zone for the dream realm so that it wouldn't completely lose control. In the past, the dream realm's consciousness would send giant monsters to clean up the crystal of dreams. But this time it only sent a bunch of shrimps for show. In other words, the dream realm agreed to the existence of the crystal of dreams. This was Angor's assumption, which was why he dared to create the crystal of dreams. Everything went as he expected. What he didn't expect was that the dream realm and the mirror world were playing a game of chess. The dream realm was a chess player, but the mirror world was also a chess player. The dream realm placed a false chess piece, and Angor took it. The mirror world wasn't happy about this, so it placed a chess piece as well. This time, it wasn't false but solid. They were the current cleaners, the spider demons. Although the spider demon was a purger, its strength was not strong enough to destroy the dream crystal plane. Although it was not a purger, its ability was extremely strange. If it was left alone, the dream crystal plane would eventually shatter. The spider monster's strength was stuck at a delicate point. Not only did Laplace's scale shedding couldn't do anything to it, but it also increased the number of spider monsters. Angor felt hopeless just looking at it. But at this moment, Laplace discovered their weakness. The forest of memories could restrain the spider demons. The forest of memories belonged to Laplace, but it also belonged to the mirror world's consciousness. Angor thought he had to retreat because he couldn't win, but something happened to change the situation. And it was something that Laplace could use, and it belonged to the mirror world's consciousness. How could this be a coincidence? Angor believed that this was the mirror world's plan. But what was the mirror world's goal? To enter the crystal of dreams from the forest of memories. But what would the mirror world gain by doing this? Angor could only think of one thing. Just like the spiders who weaved webs, the mirror world wanted to build its nest. There was a sorcerer's garden in the dream wasteland called Tidal Garden, which came from Mr. Rain. Rain suggested to drag Tidal Garden into the dream wasteland to see what would happen when the laws of the sorcerer's garden collided with the artificial laws in the dream wasteland. The final result could be considered gratifying. The laws of reality in the tidal wave garden had been tamed by the power of the astronomical changes authority. In the dream wilderness, the laws of the tidal wave garden became a state that could be both real and illusory. This accelerated the process of law assimilation in the dream wasteland. In other words, Rain's test was perfect, which was a good thing. However, this test required the power of the dream wasteland to be able to suppress the law of reality in the sorcerer's garden. Tidal Garden was a small garden. Or rather, a miniature one, where the law of reality was weak. The child authority of astronomical changes alone was enough to suppress the law of reality. However, a medium-sized sorcerer's garden, such as the Garden of Desire in Elysium, might not be able to suppress the law of reality. If it was a large sorcerer's garden called Maelstrom Garden from Song of the Deep, not only would the power of astronomical changes fail, but the law of Maelstrom would also backfire on Angor. Even though the dream wasteland was already stabilized, Angor still couldn't simply drag a sorcerer's garden into it. He had to choose a small sorcerer's garden carefully, and at the same time, he had to have a corresponding power to suppress it. Besides, the dream wasteland wasn't even stabilized yet, and he already had to face the forest of memory, which seemed to be a large sorcerer's garden. Angor couldn't imagine what would happen. It was very likely that it was just as he had guessed. The forest of memories had relied on its own laws to build a nest in the dream crystal and claim it as its king. But if he didn't drag the forest of memory into the dream wasteland, he wouldn't be able to deal with the troublesome spider monster. If he chose the forest of memory, he would lose the initiative of the dream wasteland. If he didn't choose the forest of memory, the spider monster would destroy the dream wasteland. Angor had to admit that the mirror world's consciousness was quite ruthless this time. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind space. Puzzled, he looked toward the source of the light. When he looked back, he felt like he was standing in front of a giant, lush tree. This was the Tree of Authority. When he first arrived at the mirror world, the Tree of Authority was very dim. The light spots on the tree, which were the authorities of the dream wasteland, were also very difficult to be used. But it doesn't itch now. Some points of light on the Tree of Authority had regained their luster, such as the Gatekeeper, the Door of Dreams, and the astronomical changes. The 3 light spots of authority could already be clearly seen glowing. This meant that the dream crystal was also acknowledged by the authority tree, and the corresponding authority could be used in the dream crystal. But currently, only the Gatekeeper and the dream world's door shone brightly. Furthermore, there was light when the weather changed, but it wasn't too obvious, so it could be put aside for now. He looked at the glowing spots on the tree and wondered if the light he saw earlier was from the Gatekeeper and the Dream Gate. As he stared at the tree for a while, he began to feel that something was wrong. It wasn't the powers of the Gatekeeper and the Dream Gate. It was the entire Tree of Authority. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like it's getting bigger? Angor mumbled in his mind as he tried to recall what the Tree of Authority looked like before. When he compared the Tree of Authority in his memory with the one he saw now, he finally realized what was wrong. The Tree of Authority didn't obviously grow bigger, but there were a lot of new branches and tendrils. However, these branches and tendrils were all hidden in the shadows. At first glance, it was very difficult to notice them. However, even if the branches and tendrils were hidden in the shadows, they were still branches and tendrils. After looking at them for a long time, one could clearly feel a different sense of closeness and pressure. Why are there so many vines? Are these vines related to the dream crystal plane? What are these vines? Angor slowly approached the Tree of Authority with a puzzled look on his face. As Angor's consciousness slowly merged with the Tree of Authority, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. After organizing the information, Angor realized that it was all new information that didn't exist on the Tree of Authority in the past. And this new information was all related to the extra branches and tendrils. Angor considered for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Just as he had guessed, these vines hidden in the shadows were indeed related to the dream crystal. He used to think that the Tree of Authority was the core authority of the dream wasteland. But after seeing the dream crystal, he realized that the Tree of Authority wasn't just the core authority of the dream wasteland. It was also the core authority of the nightmare domain, which was created by the nightmare realm, dream realm, and other worlds. In other words, the Tree of Authority was the core authority of the dream wasteland, and it was also the core authority of the dream crystal. In the future, if new territories were created in the dream wasteland, the Tree of Authority would also be the core authority. No matter how large the territory was, there was only one Tree of Authority. And the Tree of Authority's ability was to regulate all manifested authority. Because of this single authority tree could control and adjust the authority of the dream crystal even if it was placed in the dream crystal. Yes, the dream crystal also had a nightmare domain host with its own authority. The authority of the dream wasteland came from the nightmare realm, dream realm, and wizarding world, while the authority of the dream crystal came from the nightmare realm, dream realm, and mirror realm. The 3 worlds had similar and different natures, so they all had the same authority. Some were universal, while others were exclusive to certain worlds. Just like Weather Shift, Dream Wilderness, and Gatekeeper, they were all universal authorities. The Tree of Authority was also a universal authority, but it was more special as it was a core authority among universal authorities. Speaking of which, the nightmare domain had yet to appear, so there was no authority flowing out. Even if the Tree of Authority could control and adjust the authority of the dream crystal, it couldn't do anything. However, even though there was no power flowing out, this did not stop the Tree of Power from growing branches according to the power of the dream crystal. The branches hidden in the shadows were the ones that would carry the authority of the dream crystal in the future. Once the dream crystal was fully formed and the authority of the nightmare domain appeared, the branches of the Tree of Authority would grow out from the shadows and bear fruit that represented the authority of the dream crystal. Before the hidden dangers of the dream crystal were removed, these were all things for later. Looking at the branches and the shadows, Angor's mind began to wander. If the Tree of Authority could control the authority of the dream crystal, it didn't mean it couldn't deal with the invasion of the Forest of Memory. Angor considered for a moment and slowly came up with a plan. He didn't know the success rate of this plan, and he didn't know the consequences. The worst-case scenario was that the dream crystal would shatter. As long as it didn't affect the operation of the dream wasteland, Angor didn't mind even if the dream crystal was destroyed. After all, he couldn't cross the river without touching anyone. He chose to explore the dream wasteland, a path that no one had ever taken before. He had to figure it out himself. With this in mind, Angor made up his mind. He slowly reached out a hand and touched the glass bottle containing the molted scales. As soon as he touched the bottle, he felt a strong repulsion. It was as if something terrible would happen if he didn't let go. There was only one thing he could think of, the explosion caused by the molted scales. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he still let go of the bottle anyway. Before he let go, he called out a name in his mind. It was Gleipnir. As soon as he let go of the bottle, the sense of danger disappeared. He didn't touch the bottle again. Instead, he sat down and waited. If Laplace didn't lie to him, someone should be contacting him soon. As he thought about it, a crack appeared in the sky above him. So fast? Angor muttered and looked up. He thought it would be Gleipnir, but to his surprise, a square dog hole was soon opened up in front of him. Next, a black head with a pair of furry ears popped out of the hole. Gungue? Angor looked at the familiar face again. It's me, sir. Gungue nodded. What are you doing here? Angor didn't ask Gungue to keep watch outside the mirror. Gungue didn't answer right away. Instead, it glanced at the sleeping Laplace and panicked a little. It pointed at Laplace and then at Angor with its short, chubby hand. Stop pointing and don't think too much. She's just sleeping to study the side effects of sweet dream. She'll wake up soon, Angor said. Maybe she'll wake up when you point at her. Angor's threat worked on Gungue. It immediately retracted its fingers, and its expression returned from its previous panic to a serious one. Gungue pretended to cough to ease the awkwardness. Now, can you tell me why you're here? Angor asked. Gungue took out a pitch-black disc from the dog hole and tossed it toward Angor. Angor reached out a hand and caught the disc. Not long ago, Gleipnir contacted me and asked me to lend you my astrolabe. She didn't tell me why before she cut off contact. I don't know why, but if she asked me to lend the astrolabe to Mr., I think she must have something to tell Mr. That's why I came in. After Gungue finished speaking, he started to shrink the dog hole in the sky. But before he left, Gungue looked through the dog hole and said, "Oh, right. I'm just lending you the astrolabe. Remember to return it to me before you leave." Angor nodded and mumbled something. Seeing this, Gungue felt relieved and left. After Gungue left, Angor looked at the astrolabe again. The astrolabe was pitch black, and it was made of a material similar to marble. It was polished very smoothly, and one could feel a clear coolness when touching it. There were also many glowing spots on the astrolabe, which looked like stars in the night sky. It was Angor's first time seeing an astrolabe like this, but he could tell that it was a chessboard for celestial chess. Not long ago, Gleipnir and Dark Earl played a game of celestial chess. Back then, Gleipnir created a chessboard out of thin air instead of using a real astrolabe. As Angor studied the astrolabe, the glowing spots suddenly lit up. Some of them gathered in the air and formed a glowing human silhouette. It was Gleipnir without a doubt. Gleipnir's projection first scanned the surroundings before looking at Angor. "Changer beyond the cosmos, I heard you call my name." An ancient voice came from Gleipnir's mouth. "Outsider?" Angor rubbed his chin. "Is this a reflection of my mind? Like a loner who hides in the crowd and seeks his past?" Gleipnir choked and hesitated for a moment before saying, "No." Gleipnir only called Angor because he couldn't determine Angor's position in space, so he couldn't see Angor's celestial body. However, Angor didn't really like the title. "If not, just call me Angor. Compared to the long list of titles, I prefer my own name." Angor smiled. Gleipnir nodded after a moment of silence. "All right. Let's get back to business. I want to borrow the Forest of Memories." Gleipnir nodded without hesitation. Alright. I'll send you the Forest of Memories later. That's it? He thought Gleipnir would at least ask him why he needed to borrow the Forest of Memories. But the man didn't say anything. Instead, he agreed right away. Gleipnir seemed to have read Angor's mind. Since you mentioned the Forest of Memories, Laplace must have told you about it. Laplace must have agreed to let you borrow the Forest of Memories. Of course, I won't refuse. Didn't you see Laplace sleeping? How did you know she agreed? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a familiar look in his eyes. Gleipnir was looking at Angor with a strange expression, which Angor had seen from Laplace many times. Every time Gleipnir looked at him, Laplace would say something. Because I'm her, and she's me. As expected, Gleipnir said the same thing. And it sounded exactly the same as Laplace's. Angor remained silent for a while and pursed his lips. Fine. Gleipnir's reason was simple, but Angor had a feeling that it was actually Laplace's common denominator for the three bodies of time. Whenever Gleipnir didn't want to answer or explain, he would simply use the same excuse. It worked every time. After all, they were both bodies of time. Anyone who knew the truth of time would find the excuse reasonable. But every time Angor heard it, he still felt strange. Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. If Gleipnir and Laplace believed that they were the same person, then so be it. Gleipnir came quickly and left just as quickly. After promising to bring the Forest of Memories, he disappeared from the astrolabe. The light and shadow dissipated, and the astrolabe became dim again. Only the faint light spots on the astrolabe proved that it was not an ordinary astrolabe. Next, Angor used the dream gate to observe the situation inside the dream crystal while waiting for Gleipnir to come back. While waiting, Angor noticed that the spider monster in the dream crystal stopped attacking after Laplace returned to the safe zone. Instead, it focused on weaving its webs. It seemed that the monster wouldn't give up until it covered the entire sky with its webs. It didn't seem like the two parties were enemies. Or rather, even if they weren't fighting each other fiercely. If they were, the spider monster wouldn't just ignore its enemy and continue to occupy its own territory. Also, Angor recalled the spider monster's behavior after it arrived at the dream crystal. Clearly, the spider monster was the one who showed hostility toward him first. It didn't seem to be that hostile toward Laplace. Even when Laplace attacked the spider monster only reacted by defending itself. Even if it attacked occasionally, it didn't do anything to Laplace. Now, when Laplace stopped attacking, the spider monster completely ignored Laplace. As if Laplace was just an insignificant passerby. The spider monster completely forgot that this passerby attacked it repeatedly not long ago. The strange phenomenon also proved Angor's speculation. To the mirror world, Laplace was like its own daughter. Why would the spider monster try to kill Laplace when it was sent by the mirror world, besides, whose Forest of Memories belonged to Laplace's? According to Angor's theory, the mirror world's consciousness wanted to occupy the dream crystal. But who would gain the most in the end? Without a doubt, it would be Laplace again. It could only be said that Laplace was indeed the son of destiny for being so spoiled. Still, Angor didn't envy Laplace's chosen one title. The world wasn't so simple. Unlike the protagonists in the hologram tablet, they couldn't do whatever they wanted just because they were the chosen one. You had to pay a price for what you gained. Fate is bound to mark a corresponding price tag behind all your gains. And you had to pay for it in the end. Just like the Supreme Cult, they were also an organization born out of destiny. The benefits they gained were unimaginable to outsiders. However, the price they had to pay was also unimaginable. The wizarding world of the southern wizarding region had countless subordinate planes. This showed how powerful the southern wizarding region was, but it also left many hidden dangers. The more subordinate planes there were, the weaker the space in certain areas would be, and the easier it would be for otherworldly spies to reach in. Normally, without the Supreme Cult's interference, the space in the southern wizarding region would become a sieve, allowing a large number of otherworldly creatures to invade their territory and lives. But now, the southern wizarding region was generally peaceful. Every now and then, the Supreme Cult would go and eliminate the evil worshippers. Even if something unexpected happened, the Supreme Cult would still take care of it. It would take a lot of time and effort to do so. The major wizarding organizations didn't like some of the Supreme Cult's methods, but they still approved of them when it came to protecting the southern wizarding region. The Supreme Cult was not an isolated case. In fact, there were similar organizations in all the major wizarding worlds. These people or organizations could be said to be blessed by the heavens because their growth was under the attention of the world's will. While gaining attention, they also had to pay a price for it. Angor assumed that Laplace was in the same situation. Also, Laplace was probably paying for it already. Angor had a hunch that Laplace's main body stayed in the Sea of Mirrors all year round to pay a certain price. As Angor pondered, the astrolabe on the ground suddenly glowed again. Countless light dots rose into the air and soared into the sky. A nebula slowly appeared in the sky like a curtain. Inside the nebula, Gleipnir's hunchbacked figure slowly walked out. The nebula served as a bridge, while the nebula served as a staff. Gleipnir crossed the bridge, leaning on his staff. Soon, Gleipnir arrived at Angor's side. Glancing at Laplace, who was fast asleep, she was not too surprised. She simply said, "A young girl looks better when she's curled up. What do you think you look like with your arms and legs spread out?" Angor did not say anything, but he was complaining in his mind. "You're her, and she's you. Yelling at her like that is the same as yelling at yourself." Gleipnir looked back at Angor. "I brought the Forest of Memory. Should I give it to you? Or should I give it to Laplace?" "Don't give it to me. Just put it beside Laplace." Gleipnir didn't ask for the reason. Instead, she carried the nebula to Laplace's side. Light dots fell from the nebula around Laplace. These light spots slowly formed around Laplace and finally formed a strange bonsai. "Is this the Forest of Memory?" Angor looked at the bonsai in surprise. Gleipnir nodded. Yes. Angor had seen quite a few sorcerers' gardens before. Some were as small as earrings, while others were as big as Soul Genesis gardens that could fit half the sky. As for this bonsai, it was considered relatively small in appearance. However, the bonsai's appearance was very peculiar. Just like the scales, the bonsai was covered by a glass cover that extended all the way to the light blue flower pot. There was nothing special about the flower pot, but the plants in the flower pot were very interesting. It was a tree. However, it was a miniature tree covered by a glass cover. Its trunk and branches were no different from ordinary banyan trees. The only difference was its leaves. To be precise, this bonsai tree had no leaves. The leaves were replaced by wisps of clouds. From afar, it looked like a cotton tree. "Do you want to take a look inside?" Gleipnir noticed Angor's curious look. Angor did want to go inside. All sorcerers' gardens had their own special laws, and he wanted to know what the so-called memory law was. "But, you don't need her permission?" Angor pointed at Laplace, who was still sleeping nearby. "Gleipnir, is there a difference between her agreement and my agreement?" Angor was speechless. "Not again. Speaking of which," Gleipnir said. "She did ask you to bring the Forest of Memory here, but she didn't say whether you should go inside or not. If that's the case, why did she tell you about the Forest of Memory and ask me to bring it here?" Gleipnir stared into Angor's eyes. He didn't sense any energy ripples from the man, but Angor had a feeling that Gleipnir would be able to tell if he was lying. Was this the talent of an astrologer? Angor considered. "I think it's better for her to tell you in person. Besides, you two don't know each other, right? Why did you suddenly decide to break up with her?" Angor complained in his mind. "Your words are written all over your face," Gleipnir said. "I did it on purpose." Gleipnir remained silent for a moment. "But you're right. Maybe it's better for her to tell me about it." Gleipnir paused and continued, "But my words still stand. If you want to see the Forest of Memory, I'll let you in." Angor considered for a while and shook his head. "Forget it. I'm not in a hurry. However, I have a question that I would like to ask." Gleipnir shrugged nonchalantly and signaled Angor to go ahead. "Laplace told me that the Forest of Memory is similar to a sorcerer's garden." "Yes. You can think of it as a sorcerer's garden. What I want to know is, if you consider it a sorcerer's garden, what level is it?" Gleipnir considered for a moment. In the mirror world, the forest of memory can be considered a strategic sorcerer's garden for the creatures here. But according to the standard of your wizarding world, it's probably not a high-level one. You're saying the forest of memory is a medium-large garden? Gleipnir nodded. Sort of. Gleipnir's answer was uncertain. After all, different worlds had different levels of laws. Naturally, the classification of sorcerer's gardens would be different. On the other hand, Angor was glad to hear the answer. The plan in his mind had a higher success rate for the lower level of the garden. He already assumed that the forest of memory was a large garden, so he wasn't sure if he could succeed. But now, Gleipnir had lowered the level of the forest of memories by half a level. Although it was only half a level, the difference was huge, and it was a qualitative difference. Just like the peak of the apprentice level, some people would call it a half-step wizard because it was only half a step away from becoming an official wizard. However, could a peak apprentice really compare to an official adept? He couldn't. An acolyte was still an acolyte. No matter how strong an acolyte was, they would still be easily crushed by an official magus. The so-called half-step magus was nothing more than a compliment. In other words, if the forest of memory was really a medium-large garden, the success rate of Angor's plan would increase exponentially. He had no idea how much he would get, but he was feeling more optimistic than before. Gleipnir gave Angor a strange look. From Angor's eyes, Gleipnir could tell that Angor's emotions were fluctuating. What was that? Did she say something that made Angor so emotional? Gleipnir didn't ask. Instead, he glanced at Laplace, who was still sleeping. I'll leave the forest of memory to you. I'll be on my way. One last reminder, if you don't have the help of Laplace or me, you'd better not enter the forest of memories by yourself. Otherwise, your memory might become abnormal. Memory abnormalities? What do you mean? For example, your memory is replaced by another creature's, or your memory is separated from your body. You might suffer from mild or severe amnesia. Is the forest of memory really that scary? Gleipnir shook his head. As long as you're alive, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, this is the forest of memory's self-defense mechanism. Without our help, anyone who enters the forest of memory will be eroded by the law of memory. With that, Gleipnir nodded to Angor and slowly melted into the nebula behind him. Then, he disappeared along with the starlight. Angor looked at the cotton tree in the flower pot and fell into deep thought. According to Gleipnir, the forest of memory's exclusivity was a self-defense mechanism. Only Laplace and her 3 bodies were immune to it. If Gleipnir was right, then Angor was sure that the mirror world placed a pawn on the spider monster to draw out the forest of memory. The forest of memory's exclusivity would make it more independent once it entered the dream crystal. If everything went according to plan, the forest of memory would become the dominant entity in the dream crystal, and Laplace would be the only one who could control it. This would allow the mirror world's consciousness to regain an advantageous position in the game against the dream realm, and the final winner would be Destiny's favor. It could be said that this move was very ingenious. The only downside was that Angor was the one who would suffer in the end. Angor had a feeling that once the dream crystal went out of his control, he would suffer a great loss. This loss might not be apparent at the moment, but if he were to expand the dream wasteland to various worlds in the future, and when the puzzle was about to be completed and he looked back, he would find that there was a dream crystal that was completely out of his control. At that time, he would definitely regret it. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Angor did not plan to let the dream crystal go out of his control. Even if Laplace was the one who controlled the dream wasteland, a person whom Angor didn't hate or even like, he still couldn't do it. No matter what, he had to gain full control of the dream crystal. Angor's attitude toward the dream wasteland, or any extension of the dream wasteland, was that he could give out some of his authority to other people so that the dream wasteland could develop faster. However, he had to keep the core authority under his control. He would rather destroy it than give it to someone else. It was the same this time. Angor agreed to let the forest of memory enter the dream crystal to deal with the spider monsters, but only if his plan worked. If it didn't, he would destroy the dream crystal himself. Inside the dream crystal. 15 minutes had passed. The spider monsters in the sky had already created a net that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, but Laplace still didn't see the forest of memory. As Laplace was wondering if Angor had already run away, a familiar figure finally appeared in the safe zone. Angor was online. Laplace didn't ask why Angor didn't come online. Instead, he looked at Angor and asked, "You didn't bring the forest of memory with you?" Angor nodded. "It's not the right time yet." "Not the right time?" Laplace looked up at the spider webs in the sky and frowned. "You don't mind them?" "I do. But the dream crystal covers a large area. As long as they don't attack us, they won't be able to do much damage in a short time. We can wait for them to finish their webs." "What do you mean?" Laplace didn't understand. "Nothing. I just need to wait for the right time to deal with them." Angor paused and changed the topic. "Since we have nothing to do now, why don't you use this chance to ask me any questions you have? I'll tell you everything as long as it's not something too secretive." Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. "Didn't you say we'll talk about it after we're done here? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden?" "It's not that. I just didn't have enough time. But now, we still have some time." If Laplace was willing to ask questions now, Angor would consider the situation. If he didn't ask, then it would be like what they had said at the beginning. They could talk about it after this matter was over. So Laplace had the choice. Laplace didn't understand Angor's strange behavior. But after a moment of consideration, she still chose to ask. However, the first question she asked wasn't about the dream crystal as Angor expected. "From what you're saying, Gleipnir has already given you the Forest of Memories. Since you have the Forest of Memory, you should know some of its effects. It's always effective against spider monsters. Why do you think now isn't the right time?" Angor didn't want to answer the question. Or rather, he looked at the mountains of corpses around him, and then looked at Laplace's doubtful yet hopeful eyes. Angor sighed in his mind. "Because the dream crystal isn't complete yet." "Not complete?" Laplace didn't understand what he meant. It's like how different sorcerers' gardens have different rules of operation. The dream crystal also has its own set of rules. However, the dream crystal hasn't been born for long, so the rules haven't fully manifested yet. And the opportunity I'm waiting for is the manifestation of the natural order. To put it simply, Angor needed to wait for the nightmare aura to grow stronger until the main entity of the dream crystal showed up. That would be the best time for him to act. Currently, the main entity of the dream crystal hadn't shown up yet, and the new branches of the authority tree were still hiding in the shadows. If Angor could drag the Forest of Memory into the dream crystal, the powerful law of the Forest of Memory could easily overturn the rules of the dream crystal. This would result in the dream crystal being taken over by the Forest of Memories. Once that happened, the rules of the dream crystal would be changed, and whether the main entity of the dream crystal would show up would be another problem. Therefore, Angor had to wait for the main entity of the nightmare crystal to show up. Besides, Angor had no other way to stop the Forest of Memory. His only hope was to use the authority of the nightmare crystal to resist the law of the Forest of Memory. In his mind, he would wait for the main entity of the nightmare crystal. He would wait until the nightmare domain's main body was born. Then, with the help of the Scroll of Luck, the nightmare domain would be able to suppress the laws of the Forest of Memory. There was no doubt that Angor was too weak to handle such a power. But it didn't matter. He could just let the authority of the Forest of Memory be absorbed by the dream crystal. The dream wasteland also had a lot of authorities, such as weather change, evil mist, tree civilization, and so on. They were all left for the world to digest. Giving the authority back to the world was a bit of a waste, but it was better than letting someone else control the world. Angor decided to wait for the main entity of the nightmare crystal to show up and use the authority to deal with the Forest of Memory. There was another possibility. If the main entity of the dream crystal didn't have any authority that could resist the Forest of Memory, he would choose to destroy it. Angor didn't know if the dream wasteland in the Abyss Plane could be rebuilt. But even if it couldn't be rebuilt, it was still better than losing control of the dream wasteland completely. On the other hand, Laplace still didn't understand what law manifestation meant. What kind of law will manifest? Also, since you think that you can deal with the spider demons after the manifestation of the law, why didn't you wait for the dream realm's demons to manifest? I'll answer your second question first. There were too many cleaners in the dream realm. If we didn't get rid of them quickly, they would destroy the dream crystal as soon as possible. That's why I didn't wait for the law to manifest. But now it's different. The spider wasteland isn't doing as much damage as before. I don't think it'll do anything to the dream crystal. Since we don't need to worry about the dream crystal for now, I'll wait for the law to manifest. Angor considered. As for your first question, I can't answer it right now. I can't tell what kind of law will manifest until the time comes. When he saw that Laplace was still looking at him with a puzzled look, Angor quickly added, I don't know what kind of law you'll see, but I can tell you a story about another place related to the dream crystal. There used to be cleaners in that place, and the law manifested there as well. Maybe you can learn something from it. Laplace asked, another place? Yes. It's similar to the dream crystal, but it's also different from it. It's called the Dream Wasteland. The Dream Wasteland was going to show up soon, and Laplace already knew about it. Angor didn't plan to hide the existence of the Dream Wasteland from Laplace. He didn't tell Laplace about it until now because he was thinking about how much he should tell Laplace. If one were to classify their understanding of the Dream Wasteland, there were currently 5 levels. The first level was to know about the Dream Wasteland. For example, many apprentices in Brute Cavern knew about the Dream Wasteland, but they never entered it. The second level was to be able to freely enter the Dream Wasteland and participate in the construction of the Dream Wasteland to a certain extent. Most of the wizards and apprentices in the new city were at this level. They had a login device and could freely enter the Dream Wasteland. They could also use some supernatural materials and magic scrolls to plan and construct the new city. The third level was to understand how the Dream Wasteland worked. There weren't many people at this level. Most of them were familiar with Angor and Phantom Island, such as Wallace, Leona, and Ness. They knew some of the secrets of the Dream Wasteland, as well as the Dream Welk, Angor, and Phantom Island's secret methods. The fourth level included those who knew about the Dream Wasteland, as well as the Nightmare Authority, or even those who possessed it. People at this level included Rain, Iron Granny, Freud, Sumesh, Greya, and so on. Now, Angor truly considered them as his own people. The fifth and final level was to know all the secrets of the Dream Wasteland. The fundamental difference between this level and the fourth level was whether one knew about the nature of the Nightmare Realm's authority, the relationship between Angor and the Nightmare Realm, and the existence of Shava. So far, Angor and Sunders were the only 2 people who met all 3 requirements. Angor's level was a little rough, but it was a gradual progression. The level of understanding and relationship between Sunders and Sunders. Based on this, Angor now had a better idea about Laplace's level. When Angor first met Laplace, he already considered bringing her into the Dream Wasteland. At that time, he planned to put Laplace in the second level, which meant she could freely enter the Dream Wasteland without knowing the secrets behind it. However, as time went by, he changed his mind. Now, he was more inclined to put Laplace in the third level. The reason was simple. Laplace participated in the defense of the Dream Wasteland. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, she already saw a lot of things. She even knew about the Dream Welk of the Moonlight Coast. Even if Angor didn't tell Laplace the secret, she would be able to figure out what was going on in the Dream Wasteland after the tea party. This was why Angor decided to put Laplace in the third level. Of course, these were all ideas he had in mind. Ever since the spider monster appeared, the Forest of Memory was mentioned, and Angor believed that he understood the purpose of the mirror world and came up with a plan. He began to change his mind. Maybe he could promote Laplace to the fourth level, although the third level seemed to know the operating rules of the Dream Wasteland. Compared to the second level, it only increased the user's affinity. Whether to enter the Dream Wasteland or not, or whether to work together to build the Dream Wasteland, was still up to the user. The fourth level was different. There was a huge difference between the third level and the fourth level, which meant that the fourth level already had a vested interest in the Dream Wasteland. Most people in this level wouldn't choose to quit. Unless they were willing to give up such a big piece of the pie. But the pie was still a blank field with a bright future. As long as one had a bit of common sense, they wouldn't give up. Angor planned to let Laplace join the fourth level since she witnessed the birth of the Dream Wasteland. Even Sunders didn't know a lot of information about it. Even if Angor told Sunders about it in the future, Sunders would probably tell him to keep it a secret. but Laplace didn't have a way to keep it a secret. There were only two ways Angor could think of to make Laplace keep the information from the outside world. The first option was to kill Laplace. But Angor could not do that. The process of shedding scales was too terrifying. Besides, he had only seen 3 of Laplace's bodies, as well as the consciousness clone of her real body. Who knew how powerful her real body was? Besides, her real body never left the Sea of Mirrors. Killing a child of destiny in the mirror world was as difficult as challenging a legendary battle. Therefore, there was only the second method, which was to let her become a level 4 being so that Laplace would have common interests with him. In this way, many problems would be easily solved. But, Angor couldn't decide whether to promote Laplace to the 4th level yet. He still needed to see if the authority released by the nightmare domain in the dream wasteland could suppress the forest of memory. If it couldn't and the forest of memory still had the upper hand, then he would destroy the dream wasteland. When that happened, Angor would tell Laplace some truth as promised. However, the truth he told Laplace was nothing more than some unnecessary information on the basis of level 3. End of chapter. He wanted to give Laplace a level 4 rating, but he was not sure if he should do so. However, he couldn't make a decision right away. He needed to wait and see. Therefore, even though he was telling Laplace about the dream wasteland, most of it was about the 2nd-tier dream wasteland, with the occasional mention of the 3rd-tier dream wasteland. On the other hand, Laplace already knew that Angor was hiding a huge secret ever since she entered the dream crystal. After witnessing how the dream whelk kept shedding its scales, she was even more convinced of her theory. She already had a feeling that Angor was going to tell her something big. But she didn't expect it to be this big. This was a completely another, surreal world that was entrusted to the real world. Surreal world was Laplace's general understanding of the dream wasteland. Think about it. Logging in from anywhere in the world would bring you to the same place. Even if you were tens of thousands of kilometers away, you could still meet each other. How surreal was that? There was no lack of sorrow in this world, even for wizards. Most of the time, you thought that you would meet again, but the road was long, and no one knew what the future would be like. It was very possible that you thought it was, and it was really just your imagination. And now, the 2 people who thought that they would never meet again in this lifetime were reunited through the dream wasteland. Wasn't this a surreal world? The dream wasteland Angor mentioned didn't only have simple functions of transmitting information and meeting each other. From Angor's description, Laplace learned that the dream wasteland and the dream crystal belonged to the same type of crevice world. Laplace never went to the dream wasteland, but she was right here in the dream crystal. She witnessed everything that happened after the dream crystal was created. According to the dream wasteland and the dream crystal, whatever the dream crystal could do, the dream wasteland could probably do as well. Did it mean that the dream whelk could also provide unlimited supply of supernatural items to the dream wasteland just like how it shed its scales? That was terrifying. Just by thinking about it, if a transcendent item could be supplied endlessly, then the benefits and space that could be manipulated would be enormous. This time, for example, Laplace's scale-shedding ability worked like crazy. Before this, she didn't have the chance to use molt scales, and she wouldn't waste molt scales. But in the dream crystal, she treated molt scales as a free consumable, and she didn't hesitate to squander them. Because of his constant use, Laplace was able to think more about the usage of molting scales. He even had a thorough grasp of how to control the explosion of molting scales. If she was forced to use it in the real world in the future, she would be able to control and utilize it much better than before. If she really needed to use it in a desperate situation, even a tiny bit of improvement could decide the outcome of the battle. Therefore, using the scale-shedding ability could indirectly improve Laplace's strength, which meant that Laplace's survival would be much better. She had only tried to use the scale-shedding ability, and she already gained a lot of benefits. Laplace's use of the dream wasteland. Before Angor even mentioned anything about it, Laplace already thought of unlimited alchemy and unlimited supernatural experiments. After comparing her ideas with Angor's, Laplace couldn't help but admire the potential of the dream wasteland. At the same time, she was also curious about Angor, the creator of the dream wasteland. Although Angor didn't mention anything about the creator of the dream wasteland, Laplace wasn't stupid. She was the one who witnessed the birth of the dream crystal, which meant Angor was the one who did it. She was certain that Angor was the creator of the dream wasteland. How did Angor do it? How did he do it? It was impossible to create such a complete world with just the dream whelk. If the dream whelk was so useful, it wouldn't be regarded as a useless mystery item by countless wizards. It was because of Angor that the dream whelk was reborn. The dream whelk wasn't the key. Angor was the key. However, Angor had already told her everything he could. He didn't mention anything about the dream whelk. Even though Laplace already guessed that Angor was the mastermind behind the creation of the wasteland, Angor only gave her a vague smile. Laplace also realized that Angor must have used some kind of secret method to achieve this. As the chosen one of the mirror world, Laplace had some secrets of her own that she couldn't tell anyone about. She understood why Angor wanted to keep it a secret. Laplace wasn't an ungrateful person. She already knew that Angor was willing to let her use her scales as many times as she wanted. Plus, she also learned a great secret. This was more than enough for her to repay Angor's kindness. Since Angor didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask. Instead, she changed the topic to something else. Dream Wasteland? It's the same name as the dream crystal. You came up with it, right? That depends on how you see it. Laplace? Even this question had to be answered ambiguously? If you think it's a good name, I'm the one who came up with it, Angor explained in a serious tone. I'm the one who named it. If you don't think it's a good name, then a group of people came up with it. Laplace. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. But even if you say a group of people came up with it, I still have to say that it's not a good name. Angor choked on his own words. You can't judge a book by its cover. Sometimes, you can judge a book by its cover, said Laplace. I just came up with the name for the dream crystal. I haven't told anyone about it yet, so there's still room for improvement. If you have a better name, please tell me, Ms. Laplace. Angor pushed the question to Laplace's side. Laplace could have said no, but she hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to show her weakness. Therefore, Laplace seriously thought about what she should do if she had to name it. In the end, she couldn't come up with anything. It wasn't that Laplace couldn't think of anything. She had a lot of good names in her memory, but she didn't say anything in the end. She had a feeling that giving a name to this place wasn't a meaningless thing. Like the name of a demon god, it represented the acknowledgement of self. If she really wanted to give it a name, she might have to fight for the acknowledgement. Laplace had an inexplicable confidence that if she really wanted to snatch it, she would be able to. She didn't know where her confidence came from, but she had a feeling in her heart. Under such circumstances, Laplace could not answer this question casually. After careful consideration, Laplace chose not to answer. Fighting for the acknowledgement of self wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal if it was just a small matter. But if it involved the future of this place, or even the future of this place, then it was a big deal. If she tried to steal the acknowledgement right, she would be destroying the foundation of the dream crystal. The dream crystal was good, but Angor was the only one who knew the secrets hidden inside. Even if she managed to steal the acknowledgement, Laplace didn't think she could use it as freely as Angor. Furthermore, even if she managed to steal the dream whelk, it wouldn't do her any good. In other people's hands, the dream whelk was nothing but a dusty treasure. Angor was the only one who could make it shine. Laplace didn't think she could wipe away the dust on the dream whelk like Angor did. Besides, Laplace didn't want to offend Angor anyway. Laplace didn't want to be misunderstood as someone who didn't have a talent for naming things. I've thought about it carefully. You asked me to name something just to pick on me. No matter how good my name is, you can still find fault with it if you want to. I don't need to play along. Laplace thought she did a good job of answering Angor's question. She waited for a while, but Angor didn't answer her. She looked at Angor and saw him staring at the sky with a puzzled look. Laplace followed Angor's gaze and saw nothing but the spider monster continuing to weave its web. Laplace was puzzled. What are you looking at? It's nothing. Angor frowned. Laplace didn't believe him. But she couldn't ask Angor if he didn't want to talk about it. He could only mutter a few words in a low voice and let this small interlude pass. Laplace believed that he could skip this part of the story, but Angor was still thinking about what he just saw. When Angor asked Laplace for a name, he sensed that something was wrong with the dream crystal. He carefully checked and found the source of the problem to be the spider monsters. When he raised his head to look at the spider demons, they all stopped weaving their webs and lowered their fish heads to look at the safe zone with their dead fish eyes. However, the spider monsters completely ignored Angor's gaze. They were all focused on Laplace. It was as if Laplace only needed to say something and the spider monsters would do something big. Being stared at by the 6 spider demons, Laplace didn't feel anything even though he hadn't removed his scales yet. It was as if he was isolated from the outside world and was immersed in his own thoughts. Angor knew that Laplace was thinking about how to change the name of the dream crystal. Was it because of the name? If Laplace really wanted to change the name of the dream crystal, would the mirror world's consciousness assume that she was going to conquer the dream crystal? The thought was baseless, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. After all, Laplace was the chosen one of the mirror world. Her every move would affect a lot of things. Angor couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his back. It seemed that he had asked Laplace something he shouldn't have. Fortunately, Laplace chose to give up on the idea. The moment Laplace gave up on naming it, the spider monster in the sky returned to its web-weaving state, as if the strange scene of it staring at Laplace was just an illusion. It turned out to be a false alarm, but he was still sweating profusely. Angor remained silent. He didn't object to Laplace's sarcasm. Instead, he made a mental note that he had to be careful about the name of the dream wasteland. Also, he had to be careful about naming things. It would be best not to mention them casually. Instead of talking about the name, Angor began to talk about the dream wasteland again. This time, he was talking about the environment of the dream wasteland. There are fairies in the dream wasteland? The Mother Tree civilization? Laplace looked curious. A tree that connects the sky and the earth. That sounds like a root world. However, those born in the root world are all green-skinned underground people. There are no strange dream plant fairies like you described. You're interested in dream planter fairies? Laplace nodded in agreement. I'm a little interested. I wonder what the Fey race that was born from the dream realm will be like. Laplace paused for a moment before he added, I've always wanted to create a fairy form, but I never succeeded. If you go to the Forest of Memories, you'll see many of them based on the fairies of Xianxia. Xianxia was the water capital of the Meridian Principality, which was also known as the City of Fairies. After failing countless times, I finally decided to create Laplace. Laplace? Angor looked at the Laplace in front of him. Laplace said, not me. It's my past self, Laplace. It took Angor a while to realize that Laplace was talking about the bunny girl in the dream wasteland. The bunny girl was also called Laplace. And this silver-haired, strange-eyed woman in front of him was an avatar of Laplace's true body. So, you're only curious because you want to use the dream plant fairy's appearance to build your body? Angor asked. Laplace didn't deny it. Yes. I think you shouldn't be called Laplace. You should be called Nuanuan, Angor muttered. What? Laplace looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. I mean, Angor was still trying to find an excuse when he suddenly sensed something. His right eye glowed in green as he looked into the distance. I mean, the time is right. The time is coming. Laplace's attention was immediately drawn and he subconsciously sensed the situation around him. However, even with the help of her scale-shedding ability, she didn't notice anything unusual. How do you know the time? Laplace looked at Angor curiously. Angor lowered his head and didn't say anything. Angor had a general idea of Laplace's personality. Laplace would always ask questions, but she also knew when to stop. If she noticed that Angor didn't want to answer, she wouldn't ask. Therefore, Angor didn't have to worry about offending Laplace even if he chose to remain silent. Angor chose to remain silent. The main reason was that this matter involved 5th-level intelligence. He used the nightmare aura to determine whether the time was right or not. When the nightmare aura in the dream crystal reached a certain level, the main nightmare domain would be born. How much certain level did it have to reach? It was hard to tell. Back in the dream wasteland, the nightmare aura only spread over a small area, probably less than 1/millionth of the wasteland, and the main nightmare domain was already born. Angor couldn't quantify the amount of nightmare aura in the dream crystal, but he believed that the nightmare aura spread over a larger area than the dream wasteland. Because of this, the critical point might be different in every world. Since Angor didn't answer her question, Laplace changed her question. If you think the time is right, are you going to bring the forest of memory in? Not yet, Angor replied. Angor closed his eyes and used his god's view to sense the place where the main nightmare domain was born. When he opened his eyes again, he planned to go offline and wait at the nightmare domain's main body. However, when he saw Laplace, he suddenly had an idea. You want to go somewhere else? Laplace was stunned for a second before asking in a puzzled tone, what do you mean? The dream crystal is really big. Don't you want to go somewhere else? Maybe this is your only chance. Only one chance? Laplace was even more confused now. Before Laplace could ask, Angor explained, the dream crystal is a newly formed dimension. It can shatter again at any time, so there's a chance. You only have one chance. Laplace finally understood. But according to Angor, the dream crystal would stabilize after surviving the cleaners, and the only one left was the spider monster. If they could use the forest of memory to deal with the spider monster, the dream crystal would be safe. Why would it shatter again? Before Laplace could ask, Angor spoke first, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the safe zone. If you want to go somewhere else, you can log off first. That's easy. Try to activate the dormant energy in your mind space. Angor's body began to fade away and soon disappeared from the dream crystal. He had returned to reality. Laplace considered for a moment and decided to try Angor's method. She didn't care whether she could go to other places in the dream crystal or not. She wanted to see if logging off would work. When Angor told her about the dream wasteland, Laplace already knew about the concept of logging in, going online, and logging off. These words weren't written in the usual way, but they weren't difficult to understand. Logging off meant leaving the dream crystal and returning to the real world. I only need to activate the dormant energy in my mind space? Laplace mumbled and followed Angor's method. Unlike the mind space of human wizards, Laplace's mind space was not empty, nor did it have any spiritual force model. Instead, it was filled with countless mirrors, from front to back, left to right, up to the sky, and down to the ground. There was a human figure in each of the mirrors. If one looked closely, they would see the wandering poet Luigi, the astrologer Gleipnir, and the bunny girl Laplace in these mirrors. In the past, Laplace could use these mirrors to contact her original selves. But when she came to the dream crystal, the mirrors became dead silent, and she couldn't use her aggregated energy. Now that she was back in her mind space, Laplace began to think. What did activating dormant energy mean? How could she activate her aggregated energy if she couldn't use it? Laplace considered for a moment and tried to merge her consciousness with the aggregated energy. Then, she tried to use her consciousness to activate the aggregated energy. But it didn't work. However, although she did not succeed in activating the convergence ability, she vaguely sensed a familiar place, the dream bridge. When Laplace sensed the dream bridge, he fell into deep thought. A moment later, she gathered all of her consciousness and moved it toward the dream bridge. The next second, Laplace felt an obvious change in the world around him. Like an oil painting that had been drenched in water, it began to fade rapidly. When all the colors faded away, Laplace was already out of the dream crystal. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the familiar aura of space. The dormant aggregated energy in her mind space had returned to normal. She also regained her connection with Luigi, Gleipnir, and the others. Although everything had returned to normal, Laplace's expression was a little disappointed. Being wrapped up by the scales felt good. Now that she was back in the real world, she couldn't feel the scales anymore. Even though she was wearing a set of luxurious clothes, Laplace still felt at ease when she was not shedding her scales. While Laplace was comparing the differences between the mirror world and the dream crystal, she heard a familiar voice. Are you ready? Laplace looked up and saw Angor, who was inviting her not far away. Laplace paused for a moment and realized that Angor was inviting her to see other places in the dream crystal. Laplace hesitated for a moment and asked, Now? How? Just go back to sleep, Angor said. So he's going back to the real world? But can I go to other places in the dream crystal by going back online? Laplace didn't know what to say. Although Laplace found it a little strange, he did not ask. Instead, he looked at the bonsai beside him. Aren't we taking the forest of memory with us? We'll have to wait until the forest of memory enters the dream crystal. Laplace gave Angor a doubtful look and nodded. Okay. Angor chuckled and placed a finger on Laplace's forehead again. Laplace didn't resist and allowed the spell to take effect. Several seconds later, Laplace arrived at the dream bridge again. At this point, Laplace was no longer unfamiliar with the dream bridge. She walked along the dream bridge and soon saw a familiar door. Are we going in? Laplace asked despite the fact that there was no one around. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke again. Yes. Come in. The scenery here is much better than before. So Angor didn't tell her that she was no longer in the safe zone. What's going on? How did Angor do that? Laplace took a step forward with doubt. After returning to the dream crystal, Laplace had already gotten used to the sudden feeling of weightlessness. Based on her previous experience, she would experience a drastic drop in strength when her energy was sealed. However, it was different from what she had imagined. Although there was a certain feeling of disappointment, it did not make her feel too powerless. This was because when she went offline, the shedding status did not disappear when she logged in again. Laplace was glad that she was still in the same condition as when she went offline. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities in his body, Laplace finally stood up and turned his head to look at his surroundings. However, she couldn't help but frown when she saw it. She remembered Angor telling her that the scenery here was much better than the previous one. That's it? That's it? Everything around her was pitch black. However, thanks to her scale-shedding status, Laplace could easily see what was going on in the darkness. What was covered by the darkness wasn't a beautiful scenery, but a boundless crystal plane. This place looked exactly the same as the dream crystal plane when she first arrived. That's what you meant by beautiful? Angor nodded matter-of-factly. That place was destroyed by your bombardment. Now, it's peaceful again. Even the slippery ground feels so familiar to you. Isn't it beautiful? Your definition of beautiful is returning to normal? Laplace sighed heavily. She didn't want to argue with Angor. Instead, she considered for a moment and asked, So, tell me. Why did you bring me here? If you want to see different sceneries before the dream crystal plane collapses, then don't use that as an excuse. I already saw the sceneries here when we first entered the dream crystal plane. Angor chuckled and didn't insist on beautiful sceneries. With a snap of his fingers, 2 exquisite chairs and a 3-meter-long table appeared out of thin air. Angor sat down on one side of the table and asked Laplace to sit on the other side. At the same time, he tapped the table with a finger, and an ornate candlestick appeared on the table, illuminating the dark room with a faint glow. Laplace reached out a scaly hand and touched the table. Is this an illusion? It's similar to an illusion. Once the rules of the dream crystal plane matured, I'll be able to use some of the authority's energy. Laplace caught an unknown keyword. Authority? You can think of it as the manifestation rules of the dream crystal plane. Angor gestured Laplace to take a seat again. This time, Laplace did not refuse. After sitting down, he said indifferently, looking at this posture, You have the intention to negotiate with me? Angor waved a hand. No. I just want to ask you to make a small choice, Ms. Laplace. Laplace said noncommittally, Choice? Let's hear it. Before we talk about the specific choices, I would like to ask you a question. What do you think of the dream crystal? Laplace thought for a moment and said, Not at the moment. But it has a lot of potential. Laplace, so what? What are you trying to say? If you have the chance to control the dream crystal and become its master, will you accept it? Yes. Sunders nodded. After hearing this, Laplace frowned. Let me control it? Why? No reason. I just want to hear your opinion. Laplace looked even more confused. Angor spoke again, but this time, he didn't mention anything related to the previous question. Did you notice? The spider demons didn't attack you on their own accord. It only showed hostility to me after entering the dream crystal plane. Laplace didn't know why Angor suddenly brought up something unrelated. Wait, was it really unrelated? Laplace didn't think Angor would bring up two things at the same time without a good reason. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. Laplace thought about the naming incident. Back then, she didn't think it was anything important, so she didn't mention it. But now that she thought about it, there was something strange about it. Why did she feel like she was about to steal herself from the dream crystal plane? It was as if the moment she named it, the dream crystal would really undergo some earth-shattering changes. Where did her inexplicable confidence come from? Laplace agreed with Angor's statement that the spider monster never attacked her. She thought the spider monster might have noticed that she came from the mirror world too, so it didn't want to kill its own kind. But was there really such a friendly situation in the mirror world? Yes, but not by much. Just like in the human world, the greater the number of people, the greater the diversity of creatures. Everyone had different personalities, and good and evil could be easily changed with a single thought. It was the same in the mirror world. There were many kinds of creatures with different habits. Unless there was a special relationship, very few people would treat each other politely the first time they met. Therefore, the spider monster's behavior was unusual. Could this abnormal behavior of the spider demon be the source of her inexplicable confidence? According to Angor, the spider monster was sent by the mirror world's consciousness to eliminate the monsters, which meant the mirror world's consciousness was the one behind all this. So the woman's confidence came from the mirror world's consciousness? While Laplace was slowly reaching the edge of the truth, Angor was also asking himself if it was a good or bad idea for him to reveal the truth to the public. He could have carried out his plan behind Laplace's back. However, he chose to bring it up at the last moment and dragged Laplace into the conversation. He wanted to see what choice Laplace would make. He made this decision because of his sudden impulse, and because he saw another possibility in Laplace. She might be the chosen one of the mirror world's consciousness, but she had a more independent personality that other chosen ones did not have. The consciousness of the mirror world was not an intelligent creature. It would not order Laplace to do things on its own. However, it would help Laplace at certain moments. For example, Angor accidentally asked Laplace how she was going to name the dream crystal. Angor knew that he didn't mean to give Laplace the right to name the dream crystal. He just wanted to see how good Laplace's name would be. However, Angor's careless action was manipulated by the consciousness of the mirror world. He was sure that the mirror world's consciousness was behind all of this. If Laplace really named the dream crystal, even if it was just a joke, the consciousness of the mirror world would understand that Laplace intended to fight for the ownership of the dream crystal. Since the chosen one wanted to fight for the ownership of the dream crystal, the consciousness of the mirror world would naturally help Laplace achieve her goal. If he followed the plan laid out by the mirror world's consciousness, he would have no choice but to break the dream crystal. To Angor's surprise, Laplace gave up on the idea of naming the item. Angor didn't think much of it at first. But now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was actually a signal. Laplace was not a person who would follow the will of the mirror world. She had an independent and strong personality. This would never happen in the supreme cult, which was also a chosen one. As long as a bishop of the supreme cult sensed the will of the world will, he would not hesitate to carry it out without the slightest hesitation. But in the case of Laplace, this situation of obedience was broken. And it wasn't just once. The naming of the dream crystal was done once. There was one more time, and it was a sweet dream. The dream realm wanted to use Sweet Dream to maintain the last connection between the dream realm and the mirror world. However, the consciousness of the mirror world gave Sweet Dream directly to Laplace. According to common sense, Laplace would dispose of Sweet Dream under the influence of the will of the mirror world. However, Laplace didn't do that. Instead, she gave the dream crystal to the wise man and even helped the wise man create a mirror space to store the dream crystal. This was definitely against the will of the mirror world. Yet Laplace did it. Whether she knew that the mirror world's consciousness was behind this or not, she still chose to go against the will of the mirror world. Angor's impression of Laplace changed a little after seeing how she disobeyed the will of the mirror world twice. He didn't plan to tell Laplace about his plan. But now, he wanted to see what Laplace would do. He wanted to see if Laplace could break the rules again. It was a hasty decision, but the construction of the dream crystal was also a hasty decision. He was willing to take the risk. If Laplace broke the rules again, Angor would upgrade her to a level 4-1 and give her a big gift. If Laplace didn't break the rules, Angor would follow the plan. If the plan didn't work, Angor would immediately withdraw all the nightmare aura and destroy the dream crystal. His plan didn't change in the long run. The only thing that mattered was whether he was going to carry out the plan alone or with 2 people. I have an answer, Laplace spoke in a soft voice. Angor looked at Laplace in surprise. He was going to tell Laplace that the will of the mirror world was behind this. But before he could, Laplace already told him that she already had an answer, which surprised Angor quite a bit. What's your answer? Angor looked at Laplace in silence. Laplace twirled her hair with her fingers. I don't want to control the dream crystal. There's nothing here. It's boring. Angor narrowed his eyes. The dream crystal has just been created. It's normal for it to be so barren. But just like the dream wasteland, it has potential. Are you sure you don't want it? Laplace said, someone has to uncover the potential of a stock with potential. I don't think I have the ability to uncover it. So, I still don't want it. After pausing for a moment, Laplace's lips suddenly curled up. However, if you give me control of the dream wilderness, I can accept it. Do you think that's possible? Laplace said, impossible. But, just like when you asked me this question, didn't you also predetermine the result? Angor stared at Laplace in bewilderment. He saw his own reflection in Laplace's strange eyes. Angor chuckled. As expected of Lady Laplace. You really know what I'm thinking. He could tell that Laplace already knew what was going on in his mind. She might even know that the mirror world's consciousness was behind all of this. Yet she still chose to go against the will of the mirror world in the end. Angor expected this, but at the same time, he was also surprised. As expected of Laplace, who had a strong personality. Laplace continued, you just asked me a question that I already knew the answer to. Aside from that, what's your choice? Angor stretched his back. Well, I don't have a choice. What do you mean? When you refused to take control of the dream wasteland, there was only one choice left. Angor pointed at himself with a grin. Then the dream wasteland is mine. Laplace frowned. That's nothing. Isn't it yours to begin with? Angor chuckled. Not necessarily. It's hard to say even now. Angor didn't answer Laplace's question. You asked me about the rules of the dream wasteland, right? I can tell you now. The rules of the dream wasteland are about authority. Laplace said, authority. You've already said that. Authority is the rule of the dream wasteland. Normally speaking, it's the most basic logic of a world, and it's impossible for an outsider to know about it. But the dream wasteland is different. Its authority is like a crown. As long as you can bear the weight of the crown, even an ordinary creature will have a chance to wield the authority. When Laplace heard this, he immediately understood that this was definitely a secret among secrets. Angor didn't want to talk about it before. Why are you telling me this? Because I want to know if you're willing to wear the crown. Wear the crown? You want me to wield authority? Laplace looked at Angor. Sort of. Is there a difference between wielding authority and controlling the dream wasteland? Yes, I do. Sorcerer's Garden has different types, and there are thousands of different types of authority. Next, Angor briefly explained the different aspects of authority. It emphasized one point: at present, no one was able to fully bear all of the authority. According to my estimations, even a legendary wizard might not be able to bear the power of ownership. Maybe someone who can achieve miracles can. But that's too far away for us to consider. So, what do you think now? Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, she fell into deep thought, as if she was trying to figure out the new concept of authority. After a while, Laplace spoke in a soft voice, you said that only a small part of the authority in the dream wasteland has been accepted. Most of it is still hidden. According to what you're saying, you can manifest authority, distribute authority, and conceal authority? I thought you'd care more about the type of authority I can wield, sort of. Laplace was going to ask more about how Angor managed to wield authority, but she didn't. She didn't know Angor well enough yet, so Angor must be expecting something from her if he was willing to share such secrets. Besides, this was probably the best Angor could tell her. She wouldn't want to keep asking. I think you're trying to bribe me. Laplace considered for a moment. Angor chuckled. You're right. I'm trying to bribe you. The dream wasteland is located between the mirror world and the dream realm. The dream realm has given in, but the mirror world hasn't. Angor continued, besides, even if the mirror world gives in now, it might find other ways to stop the dream wasteland's development. Angor pretended to sigh. Well, the dream crystal is supposed to be a space in between the cracks of the universe. It has to find a way to maintain a balance between the two worlds so that it can survive. So I'm thinking. What if a creature from the mirror world can inherit the authority? Will the consciousness of the mirror world be satisfied? What do you think? Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. You're only telling half the truth. Angor didn't say anything. What he said was indeed both true and false, but 80% of it was true, and only 20% was false. His overall thinking was indeed as he had said. However, he didn't think that the mirror world would come looking for trouble once the dream wasteland was fully developed. Just like the dream wasteland, once it was fully developed, it would only bring benefits to the wizarding world in the long run. It was the same for the dream wasteland. It was still a newborn, so it was hard to predict its future. However, once the dream wasteland was fully developed, it would definitely bring benefits to the mirror creatures. For example, the boundless message ability was the best information center in the mirror world, where space was constantly changing. Since in the long run, the benefits of the mirror world outweighed the disadvantages, there was no reason for the mirror world to settle the score again. As for letting Laplace inherit the authority and satisfy the consciousness of the mirror world, Angor was serious about that. Many mirror creatures would enter the dream wasteland in the future, and Angor might grant them the authority, which might satisfy the consciousness of the mirror world. However, they weren't as important as Laplace. Laplace was a true destiny. Angor completely negated the invasion of the forest of memory, and the color of memory was a cheat given to Laplace by the mirror world. Laplace might not care about losing the color of memory, but who knew if the consciousness of the mirror world would. This was why Angor decided to let Laplace become a level 4 wizard so that he could gain a new authority to make up for his loss. Of course, this was only his idea for now. If the nightmare domain didn't have an authority that could suppress the forest of memory, he would have to follow his original plan, to destroy the dream wasteland. He would rather destroy the dream crystal than let any part of the future superlarge nightmare domain be destroyed. Everything he said now was nothing but empty promises. Oh, right. Everything I said is based on the premise that the dream wasteland can expel the cleaners from the dream wasteland. Right now, it's just empty promises. Why do you keep saying that the cleaners can't be expelled? Didn't I tell you that the forest of memory? Laplace suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor. Will the forest of memory do any harm to the dream wasteland? I don't know. Angor shrugged. Anything is possible. Laplace looked at Angor quietly and sighed. I should have let Griebner do it. She likes to think about complicated things. I don't want to think about it anymore. Just do what you want to do. I trust you'll make the right choice. Angor chuckled and thanked Laplace in a low voice. He now understood why the wise overseer was willing to maintain a friendly relationship with Laplace for so long. Laplace was an interesting creature. She had a personality, a great promise, and a heart that was as clear as a mirror. The short conversation with Laplace was basically over. Angor stood up from his chair and nodded to Laplace. The authority is about to manifest. I'm going to make a small attempt. Please wait for a moment. Laplace said indifferently, a small attempt? If you didn't look so serious, I would have believed it. Yes, it's just a small attempt on my long journey as a wizard. Besides, he was prepared for success and failure. Laplace, then. I wish you success. Angor bowed. Thank you for your kind words. In the meantime, Ms. Laplace, please think about what kind of authority you want. Of course, if I fail, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Angor placed a hand on his chest and bowed again. Under Laplace's gaze, he walked into the darkness of the dream wasteland. End of chapter. Soon, he arrived at a corner of the wasteland. He looked around and saw nothing but darkness. There was no end to the wasteland. At first glance, he didn't see anything strange. Only when he gently stepped on the seemingly calm crystal plane did something change. Cracks appeared on the wasteland where Angor stepped on it. Large amounts of nightmare aura gushed out from the cracks. As the nightmare aura continued to spread out, the cracks on the crystal plane grew bigger and bigger until a bottomless pit was formed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and jumped into the pit as if he already knew this was going to happen. The pit was shaped like a funnel, which was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. When he first landed, he didn't see any crystal walls around him. About 20 seconds later, he began to see more of them, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the space was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Angor was no longer weightless. Instead, he felt like he was on a slide. It was a winding slide full of bumps. The slide took Angor about 3 minutes. There were several ups and downs, and the slide was going so fast that Angor felt his clothes were going to burn on fire. When he finally reached the ground, he was still dizzy. It took him a while to regain some of his senses. He stood up shakily. Unlike the dark tunnel, this one was brightly lit, and the source of the light was a giant ball of light that was gathering in the distance. The dense nightmare energy in the area came from this light orb. Without a doubt, it was the prototype of the main body of the nightmare domain. Unlike the dream wasteland, the main body of the nightmare domain wasn't on the surface. Instead, it was under the wasteland. Most of the nightmare aura in the dream wasteland was also under the wasteland, which was completely different from the dream wasteland. The dream wasteland also had some underground tunnels, but they didn't have such a large underground space like the one in the dream wasteland. Besides, the nightmare aura in the wasteland mostly stayed in the air instead of going underground. This underground space? No, calling it an underground space was no longer appropriate. It might be more appropriate to call it an underground world. He already noticed that the dream crystal was divided into 2 different dimensions when he used God's view to monitor the cleaners. The surface world and the underground world. He estimated that the surface world was smaller than the dream wasteland, but if he included the underground world, it would be about the same size as the dream wasteland. The largest underground world he saw so far was the Darkaville Empire, where sub-Asians lived. The Dream Crystal's underground world was much larger than the Dark Fiend Empire's. Even if all the sub-Asians were to be moved here, it would not be enough. However, the Dark Fiend Kingdom had its own ecosystem and even had a day and night cycle. However, the underground world of the Dream Crystal was empty. Even with the help of his nightmare domain, he still couldn't imagine how he could create a suitable underground world for living beings. But this was a story for another time. He only thought about it for a while and soon forgot about it. Compared to the future of the underground world, Angor was more concerned about the nightmare domain's main body, which was slowly dispersing and reassembling. He didn't approach it right away. Instead, he leaned against the wall and waited for the perfect opportunity. The main body of the nightmare domain was still in its embryonic form, but some of the nightmare domain's authorities were already brewing inside. The invisible pressure it was emitting made Angor feel a little suffocated. About 5 minutes later, the nightmare domain began to shrink again. This time, the shrinking was even tighter and more solid than before. From the size of several hundred meters, it slowly shrank to the size of a person. This was the smallest contraction he had seen during the 5 minutes he waited. Perhaps the nightmare domain would shrink even smaller if he waited longer. But he didn't need to wait. The current size was enough. This was enough to bind the nightmare domain. As he thought about it, he was already on the move. However, he didn't move his body. Instead, he controlled the green rune on his right hand and slowly approached the nightmare domain. If a human approached the nightmare domain directly, he was sure that he would explode from the overwhelming aura of authority. However, the nightmare domain was different. The nightmare domain didn't resist the aura at all. Instead, it allowed the aura to surround itself. Contain, bind, compress. As soon as the green rune trapped the nightmare domain, Angor activated a series of abilities. Without any resistance, the nightmare domain was bound by the green rune. A few minutes later, the nightmare domain shrunk to the size of a fist under the binding of the green patterns. When the nightmare domain shrunk to this size, it finally took on its own shape. A diamond-shaped crystal. After making sure the nightmare domain was fully formed and restrained by the green rune, Angor finally stepped forward. The pressure he felt earlier was gone, and he was now standing in front of the nightmare domain's main body. From afar, Angor thought the nightmare domain looked like a white diamond-shaped crystal. But when he looked closer, he realized that the white inside the crystal was actually a cloud of mist. Together with the green rune that looked like thorns on the surface, the nightmare domain looked rather dreamy. It almost looked like an exquisite ornament. However, it would be suicidal to think of it as an ornament. Any bit of authority that leaked out from the crystal could cause someone to explode. And such an explosion would not only affect one's body in the dream domain, but also one's spirit sea in the real world. Without a certain level of strength, one couldn't even look at the nightmare domain directly. Normally, Angor would start thinking about where to hide the crystal. But now, he wasn't thinking about how to hide it. Instead, he was trying to figure out how powerful the nightmare domain's authority was, and whether it could suppress the forest of memories. Guessing wouldn't do him any good. He had to try it himself. With that in mind, he took a deep breath and took out the scroll of luck he had prepared beforehand. Something that can suppress the forest of memories. Angor muttered in his mind. While muttering, he tore open the scroll of luck. 2 flowers bloomed, each representing a branch. On the other side of a vast, dark crystal plain. A weirdo with scales was sitting alone in front of a long table lit by candles. She was Laplace, who was left behind by Angor. Laplace could see very far with her scale shedding activated. She saw where Angor was going, and she also saw him going into the underground. However, she didn't follow him, nor did she use her scale-shedding ability to see what was going on. Instead, she sat at the table and thought about her recent experience. Ever since she accepted the mission from the sage and gave Angor and his companions the heart reflection, something seemed to have changed. Then, Angor suddenly asked her to help him experiment on Sweet Dream and Gleipnir's prophecy. Both of them seemed to be affecting a tiny branch of fate. To use a phrase that Gleipnir often said, a small butterfly flutters its wings in the midst of a fluttering breeze, pushing the originally determined fate into an unknown future. What seemed like an insignificant influence now might be a major event that could decide one's life a few years later. Now, for example, Angor asked her to think about what kind of power she should inherit. It sounded like an unimportant gift, but perhaps her choice would lead her to an unknown path in the future. Laplace fell into deep thought for a long time. However, after pondering for a few minutes, she suddenly frowned. Something's wrong, underground. The moment Laplace sensed that something was wrong, he immediately kicked away the table and chair. Then, he tapped the ground with the tip of his hoof. His muscles were full of power, and he leaped 30 meters into the air. Looking down from midair, Laplace could clearly see that the surface of the earth seemed to be shaking, like an egg that was about to break out of its shell, ready to move. The tremors continued and grew stronger, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the crystal. At first, Laplace thought that someone was targeting her. But when she looked at the damaged ground and the cracks that extended for an unknown distance, she realized that this was not an attack. It was probably just an accident. But how did this accident happen? While Laplace was puzzled, another phenomenon appeared below her. This time, the phenomenon didn't just affect the ground, it also affected Laplace, who was in midair. The cracks on the ground would naturally leave behind large amounts of crystal fragments and debris. Now, under the influence of some unknown power, the fragments began to float up. They did not move quickly from the ground, but once they reached the air, they accelerated and gathered together like a swarm of bees. Some of the convergence points were near Laplace, which forced Laplace to dodge up and down. Laplace also tried to avoid them, but the power contained in the fragments was too strange. They had an extremely strong penetrating power. Although the molting scales could resist them to a certain extent, the defensive power of the scales would be reduced by 1%. Although 1% was a small amount, generally speaking, there would be hundreds of thousands of fragments rushing toward her at once. If Laplace used her face to receive them, she would definitely explode. Therefore, when she was sure that these fragments were not easy to deal with, Laplace could only dodge. With so many fragments gathered together, they were like crystal moths flying all over the sky, scattering powder as they flew. Even Laplace had a hard time dodging. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. When the crystal fragments gathered in the air, the sky returned to normal. However, the sky was not as boring as before. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of strange objects made of crystal fragments and powder. Among them, the three objects closest to Laplace and the ones that made her the most embarrassed were two mirrors and a long thorny whip that spiraled like a venomous snake. At first, Laplace did not understand what these strange objects were. It was not until she approached the round mirror nearby that she vaguely thought of something. The mirror in front of her was a typical aristocratic lady's mirror. It was very delicate, and the frame was engraved with golden patterns of kite flowers. From the outside, it was not surprising. However, when Laplace looked into the mirror, she was stunned. Under normal circumstances, the mirror should reflect Laplace's appearance. However, this mirror was not like that. At first, it was indeed Laplace's appearance, but slowly, the Laplace in the mirror started to become strange. Her forehead was sunken, her hair was shortened, her eyes disappeared, and a hole appeared on her nose. A huge butterfly flew out, flapping its gorgeous wings, and stayed on the face of the woman in the mirror. The scales on Laplace's body were also replaced by a gorgeous dress made of butterflies. If one ignored the insect eggs on the woman's body, she looked quite good. However, this woman was not Laplace. There was no such person in Laplace's body. However, she vaguely remembered that there was such a humanoid monster among the Dream World Cleaners that she had killed. Was this a monster in the Dream World Cleaners team? But why did it appear in the mirror? Just as Laplace focused all her attention on the mirror, the woman in the mirror suddenly reached out, as if she wanted to grab Laplace. Laplace cautiously retreated more than 10 meters. When she stood still and looked at the mirror again, the hand that had reached out from the mirror was gone, and so was the woman in the mirror. At the same time, even the lady's mirror was slowly fading away, as if it was about to hide in an unknown place. It wasn't just the mirror. Laplace looked around and found that almost all the crystal creations had disappeared at this time. Laplace hesitated and did not continue to study the lady's mirror. Instead, she planned to take a look at other crystal objects before these strange objects disappeared. The second object she looked at was also a mirror. However, this mirror was a standing mirror that could reflect the whole body. The shape of the mirror was also very special. The frame was carved with ferocious snakes entwined with each other. It was hard to imagine who would use such a mirror. When Laplace came in front of the mirror seemed to have sensed her and stopped fading away. In the mirror, Laplace's image was the same as that of the lady's mirror. Slowly, Laplace's image began to change into a tall, elegant lady in luxurious clothes and a gauze hat. She was holding a lace folding fan to cover her mouth. When she saw this noble woman, Laplace immediately thought of the first Dream World Cleaner she had killed, the 9-foot snake woman. In terms of appearance, she was exactly the same as the 9-foot snake woman. As Laplace thought of this, the noble woman in the mirror removed her fan, revealing a cracked mouth, sharp teeth, and a long snake tongue. Her real body was the 9-foot snake woman. In the mirror, when the 9-foot snake woman laughed eerily, the snake statue on the frame seemed to come alive and pounced at Laplace with bared fangs and brandished claws. Laplace's method was the same as before. She retreated. This time, she retreated 100 meters before the poisonous snake slowly disappeared. At this time, the standing mirror in the distance was fading away again. When Laplace saw this, she roughly understood the rules of these crystal objects. It seemed that they would be activated as long as they were close to them. If they were far away, they would disappear on their own. However, she did not know where they would go after disappearing. Were these crystal objects new Dream World Cleaners, or were they the remnants of the Dream World Cleaners she had killed before? There were too few clues for Laplace to determine. However, she felt that there was a familiar smell in these crystal objects. As Laplace was thinking, she suddenly felt something tighten around her waist. She subconsciously lowered her head and saw that her waist had been bound by a long barbed whip at some point in time. Barbed whip? Laplace immediately thought of the 3 crystal creations that had appeared near him. 2 of them were mirrors, and the last one was a long whip with barbs. However, she remembered that the whip was not around here. Why did it bind her? Laplace looked back and saw that the handle of the whip was still there. However, the whip was like a snake that had slithered to her side and bound her waist. The length of the whip was just enough to touch her. Laplace did not expect the trigger range of the whip to be so large. However, Laplace was not too nervous. Although the whip had bound her, it was not strong enough to break through the defense of the molted scales. Although the whip did not seem to cause any harm to her, the appearance of these crystal objects was too strange. Laplace decided to be cautious and stretched out her hand to pull the whip away. But at this moment, the whip pulled slightly, giving Laplace an insignificant amount of force. Then, the whip let go of its own accord. It was a good thing that the whip released itself. However, to Laplace's surprise, when she looked up again, she found that everything around her had changed. She was no longer in the air or on the ground. Instead, she was in a rose garden. It was as if the gentle pulling force of the whip wasn't really attacking Laplace, but pulling her into an unknown and strange space. End of chapter. Surprised, Laplace began to observe her surroundings. Roses were blooming all around her, and there was a garden path paved with long stones. In the distance, she could vaguely see a big house with a red roof and white walls. From her first impression, this seemed to be a small garden of a rich family. However, this rich family was probably not a noble family, or the house would not be so simple. After all, this was a new place, and Laplace did not know the details of this place. She restrained herself and did not move. Instead, she controlled the power of shedding scales and released her perception outwards. Her perception extended for about 10 meters before she arrived at the exit of the small garden. The arch at the exit was very festive. Not only were there all kinds of colorful roses entwined around it, but there were also several colorful balloons tied to the top, floating leisurely in the air. From the looks of it, this rich family should be celebrating right now. Laplace continued to move her perception forward. Soon, she crossed the small garden and arrived outside the big house with red roof and white walls. There was also a greenhouse near the house, which was more exquisite than the garden. However, other than the greenhouse, there was nothing else worth mentioning. The fence, the gravel road, the street lights, the neatly built garden trees, the lush fruit trees, and the swing under the trees were all very ordinary things. Laplace sensed for a moment, and after confirming that there was nothing special, he turned his attention to the only two paths. One path led to the interior of the large house, while the other led to the outside world, passing through the dense forest. Faced with these two choices, Laplace did not hesitate too much. She had a premonition that there was no reason for her to appear in this neighborhood. The neighborhood was so peaceful, and the only place that was sealed off was the big house. Therefore, the answer might be hidden in the house. Since she believed that the answer was in the house, she would leave it for last. It would not be too late for her to go back to the house after she had ascertained her location. After making up her mind, Laplace controlled her perception and walked outside. However, when Laplace passed through the forest and came to the gate, she found that there was an illusion outside the gate. Looking from afar, there were a large number of shadows of houses outside. They should be the houses on the neighboring streets. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't because of the distance. Everything outside, be it the houses or the number of houses, were all shadows. It was completely illusory. Only a rough outline could be seen. It seemed to be a clock tower on the opposite side, and there was a row of bungalows on the side. This should be a city street? The only exception was the house she was in. Every part of it was very clear, as if it was real, while the other places were sloppy like a dream. A dream, this word suddenly came to Laplace's mind as he was thinking. The previous two mirrors reflected the dream realm cleaners. Based on this pattern, could the other crystal creations be related to the dream realm cleaners as well? For example, was it possible that the whip that tied her up here was also a dream world purger, or was this strange space a part of the dream realm? Was it a dream? The reason why Laplace thought this way was mainly because of the bizarre and illusory external environment. This kind of illusory situation was very similar to the scene when an ordinary person was dreaming. In a dream, only the dreamer's position was clearly visible. The other places were illusory because the other places were not important. What was important was the dreamer's will. If the dreamer felt that the current environment was important, then he would only stay in the current environment. What he dreamed of was only what was happening in the current environment. Therefore, the most clear scene in the dream was also the current scene. As for the other places, they had nothing to do with the dream. A sketch was enough. This was like a landscape painting. The most important thing was the person in the close-up scene, while the distant scene only needed a few strokes of the brush to outline the mountain. It meant that the illusionary street in the outside world that Laplace saw right now was the so-called distant view that only needed a rough outline. The area where she was in, on the other hand, was the close-up view that had to be described carefully. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very similar to a dream. If this was indeed a dream, did it mean that the creature in the dream was near the big house? Or, was it, inside the big house? As Laplace pondered, she slowly withdrew her perception from the gate. This time, she decided to target the big house. She wanted to see if the answer she wanted was in the house. She wanted to see if the so-called dreamer existed. Soon, her perception returned to the vicinity of the big house. There were two entrances to the house, the front door and the back door. The front door was closed. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of rule in the house, to isolate all detection. Even Laplace's perception could not penetrate the closed door. Since she could not perceive the front door, Laplace could only look at the back door. The back door was in a very remote place, between the glass greenhouse and the rose garden. Not only was it narrow and difficult to walk, but there were also big Mary roses on both sides of the path. The big Mary roses were very tall, and the thorns on the rose vines were sharp and long. If an ordinary person was scratched, it would leave a deep wound. Because the thorns of the big Mary roses could easily stab people, many flower growers called the flowers of the big Mary roses blood roses. First of all, it meant that the big Mary roses were produced with the blood of people who were stabbed. Second of all, the big Mary roses only had one flower color, which was bright red, just like roses dyed with blood. The back door was narrow, and the big Mary roses were very easy to touch. According to common sense, this was not the place where the owner would go. If she was not mistaken, this should be the door that the servant used. When Laplace's perception reached the back door, she found that it was also locked. However, the back door was different from the front door. Although the back door was locked, it was constantly shaking. It was as if someone was pushing the back door from inside. As the back door kept shaking, screams of fear came out from inside. Laplace could not help but imagine that someone was being hunted behind the door. The person being hunted must have run to the back door because the front door was locked, but the back door was also locked. In desperation, he began to shake the back door, trying to escape. However, the pursuer was already there, so he could only shake the back door and scream miserably. The back door shook more and more violently, and the screams turned from fear to mournful. Blood started to flow out from the crack of the door. This seemed to be telling Laplace that the chased person was still being chased and attacked. The blood on the ground and the mournful screams came from the person who was in despair. While Laplace was imagining a series of scenes and stories, the back door was suddenly pushed open by a huge force. As the back door was pushed open, a fat girl with bruises all over her body ran out. She screamed in despair as she ran. If the story in Laplace's mind was true, then this fat girl should be the one being chased. What about the pursuer? Laplace could not help but use her perception to look inside the door. After a glance, Laplace's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Sure enough, as she had guessed, this strange dream was related to the cleaners she had killed before. This was because the pursuer standing in the door was one of the cleaners from the dream realm that Laplace had killed before. It was a tall man holding a long whip. He was wearing a semi-transparent chainmail, which allowed people to clearly see the bulging muscles all over his body. However, such a fierce man was wearing a childish and ridiculous mask, which was quite a contrast. This man was one of the cleaners killed by Laplace. At that time, Laplace thought that he was a human, not a monster. Later, when she took off his mask, she found that this man had no face at all. The childish mask was his face. Therefore, Laplace gave this cleaner a name in her heart, the Masked Man. Now, this masked man had turned into a pursuer and attacked a young girl. What kind of show was he putting on? Laplace could not figure out the whole story, but she had recognized the masked man. The long whip in the masked man's hand was the whip that had dragged her into this strange dream. There was no doubt that the masked man was the answer to leaving this place. Since she had found the masked man, Laplace did not hesitate and decided to meet him. However, at this moment, there was a new change in the chase over there. The girl was being chased by the masked man, so she naturally wanted to escape. However, the road was too narrow, and she was very fat. Inevitably, she scratched the thorns of the big Mary roses around her. Although she was in great pain, the girl could not stop. She endured the pain and continued to run. However, when she was about to escape from the small road, the big Mary rose began to move. It seemed that the big Mary rose was full of her blood, and it regained its vitality. The big Mary rose bloomed bright flowers, but the flowers had big mouths with sharp teeth. Long tongues stuck out from the mouths, like whips, and kept whipping the girl. Some of the tongues wrapped around the girl's feet, and the girl's hands pulled her back. The girl who was being pulled and whipped by the big Mary rose let out an even more shrill scream. On the other side, the masked man seemed to be very satisfied with the big Mary rose's actions. He did not continue to chase after the girl, but stood aside and watched the scene of torture. The girl was being brutally attacked by the big Mary rose, and the blood in her body was being constantly absorbed by the big Mary rose. Finally, the fat girl became thinner and thinner, and finally fell into a pool of blood. The girl being chased had an unfortunate ending. On the other side, Laplace, who had retracted her senses, did not care about the girl's ending. Instead, she was shocked by another change in her surroundings. Previously, she was surrounded by a rose garden of all kinds of roses. Although it was still the same now, the previously quiet roses were now beginning to go crazy, just like the big Mary rose just now. Every rose grew sharp teeth, and they tried to use their tongues to attack Laplace, and they even tried to bite her. However, Laplace was not a helpless girl. Her thigh muscles swelled, and she jumped high into the air. She did not even use her scales. She only relied on her sharp hooves and terrifying speed. In just a few seconds, all the flowers around her were trampled into pieces. And it was the kind of debris that could not be put together again even if she collected them. There was also dust floating in the air, causing the air to be filled with a faint floral fragrance. Laplace ignored the dust and fog and walked towards the exit of the rose garden. Along the way, Laplace also encountered other roses that attacked her, but they were easily torn apart by her. And the changes in the roses also caused some changes in the dream. The originally gorgeous garden became the slaughterhouse of the man-eating roses, and the festive arch at the entrance of the rose garden also changed. The arch did not change, but the roses on the arch began to poke their heads out and cause trouble. The balloons above the arch door had now become human heads floating in the air. There were men and women, old and young. It was worth mentioning that the fat girl's head was also hanging on the arch. She was just killed by the big Mary rose, and her head was separated so quickly. And she was placed on the arch. Although Laplace was puzzled, she did not delve into it. Instead, she quickly kicked the arch several times in a row. The arch fell, the roses were broken, and as for the heads, they were trampled by Laplace. However, when Laplace stepped on these heads, he found that these heads did not have any reaction, and did not attack him like the roses. This was probably because these people were really dead. After Laplace destroyed the arch, he quickly rushed to the side of the path. This was the path that led to the back door, and also the way that the fat girl wanted to escape. When the big Mary roses on both sides saw Laplace, they did not hesitate to attack. But the result was no different from the roses before. They were easily dealt with by Laplace. As for the spikes of the big Mary roses, not to mention piercing the scales, if they could even leave a white mark on the scales, it would be considered Laplace's loss. Soon, Laplace arrived at the place where the girl had fallen. To Laplace's surprise, the girl was still on the ground, and her head was still there. But before, Laplace had clearly stepped on the girl's head and crushed it. Laplace looked at the girl on the ground, and his thoughts suddenly became a little chaotic. What was going on here? Laplace could not figure it out. In the end, he simply gave up and jumped over the girl's body to rush to the back door. Maybe he would find the answer after killing the masked man. The back door was not closed, but the masked man was gone. Laplace did not see any trace of the masked man outside, which meant the masked man must have entered the house. Without hesitation, Laplace dashed through the door. While Laplace was trapped in the rose garden, an earth-shattering event was happening in the outside world, the dream crystal plane. Laplace experienced the beginning of the event, which was when the dream crystal cracked open and a large number of crystal creations were born. However, this was only the beginning of a major event. The climax of this event occurred after the crystal creations went into hiding. In his opinion, this event was the beginning of the history of the dream crystal. If he had to name it properly, he would call it the War of Creation. Of course, if Laplace was here and heard the name, she would definitely sigh. Unfortunately, Laplace was not in the dream crystal right now. Or rather, she was in a corner of the world created by the new authority of the dream crystal. What was a war of creation? Since it was a war, it meant that two or more parties were fighting over a predetermined goal. Angor's War of Creation was a battle between the new authority he released from his nightmare domain and the law of the mirror world in the Forest of Memories. The goal of this battle was the ownership of the dream crystal. End of chapter. 10 minutes ago, when Angor used the Scroll of Luck, he thought the power that can suppress the forest of nature. But soon, he realized that he was wrong. He thought the law of the Forest of Memory would be hard to suppress. After all, it was a real law, which was different from an artificial one. Therefore, he was hoping that his nightmare domain master did not have enough power to suppress the forest of nature at the moment. However, as soon as he did so, the crystal began to expand like crazy, trying to break free from the green patterns. Angor quickly sensed that a large number of authorities inside his nightmare domain were stirring. This meant that there were many powers that could suppress the Forest of Memory. It was a good thing to have more powers to choose from since the Forest of Memory was no longer a threat. However, this meant that Angor needed to restrict the entry. Before this, the phrase "the power that can suppress the forest of nature" that he had been thinking about was obviously too broad. He needed a new term to restrict it. The Scroll of Luck only lasted for a short time, so Angor didn't hesitate to add a new entry: non-core powers. Non-core powers that can suppress the forest of nature. More than 80% of the authority inside the nightmare domain went silent after Angor uttered the words. Angor chose the brightest one of the remaining powers and released it from the passage left by the green patterns. As soon as the new power appeared, Angor cut off the green patterns that were holding it down and let it float in the air before disappearing into nothingness. When the light disappeared, it meant that the new power was absorbed by the consciousness of the dream crystal. The speed at which the dream crystallizer's main consciousness absorbed authority and applied authority was much more powerful than intelligent lifeforms. After all, these authorities operated based on the dream crystallizer's underlying rules. Therefore, the moment the light disappeared, the dream crystal gave a corresponding response. What Angor noticed the most was that the ground began to shake as if an earth dragon was rising up. Not only did the surface of the dream crystal crack, but the underground world also began to crack. At first, Angor didn't think it was a big deal. It was just a crack, which wasn't as big as the change of weather. However, when the crystal fragments and powder began to gather together, he knew something was wrong. Even Laplace did not dare to face these fragments head-on. After a few clashes, even the molted scales could not withstand them and could only dodge. Besides, Angor did not have such a treasure to protect him. The place where Angor was standing was covered in cracks and broken crystals. Angor was in a much more difficult situation than Laplace. In the end, he had to run to the nightmare domain's main body and force himself to log out. When he came back online, the crystal object was already there. He also saw many of them in the underground world, such as hell gates, floating flowers, delicate scissors, floating flames, giant coffins. That was all Angor saw as soon as he came online. He didn't know what they were, but he assumed they were the effects of his new authority. As for the new authority, according to his experience, once the light spot on the tree lit up completely, it meant that the local consciousness of the dream crystal had taken control of the new authority. And now, the light that represented the new authority was still rather dim on the authority tree. The light was still dim, but he could still check the new power through the tree of authority. But Angor was afraid. The new authority that could suppress the forest of memory would probably contain as much information as the change of weather. If Angor tried to check the information, it would definitely cause him to feel dizzy for at least a day or two. For now, Angor could only check the general name of the new authority. He had no idea what it would do. The name of the new authority surprised Angor as well. The new authorities in the dream wasteland all had simple names. Perhaps it was because the dream wasteland was dominated by wizards, so it was easy to understand them in the common tongue of the continent. However, the name of the first authority in the dream crystal was very long and difficult to understand. Angor also didn't recognize the characters used in it. He assumed it was a language from the mirror world. As the owner of the tree, Angor could understand the general meaning of the words even if he couldn't read them. However, he could only understand the general meaning of each word. When they were put together, it was hard to decipher them. He only knew that the main terms were dream world, mirror world, and mystery realm. Combined with the main terms, Angor guessed that it was a special space that contained both the dream world and the mirror world. Maybe it was a child authority of the space authority? Angor didn't want to give it a name yet since it was difficult to decipher. However, he suddenly remembered that he almost gave the authority to Laplace when he mentioned it casually. After careful consideration, Angor decided to give the authority a temporary name himself. Even if he didn't know what the tree of authority was talking about, or what the tree was telling him, he still had to give it a name, but this was only a temporary name. He would discuss it with everyone except Laplace in the future and figure out how to change the name. As for what name he should give it? After pondering for a while, he decided on a temporary name for the new ability based on the three main terms he read. Wonderland. The name came from a story John once told him. However, Angor didn't know if it was suitable for the authority. After deciding on the name, Angor watched the crystal creation disappear in front of his eyes. Angor assumed that the power had changed from being manifested to being restrained. He believed that once he studied the Wonderland power in the Tree of Authority, he would be able to find the hidden crystal creations. As for now, it didn't matter where they went. The most important thing right now was to use the Forest of Memories to deal with the spider monster, then use the new authority to suppress the law of the forest. However, the new authority wasn't fully lit up on the tree yet. Instead of going offline to pull the Forest of Memories into the dream crystal, Angor planned to find Laplace first. However, when he used God's view and looked at the place where they were talking, he didn't see Laplace. All he saw were cracks on the ground. There was no doubt that these cracks were caused by the birth of authority, and had affected the dream crystallization. But he believed that Laplace should be fine with the protection of her scales. Perhaps she had fallen into the underground world. With this in mind, Angor activated the dream gate and used it to locate Laplace's location. Finally, he located Laplace's position in the sky not far away. When he looked closer, he saw a crystal creation in the shape of a whip floating in the air. Laplace was nowhere to be seen. He looked at the strange-looking whip and felt a little puzzled. Laplace isn't inside the whip, is he? This was the only crystal creation he saw that wasn't hidden. Perhaps the Wonderland inside the whip had been activated? Did Laplace enter the Wonderland? Angor looked around the whip for a long time but still couldn't find the entrance or exit. Coincidentally, it was at that moment that the light of the new authority completely shone on the authority tree, revealing a branch that had been hiding in the shadows. Seeing this, Angor knew that the new authority had completely fused with the dream crystal. He decided to leave Laplace alone for now and get the Forest of Memories inside first. As for Laplace, he wasn't worried about her safety. Besides, he already taught Laplace how to log off. If the Wonderland turned into danger, she could just log off. With that in mind, Angor logged off. Not long after, the War of Creation that Angor set history in motion began. There were two sides to the Battle of Creation. One side was the laws of the Forest of Memories, while the other side was Dreamwalking Wonderland. Angor didn't see it with his own eyes. Instead, he used his authority to observe it in the real world. However, even with the help of the Dream Gate, he was still able to see something terrifying. The Forest of Memories was sent into the spider monster's territory. As soon as the Forest of Memories appeared, the world around it began to crack, which meant that the law of reality began to erode the dream crystal. Although the dream crystal had been damaged, Laplace's judgment was not wrong. After the Forest of Memories entered the dream crystal, it immediately grew to a height of several hundred meters. The tree broke through the spider monster's web and reached the top of the clouds. The giant tree trunk was covered in clouds and mist, which gave it a majestic appearance. The spider monster, whose web was destroyed, began to panic after seeing the Forest of Memories. It tried to escape by following the web. However, the cotton-like white mist at the top of the forest of memories sensed the spider monster's presence and quickly locked it down. The law contained in the mist seemed to be a natural counter to the spider monster. Even though the mist only locked onto the spider monster, it still couldn't move. Not long after, a branch stretched out from the trunk and pulled the spider demon into the range of the forest of memories while it was still in a state of panic. Angor watched as the spider monster was disintegrated into countless memory fragments and absorbed into the cotton-like cloud above the forest of memories. Just looking at this scene through the dream realm's door was already very shocking. It would be even more shocking if Angor saw it in person. Unfortunately, the law of the forest of memories was too strong. It was the law of the mirror world. Angor's body in both the real world and the dream crystal would be damaged by it. Therefore, he could only watch from the other side of the world. After devouring the spider monster, the forest of memories grew stronger and stronger, and the spatial rifts it created were getting bigger. However, the forest of memories wasn't like the spider mushroom, which only destroyed things for the sake of destruction. Whenever the forest of memories created a spatial rift, it would use a new power to mend it. This new power was very similar to the power of convergence. In other words, the forest of memories was using this method to slowly erode and replace the dream crystal's control. According to the script of the mirror world's consciousness, the forest of memories would go on a killing spree and slowly devour the dream crystal. However, while the forest of memories was in high spirits, a new power arrived. It was called Wonderland, and it showed its terrifying power as soon as it arrived. If the forest of memories was trying to slowly devour the dream crystal, Wonderland was trying to devour the law of the forest of memories. Wonderland's method was simple and straightforward. It was to steal the cotton cloud at the top of the forest of memories. Although the authority of dreamwalking in Wonderland did not manifest externally, every time it snatched the cotton cloud, it would turn the cotton cloud into a crystal in creation. In just a few minutes, Angor saw the forest of memory slowly losing its vigor. The main reason for this was the crystal creations that appeared around the forest of memories. Cicada fairies, rainbow fairies, moonlight banshees, treasure mermaids. These crystal creations were all pulled out from the forest of memories and created by the new power. Unlike the crystal creations from before, these crystal creations were mostly humanoid. Furthermore, most of them belonged to the rare humanoid race or humanoid demonic creatures. Angor didn't know why there were so many humanoid creations. He would have to wait for the introduction of the new power to find out. After the crystal creation was created, it would be the same as the other crystal creations. It would exist for half a minute to a minute before vanishing. There wasn't too much of a spectacle. The battle of creation looked very harmonious on the whole. It was just that the forest of memories was becoming more and more withered. From the previous 100-meter-tall tree, it slowly shrank. In the end, after being plucked countless times, the forest of memories was once again the size of a bonsai. By now, the forest of memories had completely lost its ability to devour the dream crystal. Wonderland didn't try to devour the forest of memories either. However, Angor could sense that the Wonderland was still close to the forest of memories. If he could suppress the forest of memories, it would be time to reap the benefits. The law of reality in the forest of memories would strengthen the authority of the dream crystal. If Wonderland could reap benefits from the forest of memories, did it mean it had something to do with the law of reality in the forest of memories? Whether or not that was the case, Angor was relieved. The spider monster was gone, and so was the threat from the forest of memories. It was a pity that Wonderland's authority had been turned into a freedom authority and returned to the dream crystal. Still, returning to the dream crystal was better than having the dream crystal destroyed. Angor decided not to think too much about it. There shouldn't be any cleaners coming to the dream crystal now, which meant he only needed to find a way to develop it. As for how to develop it, well, he would think about it later. For now, he would occupy the new territory. With a happy heart, Angor returned to the dream crystal. However, he didn't go to the forest of memories. Instead, he returned to the coordinates where Laplace disappeared. Everything else could be put aside for now. It was time to confirm Laplace's situation. When he re-entered the dream crystal, he paused for a second. He could clearly feel that after eliminating the spider demon and returning the authority of dreamwalking in Wonderland to the dream crystal, the aura around him had changed. It wasn't just his spiritual perception. There was also a real energy change. However, the change was still small. Angor only noticed the strange energy in the dream crystal through God's view. This energy was similar to virtual magic in nature, but it appeared to be a combination of energy and dream power. Angor guessed that this was the unique energy of the dream crystal. And the origin of this energy had something to do with Wonderland. If it was just the energy from Wonderland, he didn't know whether it would become a system in the future, or what it would do to the dream crystal. He read Sunder's research report about energy systems, but he couldn't understand it. Maybe Sunders would only give him an answer when he entered the dream crystal. After all, he already had two authorities, energy selection and energy level limitation. With that in mind, Angor checked the two authorities on the tree. When the dream crystal was completely returned to Angor, many authorities on the tree began to glow. He just needed to wait for the right time, and the corresponding authorities would be born in the dream crystal. However, there were some authorities that didn't change, as if they belonged to the dream wasteland and didn't have anything to do with the dream crystal. Angor noticed that energy selection was one of the authorities that had completely dimmed down. Energy level limitation, on the other hand, was still glowing. That was interesting. However, Angor didn't think too much about it. He couldn't figure it out yet, so he decided to wait until he learned more about Wonderland. End of chapter. For now, Angor had to worry about Laplace. He was still standing next to the whip-shaped crystal object. According to the location of the dream gate, Laplace should be inside the crystal creation. The crystal object was a product of Wonderland, but Angor had no idea what it could do or why Laplace would vanish like that. But now, he could try to find the answer from the Tree of Authority. He didn't know who would get the dream crystal yet, so he was worried that he might get carried away by the information about Dream Wonderland and miss the best opportunity. But now, he had cleared out all the cleaners from the dream realm and the mirror world. He should be safe now. Unless, of course, the nightmare realm was unwilling to become a third party and decided to send some cleaners as well. But that was unlikely. Angor believed that the nightmare realm wouldn't send cleaners here. His confidence came not only from Shava's identity, but also from the fact that he had been keeping an eye on the nightmare passage in outer space. As far as he knew, even if there were nightmare creatures in the passage, they would only be tiny parasites, such as the rainbow dragonflies. Angor could deal with them for now, so he wasn't too worried. Now that he had the dream crystal and was safe for the time being, he could try to get more information about Wonderland. With that in mind, he slowly landed on the ground and found a place with fewer cracks to sit down. Then, he focused his mind on the Tree of Authority. It didn't take long for him to locate the light spot on the authority tree. Again, he didn't want to get all the information he wanted. He only wanted to get a general idea of how Wonderland worked. With that in mind, he activated the Tree of Authority and began to search for information about Wonderland. 1/1000th of a second. That was all the time Angor had to search for information about Wonderland. It was a very, very short time. However, the information still rushed into his mind like a flood, which made him feel dizzy for a short while. And this was when Angor was prepared to limit the time and speed of the information transfer. If he didn't do that, he would have fainted right away. Both the dream crystal and the real world would be affected, and he wouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon. The dizziness lasted for about a minute before he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he looked like an idiot. He waited for another 3 minutes before his eyes regained their brightness. During those 3 minutes, Angor was sorting out the information he got. Unfortunately, the information he got was too complicated, and 3 minutes wasn't enough. He still couldn't figure out the general effect of Wonderland. Still, he didn't come back empty-handed. He obtained a method that seemed to be quite useful at the moment. Activating the Tree of Authority, he could investigate the situation in the fairyland. Without a doubt, Laplace was inside the whip-shaped crystal. Angor didn't know what to do about it. But now, he could use the Tree of Authority to check what was going on inside Wonderland. At least, he now could see what was Laplace's condition. He stood up from the ground and still felt a little dizzy, as if he was suffering from anemia. However, it only lasted for about a second before he slowly recovered. He shook his head, adjusted his vision, and flew back into the air. While looking at the crystal in front of him, Angor felt a little excited, but he also felt a little cautious. What made him excited was that he could not only learn about Laplace's situation but also figure out what the ability of dream in paradise was if he sank his mind into the paradise. What he saw with his eyes and what he sensed with his mind could be used as evidence for the information in his mind, allowing him to analyze the truth of Wonderland faster. However, he had to be careful because some of the authorities might not be beneficial to living beings. For example, the evil mist in the dream wasteland was beneficial to the long-term development of the dream wasteland, but it wasn't friendly to living beings inside. Unfortunately, the evil mist was the first authority Angor lost in the dream wasteland. If the evil mist was the first authority Angor lost in the dream wasteland, Laplace would be in trouble. Uneasily, he activated the Tree of Authority and sent his thoughts into the whip-shaped crystal creation. Meanwhile, Laplace still didn't know what was going on outside. She was still looking for the masked man in the big house. The interior of the house was much more luxurious than the outside. It looked like an ordinary house from the outside, but the interior was decorated in the style of a noble. The winding corridors, the rose-patterned carpet, the knight armor collection, the oil paintings on the red walls, and the lace curtains, everything looked like a noble's house. It was just that it had the style and feel of a noble, but it was still lacking a little. It was like a nouveau riche who wanted to live a noble life, but he only saw a small part of a noble's house, so he tried to copy it into his own house and ended up with a bad result. Also, the owner of the house didn't dare to show his house to outsiders. The exterior decoration was simple, which meant he didn't have enough status and needed to remain humble. The interior decoration, however, revealed the owner's ambition. He wanted power, and even if he had to draw a tiger or a dog, he still wanted to squeeze into the circle of nobles. Laplace didn't mind the difference between the interior and exterior decoration. However, the ambitious owner of the house left behind a lot of information for Laplace to learn about his noble life. For example, ordinary people rarely hung their own portraits on the outside. In fact, they wouldn't even look for a professional painter to draw their own portraits. Even if they wanted to decorate their house, they would at most hang some cheap paintings to decorate it. However, the owner of the house, who wanted to be a noble, imitated the style of a noble. Not only did he look for a painter to draw his own portraits, but he also drew portraits of every member of the family. Next to the portraits were the names and deeds of the owners of the portraits, as if he was afraid that outsiders wouldn't know how noble his family was. Along the way, Laplace saw many such portraits. There were portraits in the corridors, in the rooms, and in the hall. There were portraits of single people, couples, mother and daughter, father and daughter, and family portraits. In just a few steps, Laplace grasped the information of most of the people living in the house. Among them, it was worth mentioning that Laplace didn't find the masked man in the portraits. The masked man was wearing a mask, so it would be difficult to find him among all the portraits that showed his face. However, that wasn't the case. The masked man had a very obvious body shape. His muscles made him look like a devil's muscle man under normal circumstances. Even if he was wearing clothes, one could still see the bulging and tearing state of his clothes. However, none of the portraits that Laplace saw had the masked man's body shape. Most of them were fat. Except for the matriarch of the family, who looked thin and mean, the others were all fat, but the degree of fatness was different. Among them, the fattest was the head of the family and his only daughter. As for the daughter of the head of the family, Laplace had seen her before. She was the girl who was chased by the masked man before and turned into fertilizer for the big Mary Rose. Since the daughter of the head of the family was the one who was being chased, then it shouldn't be anyone else in the family who chased after her, right? After all, from the frequency of the daughter's appearance in the portraits, Laplace estimated that she was the most favored in the family. Since she was favored, the others in the family shouldn't be so against her, right? Of course, if there were jealous people in the family, it could be that they killed each other. However, Laplace carefully looked at the portraits and didn't see that the head of the family had any other children besides his daughter. In other words, this was their only successor. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would be jealous of each other. Who could the masked man be? Laplace pondered as she walked. Along the way, she also saw a lot of bloodstains, which showed that the masked man's pursuit had been ongoing. Perhaps it was no longer a pursuit, but a torture. If he really wanted to kill the daughter of the head of the family, he could have killed her the first time, but there was blood everywhere, which was obviously unreasonable. After a while, Laplace came to a fork in the road. One path went up to the second floor, and the other path went through the curtain to the main hall. Laplace looked at the two paths, but in the end, she didn't choose either one. Instead, she chose the back of the stairs. A small room. This kind of room built behind the stairs was mostly a storage room. The door of this storage room wasn't too high, only about 1.4 meters. This was definitely not a normal height. At such a height, ordinary people would have to bend over to enter. The master of this family probably wouldn't go up there, so maybe it was for the servants. The door wasn't locked, and with a gentle push, it opened. The space inside the door wasn't too big, and the things inside were, as Laplace had guessed, a storage room. There were a lot of tools inside, such as brooms, cleaning cloths, drying basins, and other cleaning utensils. Judging from these furnishings, Laplace's guess was right. This was definitely a servant's room. The reason why Laplace chose to open this small room was that she smelled a faint smell of blood inside. Now that she opened it, there were indeed bloodstains inside. However, unlike the bright bloodstains outside, the bloodstains here were a little black and even dried up. This meant that the bloodshed happened earlier here. So, the daughter of the head of the family had already been tortured and killed earlier. Laplace thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. As the master, how could the daughter of the head of the family go to this servant's room, or, she had been hiding here for a long time to avoid the masked man? Laplace pondered for a moment, then left the small room and returned to the fork in the road. This time, Laplace chose to go to the main hall. The reason was very simple. The main hall was not far away. Although it was covered by curtains, there were still bloodstains on the curtains, indicating that the masked man had been here before. There were no bloodstains on the stairs leading to the second floor. For this reason, Laplace decided to go to the main hall to take a look. However, in order to avoid missing it, Laplace still threw a scale in the direction of the stairs. It could be used as a means of surveillance and also as a weapon to attack. After doing all this, Laplace walked forward. She pushed open the blood-stained curtains, revealing the luxurious main hall. Laplace looked around. It was actually cleaner than she had imagined. The only bloodstain was on the curtains. Laplace slowly walked into the main hall. She didn't care about the gorgeous decorations around her. Finally, she stopped in front of a fireplace. From afar, there was nothing strange near the fireplace. Above it was the corridor on the second floor. But looking closer, she found that there was a blank space between the fireplace and the wall on the second floor. The color was completely different from the surrounding walls. Laplace gestured slightly. She could basically confirm that there was once a long painting in this blank space. Because it was warmed by the fireplace below all year round, the color of the painting was different from the surrounding walls. But why was the painting gone now? Where was it? Laplace closed his eyes, extended his perception, and searched the nearby area. In the end, Laplace found the half-burned painting in the burning fireplace. Laplace took the painting out of the fire in the fireplace. Just as she was about to look at the painting's content, a sound suddenly came from behind. Laplace looked back and saw that another door of the main hall was opened. A strong masked man walked out from inside. When the masked man saw Laplace, he was obviously stunned and subconsciously put on a defensive posture. However, the masked man's defense was still too late. Laplace was much faster than the masked man. When the masked man raised his hand, Laplace's hoof strike had already reached his face. He focused his mind on the whip-shaped crystal creation. Immediately, he entered a strange perspective. It was similar to God's perspective, but it was also different. It was more like the eye of the box. As the eye of the box, he secretly peeked at everything happening inside the miniature birdcage. From the bird's eye view, he could see a large house and the illusionary street outside the house. With just a thought, he could zoom in on the view. Using the eye of the box, he quickly observed the house as well as the garden outside. During this process, not only did he familiarize himself with the eye of the box, but he also saw some interesting things. For example, there was a strange man-eating rose in the rose garden, and there was a human head trampled on by a hoof at the entrance of the rose garden. No doubt, it was Laplace's doing. He also saw a young girl buried in the ground. It was worth mentioning that the girl was still alive, but unconscious. However, he did not see Laplace outside. Does that mean that Laplace is actually in the big house? With a thought, Angor zoomed in on the outside of the house and saw everything inside. The house had 3 floors. Angor glanced at the layout of each floor. Then he looked at the main hall on the first floor. Because Laplace was fighting a masked man here at the moment. Calling it a fight was an exaggeration. The masked man was not qualified to be compared to Laplace at all. This fight was completely one-sided. The masked man had no power to fight back in front of Laplace. Laplace had not used his ultimate move yet, scale bombardment. The strength gained from shedding scales alone was enough to make the masked man beg for mercy. However, Laplace was only stunned for a moment when the masked man begged for mercy, and he continued to attack. No matter how the masked man cried or begged, Laplace did not let him go. In a short time, the masked man's limbs were all torn apart. Next, Laplace raised his muscular, scaly leg and pointed his shimmering hoof blade at the masked man's head. The masked man was trembling in fear. He was sweating profusely, and his voice became muffled as if he was trying to say something. Unfortunately, Laplace couldn't understand what he was saying. He could only guess from his frightened voice that the masked man was begging for mercy, begging even harder than before. Which meant, the masked man's head was his biggest weakness. After coming to this conclusion, Laplace suddenly paused. She slowly pulled back her leg with a puzzled look. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Just as Laplace was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Angor?" Laplace looked at the air with a puzzled expression. "It's me," Angor replied. Laplace didn't hesitate to ask a series of questions. "Where are you? What happened? What's going on here?" "I'm outside, near a whip." "Do you know what it is?" Laplace nodded. "You're talking about a whip made of crystal?" "I was pulled into this space by this whip." Laplace quickly recounted what he had seen in the outside world and what had happened. "So that's how you got in." "But I'm right next to the whip, and it didn't pull me in." "Does that mean only one person can enter this place at a time?" Angor paused and mumbled, "Why does this feel like a solo quest?" "Solo quest?" Laplace frowned. "What do you mean?" "You can think of it as a single-player trial." Laplace understood a little. She did not dwell on the strange word. Instead, she continued to ask, "What happened just now? What are those crystal creations?" Angor did not hide anything and told her about the new authority. "I think they have something to do with crystal creations. But I don't know what the specific effects of these crystal creations are yet, but from what I can see, they seem to be creating a trial type of space." "That's the new authority?" "It's too unreliable. I mean, it's too strange." Laplace complained and asked, "Since you can't come in, how can you see me and talk to me?" "It's because of the authority. I have a special authority that can affect other authorities to a certain extent. For example, I can see you and what's happening in this place. But that's all. I think I know even less about this place than you do." Angor gave a general description of the tree of authority but did not explain it further. Laplace did not ask further. She thought that authority only corresponded to the laws of the outside world, such as elemental laws, space laws, and so on. But now, it seemed that there were all kinds of strange authorities in this world, so Angor's authority was possible. "By the way, why aren't you doing anything? That whip in the masked man's hand is the same as the one I saw outside. Maybe if you kill it, you'll be able to leave this place?" Angor witnessed how Laplace dealt with the masked man. Why did Laplace let him go when he could have killed the masked man? Sympathy? No. He did not see any sympathy in Laplace's action of tearing off the masked man's limbs. If that was the case, why would Laplace let the masked man go? "Now I'm sure you know very little about this authority," Laplace spoke in a casual tone after a moment of silence. "What do you mean?" "When I was about to kill the masked man, some information appeared in my mind out of nowhere." "Information appeared in your mind? What kind of strange and complicated information was that?" "Laplace, the message only appeared for a moment, but the meaning was very clear." Laplace hesitated for a moment before she explained the information to Angor. Not long ago, when Laplace was attacking the masked man, she vaguely felt some strange information lingering around her. But at that time, she didn't pay too much attention to it. She just thought it was a pheromone released by the masked man when he was attacked. But just as she was about to kick the masked man to death, the wandering information drilled into her mind without any hindrance. Special individual? Executing, currently in Wonderland? Exploration progress, 65%, execution ends and you will leave Wonderland? Execution ends and you will receive information related to question mark. Unexplored areas will undergo unknown changes after leaving. End of chapter, a special dream? A special character? Exploration level. Hearing Laplace's words, Angor felt that this was more like a dungeon. There was an exploration mode. According to the information he saw in the tablet, the dungeon would be cleared as long as the exploration rate was 100%. Wait. Laplace also received a message that said he would leave the special dream after the execution. In other words, as long as they killed the special character, they would be able to leave this instance dungeon. In other words, the so-called special dreamscape, and the special character was none other than the masked man who was about to be executed by Laplace. The logic was simple enough. It was similar to the game dungeons recorded in the tablet. However, Laplace should be able to understand the message as well. If he could leave after killing the masked man, why did Laplace do it at the last moment? This authority is getting more interesting. It can show the exploration level. I think it's turning the entire trial space into data. It's like the endless corridor in Floating Mech City. Angor commented on Laplace's information and asked, speaking of which, if I told you the information, you can leave as soon as you're done. Why did you suddenly stop? Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked another question. First, I noticed that this place is called a special dream. You didn't seem surprised at all. Like I said, I can influence other authorities to a certain extent. When the new authority was born, I already had a general idea of what it was made of. Laplace immediately responded, in other words, you know what this authority is? Are you lying to me? I'm not lying. I'm just saying that I know what the new authority is, but I don't know what it is. How about this? I'll tell you what I know. Angor considered for a moment before he told Laplace what he learned from the new authority. There were only 3 key words that could be distilled from the information: dream realm, mirror world, and mystery realm. According to my speculation, this is a mystery realm that has the characteristics of both the dream realm and the mirror world. And you just said that the information you received referred to this trial space as a special dreamland. In fact, it's not much different from the special mystic realm I thought of. That's why I didn't pay attention to it. Laplace believed Angor's explanation. If Angor didn't want to explain, Laplace would just keep quiet like before. Now that the explanation was reasonable, Laplace believed it. Angor considered for a moment. By the way, you heard what I learned about the new authority. I don't know what it is yet, but since it's here, I need to give it a name. Laplace scowled and doubtfully asked the void of space, you gave this authority a name? Of course. Laplace remained silent for a moment. What's your name? Wonderland, said Angor. Laplace was expecting to hear something like Dream Crystal. Instead, Angor came up with something that sounded pretty good. And it seemed to fit his dream perfectly. Are you sure you came up with this? Angor was speechless. Laplace tilted his head and said, I don't mean anything else. I just think that the name sounds good. Wonderland, Wonderland, Wonderland. Too bad this place is nothing like a wonderland. Laplace said, didn't you just ask me why I didn't continue to execute it? The reason is simple. Do you still remember the last row of information in the information I received? Angor considered. Unexplored areas will change after you leave? Laplace nodded. Yes. According to the information I got, I'm currently at 65%. Even if I kill the masked man, I won't be able to reach 100%. There are some unexplored areas here, such as the 2nd and 3rd floors. Maybe there's something hidden there. I hope I can reach 100% before leaving. You're going to reach 100%? Are you, obsessive-compulsive? Angor muttered. What's obsessive-compulsive disorder? Never mind. I don't think it's anything good. I just don't want to leave any mistakes behind. Angor didn't say anything. But he didn't deny it. Still, 100% wasn't a bad idea. It meant that he would clear the dungeon completely. Angor wanted to know what would happen if he cleared a single-player dungeon. Would it disappear? Or would it become a public dungeon? With that in mind, Angor decided to help Laplace come up with a plan. You said you didn't explore the second and third floors? Angor asked. Yes. Why? Laplace nodded. Angor considered for a moment. Because my vision is similar to the one in the box. I observed the entire box before I locked on to your location. From what I saw, there's nothing strange about the second and third floors. Nothing strange? Laplace was confused. Then why did the information say that unexplored areas will change after you leave? Is there a hidden snow area in this dream? I don't think so. No hidden snow area? That's strange. Angor didn't know what was going on. He only observed the box for a short time and didn't know much about it. Laplace didn't expect Angor to give her an answer. She considered for a moment and tossed a scale to the masked man on the ground. Laplace decided to continue searching for a way to reach 100% progress. Therefore, he couldn't kill the masked man yet, but he couldn't let him escape either. He threw a scale just in case. After making sure everything was correct, Laplace went to the fireplace and picked up a picture frame on the ground. The masked man showed up when she was about to look at the picture frame, so she didn't see what was inside. Laplace raised an eyebrow when she looked at the picture frame. Is this a family portrait? Angor asked, but I think half of it was burned. I can't see the faces of the two people on the right. Due to the burn marks on the picture frame, Laplace couldn't see the details, but she could still see the general picture. There were 2 men and 2 women in the picture frame. In the center of the picture was a man and a woman. The woman's face was burned away, and half of the man's face was burned away. However, she could still see that the man was a middle-aged man with a mustache. There was a young girl leaning against the woman. Her face had also been burned, so it was impossible to see who she was. Next to the man was an old man in a tuxedo with wrinkles on his face. He looked old but still looked energetic. Judging from his appearance, he should be a butler. I think they're all women. Did someone do it on purpose? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. I didn't burn the 2 women on purpose. When I found the frame, it was in the fireplace. If I didn't take it out in time, it wouldn't have been just a part of the paper. In other words, it wasn't a coincidence that the faces of the 2 women were burned away. It was just bad luck. The fire started from the top left corner of the picture frame, and the 2 women on the left were disfigured first. So, did you find anything? Laplace considered and pointed at the man on the right who looked more like a family leader. I saw a lot of pictures of this man on my way here. They all showed him when he was fat. I don't think he's that fat in this picture. What's so special about him? Angor didn't understand why Laplace would care about this. Laplace said, I didn't recognize him because he was too fat. But now, I'm sure I've seen him before. Laplace lowered his voice and said, I saw several heads on the doorframe of the rose garden outside. He's one of them. Hearing Laplace's words, Angor glanced at the rose garden. Previously, he had seen the heads that Laplace had trampled on. Now, according to Laplace's description, he really found the head of the family in the portrait among the heads that were rolling on the ground. I saw it. There's not only this man on the road of heads outside. His butler is there too. However, other than this man and the housekeeper, there are also 3 women. Laplace said, of the 3 women, 2 of them should be the matriarch and her daughter. When Laplace said this, he pointed at the 2 women whose faces had been burned in the frame. Where's the last one? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. I don't know. Maybe we can find more clues on the second and third floors. Angor said he didn't find anything strange on the second and third floors, but that was from Angor's point of view. Laplace had a feeling that something was wrong on her way here. Besides, the masked man's identity had not been revealed yet. Therefore, she guessed that these mysteries might be on the second or third floor. After Laplace made his decision, he left the main hall and headed to the second floor. While pushing open the doors of the rooms, Laplace asked, "Is there any room on the second floor with a portrait? Also, are there any bloodstains on the second floor? Are there any hidden rooms?" Angor glanced at the list and quickly answered the first two questions. Hidden rooms? None on the second floor. None on the third floor. But there's an attic between the third floor and the top floor. There's a ladder there, and it's not a hidden room. Following Angor's instructions, Laplace quickly checked several rooms with portraits and bloodstains. Along the way, Laplace paused and hesitated. But he didn't say anything. After checking the second floor, Laplace moved on to the third floor. There were only a few rooms on the third floor, so Laplace didn't ask Angor for help. In the end, Laplace looked at the ladder that led to the attic. In the cramped attic, there was only a bed, a tattered table, and some unimportant decorations. Angor didn't think there was anything worth mentioning. However, Laplace was very attentive to this attic. He stayed here for a long time and searched everything in the attic almost inch by inch. Angor felt that Laplace was overreacting. To Angor's surprise, Laplace actually found something useful. Bloody clothes, a lot of bandages, and a homemade walking stick. Judging from the size of the clothes and the length of the walking stick, the person who used to live in the attic wasn't an adult. It should be a child, less than 1.6 meters tall. While Angor was still wondering who the child was, Laplace found a small piece of paper hidden in the tip of the walking stick. Angor was surprised. Why did it feel like a game of treasure hunting? He thought there was nothing wrong with the attic, but Laplace found so many hidden items and even some secret notes. Angor felt like he had been slapped in the face when he said the second and third floors were safe. There were no words on the paper. Instead, it was a childish drawing made of charcoal. There were no people in the drawing. Instead, there were small squares, one of which had a red star on it. Is this the legendary treasure map? Angor studied the drawing carefully. Is this the legendary treasure map? He saw Laplace taking out an iron box from behind a brick on the wall. What the hell is this? Angor's jaw dropped. What the hell is this? Laplace explained leisurely. This is the treasure in the treasure map you mentioned. How did you find it? Angor was puzzled. It's obviously a child's drawing. The only place a child can hide is where he can see it. It's better to hide it in one's own room. So, the treasure must be hidden in one's room. The squares on the picture should be the bricks on the wall. So, the treasure must be behind the bricks. I didn't count the bricks. I just sensed which one I could get through. That's where the treasure is. Judging from the results, my guess is correct. Laplace was about to open the box. Why do I feel like we're in a decryption quest instead of a battle quest? Angor asked. Laplace, huh? What did you say? Nothing. I'm just thinking that I should add a warning to your ears. Ding. Congratulations, you found a new item, hidden box. Exploration progress plus 5%, it'll be useful if you can tell me how I'm doing in real time. Too bad there's no such thing. Angor thought to himself. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. If he could confirm that Wonderland existed in the same way as a dungeon, he would be able to get a notification about it, whether it was a puzzle, a battle, or a secret room. Of course, Angor had to learn Wonderland through the Tree of Authority first. It was better to think about it for now. On the other side, Laplace opened the box. There weren't many things inside. Most of them were small trinkets such as a brooch, a piece of cloth, and a lock of precious hair. Judging from the details, they all belonged to a woman. Apart from these trinkets, there was only a velvet cloth at the bottom of the box. This cloth is usually used by nobles, Angor said in a small voice. Laplace removed the cloth and said, unfortunately, no one in this family is a noble. When the cloth was removed, both Laplace and Angor saw a thin portrait hidden under the cloth. The portrait wasn't big, but it was delicate. There were many people drawn on the small paper. When he saw the people in the painting, Laplace said softly, it seems that I have to take back what I just said. This family should have nobles. Or maybe they're related to nobles? Most of the people in the picture were from nobles. However, they were all unfamiliar faces. The only two familiar faces were a man and a woman. The man was a thin young man wearing a butler's uniform. He had a mustache. The woman was wearing a headmaid's uniform. She stood at the side. She looked very beautiful, but there was a hint of harshness in her eyes. This man and woman were the madams of this house. Laplace didn't expect that the owner of this house, who always pursued a noble lifestyle, was actually a butler of a noble family. The owner's wife was the headmaid of another noble family. But what did it mean to know their real identities? While Laplace was deep in thought, his eyes suddenly swept across a woman in the middle of the photo. She must be a noble lady. She was holding a beautiful bouquet of roses in her hand. She had long, silky hair, a light blue dress, and a shiny gemstone brooch. After careful comparison, the items on her body and the small trinkets in the box just happened to match. The cloth in the box came from the light blue dress she was wearing. The brooch in the box was missing a gem, but the outline could still be matched. Only the hair was missing. He couldn't be completely sure, but the first two matched, so the hair was basically the same. In other words, the item in the box came from the noble lady. But the one living here was definitely not the noble lady. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a child. The words of a child. Laplace's gaze moved down from the noble lady to the swaddling cloth in her arms. Could it be that the child living here was actually the baby in the lady's hand? Laplace looked at the portrait and thought about all the things he had encountered since he entered this space. He had a vague guess in his heart. However, he still needed some evidence to support it. After thinking for a while, Laplace left the attic and came to a main room on the third floor. This was the study of the owner of the house. There were a lot of books here. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand them, so she just skimmed through them. But this time, Laplace flipped through the book seriously. "Can you read these words?" he asked as he flipped through the book. "No." Angor gave a negative answer. "No. But they're not what you think." "Not words?" Laplace was surprised. "What do you mean? Have you forgotten where we are?" Laplace. "A special dream." "I don't care if it's special or not. We're still in a dream. And dreams have a special characteristic, they are formed based on the dreamer's cognition." Laplace said, "You're saying that if the dreamer is illiterate, then the words here are actually words in his imagination and not real words." "Something like that. For example, if a person who doesn't know anything about mathematics dreams about it, he or she will only see some confusing symbols in his or her dream." Laplace said, "I understand what you mean, but according to what you said, the dreamer of this dream is not Milord. Adults were usually literate, especially those who used to be butlers and headmaids in noble families. If they couldn't even read basic characters, they wouldn't be qualified for their jobs." "You think so too, don't you?" Angor didn't answer. Laplace didn't refute this time. She already had a feeling that Angor was right. The dreamer of this special dream was probably a child. However, even if she confirmed that the dream maker was a child, she still needed evidence to support her speculation. Laplace kept reading in silence. Since the words here were meaningless, she didn't need to read them. She only needed to look at the pictures. A moment later, Laplace found a picture in one of the books on the table. The words under the picture were almost negligible, but the content of the picture was clear enough. A noble's manor was on fire. There was another picture on the next page. A man and a woman were carrying a boy about 6 or 7 years old from the manor. In front of the crowd, the man and woman held the boy and cried. The man seemed to be swearing an oath. On the next page, there was another picture. Near the rose garden of the burning manor, a new house had been built. And this house looked exactly the same as the one they were in right now. When he saw this, Laplace exhaled a long breath. She already knew the story here. To put it bluntly, a noble's manor caught fire, and the only survivor was taken in by the so-called butler and head maid. Unfortunately, the butler and head maid were ungrateful bastards. Not only did they not respect the only descendant of the noble, they even took everything from him, including the manor and the treasures in the castle. Judging from the layout of the house, the butler was already prepared to take over the place and become a new noble. If Laplace wasn't mistaken, the descendant of the noble was the child who lived in the attic. His clothes were stained with blood, and he had bandages all year round to prevent his wounds from getting infected. He also had a self-made walking stick, which meant that his leg was broken. This was the story of a turtledove taking over a magpie's nest. After knowing the story, Laplace could basically confirm that the dream creator of this dream was related to the child in the attic. In fact, the dream creator was the child in the attic. The reason why she said that was because only the child in the attic would hate and even hate everyone here. They had taken everything from the child in the name of taking care of him. And in this special dream, most of the people he hated were dead. Therefore, the child in the attic should have a deep connection with the dream creator. Either his friend stood up for him in the dream, or he was the dreamer himself, imagining a powerful masked man in his dream to punish and kill all the people he hated. This was also why there were balloons made of the heads of those villains on the door of the rose garden. In the eyes of the child, they all deserved to die and belonged to the list of people who must die. However, even after knowing the background story of this special dream and some of the truth, there were still some questions that needed to be solved. For example, there were 3 women and 2 men in the human head balloons on the gate of the rose garden. The identities of the 2 women and the 2 men had been confirmed. They were the master, mistress, housekeeper, and daughter of this big house. But who was the only extra woman? The second question was also related to the balloons on the door of the rose garden. Since there was a daughter's head on the door, who was the fat girl that the masked man was after? Or was the daughter so evil that the dream creator wanted to kill her twice? Lastly, there was one more question, which was also the most important one. Would solving the mystery of the story affect the exploration progress? Angor was also concerned about the last question. He suggested, how about you go back to the main hall and prepare to execute the masked man again and see if the exploration progress has changed. However, Laplace did not follow Angor's suggestion. He just closed his eyes. A second later, Laplace opened his eyes and shook his head. No change. The exploration progress is still 65%. Angor was a little surprised. How did you know? Laplace said, don't forget that I left a scale on him. I can activate the scale with a single thought. The execution information will automatically appear, and it's still 65%. This was why Laplace was so sure that the exploration progress did not change. Angor continued, if it's a puzzle-type quest, a trial space, solving the puzzles should increase the exploration progress. But there's no change in the exploration progress. Either the masked man made a mistake, or this isn't a decryption trial space. There are other things we need to do to increase the exploration progress. Personally, I'm leaning toward the latter. Maybe there are other things we need to do to increase the exploration progress. Angor's reason was simple. If this was a puzzle-type quest, Laplace's exploration progress would only become stagnant if he misinterpreted all the puzzles and deviated from the truth. Of course, this was not the case. Laplace's analysis was logical, and the evidence she found, including the illustrations in the book, all supported her theory. Even if her theory was wrong, it could not be completely wrong. Therefore, the exploration progress had nothing to do with solving the puzzles. Then what should I do to increase the exploration progress? Does this mean I have to convince the dream creator behind the masked man to let go of his hatred in order to increase the exploration rate? Laplace said indifferently, according to what you said, this special dream is a dream that involves morality? Angor chuckled. I'm just saying. When he said this, he subconsciously thought of the puzzle-solving games he saw on his hologram tablet. What he said was similar to the puzzle-solving ideas in such games. The protagonists had to sublimate their minds in order to show the correctness of the game. However, he also felt that something was not right. The special dream was called a dungeon, but it was not a game after all. The real exploration method probably wouldn't go to such a template that required moral correctness. Angor could not think of a way to increase the exploration progress, so he looked at Laplace. What do you think? Maybe we should start with the masked man, Laplace said. After all, he's the only living creature in this dream. The rose outside counts as a living creature, right? Laplace did not care about Angor's comment. She knew that Mary Rose was a living creature, but she referred to it as an intelligent one. The masked man was the only intelligent creature in this place. Laplace turned around and prepared to leave the study to check on the masked man in the main hall. When Laplace reached the door, she heard Angor complaining again, even if the rose doesn't count as a living creature, the girl outside counts as one, right? Laplace said, I know her. She's dead. No. From what I can see, she's not dead. She's just buried in the rose garden as fertilizer for the roses. Laplace paused and asked in a surprised tone, You mean, she's not dead? Angor looked at the rose garden again and said with certainty, She's not dead. Her heartbeat and breathing are still there. She's not dead? Laplace frowned. If she's not dead, maybe the exploration progress is on her. With that in mind, Laplace dashed downstairs and ran out of the house through the back door. She ran to the place where the girl was buried. Angor was right. She was still alive. The girl's body had been dragged into the ground from the neck down to become fertilizer for Mary Rose. Her head was still exposed. With Laplace's eyesight, he could clearly see her breathing and a rhythmic pulsing of the blood vessels on her neck. However, although she was still alive, her previous fat body had disappeared. She had been nourished by the big Mary Rose, and now she had become thin and bony. She looked like she was at risk of dying at any moment. Laplace approached the girl and tried to wake her up. However, the girl had already fallen into a deep coma, and her brain had been damaged. With Laplace's current means, there was no way he could wake her up from her coma. Laplace considered for a moment. If you can't wake her up, I'll kill her for you. When Laplace said kill her for you, he was not referring to Angor. He was referring to the real owner of this dream, the dream creator. If the dream creator hated this woman so much that he kept ordering the masked men to kill her, Laplace would fulfill his wish. With that in mind, Laplace slowly lifted his foot. Is there an execution prompt? Angor's voice echoed in Laplace's ears. No. Laplace shook her head. Since there was no prompt, the quest would not end even if Laplace killed the girl. However, Laplace knew that the only way to leave this place was to kill the masked men. Therefore, Laplace stomped on the young lady's head without hesitation. The foot, which had transformed into a hoof and was covered with bulging muscles and scales, was so powerful that it directly crushed the girl's head. The ground was covered in red and white matter that splattered everywhere. Laplace was also splashed by some of the filth, but she did not care. She just stood there and stared blankly. It took a while for Laplace to come back to her senses. The first thing she said when she came back to her senses was good news. After killing the girl, I tried to execute the masked men from afar. My exploration rate increased. How much now? Laplace pondered for a moment and said softly. 99%. End of chapter. Killing her would give him 99%, Angor was surprised as well. This seemingly insignificant girl who could be sucked dry by Big Mary Rose at any time had so many exploration points. How did this special dream determine the exploration rate? Is this a grass-clearing quest? Angor wondered. Seeing Laplace's puzzled look, Angor explained, What I mean is, this is a trial space for killing. If we kill all living creatures, we can increase the exploration rate. Was that really the case? Laplace was doubtful. Apart from killing some crazy roses, she didn't kill any other living creatures in this special dream. She only fought against the masked man once, and her exploration rate was already at 65%. What kind of killing trial space was this? However, Laplace didn't refute Angor's words. No matter how the exploration rate increased, it was now at 99%. Only the last 1% of the exploration rate would be left. And the last 1% was definitely on the masked man. Laplace thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A huge explosion came from the house. The violent rumbling waves even caused the ground where Laplace was standing to tremble 3 times. Following the tremors, Angor sensed that something strange was happening to the dream. Laplace's figure was slowly becoming more and more transparent. After a while, Laplace's figure disappeared from the special dream. Without a doubt, Laplace had cleared the dungeon and left the special dream. Now that Laplace was gone, Angor moved his gaze away from the box. As expected, when he looked up, Laplace was already standing not far away from him. However, Laplace's expression was somewhat stunned, as if he was still in shock. Angor was about to say something when Laplace whispered, "I think I made a mistake." Huh? What mistake? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. Laplace sighed and looked at Angor again. "When I killed the house owner's daughter, my exploration rate reached 99%. I thought the masked man was the last 1%. If I kill him, my exploration rate will reach 100%. But, it's not like that." "What do you mean? You killed the masked man and your exploration rate is still not 100%? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. "I killed the masked man from afar with a scale-peeling spell. But in the end, my exploration rate stopped at 99%. Angor was surprised by the answer. In his mind, the masked man should be the last piece of the puzzle. But now, Laplace was telling him that everything was wrong. Killing the masked man didn't bring the exploration rate to 100%. Then, where was the last 1% of the exploration? Angor thought for a moment but still couldn't figure it out. "It's not 100%, but I still passed the test. There should be new information, right?" Laplace nodded. "Yes. That's why I said I made a mistake." At this point, Laplace sighed slightly, and then reported the new information flow in his mind one by one. Special case Villafou. Villafou Van Halen. Special dream. Current exploration rate. According to the degree of exploration, you will be entering the list of profits. Exploration rate, 99%. Reward obtained, Helen's imaginary body. Exploration rate is not 100%. Special dream Helen's dream will undergo unknown changes after leaving. You will leave the special dream in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Laplace finally left the special dream. However, she felt a little regretful about leaving this time. "When I saw the name of this special dream, I realized that my guess was a little wrong." Laplace sighed softly. "I thought the masked man was an illusion created by the dream creator, or someone in disguise. But now it seems that I was wrong. I shackled myself in a thinking trap. The masked man was the dream creator." According to the information, the masked man Laplace executed in the end was called Villafou Van Halen. And the name of this special dream was Helen's dream. From this, it could be seen that the masked man was Helen, and Helen was the dream creator. Helen was also the orphan of the noble in the attic. In reality, he was constantly bullied and humiliated by his former butler and head maid. From the bloody clothes, bandages, and crutches in his cupboard, it could be seen that he was often beaten to the point of bleeding. Even his leg was broken. Without a doubt, in reality, Helen was a bullied and a victim. He could not resist in reality, but in his dream, everything in the dream was controlled by him. In the dream, he was an omnipotent master. So, he vented all his anger and grievances in reality in his dream. In reality, he was weak and sick, so in his dream, he imagined himself as a muscular man who used his terrifying body to torture those who did evil to him in reality. This was probably the story of Helen's dream. Although the exploration rate is not 100%, at least we can confirm that killing the dream creator can help us leave the special dream. That's true, but killing the dream creator will not help us complete the exploration. Laplace said. Laplace was still regretful. He had already reached 99%, and there was only 1% left. But he failed. After all, you are the first person to experience the authority of Dream in Wonderland. Exploring the operating mechanism of the authority under completely unknown circumstances is a difficult task in and of itself. No one can measure the height of the sky in one night. Even if the dream crystal is not a complete world, its power is already as high as the sky and deep sea. Angor comforted him. Angor tried to comfort him. "If it were me, I'd choose to kill the masked man too when I reached 99%. Laplace spoke in a soft voice, "No need to comfort me. I accept the result. I'm just a bit disappointed. I'm still thinking, where should I find the missing 1%? Angor could not answer this question. At least, not now. But when he received more information about the power of Wonderland, maybe he could find a way to clear the trial by using a backdoor. Well, that should work, right? Speaking of which, if 99% counts as a pass, what's the reward you mentioned, Helen's imaginary body?" Laplace shrugged. Nothing special. Just a little bit of physical strength, probably from the masked man. That's nothing compared to the shedding of scales. Laplace did not seem to care, but Angor was quite concerned about it. Does this increase work directly on your body? Or do you need some other medium? Seeing Angor's concern, Laplace tapped his forehead and cancelled the shedding effect. The strong difference in power made Laplace feel a little uncomfortable. But he had already experienced it before, so he was used to it. After removing the molting, Laplace took a deep breath and clenched his fists. There seemed to be white steam coming out of his mouth. Next, Laplace's arm began to swell. His fist also grew bigger and began to glow in a strange light. In the next second, Laplace landed on the ground like a bolt of lightning. He stretched out his fist and smashed it on the ground. Along with a large amount of crystal fragments, a 10-meter deep hole was smashed into the ground. Laplace, on the other hand, was unharmed. He shook his swollen arm and went back to his normal state. That's about it, Laplace said in a casual tone. It's not too strong. Angor did not know what to say. Compared to shedding scales, it was not too strong. But from Laplace's demonstration, Angor was sure that the power was directly applied to his body. In other words, Helen's imaginary body directly became Laplace's source of power in the dream crystal. Unlike shedding scales, which required external activation and would consume a lot of energy. Even so, Angor believed that Helen's imaginary body was not weaker than shedding scales. At least from the perspective of the dream crystal, the source of power was a kind of hidden resource. The most important thing was, there were no side effects. According to Laplace, as long as you received the reward, this ability would follow you and would not disappear. And there were no side effects. Angor was shocked by what he saw. The dream crystal's target was the dream wasteland. The dream wasteland had ways to increase one's power. For example, fusing with the evil mist was a way for ordinary people to strengthen themselves. However, the side effects were severe, such as losing one's sense of self. However, the dungeon reward provided by the dream crystal had no side effects. As long as one could clear the dungeon, they would have a chance to obtain the reward. It was much better than losing one's mind and losing one's mind at any time after taking on the evil mist. Of course, taking on the evil mist might increase one's power. But who could be sure that Dream Wonderland would only give out such a reward? Besides, who could say that the rewards could not be stacked? If the reward from a special dream world was the constitution of a bloodline wizard, then it was not impossible for him to obtain a reward of this level. After all, from the looks of it, Dreamwalking Wonderland came from those who had cleared it out. Many of those who had cleared it out were official Magus-level magical beasts, so it was possible that the reward would be the constitution of an official Magus. Besides, if the rewards could be stacked continuously, it was hard to say who would end up stronger than the one who took on the evil mist. But then again, could the energy system of the dream crystal be built on Dreamwalking Wonderland? Also, if he obtained a reward in Wonderland, could he use it in the dream wilderness? Could the dream wasteland be connected to the dream crystal? Could the natives of the dream wasteland come to the dream crystal? Many ideas flashed across Angor's mind. However, he could not get an accurate answer for the rest of the questions. The only thing he could think of was whether the rewards from Dream Wonderland could be used in the dream wasteland. That was a problem. He only needed to ask Laplace to go to the dream wasteland and see if he could use Helen's imaginary constitution. Angor told Laplace about his idea. Laplace already had the idea of going to the dream wasteland, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He readily nodded and agreed. Speaking of which, compared to the rewards, I'm more interested in that 1%, and that sentence in the message, exploration has not reached 100%. The special dream Helen's dream will undergo unknown changes after leaving. What changes will happen to Helen's dream if the exploration rate is not 100%? Also, I've already killed the creator of Helen's dream. Why is this special dream still here? Why is it changing? Laplace could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Maybe we should go and check it out? Angor asked. Angor looked at the whip-shaped crystal that was still floating in the air. Laplace shook his head. I can't. I didn't reach 100% when I came out, so I wanted to check it out again. But the message told me that this is a special dream, something like what you called a single-person special dream. Each person can only enter at once. I can't go in now. You can't? But I can. You're going in? Laplace looked at Angor in surprise. Angor nodded. It's just 1%. Don't worry. I'm good at solving puzzles. Angor said confidently and flew into the air. Laplace also activated his scales again and followed Angor to the whip-shaped crystal. He looked at Angor expectantly. Angor signaled Laplace not to worry and reached out his hand, planning to let the whip tie him up and pull him into the special dream. But his hand stayed in the air for a long time. The whip did not seem to be doing anything. Also, the whip itself was slowly becoming transparent, as if it was going to disappear at any moment. You can't go in? Laplace asked. Angor tried his best to remain calm. Something unexpected happened. It's fine. I'll use my authority to see what's going on inside. Angor put his hand on the whip and activated the tree of authority. In the next second, Angor felt his vision changing a little. He returned to the birdcage again. He was still outside the box, so he could see everything inside. But, he couldn't move his vision anymore, and he couldn't move it as he wished like before. He could not look into the box to see what was going on either. He could only observe the changes in the cage from a fixed angle outside the box. Before he could figure out what was going on, the tree of authority sent him a message. According to the tree of authority, the special dream was undergoing an unknown change. If he wanted to enter, he had to wait until the change was over and the structure inside stabilized. Even Angor, who indirectly possessed the power of Wonderland, could only watch from outside the cage. He could not interfere with the process. Angor had no choice but to accept the fact. Although he could not use his specialty to solve puzzles, he still decided to keep looking. Even if his vision was locked, he could still see some information through the birdcage. Maybe this information could help him solve the 1% mystery. With that in mind, Angor looked at the box inside the birdcage again. He could only see the outside of the birdcage from a great distance. There was nothing he could do about the inside of the birdcage. Still, Angor noticed some obvious changes outside the birdcage. First of all, the human head balloons hanging on the doorstep of the rose garden were now expanding into flying heads that were more than 10 meters long. Just these flying skull demons alone showed that the so-called unknown change was not for the better, but for the worse. Apart from the human head balloons, the roses were also changing. The giant Mary roses that were threatening Angor earlier had all withered and turned into dust, which then seeped into the ground and turned into fertilizer. On the outside, the biggest change was the young girl who had been killed by Laplace. She came back to life. End of chapter 2896. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.